Plundering the Heavens chapter 441 to chapter 494. When the cultivators heard his words, they were stunned. They looked in the direction he was pointing in disbelief. When they charged out of the black swamp, they saw the black-robed young man trapped by the 8 old gold core servants of the Heaven Grudge clan using formation flags. However, Granny Yao had stirred up their thoughts about the Crimson Dragon. They were only thinking about how to subdue the Crimson Dragon with the least amount of effort. As a result, they had no time to pay attention to a mid-stage gold core young man. Only now did they look in his direction. After confirming that he wouldn't be able to charge out of the formation anytime soon, the young master transformed into his human form and stood silently in the air. He also knew a powerful transformation technique. After transforming into his human form, even a gold core cultivator wouldn't be able to see through him. It was this transformation technique that allowed him to hide in the Heaven Grudge clan's territory for a year without giving himself away. Who is this person? The purple-spotted old cultivator from the Heaven Grudge clan turned to Feng Xing and asked when he sensed the lingering flame intent in the air. Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan, Xianxia of the Beast Tamer clan, and Luo Musang of the Small Clans Alliance also turned to look at the young master with flickering eyes. Feng Xing snickered and said, "Didn't I give you a red feather? Why don't you calculate the location of the vermilion bird?" The purple-spotted old cultivator seemed to have heard something and his heart stirred. He opened his palm and a crimson feather appeared in his palm. He then nodded to the clansman behind him and a yellow-faced young man stepped forward. He took out an antique compass from his storage pouch and poured his spiritual power into it, causing specks of light to appear on its surface. The young man placed the red feather in the light of the compass and injected a few strands of spirit force into it. After a long while, the magnetic needle on the compass suddenly spun rapidly. The cultivators all held their breaths and looked in the direction of the magnetic needle. This was a magic tool used to find people. Before, when the cultivators used this red feather to search for the whereabouts of the vermilion bird, they borrowed its power. Along the way, the cultivators had thought of capturing the vermilion bird as a sacrifice. However, the vermilion bird's movements were too strange. Its aura was intermittent, and it was impossible to pinpoint its location. Because of this, they gradually understood that the vermilion bird must have a powerful aura-concealing technique. For such an existence, it was impossible to find it in a short period of time. Therefore, the cultivators gradually shifted their attention to Feng Xing's red dragon. After all, the hostage in Feng Xing's hands was gradually losing its usefulness. The cultivators were no longer afraid of harming the innocent. It was only a matter of time before they fought with Feng Xing and snatched the scarlet dragon. However, at this critical juncture, the situation suddenly changed. The magnetic needle on the compass spun a few times and suddenly came to a slow stop. It trembled a few times and pointed in a certain direction. The direction it pointed in was none other than Feng Xing. Under the astonished gazes of the cultivators, Feng Xing stepped aside, revealing the black-robed young master behind him. At this moment, the young master seemed to have accepted his fate. He sat in the air without moving, allowing the magnetic needle to point at him. His face was expressionless. However, the purple-spotted old cultivator, Granny Yao, and the others were shocked. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Granny Yao was the first to jump out. She snatched the compass and used her divine sense to examine it. However, the results showed that there was nothing wrong with the compass. Even at her level of cultivation and at such a close distance, she could clearly sense that the aura of the scarlet feather came from the same source as the young master even without the guidance of the compass. It was obvious that the scarlet feather had fallen from the young master's body. How did you? Granny Yao had lived for almost 1,000 years, but even she could not suppress the astonishment in her heart. The other old cultivators were also shocked. They opened their transcendence eyes and looked at the young master carefully. Feng Xing sneered coldly. The crimson dragon beneath his feet began to move, carrying him toward Granny Yao. He stopped 100 zhang away from her, and with an unfriendly look in his eyes, he said, "Damned fatso, didn't you want to snatch my crimson dragon? Do you still want to make a move?" As he spoke, the scarlet dragon beneath his feet straightened its head. Its eyes were filled with bloodlust. On the dragon's head, Feng Xing also wore a cold smile. The combined aura of the man and the dragon did not lose out to Granny Yao, who was at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage. The expressions of the Reverence Moon clan members changed simultaneously. They grabbed their artifacts and took up defensive positions. On the other hand, Granny Yao's expression was ugly. Even though she was at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage, she knew that she could not subdue the Scarlet Dragon. If they really made a move, even if the Reverence Moon clan gathered all their strength, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against the Scarlet Dragon. The reason they dared to challenge the Reverence Moon clan was because they shared the same interests as the Feng Tian clan and the Royal Beast clan. Now that the Vermilion Bird was captured, no one dared to fight the Scarlet Dragon head-on. Faced with Fang Xing's provocation, she hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "It's just a joke." "Why do you take it so seriously, little friend?" "So it's a joke." "I'm relieved," Fang Xing laughed when he heard that. He looked at the others and said with a smile, "What about the others? If you have any complaints about this young master, why don't we have a fight right now?" When the tribe leaders heard his words, they immediately looked a little embarrassed. The leader of the small clan alliance, Luo Muzang, laughed and said, "Haha, little friend Xing, you really like to joke." This time, the cultivators of the 5 clans are exploring the endless ruins together. It's time for us to work together. There was some conflict because of the Scarlet Dragon, but now that we've captured the Vermilion Bird, that problem no longer exists. We've arrived at 3 World Mountain and the Dao Palace is just around the corner. Don't mention it again. The cultivators fell into deep thought when they heard his words. Some nodded, some sneered, but no one objected. In the Ruins Exploring Alliance, the Feng Tian clan, Moon-worshipping clan, Yusho clan, and the alliance of the small clans were considered one clan. The cultivators of these 4 clans were the main force of the exploration of the endless ruins. Previously, Fang Xing was mixed in with them and had even captured Ma Gu. He had the Scarlet Dragon by his side and 9 Golden Core realm servants, so his strength was not weak. However, in the eyes of the cultivators, he was just prey that could be captured by the cultivators at any time. Therefore, no one took him seriously. Although he was the leader of the Heaven Hatred clan and his status was not lower than theirs, he was still not considered a clan. But now that he had captured the Vermilion Bird, the situation had changed. The hostility between them had been resolved. Fang Xing and the Heaven Hatred clan he represented had officially squeezed into the Ruins Exploring Alliance and monopolized one of the clans. That's good. Seniors, this Vermilion Bird is also very fierce. It's up to you to capture it. Fang Xing laughed and said something nice. He cupped his fists and retreated to the side. This little bastard is so cunning, the cultivators all cursed in their hearts. They felt that the little devil's words were so nice, but in fact, he was unwilling to subdue the Vermilion Bird. After all, the Vermilion Bird had the bloodline of one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts. If they really fought to the death, it would not be easy to subdue it. Instead of saying that Fang Xing had captured it, it was better to say that he had lured it out and temporarily trapped it. He had not really subdued it. It was the same for Fang Xing. If he wanted to capture the Vermilion Bird, he was afraid that even the 8 Golden Core realm cultivators under him would not be a match for it. At the very least, it could find a chance to escape. But if the Scarlet Dragon were to attack, he would have no protection around him. If the other clans had ill intentions, it would be a little troublesome. Secondly, the Scarlet Dragon was his strongest combat power. If it was injured, he would be distressed. My friend Xing, you have lured the Vermilion Bird out. You have already made a great contribution. We will handle the rest. The long-haired man from the Royal Beast clan, Xianxia, laughed. He stepped out from the crowd and took a green gourd from his waist. Then he looked at Fang Xing and said with a smile, "My friend Xing, you can ask your heaven-hating clan to retreat now." Fang Xing smiled and waved his hand. The 8 people who had trapped the Vermilion Bird couldn't have asked for more. Seeing that Fang Xing had agreed, they withdrew their formation flags at the same time and flew to the side to watch. As soon as the Vermilion Bird regained its freedom, an ominous glint flashed in its eyes. Its body was wrapped in a terrifying and dense fire. Even from 1,000 feet away, the Vermilion Bird could feel the intense heat. As the fire cloud appeared around its body, the Vermilion Bird revealed its true form. It was a scarlet bird about 7 or 8 feet long. It really is the vermilion bird. This time, there was no need to guess. The surrounding cultivators' eyes widened and their hearts trembled with excitement. The vermilion bird seemed to hate Fangxing to the extreme. As soon as the pressure on its body disappeared, it didn't want to escape. Instead, it wanted to pounce on Fangxing. However, Fangxing was already prepared. As soon as the formation was undone, he immediately urged the red dragon to hide behind the purple-spotted old cultivator. The vermilion bird was about to rush over when it suddenly noticed that there was a purple-spotted old cultivator between it and Fangxing. Heh, you still dare to attack when death is at hand? The purple-spotted old cultivator suddenly pulled out a long sword that was as bright as autumn water from his sleeve. His gaze was calm and a sword intent faintly locked onto the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird recognized the danger and revealed a hint of dread in its eyes. The fiery clouds around it flashed and it was about to escape. At this moment, it was about to use a teleportation technique. Currently, there were countless spatial cracks flashing above its head. Using a teleportation technique in this kind of place wasn't just courting death, but it was playing with its life. However, the vermilion bird couldn't care too much about it. In front of me, you won't be able to escape even if you use a teleportation technique. Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan sneered. She slammed her dragon-headed walking stick on the ground and the sky suddenly changed color. Suddenly, a large amount of moonlight appeared around the vermilion bird and wrapped around it, immobilizing it. At the same time, Xianxia of the Imperial Beast clan let out a long laugh and slapped the green gourd. A green aura swirled around the mouth of the gourd and the vermilion bird was sucked into it. The old cultivators looked at each other. They were in a good mood and laughed at the same time. Fangxing also chuckled. However, a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. I thought that they would both be injured. Why is this vermilion bird so useless? It was easily taken care of in a few moves. After capturing the vermilion bird, the cultivators were relieved. They decided to set up camp at the Three-World Mountain and prepare to set off tomorrow morning. They would pass through the Three-World Mountain and arrive at the Taishengdao Palace's last checkpoint, the Yellow Spring Sea. Then, they would wait quietly in front of the Four Evils for the arrival of Ho Jiuyue's ascension. The moment the Taishengdao Palace's grand array closed, they would kill the vermilion bird and offer it as a sacrifice. Then, they would officially enter the Dao Palace and search for the Taishengdao orthodoxy. The leaders of the clans were worried about the vermilion bird they had just captured. They interrogated it overnight and even tested its bloodline. In the end, they found that the vermilion bird's bloodline was quite pure. However, no matter what they asked it, it would not say a word. Occasionally, it would look at the crowd with indifference mixed with disdain. It was quite annoying, but none of the cultivators dared to hurt it. Regarding this matter, Fangxing felt that it was too easy. Although he had fought with the vermilion bird several times and gained the upper hand, he had to admit that the vermilion bird still had some brains. Its schemes were insidious and ruthless, and it almost tricked him several times. Now that it had been captured so easily, could it be that it had really made one wrong move and was ready to accept its fate when it felt that the situation was hopeless? He was really worried, so he prepared to drag Magu out and interrogate her to find out the truth. The Three-Dimension Mountain was the place where the sovereign Dao sects received the guests of the Three-Dimension Mountain all those years ago. There were numerous houses and palaces built on the mountain, but all of them were extremely dilapidated now, and some had even transformed into an expanse of rubble and gravel a long time ago. However, to cultivators, eating the wind and drinking the dew were nothing special, so there was naturally no such thing as hard work. They could just casually find a large rock to meditate on, and it was extremely convenient. However, although Fangxing could endure hardships normally, he did not want to mistreat himself when the conditions were right. Fangxing took out the palace magic treasure he snatched from Magu from his storage pouch and threw it into the air. A gorgeous palace floated in the air. Then, Fangxing entered the palace and ordered the 8 golden core servants to guard it. Only then did the red dragon spit out Magu. Previously, Hen Tianing pretended to be Magu, but the real Magu was stuffed with a soul-lock talisman by Fangxing and then stuffed into the red dragon's stomach. This was something that couldn't be helped. Living beings couldn't be directly put into storage pouches, and could only be done after being fed the turtle breath pill. After a cultivator formed their gold core, their divine sense would be powerful, and their physical body would be fierce. The turtle breath pill would no longer have any effect on them. They couldn't borrow the medicinal power of the turtle breath pill to conceal all of their aura, so they couldn't be stuffed into storage pouches. Otherwise, the cultivator's physical body would collapse. Fortunately, the red dragon was big enough, so in an emergency, Fangxing used it as a pocket. What did you do? After taking off the soul lock talisman, the first thing Magu did was to nervously stare at Fangxing and ask. She seemed to have predicted something. When Fangxing forced her to swallow the turtle breath pill, she already guessed that things had developed beyond her expectations. Nothing much. That vermilion bird suddenly appeared and wanted to steal my mirror. In the end, half of its body was torn apart by Doggy's claw, and then it was captured by us. Great beauty, you don't have to worry about me killing you this time. Haha, the vermilion bird took the initiative to deliver itself to me, so it's not a ready-made sacrifice. You can rest assured and worship the gate of the four evils. I've obtained benefits in the Dao Palace, so I won't forget about you. Fangxing laughed and said while looking at Magu's expression. Magu's face was full of shock and disbelief. She murmured, impossible, he can't steal your mirror at this time, he doesn't need it. You're lying to me, are you? He definitely wasn't captured by you, right? It seems you're not going to deny that you know that strange bird. Fangxing looked into Magu's eyes and saw that her sadness didn't seem fake, so he said with a smile. The other clans didn't know about the relationship between the vermilion bird and Magu, but he had already guessed it and wanted to verify it. Magu seemed to realize that her reaction just now had already revealed the problem and her entire body was slightly dazed. Speak. Fangxing suddenly slammed the armrest of the hall and shouted at Magu. He actually hated the feeling of being schemed against by others. It was like being stared at by a poisonous snake and the entire situation was under someone else's control. Because of this, he was often more ruthless towards those who schemed against him than those who directly attacked him. Now that they were at Three World Mountain, Magu's usefulness as a guide was already very small. If she didn't tell the truth, he was very willing to kill her. What else is there to say? Magu was a Jingdan stage cultivator, but she was startled by Fangxing's killing intent. Her pretty eyes fell on Fangxing's face with a complicated expression. The expression on her face kept changing, sometimes it was sad, sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was desperate. After a long time, she finally calmed down and softly sighed, if young master really has fallen into your hands, then you can do whatever you want with him. I do know him. In fact, he was raised by me and has always been by my side. He's the closest person to me. Actually, before entering the Black Swamp, I had already sensed his aura. You said that he stole your copper mirror, but I don't believe you. He probably only wanted to save me and leave, but I don't know what kind of trick you used to capture him. You raised him? Fangxing didn't pay attention to Magu's nonsense. Instead, he was a bit surprised by her past. Magu let out a long sigh as if she was recalling the past. After a while, she said, I once told others that my father never returned from a trip 40 years ago. This was actually a lie. At that time, all the clansmen of the Seeking Dragon clan that entered the depths of the returning ruins died, but my father forced himself to return to the clan's land. He also brought back an egg of the vicious bird, the egg of the vermilion bird. A few days after my father came back, his lifespan ran out and he died. But before he died, he taught me a secret method to hatch this egg. He said that they went through a lot of hardships and entered the first layer of the Dao Palace. They didn't get anything else, but they accidentally found this vermilion bird egg. In the future, if there's a chance to enter the Dao Palace through the Gate of the Four Perils, this beast egg will be their only hope. I hatched this egg with a secret method and saw the birth of this vermilion bird. Then, I raised it little by little. Even the spells it cultivated, other than the life fire divine art, were all taught to it by me. It was very smart and grew very fast. Before the age of 40, it had already stepped into the Golden Core realm. Its cultivation had already surpassed mine. The members of the dragon-seeking clan had all died. I no longer had any hope of exploring the ruins, and I couldn't bear to sacrifice it to the Gate of the Four Perils. Therefore, I had already given up on this idea. But when it saw me sighing while looking at my father and ancestors' memorial tablets, it wanted to share my worries. It kept vowing to help me enter the Tao Palace. At the same time, it wanted to understand its own origins, so it was more concerned about this matter than me. In order to help me enter the Tao Palace, not only did it study all the secret manuals left behind by our dragon-seeking clan's ancestors, it even snuck into the Heaven Grudge clan to steal the treasure mirror passed down by ancestor Heaven Grudge. But you know the result. Sigh, I've always wanted to tell it that it was just courting death by doing so. Even if I obtained the bronze mirror, how could I bear to sacrifice it? At this point, Magu glanced at the red dragon and sighed softly. No one would have thought that the phenomenon of the 9 moons rising into the sky would actually appear at this time. The only chance to enter the sinkhole for thousands of years was right in front of me, so how could I really be at ease? I had no choice but to borrow the name of the red dragon to order the cultivators of the sinkhole to search for you. But the result? At this point, Feng Xing had more or less understood. Since the true dragon had appeared in the sinkhole, Magu naturally wouldn't sacrifice the vermilion bird. But at that time, he had already escaped from the Heaven Grudge clan's territory. In addition, with the vermilion bird and her strength, they really couldn't deal with the red dragon. Therefore, she appeared at the Immortal Ascension stage and gathered the clans of the sinkhole. She used the excuse of exploring the Tao Palace's secret place to order the clans of the sinkhole to deal with him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Magu and said seriously, "Tell me, what is the secret of the mirror that you know?" Magu was slightly startled. She raised her head and looked at him. "You still don't know?" Feng Xing said, "Of course I know. I'm just testing you." What was there to test about this? Magu was a little speechless. After a while, she softly said, "The Heaven Grudge clan has a secret pavilion that stores the secrets of the sinkhole. It's not strange that many people know about it. But what other cultivators know is that there is a jade scroll left behind by ancestor Heaven Grudge in the Heaven Grudge clan's secret pavilion. It's a map of the depths of the sinkhole. It's been too long and has no value at all." Feng Xing nodded, but he understood. This time, the cultivators had entered the depths of the sinkhole according to the map left behind by the dragon-seeking clan decades ago. Due to the changes in the terrain and the migration of ferocious beasts over the decades, there were so many unexpected dangers, and almost half of the cultivators had died inside. What use was the map left behind by Patriarch Heaven Abhor thousands of years ago? Many people know about this. It's because of this that the Heaven Grudge clan's secret pavilion wasn't completely destroyed by the clan's spies. Magu said softly. Her tone gradually became solemn. However, the dragon-seeking clan has been searching for the secrets of the sinkhole for thousands of years. Not only did we venture into the depths of the sinkhole again and again, we also paid attention to collecting information about the secrets of the sinkhole. We discovered that ancestor Heaven Grudge is the only person who entered the Supreme Tao Palace after the sinkhole was sealed for thousands of years. That's the point. Feng Xing secretly nodded and pricked up his ears. Although it had been a long time, the name of the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence was still resounding in the sinkhole. The old man was very likely the only cultivator who had been forced into the sinkhole to undergo a tribulation. In other words, he might be the strongest person in the history of the sinkhole. If there was really someone who could face all the dangers on the road alone and make it all the way to the Tao Palace, it would be him. Magu did not hide anything and told him all the guesses the Seeking Dragon clan had about the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence. There has always been a legend in the sinkhole that the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence had once entered the Tao Palace, and when he died, he left behind a treasure that could help people enter the Tao Palace and even leave the sinkhole. That was the mirror in his hand. There are even rumors that he had stolen the mirror from the Tao Palace. However, ever since the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence passed away, the mirror has not appeared for thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, there was a chaotic situation in the Ultimate where several large clans fought each other for the treasure left behind by the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence. Some people have always guessed that the mirror had already been lost at that time, and it might even have been taken away by the group of people who escaped 3,000 years ago. All the cultivators in the sinkhole thought so, but only the Seeking Dragon clan did not believe it. This was because my ancestor had once captured a highly respected Grand Elder of the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence and interrogated him. During the chaotic battle back then, the great array left behind by the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence was still in operation. The sinkhole cultivators had not attacked the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence's land, so it was impossible for the mirror to be stolen. However, the mirror had indeed disappeared. The only possibility was that the mirror had been hidden by the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence himself. It had always been in the secret pavilion, but no one knew where it was, and then I found it? Fangxing nodded. After thousands of years, the relics left behind by the Heaven Abhorrence ancestor were gradually lost, leaving only the portrait. It could be said that the portrait was the only clue left behind by the Heaven Abhorrence ancestor, and it was possible to find the mirror through it. In this way, no matter if it was an enemy or a friend, the portrait would not be damaged. It was only when he burned the portrait that he accidentally obtained the mirror. This was similar to what the high priest had told him. To a certain extent, what the high priest had told him was not as detailed as what Magu had told him. He only knew that there was a secret passed down in the Heaven Resentment clan. Patriarch Heaven Resentment had indeed entered the Taishangdao Palace and eventually brought back this bronze mirror. He had also left a message that the item he brought back was the only hope of obtaining the scripture. As for how to use this bronze mirror, the high priest didn't know. He only said that after entering the Taishangdao Palace and using the bronze mirror, he would naturally find out. Fangxing originally wanted to find the answer from Magu so that he could be prepared in advance. However, after asking a few times, he helplessly realized that Magu also didn't know about this. It seemed like he could only seek the answer after entering the Taishangdao Palace. He really didn't understand. This bronze mirror was only a magical mirror, so how could it have such a big implication? After asking a few more times, he confirmed that Magu's words had been emptied by him. Only then did he helplessly get up and meditate to the side. After he left, he stole a glance at Magu and saw that her eyes were filled with sadness and tears. This sadness wasn't fake, but it made him a little sad. The young master really made a mistake and was caught by him. Otherwise, Magu wouldn't have acted so well. Of course, he still didn't want to relax. He had to keep an eye on these two to prevent any accidents. At this moment, Magu didn't notice that Fangxing was secretly observing her. Her heart was filled with sadness. But this sadness was different from what Fangxing thought. With your ability, how could you be caught so easily? You were caught, so you can't save me anymore, then, that step is the only way? I'm not ugly anymore. I might even have a fairy-like face, but now, the more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Magu suddenly cried softly. The moonlight outside the palace was like water, slowly flowing in from outside the window. The night was silent. Early the next morning, when they walked out of the palace, they saw that the other troops had already gathered. It was not accurate to say that they were troops. Along the way from the outside of the ultimate, more than 200 troops had already lost more than half of them. Then they were attacked by the wood monster of Kuei in the Black Swamp, and the casualties were heavy again. Now there were only more than 30 people left in total. But even so, these 30 people all arrived at Three World Mountain. It was probably the strongest formation in history to explore the ultimate. Greetings, young friend Xing. When he exited the palace, he saw the purple-spotted old cultivator, Granny Yao, and the others standing at the peak of the Three-Realm Mountain, gazing towards the south. Fangxing leaped up as well. The old cultivators turned around and greeted him politely. With the capture of the vermilion bird, the hostile atmosphere had indeed disappeared. It really did seem like the leaders of the 5 tribes had joined hands to explore the ruins. Haha, old men, greetings, old seniors. What are you looking at? Fangxing also smiled. He gestured to the old cultivators and then asked with a smile. Looking at the Taishangdao Palace. Xianxia, the leader of the Yusho tribe, said softly as he gazed towards the south. Fangxing was slightly taken aback. He turned around to take a look as well. The world before him was filled with mist, and he couldn't see far. However, after activating his Dharma eye, he only saw the mist dissipate, and a towering mountain appeared before him. He couldn't see the peak of that mountain, as it was covered by clouds from the waist up. Even the Dharma eye couldn't see through it, and he could only see a part of the mountain. And on the mountain, he could vaguely see the eaves and tiles of the palace. They were hidden in the clouds, and there was a celestial aura. That's the Taishangdao Palace? Fangxing was stunned, and his eyes lit up. He was really a little shocked. The Blue Cloud sect, where he sought the Tao, was a large sect in the Chu region. The mountain was also a tall mountain, and the halls on the mountain were also great halls. But compared to the Taishang Dao Palace, it was like an ant seeing an elephant, or a beggar seeing an emperor. Simply put, if it weren't for the indescribable aura of death that enveloped the mountain, this place could be called a paradise. That's right, that's where we're going. After passing through the sea below, we'll reach the Taishang Dao Palace. The purple-spotted old cultivator said softly. He was a 1,000-year-old monster, but his tone was slightly excited. Hearing his words, Feng Xing also looked down. Between the Three-World Mountain and the mountain where the Taishang Dao Palace was located was a sea, a black sea. Faintly, there was even a salty sea breeze blowing from afar, bringing with it a faint aura of death. Although the other seas were unusually vast, they contained vitality. But the sea in front of him was lifeless, and the tumbling waves were like demonic howls. The Yellow Spring Sea. Feng Xing looked down at the sea, a little surprised, and murmured to himself. Oh? My young friend Xing has a good eye. Seeing that Feng Xing actually recognized the sea, the old cultivators of the clans were a little surprised. After a pause, the leader of the Imperial Beast clan, Xianxia, said in a low voice, "That's right. On our way to the Dao Palace, the last obstacle is the Yellow Spring Sea. This sea was originally the protective sea of the Taishang Orthodoxy, but unfortunately, it has become lifeless now. It's eerie and gloomy, and not even a feather can float on it. Moreover, the sea is filled with ghosts that have died countless years ago, and they kill all living beings. Anyone who comes into contact with the sea will be dragged into the sea and become a member of the ghosts of the Yellow Spring Sea. That's not all. The aura of death in the sea surges into the sky, causing the sky to be filled with deadly chilly winds. It's impossible to fly over it. There are also other incomplete formation eyes, white bone reefs. It's the most difficult obstacle on the journey to the ruins." Feng Xing was also somewhat tongue-tied when he heard and said, "Could it be that we can't even cross the sea? What did the Search Dragon clan do in the past?" The leader of the small clan's alliance, Luo Muzang, laughed bitterly and said, "Of the 4 heavens, if one escapes, then there's no such thing as an absolute land of death in the world. Although the Yellow Spring Sea is difficult to cross, there are usually permetha flowers and the wood of reincarnation growing by the sea. Once you pluck the permetha flowers, you can temporarily avoid the aura of death, and in the past, you can use the wood of reincarnation as a raft to cross the Yellow Spring Sea. Previously, when the Search Dragon clan explored the ruins, they relied on the spirit flowers and wood of reincarnation to cross the Yellow Spring Sea. However, we seem to be quite unlucky." My young friend Xing looked down. Following the direction he pointed, Feng Xing looked down and saw a few withered vines growing between the black rocks. They looked like charcoal and were lifeless. Luo Muzang laughed bitterly and said, "I wonder if a drastic change has occurred in the world again. The permetha flowers and the wood of reincarnation have both withered, and from the looks of it, they've been withered for at least 30 years. We're too late, there's no other way?" Feng Xing stared blankly for a moment, his little brows tightly knitted together. "It's not like there's no way at all." At that moment, the purple-spotted cultivator from the Fengtian clan suddenly said, "If any of our lineages were to come here alone, I'm afraid none of us would be able to cross the Netherworld Sea. But this time, we are an alliance of the 5 lineages. It can be said to be the strongest force in the sinkhole. If we can't even cross the Netherworld Sea, how can we talk about the Tao scriptures? There's no need to think too much. Everyone, go and make your preparations. This time, we will cross the Netherworld Sea by force." Cross by force? It wasn't only Feng Xing who was shocked. The other clan leaders were also shocked when they heard that. The purple-spotted cultivator nodded slowly and said, "That's right. We will cross by force. We have already come this far on the path of exploring the sinkhole, but are we going to fail at the last step? Fellow Taoists, don't hide your trump cards anymore. If we don't gather the strongest Dharma treasures of the 5 lineages, how are we to cross the Netherworld Sea that cuts off all vitality? I'll throw out a brick to attract jade. Our Fengtian clan's patriarch left behind the Dermic sword Dao. Back then, he guarded righteousness and repelled evil. The Dermic sword he left behind also contained his righteousness. This sword can destroy the Netherworld Sea's deathly aura and create a chance of survival for us. Seeing him take out a sword case from his storage bag and set an example, the other clans also wore solemn expressions. Since the Fengtian clan's patriarch has set an example, our Imperial Beast clan doesn't dare to hide anymore. This time, I've actually brought 6 puppets refined from 5th grade savage beasts. They are our Imperial Beast clan's strongest combat force. We originally planned to use them to deal with any sudden changes in the Dao Palace. Let's take them out now. These puppets have been refined using a secret art. They are neither alive nor dead, but they are not afraid of the Netherworld seizing winds. They can be used as boats to cross the sea. Moon Reverence Clan's Granny Yao also said slowly, Moon Reverence Clan doesn't have such Dharma treasures. However, with the Dao Palace's great fortune before us, I dare not shrink back. How about this, before we cross the sea, I'll use the Moon Reverence secret art and use the moon as my eye to explore the perilous lands within 100 miles of the Netherworld Sea. At the very least, I can give my fellow Taoists a clear map. Although it's not a Dharma treasure, it's worth it. The leader of the small clan's alliance, Luo Muzang, smiled bitterly and said, since we've already put in so much effort, how can an old man like me fall behind? Let's take out these 3 talismans. To tell you the truth, when I was forced into a dead end, I had no choice but to hide in the bottomless ruins. It was because I snatched these 3 talismans from the Divine Prefecture's Yuan family. Today, it's time to use them. After saying that, the few old men nodded lightly and looked at Feng Xing. Feng Xing was shocked. He protected his storage bag and jumped backward. He said warily, I've already given you the vermilion bird. What else do you want? For the sake of the Dao Palace, Zhu Xiu of the bottomless ruins went all out and took out all the treasures of his clan. Due to the unique rules of the bottomless ruins, the situation in the cultivation world was different from the outside world. The spirit chi was abundant here, so it was not a waste to cultivate. Cultivators like Hen Tianing, who had established their foundation before the age of 20, would definitely be geniuses of major sects in the outside world, but in the bottomless ruins, they were not that outstanding. But with advantages came disadvantages. Although the spirit chi was abundant here, the rules were chaotic, and there were very few spirit stones and divine mines, which meant that there were very few materials to forge artifacts. Aside from cultivation, artifacts, talismans, and formations were not their forte. To put it simply, in the bottomless ruins, artifacts, talismans, and even one's own spiritual energy were extremely precious. But now, in order to cross the Yellow Spring Sea, the leaders had put in a lot of effort. At that time, they rested at 3 Realm Mountain for 3 days and prepared to cross the sea. Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan did not lie. For 3 consecutive days, she climbed to the peak of 3 Realm Mountain at midnight and used her lifespan to perform the Reverence Moon secret technique. After the technique was performed, the brilliance of the moon in the sky seemed to surpass that of the sun. Its silvery light shone on the Yellow Spring Sea, and she used the moon as her eyes, memorizing every dark reef, chilling wind, and undercurrent on the sea and marking them on a map. After 3 days, she had almost explored the terrain and dangers of the Yellow Spring Sea and was ready to cross the sea. On the other hand, Xianxia of the Beast Tamer clan withdrew 6 puppet beasts that were 30 meters tall from his storage pouch. They emanated ferocious auras, and surprisingly, they were refined from the bodies of 5th grade ferocious beasts. They weren't afraid of winds and were difficult to be injured by blades, and they were like high-grade magic artifacts. Moreover, each puppet beast could carry 7 to 8 cultivators, so the remaining 30-plus cultivators here were enough to cross the ocean. Luo Muzang, the leader of the small clan's alliance, gritted his teeth and took out 3 divine talismans. It was said that the talismans were made by the Yuan family of the Divine Prefecture, and each talisman had unfathomable power. After the talismans were activated, they would hover above everyone's head and protect Zhu Xiu from any unexpected danger. The 3 talismans were equivalent to 3 times, but after they were used, the talismans would become useless. As for the Fengtian clan, it was equivalent to taking out the true ultimate treasure of the clan. Ancestor Fengtian's magic sword. Back then, Patriarch Fengtian was a true protector of the Dao. He abhorred evil his entire life and killed countless fiendish demons. Even his reason for entering the sinkhole was different. Others were forced to do so, but he did not hesitate to enter the sinkhole to kill a demon. In the end, he ended his life there. The magic sword he left behind was tainted with his demon-slaying karma. Its righteousness was vast, and its essence chi shot to the heavens. It had almost reached the point where it could suppress fate. Only such a magic sword could destroy the death chi of the Yellow Spring Sea. As for Feng Xing, I've already given you the vermilion bird. What else do you want? He waited patiently to cross the river with the other cultivators. At noon on the third day, everything was ready. 34 cultivators and a red dragon rode on the 6 ferocious beast puppets provided by the Yusho clan. Feng Xing, Henchening, and the 8 golden core servants could ride on one of the ferocious beast puppets. However, the red dragon was too big, so they had to ride with Feng Xing. They had to curl up their bodies and barely fit. The Dao Palace is right in front of us. Cross the Yellow Spring Sea. The purple-spotted cultivator from the Feng Tian clan shouted. He brought out the sword case and took out a seemingly ordinary 3-foot-long sword. He lowered his head and prayed for a while. Then, he unsheathed the sword and slashed at the sky. With a rumble, the ordinary-looking 3-foot-long sword suddenly erupted with a terrifying force that almost split the world. The Yellow Spring Sea was filled with eerie energy all year round. It looked like dark clouds looming over the surface of the sea. When the sword slashed, the energy that had been lingering for thousands of years was split in half by the sword light. The energy was pushed back to the sides. Some twisted faces of the dead could even be seen in the dark clouds. They were howling and struggling, but they were suppressed by the sword energy. Life and death are on the line. Let's fight. Xianxia, the leader of the Feng Tian clan, also shouted. He waved the flag in his hand and 6 huge beast puppets flew out at the same time. The flag in his hand was a treasure that controlled the 6 beast puppets. There was an invisible spiritual connection between the beast puppets and the flag. As long as the flag was in front, the beast puppets would be tied down by a rope. They would advance and retreat together. With the flag's power, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the mist of the Yellow Spring Sea. It was indeed the best choice for the cultivators to cross the sea. Boom! Just as the puppet beast swooped down from the 3-world mountain towards the Yellow Spring Sea, bone-chilling winds swept in from all directions. The winds were icy cold, yet as sharp as knives, almost tearing everything that flew on the surface of the sea to shreds. However, the puppet beast was neither alive nor dead, so it was not afraid of the winds. Under the summoning of Xianxia's flag, its body was lifeless but extremely dignified as it slowly floated forward. Roar! The dead spirits on the 2 sides roared when they saw something enter the Yellow Spring Sea. They wanted to rush forward and tear it apart. Humph! Demonic barrier. Retreat! The purple-spotted old cultivator snorted and slashed again. The azure-edged sword glowed brightly, forcing the dead spirits back again. Some of them were too slow and were sucked in by the sword's power. Some of them even shattered, turning into dark light that dissipated into the world. There's a hidden reef with human bones ahead. Turn west first, then turn south 1,000 feet later and go around it. At the same time, the Reverence Moon clansmen held the map of the Yellow Spring Sea that Granny Yao had found and loudly warned the cultivators to avoid it. It had to be said that the great tribes of the Sinkhole each had their own strengths. Only such an alliance could cross the Yellow Spring Sea. This level of danger was not something that a single tribe or person could deal with alone. After 3 days of careful preparation, the cultivators slowly crossed the 100 miles of the Yellow Spring Sea and rushed to the other side. After nearly half of the journey, it was more daunting than dangerous. However, when they crossed nearly 2/3 of the sea, the group of dead spirits who watched the cultivators cross the sea but did not dare to approach suddenly took out their weapons and stared at the cultivators fiercely. Their mouths opened quickly and silently, as if they were chanting something. As it continued to chant, black thunderclouds gradually gathered above the heads of the cultivators. Not good, these vile creatures are cursing us, Elder Fengjing of the Feng Tian clan immediately roared in fear when he saw this scene. Don't worry, I'm already prepared. Luo Muzang, the leader of the Small Tribes Alliance, shouted through gritted teeth. Then, as if he was cutting his own flesh to bleed, he threw a purple talisman into the air. Almost at the same time, more than a dozen black lightning bolts suddenly struck down from the black thunderclouds in the sky, striking the cultivators. The purple talisman happened to fly above the cultivators' heads and in an instant, there was a brilliant flash, boom, it was as if there were Yuaniing cultivators fighting above their heads. Boundless and chaotic energy poured down from above. However, the purple talisman played an extraordinary role in the face of such destructive energy. The shocking energy was completely annihilated by the purple light on the talisman. The sound of thunder was loud, but the raindrops were small. In the end, the purple talisman completely disappeared. The purple talisman also turned a dull gray. It swayed and fell from the sky, sinking into the yellow spring sea. What a good talisman! The talisman's effect was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the purple-spotted old cultivator turned around to look at it with a strange expression. Haha, it's good that it can eliminate the disaster, Luo Muzang laughed when he heard the crowd's praises, but his heart was bleeding. Damn it, this talisman is so powerful? No wonder the Yuan family chased me for 100,000 miles back then. If I knew it was so powerful, I wouldn't have taken it out. The calamity disappeared without a trace. All the cultivators clenched their teeth and rushed forward with tense faces. They broke through the fog and rushed to the other side. Below them was the black seawater that kept churning. In front of them was the door to the Dao Palace. There was a chance of survival. Oh no, they watched as they approached the other shore step by step. Who would have thought that something would happen? On the path that the cultivators were taking, the sea region that Granny Yao had clearly checked and deemed as safe suddenly glowed with spiritual light. Formless power of the matrix stretched out and appeared before the cultivators. It was an eye of the matrix. It should have been one of the eyes of the sea-sealing matrix of the High Dao Palace. Now that the sea-sealing matrix had long been destroyed and was no more, this eye of the matrix had been preserved, and it had suddenly manifested. A powerful suction force was already forming in the eye of the formation, and it was getting stronger and stronger. When the eye of the formation was completely formed, everyone would probably be sucked into it and torn to pieces. Fellow Luo, use the talisman quickly, Xianxia, who was riding on the puppet beast, immediately shouted when he saw the situation. The leader of the small clan alliance, Luo Muzang, actually hesitated at this moment, as if he was reluctant to use the talisman. He hesitated for a moment, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that the 9 elixirs and 8 servants of the Hateful Sky Clan and the Hateful Sky Clan's puppet beast were the closest to the eye of the formation. A plan came to his mind. He took out the talisman and prepared to use it, while at the same time, he secretly held out his palm. His palm was secretly infused with elixir light. It was like a sharp knife that cut off the connection between the flag in Xianxia's hand and the puppet beast in 1/10 of a breath's time. The puppet beast's forward momentum slowed down slightly, and the suction force of the formation eye continued to strengthen. It immediately drew the puppet beast toward the eye of the formation, and it was about to block the eye of the formation. It's just a few servants. If you block the eye of the formation, the power of the eye of the formation will be reduced, and it will be enough for us to break through this area. Luo Muzang thought to himself. After using the first talisman, he found that the power of the talisman was stronger than he had imagined, so he was reluctant to use it. He wanted to keep it with him, and if he encountered any trouble in the future, he could use it to save his life. To him, it was just sacrificing a few members of the Hateful Sky Clan, so it was really not a big deal. Feng Xing had the red dragon by his side, and he also had 8 gold core servants. In terms of power, he had already surpassed the heaven worship, beast taming, and moon-worshipping factions, not to mention the small clan alliance that had suffered heavy casualties along the way. Now he had a chance to quietly kill the 8 servants under Feng Xing, and at the same time save himself a talisman. No matter how he thought about it, it was worth it. However, he had underestimated Feng Xing. He was not far from the 8 gold core servants, and when he discovered the formation eye, he immediately focused his attention in that direction. His divine sense was at its most sensitive, and he immediately sensed Luo Muzang's small movements. His eyes suddenly spat out 2 flames of anger, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, you're courting death." If it was before the Black Swamp, Feng Xing would not have been so angry. In fact, he did not have a good impression of the heaven-hating clan. This position of clan master was only because he was forced to do so. However, there was one good thing about Feng Xing. Although he might not necessarily keep his word, he would still try his best to fulfill it. If he really could not fulfill his promise, then he would have no psychological burden. When he was in the black swamp, he guessed that the vermilion bird might be nearby, so he suddenly had the idea to lure the vermilion bird out and trap it. In order to realize this plan, he naturally needed the help of the 8 Jindan servants and the heaven-hating Ning. Regardless of whether he forced them or tempted them, these people did help him complete this trap, and they did so at great risk. At that time, the 8 Jindan servants each held a formation flag and were ready to take up a position. As soon as they saw the vermilion bird appear, they took a great risk. Because at that time, there were cracks in the void above their heads. If they were not careful, they would have died. However, in order to take up a position in the air, one of the Jindan servants even rushed to a height of more than 700 feet, which was already risking his life. And the heaven-hating Ning was the same. In order to be realistic, Feng Xing wanted her to pretend to be Magu, which also determined that she would fall into the hands of the young master. Who could guarantee that the young master would not slap her to death in a rage at that time? However, she didn't say anything and followed Feng Xing's instructions to do so. Although she did manage to escape unscathed in the end, at that time, she had truly shouldered the risk. And at that time, Feng Xing also personally promised, "If you help me do this, I will not mistreat you." But who would have thought that this group of people would actually be pushed to death by that sinister Luo Musang? In an instant, Feng Xing was enraged, and shouted, "Bastard, you dare touch this young master's people?" With a loud shout, he swung his right hand, and a black iron chain was thrown toward the puppet beast where the 8 Jindan core servants were. The 8 Jindan core servants were, after all, of Jindan core cultivation, so their reaction was very fast. In a panic, they did not scatter. As soon as they saw Feng Xing throw the iron chain, the old man with the highest cultivation on the puppet beast, Hateful Sky Ridge, immediately grabbed the iron chain and pulled it taut. The speed at which their puppet beast was drawn to the eye of the formation immediately slowed down. Crack crack crack, all of the puppet beasts were originally bound by the formation flag in Xianxia's hand, and an invisible force had strung them together. Luo Musang had cut off the connection between the puppet beast and the command flag, which allowed the puppet beast to quickly be drawn to the eye of the formation. However, Feng Xing had used the netherworld chains to hold them back, which connected them to the command flag. In an instant, the entire team's speed slowed down. The eye of the formation was still growing stronger, and the pull was getting stronger with each breath. The whole team was actually being drawn to the eye of the formation. "Little bastard, let go. Are you trying to get us all killed?" Luo Musang was so scared that cold sweat flowed down his back. They were on the Yellow Spring Sea, where evil winds blew and dead spirits roamed. If they were not careful, they would all lose their lives. Where did this little bastard get the courage to do this? Don't freaking feel sorry for your stupid talismans. Hurry up and use them, this young master will return you 10, Feng Xing also shouted. He knew that Luo Musang had used his talisman, and it was enough to resolve the crisis. "Little brat, you're courting death." Luo Musang had been pushed into the fire by Feng Xing. He had no choice but to take out a talisman. Just as he was about to use it, a furious roar suddenly sounded from the side. It was Granny Yao, who had used the moon-worshipping secret art 3 times in a row over the past few days and had weakened her body. She was not at the front, but in the middle, the safest position, and it just so happened that she was closer to Feng Xing's puppet beast. Seeing that danger had appeared, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in her eyes. With a furious roar, she slashed down with her palm. Crack, indistinctly, there seemed to be the sound of an invisible string snapping. The puppet beast that Feng Xing and the Crimson Dragon were in suddenly lost its connection with the flag in Xianxia's hand and spun toward the eye of the formation. Luo Musang only wanted to kill the 8 golden core servants of the hateful Sky Clan and save the talismans, but Granny Yao had also hardened her heart and wanted to use this opportunity to kill Feng Xing as well. At this moment, the roars of the 8 golden core servants were mixed with the shrieks of the hateful Sky Clan. The 2 puppet beasts quickly rushed toward the eye of the formation. "Damned fat woman, I'll kill you sooner or later," Feng Xing was infuriated and shouted loudly. On the other hand, Granny Yao smiled eerily and said, "If you're lucky enough, we'll talk about this after you survive." Feng Xing, hateful Sky Clan, and the others quickly rushed toward the eye of the formation. Putting aside hateful Sky Clan, who was at Foundation establishment, even the 8 golden core servants were screaming in panic. However, Feng Xing's expression was cold, and he did not panic in the slightest. His eyes were fixed on the eye of the formation and he pushed the yin-yang fiend god mirror to its limits. 2 faintly discernible runes appeared in each of his eyes. Attack the Sun position, 3 feet diagonally downward. In the time it took for 2 breaths, the 2 puppet beasts had already rushed to the position of the formation eye. But it was also at this time, Feng Xing suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he took out the copper mirror and shone it at the position of the formation eye's death gate. On the position of the death gate, a black flame immediately appeared, pulsating faintly. It seemed that even the sea water of the yellow springs was sizzling because of this flame. As for the 8 golden core servants, they thought that they were doomed in their panic. When they heard Feng Xing's shout, they were unable to react in time. It was the middle golden core old servant, who had the highest cultivation among them, who reacted faster. He immediately struck at the black flame with his palm. Like an arrow, the core light shot toward the death gate of the formation's eye. Then, in less than a third of a breath, another 3 people reacted and struck at the same time. The 5th to strike was the Crimson Dragon. It seemed to have sensed the anxiety in Feng Xing's heart. With a muffled roar, it suddenly spat out a breath of air. Its consciousness was in a mess, and it did not know how to use any spells. However, its dragon body was strong, so the breath it spat out was no joke. A transparent ball of air formed at the mouth of the dragon, and it shot toward the pulsating black flame like a bolt of lightning. Boom, 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 a series of sounds rang out. The eye of the formation had suffered so many attacks that a huge wave that was several hundred feet tall actually appeared. Then, with a loud bang, it dissipated into nothingness. However, it was also at this moment that the chi bullet spat out by the Crimson Dragon struck the surface of the water. The counterattack was so strong that it actually caused the 2 puppet beasts to fly in the opposite direction. Bang! Bang! The 2 puppet beasts flew over the heads of Luo Muzang, Granny Yao, and the others, and actually flew in front of them. They landed behind the purple-spotted old cultivator, who was second in line, and created a huge splash of black seawater. This sudden turn of events stunned Luo Muzang and Granny Yao. Even the 8 golden core servants and Hen Tianing were in a state of panic, and they could not react at all. That kind of formation core was incomparably dangerous, and being lured over meant death. Who would have thought that Feng Xing had casually pointed out a direction, and all the cultivators had subconsciously attacked that direction, and they had actually forcefully dispersed that formation core, turning danger into safety? What they did not know was that Feng Xing had a treasure like the yin-yang fiend god mirror on him. The so-called formation's eye was actually the foundation of the formation formed by the 8 legs. Now that the formation had been destroyed, all that was left were the individual operating formation's eyes. There were a total of 8 positions for such a formation's eyes, and Feng Xing had seen through them with a single glance. He did not even need anyone's divination to point out the location of the death door. Although the formation's eyes were powerful, they were simple in structure. Destroying one of the doors would cause it to disappear. Feng Xing leading the cultivators to attack the death door was equivalent to destroying the formation's eyes. Of course, although it sounded simple, in the eyes of the cultivators, it was no different from a miracle. God damn it, you 2 bastards dare to set me up? Feng Xing was enraged. He pointed at Luo Muzang and Granny Yao and cursed at them. At the same time, he took out his huge black sword. Luo Muzang and Granny Yao were both shocked, and they hurriedly shouted, "Don't." Even the purple-spotted cultivator and Xianxia were shocked, and they shouted, "Calm down." But Feng Xing did not care about that. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed down. With 2 chi sounds, the sword slashed through the air. The formation eye had just disappeared, and the puppet beasts controlled by Xianxia's command flag were charging forward at high speed. Feng Xing's slash had severed the connection between Granny Yao and Luo Muzang's 2 puppet beasts and the command flag. Under the momentum of the charge, the 2 of them were instantly pulled far away, even out of the range of protection of the purple-spotted old cultivator's sword of righteousness. The surrounding dead spirits who had been watching for a long time were immediately overjoyed when they saw this, and they pounced toward the puppets they were in. Bitter. Luo Muzang was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. With a loud shout, he no longer cared about the pain in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out the talisman in his hand. The talisman floated in the air and glowed with purple light. It actually forced back the surrounding dead spirits. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Muzang hurriedly struck behind him with his palm and urged the puppets to charge forward. He wanted to catch up to Xianxia and re-establish the connection with the flag in his hand. "Old geezer Luo, where do you think I am?" A furious roar suddenly came from behind him. A rope that looked like a spider's web flew out and tied itself tightly around the puppets Luo Muzang was in. Luo Muzang's forward momentum immediately slowed. Only then did he remember that Granny Yao was still behind him. Helpless, he could only curse Fangxing in his heart. However, he did not dare to escape alone. Besides, he would not be able to escape anyway, so he had no choice but to toss out the third talisman. Boom. This talisman resolved Granny Yao's crisis, and the two puppets temporarily calmed down. At the same time, Xianxia also stopped moving forward. He hurriedly waved the flag and summoned the two puppets to charge forward. "Little bastard, how cruel of you. Are you trying to wipe out our two tribes?" Luo Muzang was as furious as thunder. Standing on top of the puppets, he bellowed at Fangxing. He was truly furious. Not only did he lose his last two talismans in one go, he was also almost surrounded by the dead spirits. If he had not taken out the talisman in time, the Small Clans Alliance and the Reverence Moon Clan would have all perished in the Yellow Spring Sea. "This little bastard is really ruthless. I want all of you to be wiped out." Fangxing's temper flared up. He shouted loudly. While answering, he swung his sword down with both hands. Kacha! The two puppet beasts that had just connected with the command flag were suddenly cut off again. Luo Muzang and Yao Yao's faces immediately turned green. "You little bastard, you're so vicious." Luo Muzang's face paled in fright. He had thought that it was vicious enough for the brat to sever the connection between his and Granny Yao's puppet and the flag. If he hadn't used two talismans in a row, they would have been completely wiped out by now. He didn't expect the brat to do it again. He didn't have any talismans left. If he did it again, would he really lose his life in the Yellow Spring Sea? Fortunately, due to the collapse of the formation's eye, the puppet's momentum was too fast. That was why after Fangxing severed the connection between the puppet and the flag, they were able to fall far behind. However, the speed of the cultivators had been suppressed by Xianxia, so they weren't left behind. Xianxia quickly waved the flag a few times and reconnected it. "We haven't even reached the mountain, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves?" The purple-spotted old cultivator turned around and bellowed. His face was filled with rage. If not for the fact that he was currently holding the sword of righteousness with both hands to suppress the surrounding Yin spirits, he would have already slashed at them. Xianxia also shouted, "We're about to reach the other side. Don't cause any more trouble." Humph. Fangxing was still fuming, his eyes fixed on Luo Muzang and Granny Yao. Luo Muzang and Granny Yao were naturally filled with hatred as well. However, at this critical juncture, they didn't dare to act recklessly. The group of cultivators continued forward. When they finally reached the other side, all of them jumped down from their puppets in a daze. Even though the journey wasn't far, it was still a terrifying one. This was especially so for those fellows. They actually dared to fight in the Yellow Spring Sea. Did they really not care about their own lives? After all, once they fell into the Yellow Spring Sea, even Yuanian cultivators would find it hard to survive. "What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyeballs out." Seeing the hostile gazes of Luo Muzang and Granny Yao, Fangxing cursed. "Mother ***, a mere foundational cultivator dares to bully me?" Luo Muzang and Granny Yao were dismayed. As Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators, they could be said to be invincible in the human race in the sinkhole. Yet, they had almost been killed by this brat in the Netherworld Sea. Now that they were ashore, he was threatening them before they could say anything. Needless to say, their anger had already reached its peak. Roar! Before the two of them could say anything, the Crimson Dragon roared again, its large eyes staring at their faces. The man and the dragon both looked ferocious. This caused Luo Muzang and Granny Yao's hearts to tremble, and a deep sense of fear arose in their hearts. Granny Yao had expended 30 years of her life force to perform the secret art of worshipping the moon, and her cultivation had yet to fully recover. Luo Muzang had also been forced to use his 3 treasured talismans from the divine prefecture. They were at their weakest right now, and they really did not dare to provoke the Crimson Dragon. After all, the Holy Ji Palace was right in front of them, and no one wanted anything to happen to them at such a crucial moment. Humph. The two of them looked at each other with grim expressions, as if they would remember this grudge, but they did not say anything. On the other side, the 8 golden core servants came over to thank Feng Xing. The 8 of them naturally understood the dangers of the Netherworld Sea, and it was truly a matter of life and death. If not for Feng Xing's rescue, the 8 of them would have died even if they had 10 lives. This was a true feeling of surviving a disaster, but it also made them feel a sense of gratitude from the bottom of their hearts, diluting the resentment that Feng Xing had previously forced them to do such a dangerous thing. I don't care if you believe me or not. Just listen to me, I won't let you suffer. Feng Xing proudly showed off his position as the leader, and then waved his hand for them to investigate the surrounding terrain. At this time, the purple-spotted old cultivator from the Fengtian clan, Xianxia from the Beast Tamer clan, and the others had already started investigating as soon as they reached the shore. They were at the cliff of an indescribably majestic mountain, and in front of them was an ancient jade bridge. On the other side of the cliff was a mountain of unknown height. It was vaguely the same mountain that Feng Xing and the other old cultivators had seen on the other side of the Netherworld Sea. However, now that they had arrived at the foot of the mountain, they increasingly felt that the mountain was even larger than they had imagined. It was almost like a pillar that pierced through the earth and the void. Looking up, there were white clouds, and they could not see the peak of the mountain. The mountain gave them a feeling that they could climb along the mountain all the way to the immortal realm. Between the cliff and the mountain was an abyss of unknown depth. The bottom could not be seen, and it was eerie and eerie. In front of them was a jade bridge that was 99 zhang long. There were 2 stone pillars that were 99 zhang tall on one side of the bridge, and there were also 2 stone pillars that were also 99 zhang tall on the other side. There were 4 stone pillars that were more than 10 zhang thick at the front and back, and they were divided into 4 colors: green, red, white, and black. The 4 ferocious beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, were engraved on them. They seemed to be guarding the front and back of the bridge. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but the statues were still vivid and lifelike, staring coldly at the people from outside the mountain. Is this the door of the 4 ferocious beasts? Feng Xing thought to himself. Then, he used his transcendence vision to look inside the mountain, but he discovered that there seemed to be a forbidden formation blocking his view, so he could not see clearly. When they were in the 3-world mountain, they could still vaguely see the Dao Palace and celestial scenery on the other side of the mountain. Now that they were closer, all they could see was a hazy fog. From this side of the cliff, all they could see was the mountain on the other side being enveloped by a profound and terrifying formation. If they wanted to fly over the abyss to reach the mountain, they would definitely collide with the formation and fall into the abyss. The only way to reach the other side was this jade bridge. They could not pass through the bridge right now, because there was also a terrifyingly powerful formation blocking the way at the end of the bridge. The body of the bridge was extraordinary. The entire bridge was paved with white jade that contained spirit energy, and it was extremely luxurious. However, with the passage of time, this spotless jade had already become dim and gray, and it seemed to emit a gray and hazy aura of death. After examining it for a while, the purple-spotted old cultivator called for the division leaders to discuss matters. Feng Xing was naturally among them. After the discussion, there was nothing new to say, but they distributed tasks. The 5 divisions agreed to rest on this cliff for the time being. Each division would send out people to set up defenses around the cliff to prevent any accidents. At the same time, they would use this time to study the authenticity of the 4 Banes sect and the method of offering sacrifices. Magu had mentioned the method of offering sacrifices to the 4 Banes sect before. However, the cultivators had already arrived at the mountain gate, and with the vermilion bird in their hands, they naturally would not place their lives in the hands of a woman. Thus, they decided to study it themselves. If they could decipher the method of offering sacrifices to the 4 Banes sect, they would not have to rely on Magu. They could act on their own and be more at ease. After that, as if to put an end to the grudge between Feng Xing, Granny Yao, and Luo Muzang, they specially made an agreement. When Ho Jiuyua's phenomenon arrived, the 5 divisions would wait on the cliff. They would live in harmony and not interfere with each other's business. If there was a conflict, the other 3 divisions could work together to stop it. Even if there was a grudge, it would have to wait until they left the Dao Palace to settle it. Feng Xing did not have much to say about this agreement, so he casually agreed to it. In reality, he did not have the time to think about how to kill Granny Yao and Luo Muzang. The Dao Palace was right in front of him, so he had to prioritize. In the following period of time, Reverence Heaven, Baiyue, Beast Taming, and the small clan alliance all sent cultivators who were proficient in the method of offering sacrifices to investigate the foundation of the Four Banes sect. The conclusion they obtained was that there was a powerful evil aura on the sect. However, the method of the Taishang orthodoxy was too profound. With their cultivation and knowledge, they were unable to see through the restriction. They could only wait for the phenomenon of the 9 moons to rise into the sky and offer sacrifices. On the other hand, Feng Xing was not involved in this at all. He was aiming in another direction. That night, he summoned his 8 golden core servants into the palace and asked excitedly, "Which one of you knows the method of divination?" Even if they did not specialize in the Tao of formations, after reaching the golden core realm, how could they not know some formation divination? Thus, of the 8 golden core servants in front of him, 5 or 6 of them stood up. Even Han Tianing pushed Feng Xing from behind meekly and said in a low voice, "I know it too." Feng Xing was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and said, "Let's go, let's break the formation." The attention of the other clans was focused on the door of the Four Banes sect, but Feng Xing had his eyes set on the other side of the abyss, on the forbidden formation that covered the entire ruins of the Taishang Dao Palace. Everyone had a common understanding about this formation. It was mysterious and difficult to understand. It could be called an immortal formation. If the formation was not opened, no one could force their way in. They could only wait quietly for the 9 moons to rise. However, Feng Xing did not believe this. He had the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, so he wanted to see if he could break the formation in advance. When he revealed his plan, the 8 golden core servants and Han Tianing were stunned. How taboo was the guardian formation of the Taishang Dao Palace? For thousands of years, the dragon-seeking clan had come to the front of the Dao Palace countless times, but they had never been able to do anything about the formation. There were only a few of them, and they wanted to break the formation in a short period of time. How different was this from seeking death? However, Feng Xing was rude and unreasonable, and he did not seem like someone who could be persuaded. The 8 golden core servants could only pinch their noses and jump into the sea of fire with him. What happened next shocked the 8 golden core servants. Feng Xing did not recklessly ask them to risk their lives and charge into the formation. Instead, he began to do divination seriously. When they received the first jade scroll that recorded the strange operation of the 8 gates of the formation, there was no need to describe the shock in their hearts. On the west side of the cliff on the other side of the Taishang Dao Palace, a luxurious palace sat on a relatively flat piece of ground amidst the barren forest. That palace was Feng Xing's encampment. Over the past 7 or 8 days, the cultivators of the various clans had come to view the Foundation Establishment clan leader of the Heaven Abhorrer clan with extreme contempt. Everyone used the time before the 9 moons rose to study the Door of the Four Perils in order to be more secure, or they gathered together to share the clan's analysis of the Taishang Dao Palace in case of any accidents. Except for the clan leader of the Heaven Abhorrer clan. That bastard actually thought that he was here for a walk. He did not show his face even after arriving at the gates of the Taishang Dao Palace. Occasionally, he would send a golden core servant over to check on everyone's progress and show that he still cared about them. Other than that, he did not do anything else. This attitude of his made all the cultivators despise him to the extreme. Even Luo Muzang and Granny Yao felt that it was hilarious that they had gotten themselves into a grudge with such a stupid and slow-witted bastard. It was embarrassing to have such an enemy. However, no one would have guessed that, amidst the disdainful voices of the cultivators, Feng Xing was never idle. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a large blue stone, looking at the great array of the Taishang Dao Palace across the abyss. His eyes were even shining, and there were strange runes appearing in his pupils. He kept saying some directions and the symbols of the 8 gates of the array, which were then recorded by Xianxia, who was beside him. Every time he recorded a complete set of the Grand Array's operating symbols, Xianxia would return to the palace. Here, the 8 golden core servants had practically become old pedants. Some were calculating, some were pinching their fingers and shaking their heads, and some were drawing on a sand table. There were even some who were calculating the 8 formation flags that Fangxing had given them, and then calculating some mysterious and unfathomable trajectories. The results are almost out. Xianxia obtained a scroll that recorded the results of the latest calculations and excitedly ran out to hand it to Fangxing. Fangxing took it and sighed. 8 old fogies are not as fast as that damned bird. Sigh. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied and whispered, 7 days to calculate the trajectory of the Haidao Palace's array is not slow. Fangxing scoffed and said, what the hell do you know? However, he missed the golden crow whose ability to deduce formations was extremely powerful. Back then, when the two of them worked together, they were able to enter and exit all kinds of formations as if they were nothing. Most of the time, he had to say the location of the 8 gates of the formation, and the golden crow would deduce on the spot. They were able to escape from death and break through all kinds of formations. But now, the 8 old men had been calculating for 3 days and still couldn't figure it out. In this world, regardless of whether it was a simple formation with only 8 gates or a taboo formation with multiple layers of profound techniques, in order to break it, there were only 2 conditions. The first was to determine the position of the 8 gates and record the basic trajectory of the 8 gates. The second was to use divination to calculate the path behind the formation or the overall operating pattern. With this, the formation could be broken. Now was the case. Fangxing used the yin-yang demon mirror to break through the 8 gates, and the golden core 8 servants were fully focused on calculating. The taboo formation of the Haidao orthodoxy was indeed mysterious and unusual. It was not something that could be calculated by humans. But now, it was the rare time for the 9 moons to rise into the sky, and the power of the taboo formation had been weakening. Every time a red light appeared in the sky, the power of the formation would weaken a little. Now, there were 6 red lights in the sky, and the power of the formation had been weakened 6 times. But there was already a possibility of breaking it. When the formation was broken, Fangxing did not need to wait for the 9 moons to rise into the sky. He could just sacrifice the 4 Bane sect and enter the Dao Palace ahead of time. The Golden Core 8 servants also realized this, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. In the beginning, they did not think much of Fangxing. But after Fangxing lured the vermilion bird and saved the people in the Yellow Springs, they gradually felt that the kid was not as simple as he seemed. Until now, when Fangxing actually gave them the complete operation of the Haidao Palace's formation, the shock in their hearts increased to the extreme, and they could not see through Fangxing at all. With the combined efforts of all the cultivators, 7 days later, when the 7th red lantern rose into the sky, there was finally a result. Xianxia solemnly held the scroll that recorded the result of the calculation and presented it to Fangxing. Behind her, the 8 Jindan servants lined up in a row. Although they looked tired, they all wore a smile on their faces. Their expressions were relaxed and they seemed to be quite pleased with themselves. It seemed that they had a sense of achievement to be able to deduce the formation of the Haidao orthodoxy. Fangxing took the scroll and glanced at it. His eyes also lit up. The result of the deduction was not bad. The theory of the yin-yang formation and the theory of the operation of the gate of life and death were all contained in it. Although it was not enough for Fangxing to treat the protective formation as if it was nothing, if he was careful, he could go back and forth as easily as if he was visiting someone. Not bad, you guys have worked hard. Reward. Fangxing nodded and took out a storage bag with a grin on his face. It was also a rule to reward people for doing something, and Fangxing had always been generous in this regard. Haha, it is our honor to be able to serve the clan leader. There is no need for a reward, the old gold core stage servant with the highest cultivation chuckled and said in a reserved manner. He vaguely gave off a feeling of immortality. In fact, he did not think that Fangxing could take out any extraordinary reward. After all, when Fangxing first entered the heaven-hating clan, he had already given up all the valuable things. The only things he could keep were some unimportant things. However, he did not know that the things that Feng Xing had given up had already been taken back by him, and even the small treasure vault that he had hidden away. Moreover, another reason for declining Feng Xing's reward was that although the 8 of them were his servants in name, they were actually only temporarily sacrificed for the fate of the clan. No one really planned to be a servant for the rest of their lives. At this time, if they accepted the reward from this brat, wouldn't they really treat them as servants? Even if they worked for Feng Xing now, they would only treat it as returning the favor of saving their lives. The other gold core stage servants also thought so and declined politely. Haha, clan leader, there is no need to be so polite. Deciphering such a mysterious formation is also quite beneficial to our attainments in formations. It can be considered as a reward. Clan leader, keep your resources for your own cultivation, we don't need them. Before he finished speaking, several gold core stage masters who were closer to Feng Xing suddenly felt as if their necks were being strangled. Their eyes stared unblinkingly at the things that Feng Xing took out from the storage bag. One of the slower gold core stage masters was still proudly saying that he did not need the reward, but suddenly his mouth was covered by the person next to him. He immediately reacted and opened his eyes wide to look at Feng Xing. Feng Xing did not take out many things. 3 magic tools, 1 pill bottle, 4 elixirs, 1 piece of spirit essence. Huh. Several old gold core stage cultivators gasped at the same time. Their eyes were wide open, and they no longer had the sage-like demeanor. You all don't want it, then I'll put it away again. Feng Xing glanced at them and began to put things into the storage bag one by one. This clan leader is so generous, The middle stage gold core stage cultivator suddenly spoke. His face was full of expectation, and his old face did not even blush. Hey, take it. These things of mine are already incredible outside, not to mention in the ultimate. Feng Xing glanced at them disdainfully and threw the things to them. The 8 gold core servants and Hen Tianing each got 1, and they were all scratching their heads in joy. These things were really good. It should be known that most of the things in Feng Xing's storage bag were used by the cultivators in the mysterious domain to exchange for the sword embryo in his hand. He did not need most of them, but they were all good things in the hands of experts. Thank you, clan leader. The 8 gold core old servants bowed in unison, and even Hen Tianing followed suit and bowed at the side. With this bow, they really put their positions below Feng Xing. Look after the palace and don't let anyone disturb me. If anyone is looking for me, send a message to me. After making the arrangements, Feng Xing stuffed the scroll into his arms. Clan leader, what are you doing? The old gold core servant asked hesitantly. Since the trajectory of the Taishangdao Palace's array has been calculated, of course I have to go take a look. A strange look flashed in Feng Xing's eyes, and he made another arrangement. Then, under the surprised eyes of the 8 gold core servants, he led the red dragon out of the palace. His position was very hidden, and no one would find him. First, he carefully sensed for a while, and when he saw that no divine thoughts were watching him, he jumped on the dragon's head, pointed in the direction of the Taishangdao Palace, and shouted, "Deguzi, I'm going to get rich." The red dragon did not know how bold what Feng Xing was going to do. Seeing him excited, it also became excited. With a sneeze, it wagged its tail and flew toward the abyss that separated the Taishangdao Palace from the surrounding ground. Past the abyss, it was the ruins. The entire ruins of the Taishangdao Palace were shrouded by the forbidden array. Spiritual energy intertwined, growing and multiplying endlessly for thousands of years. It was like a huge thicket, and the thickets were constantly moving. Anyone who came close would be strangled to death. With this scroll in hand, Feng Xing had mastered the rules of the thickets, and he could pass through the shroud of the thickets and enter the ruins. Deguzi, stay alert. One wrong step and we'll both lose our lives. The man and the dragon were on this side of the abyss, and they were ready to rush into the array. Feng Xing said in a low voice. The red dragon sneezed and did not take it seriously. It shook its head and wagged its tail excitedly, as if it could not wait. Let's go. Feng Xing shouted, and the crimson dragon immediately rushed toward the array like a bolt of lightning. Feng Xing stared at the other side of the abyss where there was nothing but endless black smoke. In his eyes, there were already 2 runes, and in front of the empty space, there were also rays of spiritual light. One of them was filled with the aura of death, and it was heading toward him and the Crimson Dragon. Lower by 30 feet, front left, charge. Fang Xing suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he quickly thought of the place he wanted to go. If he had just given simple instructions, the Crimson Dragon probably wouldn't understand, but he had a faint connection with the Crimson Dragon. When he thought of the direction, the Crimson Dragon lowered its head and rushed in that direction. With a whoosh, it entered the array, but it didn't trigger the backlash of the Supreme Tao Palace's forbidden array. Fang Xing was delighted and immediately pointed to a new direction. One man and one dragon, like lightning, advanced and retreated, crossed the abyss, and rushed toward the Supreme Tao ruins. With the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to identify the 8 gates, he took the opportunity to avoid the Gate of Death and the Gate of Pain, and the 8 golden core servants calculated the trajectory of the array to determine the location of the Gate of Life. This journey into the Forbidden Array was daunting, but not dangerous, and they soon entered the range of the ruins. Boom! Just as Fang Xing and the Crimson Dragon rushed out of the outermost defensive array, there was suddenly a sound like spring thunder exploding in their ears. So what if the 10 immortals are defeated? So what if the orthodoxy is destroyed? My Tao is not lonely, my Tao is not withered, my Tao is not cut off. Sharpening the sword for 100,000 years, burying my immortal fate, blocking you from crossing the pass of heaven. Faint rumbling sounds reverberated in the air. This sound directly blasted into the sea of consciousness, shaking one's mind and soul. Fang Xing even almost fainted. He hurriedly guarded his mind and circulated his spiritual power to stabilize his blood and qi, or else he was afraid he would plunge into the abyss below. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that the Crimson Dragon seemed to be completely unaware of this tyrannical spiritual attack. Its big head was still looking around blankly, as if its spiritual sense was incomplete and couldn't sense it. He was overwhelmed with shock. Fortunately, he had ridden the Scarlet Dragon to enter, otherwise, he would have definitely fallen into the abyss. The echo seemed to be remnant thoughts that had been echoing in the ruins for countless years. Cultivators would be able to sense them when they entered. There was no killing intent in this remnant will. It was just that the person who left it behind was too strong. Those with low cultivation bases wouldn't be able to withstand it. After a long time, the echoes of the remnant will gradually died down. Fang Xing stabilized his qi and blood and opened his eyes. Phew, is this the ruins of the Supreme Tao Palace? Looking around, Fang Xing knew that he had entered the ruins of the Taisheng Tao Palace, where the 10 immortals ruled the world and had once created endless legends of glory. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised, but when he looked around, he felt a little disappointed. He saw that the place he was at was not the same as the houses he had seen at the Three-World Mountain. The place he was at was really a wasteland. The earth was scorched, an expanse of death without any signs of life. The palace was in ruins and had collapsed to one side. Giant beams were broken. In the distance, the incense burner was overturned, the platform collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Nearby, there were charred corpses and bones, broken weapons, and withered immortal plants. It was a land of death without any signs of life. What we saw at the Three-World Mountain was the former Taisheng Tao Palace. That scene was also filled with an aura of death. It should be a projection of the dead spirit's impression of the Taisheng Tao Palace. In reality, the Taisheng Tao Palace had long been destroyed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had been uprooted. What treasures could there be in such a rundown place? Is the Taoist scripture that the Lotus Girl mentioned really here? Fang Xing frowned and looked around suspiciously. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was not a single sound. Fang Xing thought that he had gone deaf, or that he had accidentally entered the dark underworld and could not see any signs of life. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon looked left and right. The subtle sounds of its scales colliding with each other and its occasional sneezes reminded him that there were other living creatures here besides himself, so he was not alone. That's not right. Perhaps there really is something here, Fang Xing thought. Again. If the Taisheng Tao Palace has really been reduced to ruins, then what's with the red light that flew out from the palace? That red light can indeed weaken the power of the formation here. Furthermore, a red light rises every 10 days, and it's very regular. It doesn't seem like it flew out from a ruin. Even if this is a ruin, the outer defensive formation is still intact. It seems like it was deliberately set up. After thinking quickly for a while, Fangxing jumped up and decided to investigate. The Taishang Dao orthodoxy had deep roots. It had once ascended to 10 immortals. It was extremely powerful. Although it had already been reduced to ruins, there might still be some tricks left behind. Perhaps one could pick up a broken weapon or half a scroll of scripture from within. If they were to be placed in the outside world, they would all be incredible magical treasures and secret techniques. Fated chances might be hidden within the ruins. As he walked, he carefully looked around. The yin-yang god and demon mirror was activated to the extreme. He could already see a large number of chaotic restrictions not far away. This showed that this place was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps one wrong step and he would be smashed into pieces. The area was very vast. Fangxing looked up and could not see the end. It was as if he was standing in the center of the world. He even felt a little lost when he arrived here. He had no idea where to go. At this moment, Fangxing's storage bag trembled slightly. A ball of intertwining light flew out and floated in the air. At the same time, an old divine thought came from the mirror. It seemed to be sighing, but also seemed to be narrating something. The 10 extreme underworld earth contains immortal opportunities, and the 3 great destinies are taught to the disciples. The path to heaven begins in the 9th month, and the destiny of the path is only born in desperate situations. As the voice sounded, the ball of light trembled in the air, as if it was trying to determine the direction. After a while, the light stabilized and floated in the air. It slowly floated to the left, as if it was leading the way. Patriarch Heaven grudges mirror? Fangxing was taken aback, and his mind was filled with bewilderment. The mirror automatically woke up and flew out of the storage bag. The 5-colored light intertwined and led the way. It was something that had never happened before. Moreover, the divine sense fluctuations coming from it made him feel a little shocked. Did it mean that this perilous land of the underworld contained the opportunity to become an immortal? Then what were the so-called 3 great destinies, and what was the path to heaven? Fangxing was filled with doubts. He could not help but think, this mirror was left behind by Patriarch Heaven Grudge. It is said to be related to the ultimate ruins. Some people even say that it is the only treasure that has hope of leaving the ultimate ruins. However, even the high priest could not say what it does. He only said that I might find out after entering the ultimate ruins, and that it might be here. I'll ignore its changes and follow it to take a look. He was bold to begin with. Seeing such a strange scene, he was not afraid. He raised his guard and slowly walked forward. Of course, he raised the huge black sword in his hand. He thought that if there was something wrong with the bronze mirror, he would smash it with his sword. The bronze mirror did not speak. It did not even seem to have a spiritual nature. However, it floated in the air and led the way. Fangxing carefully observed his surroundings. He was surprised to find that the path that the bronze mirror was leading was in the complicated terrain. It was a path that led deep into the ruins. It was as if someone who was very familiar with the paths of the Taishang Dao Palace ruins was leading Fangxing inwards in the ruins where he could no longer tell the direction. Gradually, it led him to an important place. As he traveled further and further, the doubts in Fangxing's heart grew heavier and heavier. He became more and more bewildered. Is it that easy to obtain the Taoist scriptures? Fangxing found it incredulous. He did not believe that he could be so successful just because of a bronze mirror that he had obtained by chance. He firmly remembered his eldest uncle's teachings from back then. If you wanted to slaughter a fat sheep, you had to use as much strength as possible. Oh? Who's there? As he walked, Fangxing's eyes turned and he suddenly saw 2 people standing not far in front of him. From their movements, it seemed like they were running away. This was quite a shock. With a whoosh, he took out the huge black sword and stared coldly at the 2 people. At the same time, the crimson dragon sensed a shock. The reverse scale on its neck stood up as it growled in protest. After Fangxing came to a stop, the copper mirror that was floating in the air floated a few feet away before coming to a stop as well. Fangxing was so shocked that he almost broke out in a cold sweat, especially when these 2 people appeared so silently that he didn't even notice them. It could be seen that their cultivation levels were much higher than his. He almost ran away, but it was only a moment of shock. He scanned them with his divine sense and realized what was going on. He found it funny that those two people had no signs of life. They were actually dead. But why were the corpses standing? Why did they look like they were running? Seeing that there was no danger around him, he quietly moved forward and carefully examined them. He saw that one of the two people was a man in his 40s or 50s and the other was a woman in her 30s. The man was wearing linen clothes and straw shoes. His attire was similar to Magu's servants. The woman's attire was similar to Magu's. It seemed that these two people were most likely members of the dragon-seeking clan. It was just that he didn't know why they died here. Carefully sizing them up, Feng Xing was even more puzzled in his heart. There was not the slightest injury on the surface of their bodies, but the souls in their bodies had completely dissipated, and there was still a panicked expression on their faces. It seemed that in an instant, their souls had been frightened away by someone, leaving only an empty shell here, and they still maintained their running posture. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it had never changed. Feng Xing carefully examined the two people and thought to himself, Magu once said that an ancestor of the dragon-seeking clan entered the Dao Palace and even took out the vermilion bird's egg. Unfortunately, that time they entered, they were completely annihilated. Only her father escaped with the vermilion bird's egg. These two people must be her clansmen. However, from the appearance of these two people, they didn't die from restrictions, swords, or even spells. It was as if they lost their souls in an instant. Could it be that there are other unknown dangers here besides the restrictions and the remnants of the chaotic array? In a place like this, Feng Xing didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that the two people's deaths were unusual, he stopped and carefully sensed. He had cultivated the supreme spirit transforming scripture. Although he had yet to master it, his divine sense was far stronger than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He could even sense the divine sense of a golden core Mahayana cultivator. As he spread his divine sense out, he immediately sensed all the changes in his surroundings. However, he sensed nothing but emptiness and emptiness. There was nothing out of the ordinary, strange. Feng Xing frowned. He temporarily put aside the idea of exploring this unknown danger and circled. The two people. They've been dead for who knows how many years, but their appearances haven't changed at all. They're just a little dehydrated. Feng Xing muttered in his heart. He felt more and more surprised. His gaze swept to the waists of the two people, but his heart skipped a beat. He reached out and untied their storage bags. Since these two people could enter the Supreme Dao Palace, it meant that the dragon-seeking clan's exploration of the ultimate had reached an amazing level. There might be something valuable in their storage bags. He took it in his hand and was about to open it to take a look when a thin wind suddenly blew around him. Feng Xing suddenly became alert. This place is isolated from the world, how can there be wind? He immediately looked up and saw that in the distance, there was a faint whistling sound of wind. The thin wind in front of him gradually became stronger and stronger. Finally, the wind gradually rose and actually swept over like a raging tide. The wind was cold and dense, like a bone-scraping steel knife. In Feng Xing's eyes, the yin-yang god-demon mirror began to circulate rapidly. Primordial death qi, transformation of Dao qi, annihilation of the soul, no spirit in the world. It turned out to be the primordial death qi transformed from the primordial Dao qi. Feng Xing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly jumped onto the red dragon's back and shouted, "Run, run!" His heart thumped so hard that it was on the verge of jumping out. The primordial death qi wasn't something simple like the nether spirits that were born from the nether spring sea. Shockingly, it was the primordial death qi that was born from the sovereign Dao orthodoxy's myriad of sage-like Dao accumulations. It was originally something that was extremely beneficial to cultivators, but after the sovereign Dao orthodoxy was annihilated, it had been nourished by resentment for countless years, yet it had transformed into death qi. This level of primordial death qi was a taboo even for golden core Mahayana cultivators, let alone Feng Xing. Once one was swept into it, then no matter how peerless one's divine ability was, one wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist it, and one's soul would be easily extracted and only a soulless corpse would be left behind. The two members of the dragon-seeking clan that Feng Xing saw had probably had their vitality swept away by this primordial death qi. Fortunately, Feng Xing discovered it quickly and realized that there was something wrong with this strange wind in advance. If he had waited for the wind to reach him before he reacted, even a golden core Mahayana cultivator would not have been able to avoid it. In a hurry, the red dragon also felt the panic in his heart. Its dragon body rushed forward, turned into a red shadow, and swept forward quickly. In a moment of nervousness, it did not care to avoid all the taboos and rushed over. Behind it, the treasure mirror that was blooming with colorful brilliance flew back after Fangxing left. Boom! 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 From time to time, the restriction around the red dragon's body was triggered, releasing terrifying power. All of this was resisted by the red dragon. And Fangxing, at this time, did not care much. He just looked forward and let the red dragon avoid some powerful taboos. Fortunately, they were not too deep into the ruins, very close to where they came in. The crimson dragon risked its life again, hurriedly scuttling towards the abyss like lightning. Then, Fangxing quickly led the way. One man and one dragon quickly plunged into the outer formation. When they returned to the other side of the abyss, the crimson dragon's body was already covered in wounds, scales shattered, blood dripping everywhere, making Fangxing's heart ache greatly. This bastard Taishang ruins is too damn strange, isn't it? Fangxing sat on the ground, and while applying medicine to the red dragon, he sighed angrily. The red dragon did not feel any pain, and its big head leaned against Fangxing's side, feeling the cool feeling when the medicine was applied to its body was very comfortable. Its nostrils blew hot air on Fangxing's face comfortably, and its big eyes looked at Fangxing, like a puppy looking at its owner. Deguzi, you've really helped me a lot. Fangxing had a lingering fear. If it were not for the red dragon, he would have died twice in this trip into the ruins. The red dragon felt that Fangxing was praising it, so it became excited and licked the saliva on Fangxing's body. Ah, forget it, let's go back first. I'll come back tomorrow. Fangxing thought angrily, but he was a little unwilling, so he could only go back to think of countermeasures. When he returned to the palace, the 8 servants and Hen Tianing were vigilant, but fortunately, Fangxing had not been in the palace for a long time, so no one found anything wrong. Seeing that the red dragon came back with injuries, the 8 servants and Hen Tianing wanted to greet him and ask something, but Fangxing asked them to go outside. There were too many problems in his head, and he had no time to talk to them. What a loss. It was not easy to go in, but I got nothing? Sitting in the palace and gulping down 2 mouthfuls of liquor, Fangxing was still unwilling to give up. Amidst his anger, he suddenly remembered that he didn't come out empty-handed. He opened the storage pouch that he had casually taken from the man and woman of the dragon-seeking clan. He was just casually looking around, but he was suddenly slightly stunned. He actually found a jade scroll in the woman's storage pouch. He picked it up curiously and probed it with his divine sense. After a while, his face gradually showed a happy expression. Damn, this trip is so worth it. The storage bags of the 2 people were mostly filled with medicine and spirit stones to replenish spiritual qi. They were not of high quality, so Fangxing did not hesitate to look at them. But the jade slip found in the woman's body recorded the biggest secret of the dragon-seeking clan. However, it turned out that this woman was the holy maiden of a certain generation of the dragon-seeking clan. Her identity was extremely important, and she was almost on equal footing with the clan leader. Furthermore, she had the responsibility of recording all the experiences and valuable clues of the dragon-seeking clan's exploration of the ruins and compiling them into a book. Therefore, they would always carry jade scrolls with them, in order to record every step of their exploration of the ruins and the important points they discovered. So that bitch Magu was indeed lying. After quickly reading through the contents of the jade slip, Fangxing found a problem. Magu was indeed not honest. Along the way, the cultivators had been relying on her directions as they slowly entered the depths of the ultimate. There was no problem with the general direction she pointed, but there were many deviations in the details, and it was these deviations that caused the cultivators to suffer heavy losses and waste time. And more importantly, this woman had concealed the biggest secret of the ultimate. She once said that the dragon-seeking clan had never entered the Taishang ruins. Later, after Fangxing saw through her relationship with the young Master Vermilion Bird, she said that she had entered the ultimate once, but still knew nothing about the real secret of the ultimate. But in fact, the dragon-seeking clan had been exploring for thousands of years without stopping, because they had long known the real secret of the ultimate, which was where the opportunities of the Taisheng ruins were. According to the records on the Jade Slip, the dragon-seeking clan had been exploring the ruins for thousands of years without stopping, and there was only one goal. This goal was to become a disciple of the Taisheng orthodoxy. The Taisheng orthodoxy's 10 immortals was something that happened a long time ago. In the current cultivation world, not many people even knew the name of the Taisheng orthodoxy. Only the people of the ultimate ruins or some old monsters who had lived for a long time knew about the legend of the Taisheng orthodoxy. Even in their eyes, the Taisheng orthodoxy was an existence that was punished by the heavens and destroyed because of it. However, the dragon-seeking clan knew more about the Taisheng orthodoxy because of some reasons that were not recorded in the Jade Scrolls. They also knew the greatest fortune in the Taisheng ruins. They had not given up for thousands of years, and all they thought about was the path to heaven. The Taisheng path to heaven, the fortune bestowed to the disciple, this was the greatest fortune of the Taisheng ruins, and also the greatest opportunity. The meaning faintly revealed within the Jade Slip was that the sovereign Tao sect had indeed suffered the wrath of the heavens, but its orthodoxy hadn't been severed. Shockingly, there was still an immortal opportunity left behind in the sovereign ruins, and it was left behind for future generations. If someone was able to arrive at the sovereign ruins and find and pass through the path of legend, then that person would be able to obtain unimaginable fortuitous encounters and fortune, and that person would become a disciple of the sovereign Tao sect. What did this mean? To put it simply, this person would obtain all the treasures and Tao techniques left behind by the Taisheng orthodoxy before it was destroyed. One person would possess the entire Taisheng orthodoxy. What kind of opportunity was that? The dragon-seeking clan had been exploring the ruins for thousands of years because of this motivation, and they did not hesitate to pay a huge price. The information that the dragon-seeking clan had about the Taisheng ruins was extremely shocking. They had even grasped the general layout of the path to heaven. It could even be said that some of their ancestors had reached the ancient path to heaven, and had tried many times, but ultimately failed. In recent years, they could not even reach the path to heaven, and the reason was that the Hongmeng death aura was getting stronger. The Hongmeng death aura in the Taisheng ruins had gotten stronger with the passage of time. It could be said that the appearance of the death aura had even exceeded the expectations of the person who left the last immortal opportunity for the Taisheng orthodoxy. It was originally the Hongmeng Dao aura that was created by the heavens and earth, and could be said to be a treasure in the Taisheng ruins. Who would have thought that after the Taisheng orthodoxy had suffered a calamity, it would turn into a deadly death aura? The most important thing was that the Hongmeng death aura was formless, and it was strange and terrifying. There was no good way to transform it. If there was one thing, it would be cultivation. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the death chi would last. Cultivators below the gold core stage would have their souls taken away almost instantly. Yuanying cultivators could even last for 10 minutes, Yuanying Mahayana cultivators could probably last for about an hour, and Tribulation Transcendence cultivators could last for more than 2 hours, which was enough for them to escape from the death chi. However, in the ultimate ruins, the rules had changed, and it was impossible for cultivators to reach a cultivation level higher than Yuanying. This also caused the Hongmeng death aura to become a chasm in the dragon-seeking clan's path to explore the Taisheng ruins. They had suffered in front of it countless times, and after thousands of years of research, they had only found a few places that could resist the Hongmeng death aura, but they had never found a way to resist it. In the past, the ancestors of the dragon-seeking clan had to risk their lives to reach the ancient path to heaven. They had to use those few places to calculate the time when the Hongmeng death aura would arrive, and then they would stop from time to enter the path to heaven. However, in recent years, as the Hongmeng death aura became stronger, even those few safe places were no longer safe. This caused the dragon-seeking clan's exploration of the ruins to fail more and more. In recent generations, they were not as good as their ancestors, and no one could reach the entrance of the path to heaven. In that case, to obtain the Dao canons, the most important thing is to resist the Hongmeng death aura. But what secret is related to the copper mirror passed down by ancestor Heaven Abhorrer? There is no specific description in this Jade Slip. Either the dragon-seeking clan's research on the copper mirror is recorded in another Jade Slip, or the dragon-seeking clan's knowledge of the copper mirror is only that of the legends. Fangxing spent a day and night reading the contents of the Jade Slip, and began to ponder, looking at Magu's appearance. It seems that she is determined to succeed in this exploration of the ruins. Could it be that when the 9 moons rise into the sky, the Hongmeng death aura will disappear along with the opening of the ruins' grand formation? That's not right, the Hongmeng death aura has nothing to do with the grand formation. What is that bitch Magu thinking about? Should I pull off her pants, beat her up, and force some information out of her? Fangxing pondered, but faintly felt that the woman's thoughts were so deep that he might not be able to get anything out of her even if he forced her to. Forget it, she can think of her own things, and I'll study mine. Let's think of a way to deal with the Hongmeng death aura first. After thinking for a long time, Fangxing secretly decided that he would still enter the ruins. But this time, he did not have the heart to bring the red dragon along. It was injured too badly the first time, and it had not recovered yet. Moreover, this time, Fangxing did not intend to go deep. He only wanted to use his own method to study how to deal with the Hongmeng death aura. He had his own reliance on this point. No matter how persistent the dragon-seeking clan was, after all, they had too few magic treasures and elixirs. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how persistent they were, they did not have enough resources. Perhaps they could not find the corresponding method to deal with the Hongmeng death aura, but who was he? What a joke. The opportunity of Nanzhan's mysterious coffin fell from the sky, and he had obtained 30% of it. It was not an exaggeration to call it a mobile treasure house. If the Hongmeng death aura was really not something that could be dealt with by cultivation, and could only be dealt with by magic treasures, then he might be the only one who could find a way. As soon as he said he would do it, Fangxing ordered the Jindan 8 servants to go to the surrounding wild forests to catch a large number of small and weak ominous beasts for him, and then forced them to eat the turtle breath pill and put them in the storage bag. After making preparations, he took advantage of the night to sneak into the ruins again. At least this time, he was mentally prepared, and he would not lose his mind and fall into the abyss because of the sudden shock of the remnant thoughts. After entering the ruins, he found a place to squat down and began to prepare. He first prepared all kinds of treasures in his storage bag, and took out an ominous beast as a test subject. After waiting for about half an hour, he vaguely felt a chilly wind blowing, and the Hongmeng death aura had arrived. Fangxing pasted a spirit-protecting talisman on the ominous beast, tied it with the Hell iron chain, and threw it far away. He hid at the edge where the death aura could not reach. Chirp chirp, the red-eyed fat-tailed rabbit felt the horror of the death aura, and struggled far away. However, after it was enveloped by the death aura, it immediately stopped moving. When Fangxing pulled it back, it had turned into a soulless beast corpse. The spirit-protecting talisman doesn't work, then I'll use the spirit-protecting pill. With this thought, he took out a precious pill, stuffed it into the mouth of another wild boar, and threw it out. But when he pulled it back, it was still a soulless beast corpse. Damn, this magic treasure is not bad, it can even resist the divine sense of a Jindan cultivator. What the hell, I don't believe that this protective shield is also not good. Damn, look at my invincible heaven and earth protective set of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn, the name sounds scary, but it's really useless. In this test, more than a dozen ominous beasts were sacrificed, and a lot of Fangxing's various magic treasures were also used, but it was useless. The Hongmeng death aura had blocked the dragon-seeking clan for thousands of years. How could it be so easy to break? Even though the precious treasures in Fangxing's possession really did have a variety of forms, their effects weren't as formidable as he'd imagined. Because the primordial deathly chi wasn't something an ordinary magic treasure could resist. Its strength and strangeness had already attained an extremely profound state. It was even to the extent that to a certain extent, this primordial deathly chi had already exceeded the scope of understanding that Fangxing's tiny foundation-building realm was currently at. Alas, can I only wait until September to rise to the sky to try my luck? The ominous beasts in his hands had all been tested, but Fangxing had no clue at all, and he suddenly felt a little depressed. Looking at the dozen or so ominous beasts' corpses lined up on the ground, there were no injuries on the surface, and they even had vitality, but their souls were gone. Even their souls are gone. Fangxing was depressed for a long time, and suddenly, his heart moved, and he thought of something. After staring blankly for a while, he secretly scolded himself for being muddle-headed, and hurriedly took out all the storage pouches on his body, turning over the largest one that he usually couldn't remember. This storage pouch was filled with some magic treasures that he didn't understand, but felt that they would be useful. Originally, he wanted to keep them for later research, but he was also a little lazy, and he often forgot about them after putting them in. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something that might be useful. Haha, it's really still here. Luckily I didn't feed it to the Sea King turtle. After Fangxing found it, he was overjoyed, and what he held in his hand was surprisingly a severed head. The severed head of the Nanzhan concealed sovereign, Huangfu Daozi. This severed head originally couldn't be put into the storage pouch, but after the Lotus girl saw Fangxing holding this head every day, she felt that it would affect her appetite, and so she put a little seal on it, so that Fangxing could put it in the storage pouch. As a result, after Fangxing put it in, he directly forgot about it. It was only now that he was tortured to death by the Hongmeng death aura, and racked his brains for ideas, that he finally remembered it. At this moment, the eyes of this severed head were tightly shut, and there was not a single trace of life, as if it had been dead for a long time. It can't really be dead, right? Fangxing tentatively slapped its mouth twice, and then looked at it nervously. He wasn't disappointed. The eyes of the severed head suddenly moved after being slapped, and it actually opened its eyes. Say. Senior. Big brother. Please spare me. I beg you, please spare me. After Huangfu Daozi woke up, he didn't understand the situation he was in, and immediately started crying. Although it was said that he was crying, there weren't any tears that flowed out. It was just that his expression was in pain, and he was twitching incessantly. His divine sense was also trembling incessantly, and he was extremely sorrowful and pitiful as he transmitted his voice to Fangxing. I will do anything you want me to. Please spare me. I am willing to be your slave. The sorrowful divine sense could really make anyone who heard it cry, and even Fangxing was a little embarrassed when he heard it. I'm really sorry, I was too busy and forgot about you. To Huangfu Daozi, the years since he had been beheaded were simply indescribable torture. A person without a body was a powerful mental oppression, especially when he didn't know if he could live or how long he could live. Moreover, he had experienced being swallowed by sharks, turtles, and all sorts of strange sea creatures. He had also been used as a meteor hammer countless times. What was even more terrifying was that he had been thrown into a storage bag and stayed there for several years. Under the protection of the lotus bough, his divine sense was constantly awake. In other words, he was actually unable to fall asleep. Even every time Fangxing pulled him out, he only closed his eyes and forced himself to meditate because it was too painful to keep his eyes open. He only woke up after being slapped twice because he hadn't returned to his senses. If he could really fall asleep, then he wouldn't be awakened by slaps. For so many years, he had been suffering, feeling the passing of every second. Previously, Fangxing had used him to fish for sea turtles, used him as a meteor hammer, or interrogated him about techniques. In any case, he had at least interacted with him. But in the time that followed, this little demon seemed to have forgotten him and never saw him again. Huangfu Daozi was even horrified to think that he would stay in that storage bag for eternity. Because of this, he had really reached the brink of a mental breakdown. He had already secretly prayed countless times. As long as Fangxing was willing to let him go, even if he had to really kill him, it would be fine. He was willing to do anything in order to be free. However, after being separated for almost 3 years, he finally met Fangxing again, yet he didn't even have the time to completely reveal his bottom line before he heard Fangxing apologize to him, and then he said, "You can be considered to be extraordinary to be able to endure for so long. Whether you want to be free or not will depend on this time. If you're able to help me with this matter, then it's not impossible for me to let you be free." As he spoke, he tied the Yin-Hell chain into his hair bun and called out, "Go, senior. Young master. Big brother. Listen to me first." Huangfu Daozi kept releasing his spiritual force for fear that Fangxing would toss him into some corner again and make him wait for a few years. "I really can't endure it anymore. Please be kind and help me free myself. Of course, I'm not saying that I have to seek death. Can you find someone to help me take over his body? Anyone will do. I don't want to be a member of the Huangfu clan anymore. Even if you beat me to death, I won't be your enemy anymore. As long as you can give me a new body, I will be your servant forever. Big brother, if you really don't want to, then just kill me. Just crush my head, it won't take much effort." There was only Fangxing in Huangfu Daozi's eyes, and he used his divine sense to transmit his thoughts to Feng Xing. However, in his eyes, he saw Feng Xing's gaze becoming more and more astonished and delighted. Huangfu Daozi even thought that his words had moved Feng Xing, so he spoke with even more vigor until Feng Xing pulled on the iron chain and pulled him back. Then, Feng Xing excitedly held onto Huangfu Daozi's head and shouted, "It really is effective. What's the use?" Huangfu Daozi still hadn't recovered from his shock. On the other hand, Feng Xing's eyes glowed with excitement. "At long last, I didn't waste my time for nothing, and I actually really found a method to resist the primordial death qi." The lotus treasure, the treasure that protected the divine sense within Huangfu Daozi's head, was really the only method to resist the primordial death qi. Actually, it was obvious. Even though the primordial death qi was profound, difficult to understand, and extraordinarily terrifying. After it enveloped, it would annihilate all living beings, yet its characteristic was that it wouldn't destroy the bodies of living beings, and it would only annihilate the souls of all living beings. On the other hand, the lotus treasure was an extremely miraculous treasure that protected the divine sense from being destroyed. Huangfu Daozi's head had been severed for so long, yet his divine sense was still present, and it was obvious how extraordinary it was. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other, and this lotus treasure could be considered to be a treasure that countered the primordial death qi. Feng Xing, who noticed this, restrained the arrogant words in his heart and said to Huangfu Daozi with a gloomy expression, "I want your lotus treasure." Huangfu Daozi said, "Big brother." Feng Xing said, "It's impossible to let you go, but if I have the chance, I can find a body for you." Huangfu Daozi's gaze flickered a few times, and he spoke with great difficulty. "This matter, isn't it?" Feng Xing said. "If you dare to bargain, then do you believe me when I say I'll seal you in a cesspool for a few tens of thousands of years?" Huangfu Daozi was greatly shocked, and various thoughts flickered indeterminately in his eyes because he knew that Feng Xing was capable of doing it. Feng Xing suddenly started laughing and said, "Looks like you're in a very difficult position. Why don't you consider it properly and talk about it in a few years?" As he spoke, he acted as if he was going to place Huangfu Daozi back into the storage pouch, and this action terrified Huangfu Daozi badly. How could he know how urgent Feng Xing was for the lotus treasure? He really thought that he would have to suffer a few more years of days of despair that were without daylight, and he was terrified to the point he almost started crying. His divine sense fluctuated like tidewater, and he practically shouted anxiously, "I agree. I agree." Feng Xing chuckled and became complacent as he said, "Then you can tell me how to obtain the lotus treasure." Time was the best punishment. At that time, Feng Xing had racked his brains to ask for the lotus treasure, yet Huangfu Daozi firmly refused. However, the torment of being in the storage pouch for almost 3 years that was lonely and difficult to understand made him obediently hand over the lotus treasure because of a single promise from Feng Xing. Of course, the lotus treasure was an extraordinary treasure that was indescribably miraculous, yet it wasn't something that could be given away with just a few words, and it required a rather complicated ceremony. Feng Xing prepared for 3 days and even asked a golden core realm servant that was skilled in talismans to inscribe the formation, and he discussed the steps with Huangfu Daozi before he was prepared to truly accept the lotus treasure. This was divided into a few stages. The first stage was to use the spirit medicine soup to hang on to Huangfu Daozi's life, so that Huangfu Daozi's divine sense wouldn't immediately disperse and vanish after a few breaths of time after he handed over the lotus treasure. The second stage was to receive Huangfu Daozi's divine sense, his soul, into Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. This stage was actually the most difficult, and it was also the reason why Huangfu Daozi had always been unwilling to let go. He didn't believe that Feng Xing would dare to do this, because the sea of consciousness was the most important place for a cultivator. Practically no one would allow other things with intelligence to enter their sea of consciousness, lest they pose a threat to their true spirit. Regarding this, Feng Xing didn't take it seriously at all, and he couldn't be bothered to tell him that a demon lord had lived in his sea of consciousness for several years, and was still in a deep slumber until now. The third stage was to accept the lotus treasure. Through the ancient mantra and divine sense, the lotus treasure would be drawn into the sea of consciousness, fusing with the soul, and firmly guarding the true spirit. When all of this was done, Feng Xing would inherit the lotus treasure, and his soul would be firm, rarely seen in the world. The process in the middle had to be incomparably precise, and not a single mistake could be made. If any part was wrong, then it could possibly cause two consequences. The first was that Huangfu Daozi's soul would dissipate. The second was that the lotus treasure would go out of control and escape into the void. Fang Xing didn't care much about the first consequence, but he couldn't bear to part with the second one. Therefore, he also became serious, which was rare for him. Except for the part of inscribing the talisman array, which was done by an old gold core servant of the Heaven Resentment clan who was proficient in talismans, he personally arranged the other parts. This seriousness was only seen when he was cultivating the yin-yang grindstone. Finally, when the seventh day arrived, he finished all the preparations and officially began the ceremony of drawing the lotus treasure into his body. Big brother. You. Don't trick me. The moment before Huangfu Daozi gave up on the lotus treasure, he had a mournful look on his face as he implored Fang Xing with his divine sense. Don't worry, I never trick people. Fang Xing was very serious, and he told Huangfu Daozi not to worry with a sincere look. Big brother. I think I need to explain to you. I actually didn't want to do that. Huangfu Daozi was still a little worried, and his divine sense was intermittent as he talked non-stop. Explain my ass. Even if you killed old man Tai, I don't plan on letting you off. Even if I help you take over my body in the future, you will have to be my servant for the rest of your life. Moreover, you will be the kind of servant that will never be able to free yourself. I will only set you free when I feel that you have atoned for your sins. As for your Huangfu clan, I have never planned on giving you up from the beginning. Please do as you wish. Fang Xing spoke resolutely and mercilessly, but when Huangfu Daozi heard this, he actually felt slightly relieved. He didn't say anything nice, but it seemed to be the truth. He closed his eyes slightly and forced his mind to calm down. Then, his lips parted slightly, and he chanted a string of silent incantations. In between Huangfu Daozi's eyebrows, there was a lotus-shaped rune that flickered with a mysterious light. And after he chanted this string of incantations, that lotus-shaped rune actually became brighter and brighter. A ball of white light with a hint of scarlet shone, and it was even somewhat dazzling. After a few breaths of time, this ball of light became extremely bright, and then it slowly floated out from between his eyebrows. This is the main body of the lotus treasure? Fang Xing held his breath, and his eyes widened as he looked at the ball of light. Within the light floated a lotus the size of an infant's fist. It was sparkling and translucent like glass, and its entire body was transparent. However, there were faint red blood lines interweaving on the petals of the lotus. And it emitted a rich spiritual nature. At first glance, it seemed like it had a life of its own, and it also seemed like a fairy. It was indescribably beautiful. Lotus treasure seal, from the ancient Buddhist sect, an indestructible treasure of the divine soul, the yin-yang fiend god mirror revolved, and strands of divine sense circulated in the depths of Fang Xing's heart, allowing Fang Xing to understand the origins and roots of this lotus treasure. It's actually the ancient Buddhist sect that has already been destroyed. A trace of astonishment flashed in the depths of Fang Xing's heart, but he didn't think too much about it. Time was of the essence, and he had no time to be distracted. He let out a light sigh, and then spread open the fingers of his right hand, covering the top of Huangfu Daozi's head. Spiritual energy flowed out, and with the active cooperation of Huangfu Daozi's divine soul, a ball of light was drawn out. This was Huangfu Daozi's divine soul. Then, Fang Xing drew him into his sea of knowledge, and no longer paid any attention to him. His eyes were fixed on the lotus treasure, and he softly chanted the name that he had just identified. Come, lotus treasure seal. He slowly chanted an incantation, and the lotus treasure was guided, slowly flying towards the space between his eyebrows. The lotus entered the space between his eyebrows and directly manifested in Fang Xing's sea of knowledge. For a moment, the calm sea of knowledge suddenly shone brightly and shook incessantly, as if there was a violent earthquake in the world. At this moment, even the mysterious misty zone in Fang Xing's sea of knowledge was shaking incessantly, as if there were some true spirits waiting for something to wake up and observe. Fang Xing's true spirit, who was sitting cross-legged in the 9-story Dao pagoda, revealed a pained expression on its calm face at this moment. The lotus seal entered the sea of knowledge. This treasure was so powerful that it put a great deal of pressure on Fang Xing's sea of knowledge. Huangfu Daozi's divine soul entered Fang Xing's sea of consciousness one step ahead of Lianbao. His originally panic-stricken face finally revealed a hint of calmness at this moment. That ball of brilliance once again transformed into a tall and handsome man dressed in a white robe. He revealed his sharpness and was as dazzling as the blazing sun. His gaze gradually calmed down and fell on Fangxing's Dao pagoda. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his gaze was slightly flickering. He actually allowed me to enter his sea of consciousness so easily. Once the lotus fuses with his spirit, I'm afraid that even a tribulation transcendence cultivator will not be able to possess him. If I want to get rid of his enslavement in the future, the moment when the lotus enters the sea of knowledge and fuses with the spirit is the only chance. As he thought of this, his eyes became brighter and brighter, but it made people feel cold. The only chance, Huangfu Daozi frowned, and a strange expression flashed across his face. He was Huangfu Shenji, a Daozi that the Huangfu family had spent countless resources and teachings to educate. Previously, he was indeed afraid and even didn't hesitate to become a slave to protect himself. But in the face of the only chance, he was a little tempted. Even if he was reborn from 100 tribulations, he was still unwilling to give up such an opportunity in front of him. He didn't hesitate for long. The moment before Fangxing fused with the lotus seal was his only chance. Almost subconsciously, his body moved slightly, as if he wanted to rush towards Fangxing's Dao pagoda. However, right at this moment, a terrifying ferocious aura suddenly locked onto him. Huangfu Daozi was shocked in his heart, and before he could even react, he was suddenly pressed to the ground by an enormous golden claw. He raised his head in astonishment and saw a golden rock that was over 30 meters long looking down at him. Shockingly, the rock was the manifestation of a true spirit, and its entire body was actually burning with raging flames. Within the flames, there were even lightning flowers flickering. Tribulation, Huangfu Daozi was so frightened that his soul almost scattered. His expression was distorted and terrifying. It was actually a true spirit that had the aura of crossing a tribulation. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this brat's sea of consciousness? However, he soon realized that the true spirit was not at the tribulation passing realm, but merely possessed the aura of the tribulation passing realm, but this caused him to feel even more terrified. How could a golden core realm true spirit possess the aura of overcoming a tribulation? Hee, young man, what were you trying to do just now? The true spirit of the great rock suddenly laughed and looked at Huangfu Daozi maliciously. Senior, spare me. Junior is Huangfu. Huangfu Daozi immediately begged for mercy. He was only at the Foundation establishment realm, so it was impossible for him to be a match for the true spirit before him. I know you're the Daoist of the Huangfu clan. When this brat took your head that day, I was there to help him. The great rock chuckled and looked at Huangfu Daozi with a ghastly gaze. Do you know who I am? Huangfu Daozi's gaze was dull. I wonder if Senior, the great rock said, there are 10 great demon kings in the northern demon land, and they've always been the biggest headache for your Huangfu clan. They even offered a shocking bounty. I'm Daphne, who was ranked 3rd on the bounty list all those years ago. You should remember me now, right? Huangfu Daozi's gaze became even more terrified. Senior, Daphne's eyes lit up. Do you know any secrets of the Huangfu clan? Huangfu Daozi wanted to cry. Everything that Junior knows has been asked by Big Brother Feng, Daphne said. Oh, then you're worthless. As it spoke, it suddenly pecked down, directly swallowing Huangfu Daozi's true spirit. After that, endless true flames manifested on its demonic body, and its body became translucent. One could even see Huangfu Daozi struggling in its stomach, begging for mercy and shouting loudly. Huangfu Daozi was completely refined by the flames, and in the end, it turned into pure soul power that replenished its true spirit, making it even stronger. It's better to get rid of this treacherous brat as soon as possible. Daphne wiped his mouth in satisfaction and transformed into an old man. However, a golden robe appeared on his body. It looked dazzling, and there were flowing flames on the surface of the golden robe, making it look extremely sacred. He looked at Fangxing, who was currently fusing with the lotus treasure, and said with a smile, "Where did this little bastard get this treasure from? Even I'm envious of his good fortune." Amazing. As he spoke, he flew up and circled around Fangxing's Dao pagoda. He carefully observed it, but he had no intention of coveting it. At this time, Fangxing had already drawn the lotus treasure seal to his true spirit and was slowly fusing with it. The lotus treasure seal had already turned into mysterious runes that flew into his true spirit one by one. With every rune that fused with it, his true spirit became a bit brighter, his aura became a bit more sacred, and his true spirit became a bit clearer. Under the circulation of this sacred light, even the demon shell formed by the fiendish spirit gradually became purer and more transparent. It perfectly fused with his true spirit without any gaps. After an unknown amount of time, the lotus treasure seal had completely fused with Fangxing's true spirit. Fangxing's true spirit, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the Dao pagoda, was now sitting on a floating lotus Dao platform. His true spirit was a devil spirit with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a vertical eye on its forehead. His true spirit was a devil spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms. And on this lotus Dao platform, what appeared was a demon king sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne. For a moment, the sacred and the evil perfectly fused together. At the same time, Fangxing's true spirit and divine sense had obviously undergone earth-shaking changes. His divine sense was already powerful, far beyond that of his peers. This actually represented the strength of his divine soul. Now, although his divine soul did not continue to grow in strength, it had become a lot more solid, almost as if it would never be destroyed. It was not until a very long time had passed that Fangxing, who was slowly experiencing the changes in his body, slowly opened his eyes. "Haha, little devil, even I am envious of your good fortune now." Seeing that Fangxing had finished fusing, Daphne laughed. Old evil? You old bastard, you're awake?" When Fangxing saw Daphne, he was slightly surprised, but then he laughed. After he repaired the Samadhi true fire, or rather, when he repaired the Samadhi true fire, Daphne had also obtained many benefits. After being tempered by the Samadhi true fire, it was originally a golden core realm true spirit, and now it had the aura of tribulation transcendence. Previously, in order to digest this indescribable good fortune, it had been in a deep sleep, but now that it had woken up, it seemed that it had also obtained the good fortune and changed greatly. Rock King was instantly speechless, and he said hatefully after a short while, "Little bastard, can't you be a little courteous to me? Do you know that if it wasn't for me earlier, you might have been possessed by that kid from the Huangfu clan?" Fangxing snorted and said, "I knew there was something wrong with him, but I had just promised to spare him. If he didn't show any signs of dishonesty, how could I have killed him directly? Hee, if he had really charged at me at that time, I would have at least 9 ways to destroy his soul." 9 ways? I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Don't make it sound so nice. I know you don't have good intentions. In fact, you just took a fancy to that true spirit and deliberately swallowed it to replenish your soul power, right? After being seen through by Fangxing, Daphne chuckled and changed the topic. "I was originally in a deep sleep, but the tremor in your sea of consciousness woke me up. I thought you were going to form your gold core, but I didn't expect it to be such a rare treasure. I say, kid, now that your Dao foundation, flesh shell, and spirit have reached an extremely shocking level, and your cultivation has also reached the perfected realm, when are you going to form your gold core if not now?" Soon, Fangxing chuckled and looked at Daphne. "But old evil, you woke up at the right time. Come, let's discuss something." Fangxing spent a long time fusing with the lotus seal. During this process, 3 days had passed. And outside the palace where he was in seclusion, the world was undergoing a great change. It was already night, and the 8 bright moons were spread across the sky. 1 white and 7 red, they competed with each other for brilliance, and it was incomparably strange. And in the ruins of the Taishangdao Palace, at this moment, the last red light slowly rose. It slowly floated out of the ruins, and then rose high into the sky. The higher it flew, the brighter the light. Blood-red light sprinkled on the ground, dyeing the entire Taishang ruins and its surroundings, and even the Yellow Spring Sea, which was always surging with dark waves, blood-red. The entire land seemed to be immersed in a pool of blood. As the 9th moon rose into the sky, the densely packed seals in the Taishang ruins suddenly weakened like a deflated sheepskin raft. In the end, their auras became extremely faint, and all the remaining spirit designs and seals dimmed at this moment. An indescribably dangerous Taishang ruins turned into a quiet ruin at this moment. It was as if a mysterious hall had opened its doors. It was also at this moment that Fangxing, who had been in seclusion in the palace for 3 days, suddenly opened his eyes. In the center of his forehead, the mark of a lotus flower was faintly discernible, and it was unusually sacred. After a long time, the mark gradually disappeared. The people of the 5 divisions were already in front of the jade bridge leading to the ruins of the Taishengdao Palace. As the 9 moons rose into the sky, the great abyss array surrounding the ruins of the Taishengdao Palace became even tighter. There was not the slightest flaw. The jade bridge that led to the ruins was the only path. It was a bridge that led into an unknown fog. It was unknown whether it led to a dead zone or a fairyland. Let Fairy Ma perform the sacrifice. The purple-spotted old cultivator looked at the immortal stone bridge with a deep gaze. The other division leaders didn't have any objections and looked at Feng Xing. They hadn't given up on comprehending the secrets of the immortal stone bridge. Unfortunately, they didn't even understand the runes on the bridge after half a month. This was a restriction that exceeded their knowledge. It was impossible for them to comprehend it in a short period of time. Although there were many ordinary sacrificial methods that they could try, they didn't dare to take the risk. After all, if Ma Gu was in charge of the sacrificial ceremony, the chances of any loopholes would be lower. Feng Xing was very cooperative. He obediently handed Ma Gu over and removed the soul lock talisman on her forehead. During this time, she didn't dare to know that Feng Xing was investigating the ruins, so she didn't wake up. After waking up, Ma Gu looked up at the 9 moons in the sky. Then, she lowered her head and saw the young master tied up. Her lips trembled and she couldn't look away. The young master didn't speak or look at her. His eyes were closed and his face was expressionless, as if he was waiting to be trampled on. Okay, I'll do it myself. After listening to the purple-spotted old cultivator's request for her to preside over the sacrifice, Ma Gu nodded and responded. The immortal stone bridge is the door to the 4 beasts. The 4 jade pillars on both sides of the bridge are where the spirits of the 4 beasts reside. If we don't quell their power, we won't be able to cross the jade bridge. Unless someone with unparalleled cultivation can force their way through. Ma Gu's voice was very calm. If that's not the case, we can only sacrifice the blood of the 4 beasts to disturb their resentment. After explaining the principles behind her sacrifice, Ma Gu looked at the purple-spotted old cultivator and said, "Senior, I'll tell you the specifics. You should do it yourself." Sacrificing the 4 ominous sect was actually very simple. We only needed to use the ominous piercing nail to pierce its body and draw out its soul, then connect it to the jade bridge. However, we had to be careful not to take its life directly. This process had to be slow. After the sacrifice began, we would be able to travel safely on the jade bridge. Before its blood ran out, we would have a moment of time. But when his blood runs out, the jade bridge will recover. We have to leave the ruins before that, or we will be trapped here forever. After hearing Ma Gu's words, the tribe leaders looked at each other and inwardly nodded. Ma Gu's sacrificial method was the most common one, and because of this, it was flawless. As for the sacrificial process, several old cultivators acted at the same time, so there was no need to worry about any tricks. In merely the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the young master vermilion bird had been nailed to the immortal stone bridge. 18 extremely sharp ominous spikes had pierced through his meridians and even nailed his soul from 18 different positions on his body. His lifeblood essence was drawn to the jade bridge and turned into a scarlet thread of blood that burned with faint flames. The young master of the vermilion bird sect remained silent. When it came into contact with the lifeblood essence that flowed from the young master's body, the lifeless jade bridge suddenly emitted 4 astonishing rays of light. 1 blue, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 black light flew out from the 4 jade pillars. Within the light, one could even vaguely make out the appearance of 4 vicious beasts when they were alive. They were extremely ferocious as they roared in the void. However, as the vermilion bird young master's blood flowed, the power of the scarlet light increased tremendously. The 4 lights that were originally in balance now dominated the situation, suppressing the other 3 lights. The result of this balance being broken was that a crack that hadn't been there before suddenly appeared on the tightly sealed jade bridge. It was as if a crack had opened in a large door. This is the chance. Seniors, please go ahead. Ma Gu's cold gaze swept past Xu Xiao and stopped on Feng Xing's face. Fairy Ma Gu, please go ahead. What was surprising was that the Supreme Dao Palace was right in front of them, but the old cultivators seemed to be very restrained. No one fought to cross the stone bridge. Luo Musang of the small clan alliance even politely invited Magu to cross the bridge first, appearing to have the demeanor of an elder. Heh, they still don't trust me. Magu mocked herself inwardly and didn't stand on ceremony. She turned around and walked onto the bridge. Fangjing, you can stay on the bridge and watch over the vermilion bird. You can also provide support for us in case of any mishaps. The purple-spotted old cultivator from the Fengtian clan instructed Fangjing before stepping onto the stone bridge. His eyes were calm. I understand. Fangjing nodded. Although he looked a little reluctant, he decided to stay for the sake of the bigger picture. The other clans also left some of their own people who were not weak to guard the area. Even Fangjing left a golden core servant behind. However, they all knew that once they entered the Taishengdao palace, there would be many dangers. No one could say for sure what would happen. It was not advisable to bring everyone deep into the ruins. They left some people behind outside. If there were any problems, they would be able to provide support. At the same time, Magu, who led everyone onto the immortal stone bridge, was also targeted by the old cultivators from the other clans. At this juncture, they couldn't trust anyone and could only rely on their own caution. They actually made a sacrifice. What kind of trick are they playing? Fangjing watched coldly from the side until they stepped onto the jade bridge. He didn't say a word and acted as if he was mute. He originally thought that the vermilion bird and Magu would play some tricks during the sacrifice. He didn't expect that Magu didn't do it herself. Instead, she let the leaders of the other clans do it. The 18 demon-piercing nails were firmly nailed into the vermilion bird's body. Not only its bloodline, but even its soul was nailed. It couldn't use its own strength to force out the demon-piercing nails. Moreover, the clans left experts to monitor the situation. It was impossible for outsiders to forcefully save it. Could it be that the vermilion bird had accepted its fate and was willing to be sacrificed? His intuition told him that the vermilion bird wasn't such an honest person. However, he couldn't find any flaws in it. He could only be extra careful. This was the first time he entered the ruins through the jade bridge. He was also very careful. The crimson dragon never left his side. He was ready to jump onto the dragon's head and escape if anything went wrong. The copper mirror that would automatically fly out after entering the ultimate was forcefully sealed by him with several high-grade talismans to prevent the cultivator's attention from suddenly focusing on him. Boom! When they stepped on the last step of the celestial stone bridge, all the old cultivators who had entered the ruins suddenly revealed expressions of pain. Their expressions were dazed. Fangjing understood that this was the result of the people who had entered the ruins for the first time being attacked by the remnant will. Even he was only able to endure it because he had experienced it twice before and was mentally prepared. However, it was the first time for these people. The remnant spirit attack came without warning and was very powerful. Even though the old cultivators were at the Mahayana stage of Gold Core realm, their expressions changed at the same time. They held fast to their hearts and relaxed their vigilance towards Magu. Magu immediately took advantage of this time to quickly fly into the ruins like smoke. Fangjing saw all of her movements, but he didn't stop her. Not good, that girl escaped. Go after her. After all, their cultivations were profound. It only took the old cultivators 2 to 3 breaths time to calm themselves down. Granny Yao was the first to shout. She turned into a ray of light and shot forward, chasing after Magu who had already escaped nearly 1,000 zhang away. The other old cultivators followed closely behind when they saw this. They even instructed the guards at the bridgehead to keep a close eye on the vermilion bird to prevent any accidents from happening. Fangjing was already aware of the relationship between Magu and the vermilion bird, which was why he was always on guard against them. However, the old cultivators had lived for a long time and were cunning enough to do things flawlessly. They didn't want to make any mistakes at any point. Should I leave them to find the treasure, or should I see what tricks Magu has up her sleeves? This thought quickly flashed through Fangjing's mind. He finally made his decision. He jumped onto the dragon's head and chased after Magu. Just as Fangjing followed after them, the vermilion bird that was nailed to the bridgehead and seemed to have accepted its fate suddenly raised its head and looked into the ruins. A vicious glint flashed across its eyes. Then, its body that was nailed to the bridgehead by the 18 ominous piercing nails began to twitch. The blood that was dripping from its body began to flow faster and faster, gradually igniting into a shocking flame. Whoosh! Suddenly, a long sword was unsheathed and pointed at the center of its brows. Elder Fengjing of the Fengtian clan stared at the vermilion bird with a cold gaze and shouted, "Don't even think about playing any tricks." The vermilion bird suddenly chuckled and its eyes shone with a vicious glint. For the first time, it spoke in front of the cultivators, "If you kill me, they will never be able to come out and you will never be able to enter. Why don't you try to stab me with this sword?" Haha. Amidst the laughter, the spiritual energy in its body surged even more violently. Bright scarlet flames gradually ignited around its body. "Let's restrain him first." Grand Elder Fengjing made a decision with a cold shout when he saw the vermilion bird acting strangely. He had already vaguely sensed that something was amiss. The cultivators of the Void of End all knew the omniscient nail very well. It was a special Dharma artifact used to destroy one's body and nail one's soul. It was transformed from a Dharma artifact that was specially used to deal with ferocious beasts. The vermilion bird's body had already been nailed with 18 omniscient nails. In order to preserve its life for a longer period of time for the cultivators who had entered the ruins, they had not used much strength when nailing it. However, the 18 nails had destroyed its soul. Logically speaking, it should have been completely restrained. Moreover, the vermilion bird's behavior was also strange. No one could force out the 18 omniscient nails. What was it trying to do now? Fengjing, who sensed that something was amiss, immediately stabbed out with his sword. He wanted to capture the vermilion bird and investigate what was going on. However, just as his sword was about to pierce the vermilion bird's body, the vermilion bird suddenly laughed sinisterly. The blood chi in its body surged, and every drop of blood suddenly ignited a shockingly hot flame that surrounded the vermilion bird. At the same time, the red light of the vermilion bird's ancient ancestor on the jade bridge suddenly shone brightly and danced around the vermilion bird as if it had a mind of its own. The vermilion bird indeed did not have the strength to force out the 18 omniscient nails, but it had activated the power of the jade bridge. Fengjing's sword contained his entire cultivation and could seal the heavens and earth. However, at this moment, when it pierced the scarlet light, it was as if it had pierced into a void. Indistinctly, an illusion appeared in front of him. It was as if he saw a ferocious vermilion bird howling ferociously at him and swooping down. At the same time, a scorching heat wave surged over, and the magic sword in his hand that was forged from 100 refinements dark steel actually melted bit by bit under this heat wave. Oh no! Fengjing felt his heart tremble when he saw this scene. He quickly retreated with a pale face. At that moment, the vermilion bird had already turned into a huge fireball with a radius of 100 feet. From time to time, molten iron would drip from the fireball. It was the omniscient nails that had been nailed into its body. They were all melted by the shocking flames and dripping onto the ground. The 9 trials to heaven, the legacy disciple, the transformation of the Taishan Dao Palace is destined to belong to me alone. You bunch of outsiders actually want to take a share? The young master vermilion bird's voice rang out from within the fireball. It was cold, disdainful, and sinister. You, what the hell are you doing? Grand Elder Fengjing of the Fengtian clan shouted coldly. I'm just letting you know who the prey is and who the hunter is, the young master vermilion bird sneered with a prideful tone. Whoosh, it suddenly turned around and flew into the ancient ruins. Even though the grand formation within the ancient ruins had been closed and the various restrictions had restrained their auras and stopped attacking others, the restrictions still existed. No matter how high one's cultivation was, unless one wanted to go against the restrictions head-on, otherwise one wouldn't dare to rashly fly through the sky. However, the vermilion bird actually didn't care about the restrictions at all. All of the restrictive spells were burned into nothingness by the astonishing fire power enveloping his body before they could touch him. A fireball, like the sun, dragged a long fiery tail behind it as it flew into the depths of the ruins. At this time, the purple-spotted old cultivator of the Fengtian clan, Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan, and the others were also rapidly approaching Magu. Magu seemed to be very familiar with the restrictions in the ruins. She dashed left and right like a bolt of lightning, pushing her speed to the limit as she flew forward like a shooting star. The purple-spotted old cultivator of the Fengtian clan, Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan, and the others might have higher cultivation than her, but their speed was suppressed by the hidden restrictions in the surroundings. For a time, they couldn't catch up to her. However, they had a faint feeling that something was amiss. No matter what, they wouldn't let Magu leave so easily. Split the formation, extend the 8 gates, surround her, the purple-spotted old cultivator, Granny Yao, Xianxia, Luo Muzang, and the others looked at one another. Seeing that Magu was getting further and further away, they spread out their subordinates and surrounded her according to the formation. Magu didn't run in a straight line, so it didn't take long for her to be surrounded by cultivators. She was surrounded from all sides, and all her escape routes had been blocked. Fairy Magu, we've had a good time working together. Now that we've finally entered the Dao Palace, why are you running away? Granny Yao walked over with the help of her dragon-headed walking stick. Her eyes revealed a sinister glint. She must be hiding something from us. If we can't figure it out, we won't feel at ease. If she doesn't want to tell us, search her soul. Luo Muzang approached from another angle and spoke coldly. The fear in his heart made it impossible for him to smile. There's no need to search her soul. Magu will tell you everything you want to know. I won't dare to hide anything from you. The place where Magu was surrounded was in the ruins of an old garden. It seemed to have been a garden in the past, and one could even see the spiritual fields. She was at the center of the garden, where there was a stone table and a few round stools. She didn't seem to want to run anymore. She sat down on one of the stools, flicked her hair, and answered softly. Why are you running? The cultivators looked at each other. Only then did they realize that they didn't have anything to ask. It was a moment later that Granny Yao was the first to speak up, asking sternly. Because I don't want to die. Magu replied softly, if I run, I might still have a chance to live. If I don't run, the purple-spotted old cultivator's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and asked, what do you mean by that? Magu smiled softly and said, it's a long story. It's related to the secrets of our dragon-seeking clan. Seniors, do you want to hear it? The tribe leaders immediately frowned. They were in the primal ruins. Who had the time to listen to their nonsense? Just as they were about to reprimand her, Feng Xing suddenly smiled and said, go ahead, go ahead. I want to hear it. Seeing the other tribe leaders looking at him, Feng Xing smiled and said, she can't run away from us anyway. Why should we be afraid of her? Hearing this, the tribe leaders fell silent. It was a sign of agreement. Granny Yao of the Moon Reverence clan took a step forward and flicked her fingers. A few strands of moonlight flew into Magu's body and disappeared in a flash. Girl, you've been hit by our Moon Reverence clan's secret technique. If you don't want to die a miserable death, don't try anything funny. Seeing this, the other tribe leaders' eyes flashed. They also sent people to cast secret techniques or poison on Magu. As seniors, it was greatly beneath them to do this to a junior. However, they couldn't be bothered about all of this now that they were in the strange primeval ruins. Coupled with Magu's actions earlier being unusual, they had to restrain her firmly. Magu didn't seem to care about the secret techniques and poisons that she was poisoned by. She only frowned slightly as if she was organizing her words. After a while, she looked up at the crowd and said, we, the dragon-seeking clan, have been investigating the Taishang ruins for thousands of years. We know more than all of you. Even the patriarch of the dragon-seeking clan was originally a disciple of the Taishang Dao Palace. However, when the Taishang Dao orthodoxy was sealed, he wasn't in the sect. Thus, he became one of the few disciples of the Taishang Dao Palace who didn't go through the calamity together with the Taishang Dao orthodoxy. After that, he took the initiative to enter the ultimate to return to the Dao Palace and inherit the Taishang Dao orthodoxy. When the cultivators heard this, their eyes flashed, but they didn't answer. The Heaven Grudge Clan, Heaven Reverence Clan, Imperial Beast Clan, and Moon Reverence Clan all had their own roots and origins. It was no secret in the bottomless ruins. However, this was the first time they heard of the dragon-seeking clan's roots. No one expected it to be related to the Primal Dao Palace. However, when he returned to the sinkhole's world had changed drastically. The Taishang Dao Palace had been sealed, leaving only the path to heaven that allowed cultivators to undergo trials. Anyone who could pass the 9 trials of heaven could inherit the Taishang Dao's orthodoxy and become a disciple of the Taishang Dao. Even the patriarch of the Seeking Dragon clan was no exception. He wanted to challenge the 9 trials of heaven, so he did it. The ancestor was a disciple of the Primal Dao Palace, so he understood the layout of the 9 tests of heaven. He thought he could pass it, but no one expected that the 9 tests of heaven were already very different from what he knew. He passed the first 4 tests, but ultimately failed and had no choice but to retreat. At that time, the ancestor was dissatisfied and refused to let others obtain the Primal Dao Palace that originally belonged to him. He simply cut off the test path left behind by the Primal Dao Palace and sealed the primal ruins. He only left this secret in the dragon-seeking clan's land, so that we could seek the most talented person to enter the ancient path to heaven in the ruins and challenge the tests for every generation until we inherited the Primal Dao Palace. Hearing up to this point, the crowd was filled with astonishment. Even Fangxing was shocked. So the grand formation around the primal ruins was set up by the ancestor of the dragon-seeking clan? Unfortunately, no matter how good a plan is, there will always be some unforeseen circumstances. Even our ancestor didn't expect that after he passed away from his grave injuries, the rules of the endless ruins changed so much that none of his descendants could break through to the Yuanying realm. Therefore, the test path he left behind was extremely difficult even for our dragon-seeking clan. Generation after generation, we entered the primal ruins for the sake of this ancestor's teachings. We suffered incomparably heavy casualties, and in the end, our clan was almost wiped out. Our ancestors' actions were originally out of consideration for our clan, but we didn't expect it to end up like this. It can be said that we've spun our own cocoon. At this point, Magu seemed to be a little sad and sighed softly. Little girl, don't try to be mysterious and stall for time. I only want to ask you, why did you escape just now? Are you harboring evil intentions? Are you plotting something? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being merciless and searching your soul. Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan snorted coldly, a poisonous light flashing in her eyes. Magu, on the other hand, showed no signs of fear. She smiled softly and said, Senior Yao, with your cultivation, using the soul-searching technique on me is indeed not difficult. However, Magu must remind you that the information obtained from the soul-searching technique is incomplete, and Magu is confident that I can erase a part of my soul before I die. If you don't want to obtain this secret left behind by our ancestor, you can give it a try. After hearing Magu's words, the cultivators' auras froze. No one spoke as they plotted in their hearts. In reality, the cultivators didn't know much about the very high ruins. They weren't from the dragon-seeking clan and didn't have thousands of years to study everything about the very high ruins. However, they still coveted the opportunities inside the very high Dao Palace, which was why they were like donkeys led by carrots. They came all the way to the very high Dao Palace and paid a great price, but they were still deceived by Magu. If what Magu said was true and she knew where the greatest opportunities were in the very high Dao Palace, then this was indeed what the cultivators needed the most. For a moment, all the cultivators were excited, but they were also a little afraid of harming the innocent. However, they really didn't dare to use force. When Magu saw this, a trace of disdain appeared on her face. She smiled softly and said, Haha, people are trapped by their own selfishness. Our dragon-seeking clan's ancestor was like this, and aren't you guys the same? However, you don't have to worry. As long as you don't use force on me, I will tell you everything you want to know. I won't hide anything. When she finished speaking, she looked at the cultivators with a provocative expression. The purple-spotted old cultivator from the Feng Tian clan said in a low voice, Fairy Ma, don't be deliberately mystifying. As long as you're willing to tell us, we won't use force. The other clan leaders also looked at Magu with unfriendly gazes, but no one spoke. When Magu saw this, she sighed softly. The disdain on her face became even more obvious. After a while, she said softly, You all think that the very high Dao Palace is filled with secret treasures. After coming in, you can probably find a broken weapon, a secret scroll, or a precious herb. That would be a great opportunity, right? The very high Dao Palace was indeed filled with treasures in the past, but how many years has it been? You've all seen the very high Dao Palace now. There are only scorched earth and bones everywhere. Where would there be any opportunities? But it's not impossible to say that there are no opportunities at all. At the very least, there is a trace of immortal opportunity at the end of the ancient path to heaven. Generation after generation of the dragon-seeking clan has gone through many dangers to enter the very high Dao palace for that trace of immortal opportunity. Unfortunately, the world has changed and the rules have become chaotic. This has exceeded the expectations of our dragon-seeking clan's ancestor. Generation after generation, the dragon-seeking clan has suffered heavy casualties, but no one has succeeded in entering the 9 trials. By my father's generation, the dragon-seeking clan was already withered. He only entered the palace once and exhausted the clan's power. However, it wasn't completely fruitless. At the very least, he confirmed that the very high Taoism standards of accepting a disciple are too high. It's not something we mortals can reach. External force? Magu gently nodded under the astonished gazes of the cultivators. That's right. Before my father died, he told me that the great tribes of the returning ruins all have secret treasures. The Fengtian tribe's ancestors' magic sword, the moon-worshipping tribe's moon scepter, the imperial beast tribe's bone god banner, and the heaven-hating tribe's 5-elemental mirror. Without these treasures, it would be impossible to pass the 9 trials of Tongtian. Hearing her easily reveal the unique treasure of their clan, the expressions of the old cultivators turned a little ugly. Fairy Ma, you want the treasures of our tribes? I'm afraid he hasn't slacked off yet. The purple-spotted old cultivator of the Fengtian clan said softly. Excluding Luo Musing's alliance of small clans, the 5 major clans of the Sinkhole, Heaven Abhorrence, Heaven Reverence, Dragon Seeking, Imperial Beast, and Moon Reverence, had extremely strong foundations. Strictly speaking, the dragon-seeking clan was still considered weak. Therefore, when the cultivators heard this, they found it a little funny. The previous clan leader of the dragon-seeking clan was probably crazy to want to gather all the treasures of the 4 clans and use them as external help to break through the 9 trials of heaven. Why else would I say that you've spun a cocoon of your own making? Magu's expression turned cold. Ever since I appeared, you've held me firmly in your hands, forcing me to bring you into the depths of the returning ruins. Unfortunately, you don't know that the closer you are to the primordial ruins, the closer your death is. Normally, I wouldn't be able to take the treasures of the 4 clans, but what if I'm in the death realm? Hearing this, the eyes of the cultivators flickering with uncertainty. Just as Granny Yao of the Moon Reverence clan was about to ask a question, a cold breeze suddenly swept past. Feng Xing had been carefully sensing his surroundings. When he heard the breeze, his heart immediately skipped a beat. He slapped the dragon's head and immediately flew toward the wasteland where Magu was. The jade slip he obtained from the dragon-seeking clan's Holy Maiden storage pouch indicated that this wasteland was one of the few places that could temporarily resist Meng Hong's death aura. Seeing him rush into the wasteland, Granny Yao, the purple-spotted old cultivator of the Heaven Reverence clan, Xianxia, and Luo Musing of the Imperial Beast clan all turned pale. Their figures flickered at the same time and they rushed into the wasteland, each occupying a corner and surrounding Magu. Their gazes were fixed on Feng Xing warily. They had discovered that Magu was hiding many secrets in her heart, and they were worried that Feng Xing would capture her again. As for the remaining forces, they also surrounded the wasteland with artifacts in hand, not letting a single gap escape. On the other hand, Feng Xing waved his hand and summoned his 8 golden core servants and the Heaven Abhorrence clan's Ningdu to the wasteland. What is that kid doing? The old cultivators were confused by Feng Xing's actions, but Magu stared at Feng Xing in astonishment. The wind grew stronger at an incredible speed. By the time the 8 golden core servants and the Heaven Abhorrence clan's Ningdu had arrived beside Feng Xing, the wind had already reached the outside of the wasteland. The 2 members of the Moon Reverence clan had their gazes fixed on the wasteland, watching the changes that were taking place in the wasteland. They did not expect that they would be swept away by the strange wind and fall silent. Luohong, Qingfu, what's wrong? Granny Yao noticed that something was wrong. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the 2 members of the Moon Reverence clan. It was also at this moment that the cultivators guarding outside the wasteland were swept away by the wind. One after another, they lost all signs of life. It was an extremely strange sight. Even after the wind swept past them, the vague shadows of their souls could be seen in the air, struggling and crying in the wind. It was the appearance of their souls being swept away by the wind, shocking the cultivators. Not good, come into the wasteland. The purple-spotted old cultivator of the Sky Reverence clan shouted as he slashed at the air with his sword. With a loud bang, the green-tipped sword in his hand emitted an overwhelming aura of righteousness, pushing back the aura of death that was surging toward him like a tide. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly approached Magu, raised his right palm, and shouted coldly, "What is this?" Magu's expression was mournful. She sighed softly and said, "This is called the primordial aura of death." It was transformed from the primordial aura of Tao that enveloped the entire Taoist palace in the past. Under the Yuanying aura of death, anyone who comes into contact with it will die. It is unstoppable and unpredictable. For so many years, the primordial aura of death has been the greatest obstacle that has stopped our Dragon Reverence clan from ascending the 9 trials of heaven. Is this your plan? You lured us into the ruins, only to die under the primordial aura of death? Granny Yao asked sternly, killing intent radiating from her eyes. This wasteland seems to be able to prevent the aura of death from invading. Girl, you chose this wasteland ahead of time, which shows that you have some understanding of the primordial aura of death. Quickly tell us how to neutralize it, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Magu smiled miserably and said, I believe that you will make me suffer a fate worse than death, but if you say that you will make me suffer a fate worse than death, it will be a joke. This wasteland was the place where the Taoist palace cultivated spiritual herbs. Because they were worried that the primordial aura of Tao would contaminate the herbs and change their medicinal properties, they set up a formation to prevent the Taoist aura from entering the herb garden. It is also because of this that the Taoist aura of death cannot invade the herb garden after it transforms into the aura of death. However, it can defend against the aura of death. Unfortunately, the formation will soon lose its effect, and when the aura of death invades, we will all die together. How can you make me suffer a fate worse than death? Even Zhu Shou was shocked. Didn't you lure us here for our secret treasure? Yes, it's for your secret treasure. Magu nodded lightly. If you die, the secret treasure will naturally be left with you. You can take your time to pick it out. Do you think you can live? Granny Yao shouted coldly. Suddenly, her skinny claws grabbed Magu's neck. Magu showed no fear. She sighed softly and said, Who said that I'm going to live? She slowly swept her gaze across the faces of the cultivators. There was no joy or anger in her voice, but there was a hint of sadness. I'm just a bait to lure you all into this land of death. In your eyes, you will only feel at ease if you have me in your hands. Only if I give up my life will I be able to lure you old foxes and little foxes into a land of certain death. Her tone caused the hearts of all the cultivators to tremble. They faintly felt that they had indeed made a mistake. Who are you doing this for? Xianxia asked. His eyes were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Magu sighed softly. She raised her head and looked into the distance, but she did not answer. Of course it's for me. In the distance, under the strange illumination of the 9 moons, a fireball suddenly flew over. When it got closer, the cultivators suddenly realized that the fireball contained a ferocious bird. Its body was surrounded by raging flames, and its eyes were unusually ferocious. It charged straight into the primordial aura of death, but it was not affected at all. It flew to the vicinity of the abandoned garden and hovered in the air. The vermilion bird, it was the vermilion bird that the cultivators thought was being sacrificed on the Jade Bridge. Moments ago, the cultivators watched as the vermilion bird was nailed to the Jade Bridge by 18 ominous piercing nails. The ones who did it were the leaders of the tribes. They did not hold back at all. And this vermilion bird had been pierced by 18 ominous piercing nails. Not only had it been pierced through its physical body, but it had also been pierced through its soul. Not to mention its magical powers, it probably couldn't even muster a trace of spiritual power. Under such circumstances, how did it manage to escape, even if it was saved? Logically speaking, after being nailed by 18 ominous piercing nails, its soul should have been injured and it should have been unconscious. However, the vermilion bird's eyes were ferocious and violent, and its soul seemed to have become stronger. How could it be? Could it be a second vermilion bird? Could it be that there was a mistake in the method of punishment? For a moment, the cultivators in the abandoned garden were shocked. The vermilion bird's gaze made their hair stand on end. Haha, no need to guess. I merely used the 18 ominous piercing nails to absorb a portion of the soul of our vermilion bird tribe's ancestor on the Jade Bridge. Logically speaking, I am his direct descendant, so it is perfectly reasonable for me to absorb the power of his soul, as it laughed. There was no humor in its eyes. Instead, it made people feel cold. Its tone suddenly changed. If I didn't have my own plan, did you really think that you could capture me so easily? Did you really think that you greedy people could sacrifice me to easily cross the Four Evil sect and get your hands on the orthodoxy of the Taishengdao Palace? If I hadn't been captured by you, you probably wouldn't have brought me across the Yellow Spring Sea so easily. If I hadn't been tortured, you probably wouldn't have entered the Taisheng ruins with ease. These words immediately made the cultivators understand something. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other. There were even people who looked at Feng Xing with a complicated gaze. From the vermilion bird's words, it had purposely fallen into the brat's hands. What was even more hateful was that the brat had also fallen for it. Later on, when the cultivators asked him how he had captured the vermilion bird, he had put on airs and refused to tell anyone the details. Who would have thought that from that moment on, he had fallen into the vermilion bird's trap? Seeing the complicated gazes of the cultivators, the vermilion bird's eyes flashed fiercely. It seemed a bit proud as it coldly glanced at Feng Xing. Then, it looked at a blue stone on the outskirts of the abandoned garden. That was the eye of the array that supported the garden's array. It said coldly, "Hand over the treasures in your hands. Don't try to destroy the treasures so that I get nothing, and don't try to use her to threaten me. If I break the foot of the array will disappear and the aura of death will invade. You die in an instant. Why are you not affected by the death aura?" In the abandoned garden, a cultivator cried out in alarm. At this time, Magu slowly stood up and looked at the vermilion bird with gentle eyes. She answered the question, because it was originally taken away from the Hongmeng deathly aura. When my father explored the very high ruins, although he couldn't pass through the 9 passes of heaven, he accidentally found a vermilion bird egg when he left. Before my father took it away from the ruins, it was contaminated by the Hongmeng deathly aura day and night. Naturally, it is immune to the Hongmeng deathly aura. Otherwise, why would I set this trap? Painstakingly planning to use herself as bait to set up a trap, but it wasn't for herself. All the cultivators were shocked and speechless. They had long noticed that something was wrong with Magu. Thus, no matter what happened, they would always keep a close eye on her. However, no one thought that Magu would set up a trap for someone else and even use herself as bait. As for why Magu did this, none of the cultivators asked. They were all people who had lived for a long time, so they understood everything when they saw the way Magu looked at the vermilion bird, even though it was difficult for them to accept it emotionally. However, among the astonished cultivators, only Feng Xing nonchalantly dug his nose. He knew a bit more than the others. He guessed that Magu and the young master's plan wasn't like this. Magu purposely led the wrong route to consume the cultivator's strength. Then, she would find an opportunity for the young master to rescue her. Then, the two of them would follow behind the cultivators and wait for him to clash with the cultivators due to the matter of the Crimson Dragon. No matter who won or lost, the winner would enter the ancient ruins and would inevitably encounter the death aura. Then, the vermilion bird could follow in and wait for everyone to die before picking up the treasures he needed. However, the red spider lilies and the tree of rebirth had withered on the shore of the Yellow Springs. The vermilion bird found that he couldn't cross the Yellow Spring Sea alone, so he had no choice but to show himself. He purposely allowed himself to be captured in the Black Swamp and followed the cultivators across the Yellow Spring Sea as prey. Of course, this also meant that he wouldn't have the chance to save Magu. No wonder Magu was so sad at that time. She and the young master had a telepathic connection. After knowing that the young master chose to be captured, he made a plan to use her life as bait. After luring the cultivators into the trap, the young master would either destroy the formation of the ruined garden and let all the cultivators die. Then, he would calmly pick up the treasures he needed. In this way, Magu would naturally die. Or, the young master would threaten to destroy the formation to force the cultivators to hand over the treasures and then let them die. In this case, Magu would still fall into the hands of the cultivators and wouldn't be able to escape death. These cunning plots gave Feng Xing a headache. It was obvious that the young master planned to destroy the formation. He had already raised his hand, but before he put it down, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Magu. Magu was also looking at him with a gentle gaze without any regret. However, there was still a trace of sadness in her eyes. When she saw the young master looking at her, she revealed a slight smile. "Do what you want to do. Since I've decided to help you, I won't regret it." Magu saw that the young master was a little hesitant, so she tried to persuade him. "My mother once went through a dangerous situation to explore the ruins. When she was pregnant with me, she was infected with a poisonous fungus. As a result, I was born with a fire poison in my body and a face full of poisonous sores. Even though my cultivation had reached the gold core realm, I still couldn't get rid of it. I didn't even dare to see anyone. However, you never despised me and stayed by my side. Thank you." The vermilion bird in the air stared at her. She didn't speak, but her sharp eyes seemed a little dim. "Our dragon-seeking clan has been searching for the so-called Taisheng Daoist scripture for too long. In the end, our clan was almost exterminated. However, I have no interest in it. If you want it, then take it. In fact, my thoughts have always been very simple. I only wanted to be able to stand by your side and accompany you for a while after I was cured. Unfortunately, now that my face has been cured, I don't have the chance." Seeing that her tender feelings were so thick that they couldn't be melted, Fangxing couldn't help but scratch his head. He moved closer to her and said, "This. You seem to want to see your little lover one last time, but you seem to have forgotten something." Magu looked at him coldly and didn't speak. In her heart, she still thought that it was Fangxing who captured the vermilion bird that caused her to lose all her vitality. Fangxing really didn't want to look at her face. He couldn't help but turn his head away and sighed. "The immortal painting pill I gave you is a good thing. No matter how ugly you are, it can still paint you into a little beauty. Unfortunately, I told you not to casually use spiritual power. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. But just now, you ran faster than a rabbit, so now your appearance." Magu suddenly froze and reached out to touch her face in horror. No one had seen Magu's original appearance, except for the young master. For the cultivators, remembering her aura was more important than seeing her face, so no one forcibly removed her veil. But according to her own words, it was because of the fire poison in her body that she carried from the wound that caused her to be covered with poisonous sores. Without a doubt, it was a very ugly face that wasn't pretty at all. When Fangxing kidnapped her, Magu had already been burnt to a crisp, and her face was even more unsightly. Later on, Magu took the immortal painting pill, which was indeed a miraculous medicine. At the same time, her face became more and more beautiful, just like a fairy. Moreover, as she took one pill after another, her face became more and more perfect. She could be considered a first-rate beauty. However, when she was at her most beautiful, she never had the chance to meet Zhu Quebec. Even in front of the Jade Bridge, Zhu Ke still didn't open his eyes to look at her. She knew that Zhu Ke was afraid that if the two of them looked at each other, someone would see through them. Therefore, she endured it and only wanted to find another opportunity to let him see her current beautiful appearance, and also to tell him that she didn't regret it. Everything was perfect, just the way she wanted it to be, except for one thing, her face. Fangxing indeed said that before taking the 9 pills of the immortal painting pill, she couldn't use her spiritual power recklessly. And now, she had only taken 8 immortal painting pills. There was still one more to go, so she hadn't completed the immortal painting pill. Because of this, when the muscles and bones were not stable, forcefully using spiritual power would cause the spiritual power to become chaotic and the muscles and bones to deform. Immortal painting failed. Magu held her face in astonishment. Although she didn't have a mirror, the spiritual power in her palm swept across her face and immediately knew what she looked like. Her whole body suddenly became abnormally shocked. After a long while, she suddenly covered her face and trembled as she squatted on the ground. After a long while, she suddenly let out an ear-piercing howl. The howl was like that of a malicious ghost. The surrounding cultivators all looked at her with cold eyes, and at the same time, their minds quickly calculated a way to escape. In their hearts, they simply didn't care about the thoughts of a little girl and her little lover. Escaping was more important. Only Fangxing was more concerned about this matter. He squatted beside Magu and gently patted her head as if patting a puppy or kitten. He softly sighed and comforted her. I already told you, but you just didn't listen to me. Scram! Magu hysterically shouted. Damn you, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Fangxing angrily patted her head, but didn't use spiritual power. Magu also didn't raise her head, as if she didn't feel it. Little bastard, if you dare to touch her finger again, I will certainly tear your body into 10,000 pieces. The young master suddenly coldly said, his eyes looking at Fangxing. His voice was like it had just been fished out of ice. Fangxing lifted his leg and kicked Magu's butt, then looked at Vermilion Bird and said, if you have the ability, then come. Vermilion Bird. I'll eat you, I'll definitely eat you. There was originally no enmity between us, but ever since the heaven-hating clan, you've been ruining my plans. Later, you took Magu away from me. It can be said that the reason why our plan has come to this stage is all because of your interference. I hate you the most, so after your soul was taken away, I'll eat you to vent my anger. The Vermilion Bird became irritable, and the fiery clouds around it seemed to increase in intensity by several times. Anyway, I haven't taken a bath for several days. Do whatever you want. Fangxing shrugged nonchalantly, and the Vermilion Bird was instantly enraged. Kill him. The Vermilion Bird suddenly roared as it stared at the cultivators who were trapped in the ruined garden. Kill this little brat for me. Dismember him and his dragon into 1,000 pieces in front of me. Then, hand over all your secret treasures to me. Swear an oath that you won't seek revenge against me or harm Manu. Then, I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Whoosh. When the cultivators heard this, their eyes lit up at the same time as if they saw the light of hope. What they were most worried about was that they would die under the Hongmeng Death Chi for no reason. If the Vermilion Bird was willing to spare their lives, then it was not impossible to hand over the secret treasures. More importantly, the Vermilion Bird only wanted them to swear a poison oath. Something like a poison oath. Wasn't it just a matter of their lips trembling? They could say whatever they wanted to say, and it didn't matter if they obeyed it or not. However, they were worried about the red dragon. At this moment, that big guy was staring at the cultivators with vigilance. In this abandoned garden that was only a few hundred feet in circumference, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed if they fought with such a crazy guy. In other words, if they destroyed the already unstable spell formation of the abandoned garden and the Death Chi invaded, wouldn't that guy die a horrible death? While the cultivators were pondering, Fangxing said, why is it so troublesome? Can't you just sign a master-servant contract with them? When the Vermilion Bird heard this sarcastic remark, its tone sank and it became even more furious. This little bastard was actually helping to come up with ideas as if he was thinking for her. If it was that simple, why would he have such a headache? What he couldn't say was that only a complete soul could sign a master-servant contract. However, before he was even born, or rather, before he even hatched, a strand of his soul had already been extracted, and he became the guardian spirit bird of the Taisheng Orthodoxy. His soul was already incomplete, so how could he sign a master-servant contract with someone else? I'm a man of my word. Will you do it or not? Kill this brat and swear an oath, and I'll let you live. Vermilion Bird simply ignored Fangxing and continued to shout at Zhu Xiu. Seeing that he was ignoring him, Fangxing was a little angry and shouted, Hey, my method is very good, think about it. Vermilion Bird coldly shouted, I don't have much patience. You'd better think about it quickly. Fangxing said to the other cultivators, Look, it's not willing to sign the contract, it must be lying. The Vermilion Bird was about to roar, Let's do it. At that moment, Luo Muzang and Granny Yao suddenly exchanged glances. They moved at the same time and grabbed at Fangxing from the left and right. The two of them were tempted by the Vermilion Bird's suggestion and decided to make the first move. They would first capture Fangxing and force the Crimson Dragon to not act recklessly, then kill the Crimson Dragon before killing Fangxing. This way, they could avoid a head-on confrontation. However, just as they were about to make their move, 3 or 4 of the 8 Golden Core cultivators of the Heaven Grudge tribe who were standing behind Fangxing suddenly attacked at the same time. The tremendous force sent Fangxing flying, and their angry voices rang out, Brat, even if I'm not lucky enough today, I'll kill you first to vent my anger at you for bullying us. This sudden turn of events shocked the cultivators, and even the Vermilion Bird was slightly taken aback. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Feng Xing had flown out of the abandoned garden, and his entire body was enveloped in the primordial death aura, as if he had lost his breath in an instant, the vermilion bird was greatly relieved. It was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, and he could not help but let out a long laugh. "Brat, you're mischievous and full of strange tricks, but in the end, you still died in my hands," the vermilion bird laughed and raised its claw. With a light tap, a fiery cloud swept out, intending to burn Feng Xing into ashes. With a tap of the fiery cloud, Feng Xing's corpse would be reduced to ashes. However, just as the vermilion bird was about to tap, suddenly, a ball of light flew out from Feng Xing's storage bag and floated in the air. The vermilion bird was slightly startled, and then overjoyed. It recognized that this was the Heaven Grudge Tribe's mirror, which could help it step onto the ancient road to heaven. Its use was unknown, but it was the most important one, and it was also the one that it wanted the most. This discovery made its mind tremble, and it wanted to first hold the copper mirror in its hand. However, even though it was slightly distracted, it suddenly remembered the time when it was at a disadvantage in the Black Swamp. Whenever it thought about it, it felt pained. At that time in the Black Swamp, it had already planned to pretend to be captured and borrow the power of the tribes to cross the Yellow Spring Sea. However, at that time, when it pretended to be captured, it was actually captured by accident. Its original plan was to deliberately let itself be captured by the purple-spotted old cultivator, the leader of the Feng Tian tribe. Firstly, the old cultivator was very powerful, and it was only natural for it to be captured. Secondly, compared to the cunning Feng Xing, it was more willing to fall into someone else's hands. Unfortunately, when Feng Xing suddenly threw the mirror and Magu out of his hands, he was momentarily confused, and subconsciously showed himself. After that, it really was captured. This was actually a wound in its heart, and it was painful to think about it. Because of this, it learned its lesson and resisted the urge to grab the mirror. Instead, it continued to point at Feng Xing's body. He was extremely careful towards this fellow that repeatedly caused him to suffer losses for no apparent reason. He really didn't dare to relax his vigilance in his heart until he turned him into ashes. Who knew what this little bastard would do next? There really was a little bastard. With the Vermilion Bird clan's innate protective Southern Ming true flame, it wasn't a big deal to burn a corpse. If it wasn't for the corpse suddenly coming back to life. Just as the Vermilion Bird's true flame was about to burn Feng Xing's body, a faint wisp of green smoke suddenly floated past the seemingly dead Feng Xing's body. Then, he disappeared. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword chi suddenly stabbed 3 inches below his left ribs. Ruthless, strange, and deadly. "You're not dead?" The Vermilion Bird roared and angrily retreated. At the same time, it activated its protective true flame. However, Feng Xing was too fast and the Vermilion Bird was surprisingly not in a hurry. This sword still accurately pierced into the Vermilion Bird's left flank, a full foot deep. The Vermilion Bird's protective true flame could melt any dark steel weapon, but the wide and straight black ugly sword in Feng Xing's hand was unexpectedly unafraid of this true flame. After piercing 3 feet into the Vermilion Bird's body, the color of the sword didn't even change. Sizzle, a series of burning scarlet blood splatters fell to the ground. The Vermilion Bird retreated nearly 100 feet and looked at Feng Xing in shock. "How is this possible? You're not afraid of the primordial death aura?" The cultivators in the abandoned garden were also stunned as they stared unblinkingly at Feng Xing. They couldn't imagine how this little demon wasn't afraid of the primordial death aura that even they couldn't defend against. However, Feng Xing was indeed unafraid. He chuckled and withdrew the enormous black sword that he had stabbed out. After that, he raised his head. On his forehead, a lotus-shaped imprint was flickering with dazzling divine light. It was that lotus that fixed Feng Xing's soul in place. Even if his body was immersed in the primordial death chi that surged like waves, his soul wouldn't be deterred, and it remained unmoving like a pillar in the middle of a torrent. The Vermilion Bird was in its original form and had no expression. However, from its eyes, one could clearly see that it was puzzled, shocked, and then angry. In the end, it roared angrily, "So you have such a treasure to protect yourself. Little demon, you're even more difficult to deal with than I imagined. But so what if you have such a treasure? A mere foundation establishment cultivator wants to turn the tables on me?" Even though it discovered that Fangxing could resist the primordial death aura, the vermilion bird was still fierce, from its point of view. So what if Fangxing could resist the primordial death aura? To put it bluntly, seeing that Fangxing wasn't dead, the vermilion bird relaxed a little. For some reason, the vermilion bird felt that Fangxing wouldn't die so easily. It was afraid of being tricked by him. If the leader of the Fengtian tribe or the other tribes had this ability, the vermilion bird would turn around and run without a word. But it just had to be this little demon. What was there to be afraid of? A mere foundation establishment cultivator couldn't turn the tables on the vermilion bird. This little demon was difficult to deal with because of his tricks. In terms of cultivation, how could the vermilion bird defend against 3 of them? With this thought, the vermilion bird relaxed a little and sneered, "Maybe killing you is the best way." In the abandoned garden, the cultivators were shocked once again, especially Granny Yao and Luo Mu Sang, who were about to attack Fangxing. Their expressions were filled with uncertainty. They were already prepared to kill Fangxing in exchange for a chance at survival. Who would have thought that the brat would have such a trick up his sleeve? The situation was out of their expectations, and they felt a chill in their hearts and a faint sense of panic. However, when they saw Fangxing and the vermilion bird face off, they were slightly relieved. For some reason, they actually hoped that the vermilion bird would quickly tear the little bastard to pieces. After all, the vermilion bird was a golden core cultivator, and not an ordinary golden core cultivator at that. The brat, on the other hand, was a foundation establishment cultivator. No matter how strange he was, the difference in cultivation level could not be made up for. The vermilion bird might not be able to defeat him easily, but it was close. No matter how many trump cards the brat had, so what if he could withstand the primordial death aura? Did he really think that he could challenge the golden core vermilion bird with just a few Dharma treasures? I should have thought this through. Against someone like you, what kind of strategy do I use? Tearing them to pieces is the best way. The vermilion bird clearly thought the same. Flames surrounded its body as it closed in on Fangxing. However, the scene of Fangxing killing the golden core vermilion bird as a foundation establishment cultivator did not happen. Fangxing did not attempt to challenge the vermilion bird. He did not even have the slightest intention to fight. He even put down the huge black sword in his hand. As the vermilion bird approached, he floated back 100 feet with a smile and said with some pride, "Who said that I'm going to turn the tables on you? Then you can die." The vermilion bird did not want to waste time with him. Its eyes flashed with ferocity, and it was about to pounce. The clouds of fire around its body grew stronger. It was already accumulating its most powerful attack to tear the little bastard to pieces in one blow. If it was someone else, it might still be in the mood to chat, but against Fangxing, it did not want to stay a moment longer. "Who said that I'm going to die?" At this moment, Fangxing suddenly laughed. He lowered his head to look at the huge black sword. There were some traces of blood on the tip. Then, he suddenly looked at the vermilion bird and said with a smile, "Old heretic, I'll send you in. The rest is up to you." "Who is old heretic?" The vermilion bird's heart stirred as she felt that something was amiss. Fangxing's words were clearly directed at him, but he didn't understand what he meant at all. What is this kid trying to do? The vermilion bird's pupils contracted all of a sudden. She made a move and was about to attack and kill Fangxing. It had suffered too many losses under Fangxing's hands. Now that something strange had happened that it didn't understand, it wanted to kill him. "All right," suddenly, another voice rang out, as if replying to Fangxing's words. But what surprised the vermilion bird was that the words had come out of her own mouth. "What's going on?" Vermilion bird suddenly had a bad premonition, or perhaps it was an indescribable sense of panic. Its divine sense moved and scanned its entire body. Then, it was suddenly startled. Then, it seemed to have discovered something, and an ominous glint shone in its eyes. You dare to do this to me. With a furious roar, it ferociously pounced over like a cloud of fire. However, it completely ignored Fangxing, who was charging over. Fangxing simply looked at it with a grin and didn't move an inch. The vermilion bird arrived in a flash, its murderous aura filling the sky. But just as its claws were about to reach Fangxing's face, its movements suddenly froze. Originally filled with murderous intent, it suddenly smiled strangely at Fangxing, revealing a grateful expression. After that, the vermilion bird landed on the ground with a loud crash. Its body trembled as if it was being torn apart. There were two different auras rising from his body, constantly changing. One moment they were violent and vicious, and the next moment they were filled with evil intent. Ha 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 ha, kid, you found such a good body for me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Little bastard, how dare you use such an insidious method? I'm going to kill you. Two completely different voices came from the vermilion bird's mouth, as if it was switching between two souls. The expressions of the cultivators trapped in the abandoned garden were also uncertain. Everything had happened too quickly. First, Fangxing actually had a rare treasure that could resist the primordial death aura. This had already shocked them to an indescribable degree. However, at that time, they were worried that Fangxing, who was at the Foundation establishment realm, would not be a match for the vermilion bird. They didn't expect that after just one exchange, the vermilion bird would be reduced to such a state. Possession. The moment they saw the vermilion bird's appearance, they knew that it was undergoing possession. However, they had seen possession, but had they ever seen possession as a method of attack? Could it be that there was someone who purposely nurtured a true spirit that could be possessed in their sea of consciousness, waiting to be sent into their opponent's body to be possessed? Moreover, the longer the true spirit left the body, the weaker it became. Where would one find such a powerful true spirit to possess the body of a bloodline of one of the four vicious beasts? Naturally, they didn't know that this was actually a kind of coincidence, for Fangxing. Daphne stayed in his sea of consciousness very comfortably. If it was any other true spirit, it would become weaker and weaker. However, under the baptism of Fangxing's true samadhi fire, Daphne became stronger and stronger. After going through the baptism of the true samadhi fire, his true spirit even had the true essence of a tribulation cultivator. This was because the true samadhi fire was a true flame that would only be born after going through the 9 tribulations. It was equivalent to a divine fire. Because of this, although in terms of realms, Daphne and the young master vermilion bird were in the same realm, and Daphne was the one who would be at a disadvantage when trying to possess the young master vermilion bird's body, Daphne's true spirit was much stronger than the vermilion bird's. This made it more likely for the possession this time. More importantly, in order to lure Fangxing and the others into the trap, the vermilion bird did not hesitate to endure the pain of the blood sacrifice and the pain of the 18 ominous nails piercing its body and soul. Therefore, its spirit was originally at its weakest. Although it had devoured a part of the spirit that the vermilion bird had rented on the celestial stone bridge, it had not completely fused with it, and its own spirit was still very weak. This was undoubtedly a great advantage for Daphne. As for Fangxing, he only had to consider how to send Daphne's spirit into the vermilion bird's body. This was also the most dangerous step in the process of seizing the vermilion bird's shell. This damned place was filled with the primordial death chi, which could attack one's spirit. If Daphne's spirit was exposed in this world, it would probably be immediately swept away. The vermilion bird's shell was not so easy to invade. Its body was surrounded by the terrifying Nanmingli fire to protect it. If Daphne tried to forcibly seize the shell, even if he was not burned to death by the true fire, he would consume too much of his spirit's power. Based on this thought, Fangxing decided to send Daphne on his way. When he was in the abandoned garden, he saw that under the vermilion bird's coercion and temptation, there were already people who wanted to kill him, so he decided to sneak up on the vermilion bird. He secretly informed the 7 golden core servants to attack him, and with the power of their palm, he rushed out of the abandoned garden. Then, he used the 5 elements treasure mirror to distract the vermilion bird's attention, and he took this opportunity to turn around and pull out his sword, stabbing it with lightning speed. In the eyes of others, he wanted to kill the vermilion bird with a sneak attack, but he failed. What they didn't know was that Fangxing just wanted to stab the sword into the vermilion bird's body and build a bridge for Daphne. If it was any other weapon, it would not be easy to build this bridge. However, his black sword was originally the sword embryo's host magic tool, which was equivalent to a sword case. Daphne entered the black sword from his sea of consciousness, and then entered the vermilion bird's body from the sword. Everything was a matter of course. The reason why Fangxing was willing to give this good opportunity to Daphne was that when he attracted the lotus treasure mirror into his body, his spirit was at its weakest. Of course, he also thought that if Daphne wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to seize his body again, he would burn him to death. If Daphne didn't seize his body, it meant that this old man was really trustworthy and could give him back his freedom. He was very satisfied with the result. Not only did Daphne not have any designs on him, but he also protected him. Although he took the opportunity to eat Huangfu Daozi's soul, he had good intentions after all. Who asked Huangfu Daozi to be dishonest? This was a good old man, so he should fulfill his promise. The body of a pure vermilion bird was not much weaker than his great rock bloodline back then. Letting Daphne seize the body, Feng Xing slowly walked into the abandoned garden, not even bothering to look back. In the abandoned garden, the gazes of the cultivators looking at Feng Xing were also filled with shock mixed with endless vigilance. It was a feeling of not being able to understand people, and after experiencing this reversal, they suddenly realized that this little bastard seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than the Crimson Dragon. Young master. Young master, inside the abandoned garden, there was a shrill voice among the cultivators. It was Magu. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She had already sacrificed her life to lay out such a perfect plan for the young master, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change once again. The young master, who was supposed to win, was suddenly facing the danger of being possessed. All of this happened so quickly that she couldn't believe it. Bastard, you better let him go quickly. Magu's voice was extremely mournful as she stared at Feng Xing. You can't let anyone possess him. When it broke free from the seal on the Jade Bridge, it had devoured the soul of the vermilion bird ancestor. Now, it possessed the aura of the fiendish spirit that was sealed on the Jade Bridge. In other words, other than it, no one else could break the seal on the Jade Bridge. If he is possessed, his blood essence will also change. The last person to break the seal on the Jade Bridge will be gone. Even if you sacrifice the vermilion dragon, you still won't be able to break it. If that's the case, so what if you can avoid the primordial death chi in this wasteland? Don't tell me I'm going to stay here forever? Her words caused the cultivators in the wasteland to be bewildered. They couldn't help but look at the vermilion bird. Feng Xing, on the other hand, didn't care. He raised his head to look at her and said with a smile, you just said that the Grand Abyss formation was personally laid down by your Seeking Dragon clan's ancestor. Your clan should know the principle of the formation, right? Magu's eyes flickered. She suddenly took a few steps back and arrived at the edge of the wasteland. She was only one step away from the primordial death chi. Our Seeking Dragon clan can indeed enter the primordial ruins without going through the four ominous sect. This is because the Grand Abyss formation was laid down by our ancestor. Our Seeking Dragon clan bloodline has a secret method to pass through it. But what if I die now? At that time, their only hope of leaving is the young master. If you allow him to be possessed, then your only hope of leaving the primordial ruins will be gone. Even the tribe leaders were shocked by her words and had a whole new level of respect for Magu. This woman could actually be so decisive even at such a critical juncture. She really was crazy enough, making others feel a bit scared. Even Feng Xing looked at Magu with a strange expression. After a while, he said, he sent you to your death, is it worth it? 40 years, for 40 years, he was the only one who accompanied me. Magu looked at her young master. At this moment, the evil aura on her young master's body was becoming stronger and stronger. It was obvious that her young master was about to be possessed. Time was of the essence. She could only take a deep breath and softly said, if I can save you with my life, you will stay in the ruins forever and never go out again. As she spoke, the leaders of the other tribes secretly approached her, as if they wanted to capture her. Magu, on the other hand, had been paying attention. She noticed their intentions and lowered her head with a sigh. Then, she suddenly channeled her power and flew out. At this moment, her figure was like a flying immortal as she flew toward the young master. As soon as she flew out, she broke away from the protection of the abandoned garden and was exposed to the primordial death aura. As the primordial death aura gently swept past, her soul had already left her body. A faint shadow appeared in the air and slowly floated into the distance with the cold wind. That gaze, however, was still on the vermilion bird. With a trace of sorrow, it looked at the struggling vermilion bird on the ground. She used her own life in exchange for a chance of survival for the vermilion bird. As long as the cultivators wanted to leave the ruins, Feng Xing would stop the vermilion bird from being possessed. Although the vermilion bird still wouldn't be able to escape the danger, at least it would have a chance of survival. In the ruined garden, when Ma Gu flew out, Feng Tian's ancestor, Granny Yao, and the others rushed forward at the same time. However, they couldn't stop her. They could only watch as Ma Gu flew over, but she landed about 30 meters away from the vermilion bird. Her body stiffened and her soul left her body. Her expression became more and more gloomy. Some people even looked at the vermilion bird in panic, their eyes filled with difficulty. At this moment, they clearly didn't see any intention of Feng Xing to stop the vermilion bird from being possessed. Moreover, the evil aura on the vermilion bird's body was becoming stronger and stronger, while the vermilion bird's murderous aura was becoming weaker and weaker. Without a doubt, the possession was about to succeed. The vermilion bird was about to disappear, so who could help the cultivators leave this place? You coquettish women are all crazy. He wants you to die to achieve his goal, but you still want to use your own life in exchange for a chance of survival? What are you thinking? Just because he didn't despise you when you were ugly? Feng Xing muttered. A rare expression of helplessness appeared on his face. He squatted down next to Ma Gu and let out a long sigh. This is the last immortal painting pill. I'll give it to you. Poor thing, at least bleed beautifully. After a long while, he took out a pill from his storage bag and stuffed it into Ma Gu's stiff lips. Then, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and placed it on Ma Gu's forehead. He helped her body, which still had a trace of vitality, dissolve the pill's power. At the same time, he smoothed her distorted face bit by bit. In the end, Ma Gu was as beautiful and lifelike as a fairy. She's not ugly. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. Feng Xing turned his head and saw the vermilion bird. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a fierce aura. It was obvious that the original soul was controlling the body. However, it was obvious that the evil aura that represented Daphne had enveloped his entire body and was unhurriedly devouring the remaining soul. The possession had been decided. At this time it could be considered as the vermilion bird's final radiance before the setting sun. But in this last moment of clarity, he unexpectedly didn't want to fight with Feng Xing. Instead, he stared at Ma Gu and said this. I've already fed her all 9 immortal painting pills, of course she's not ugly. Feng Xing glared at the vermilion bird and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Before. She wasn't ugly. The vermilion bird said with difficulty. The fierce aura around his body was slowly dissipating. I can see that you're a bit distressed. Feng Xing sneered as he glanced at Zhu Ke, and sighed, but in the past, her face was either full of poisonous sores, charcoal, or just a moment ago, when she was using her spiritual power, she had a strange appearance. In all fairness, no one would think that she was pretty. I'm not human, so I think that she's very beautiful. The light in the vermilion bird's eyes gradually disappeared, but he still clearly said this sentence. You win. Feng Xing was stunned. He shook his head and muttered, What were you doing earlier? With that said, he stretched out his right palm and a clump of soil flew up and covered Ma Gu's body. Then, he turned around and walked towards the abandoned garden. At this time, the last trace of the vermilion bird's fierce aura gradually disappeared. Its body was completely occupied by a cold and evil aura. Even when it opened its eyes to look around, its eyes were filled with cunning and evil. The vermilion bird was dead. His soul had been destroyed and the world no longer existed. The famous demon king of northern Qi, Daphne, had been reborn in this body. Noticing this change, Feng Xing's heart calmed down. He looked at the tribe leaders with a smile, cupped his hands and said, Seniors, this pair of dogs is finished. The rest is up to us. Let's discuss how to get out. Don't put on a bitter face. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would trap myself here? The tribe leaders in the abandoned garden were indeed in despair. After all, what Ma Gu said just now didn't seem to be a lie. If even sacrificing the red dragon couldn't break the seal on the gate of the 4 beasts, and the vermilion bird's body had been taken, how could they leave? But when they heard Feng Xing's last sentence, their eyes suddenly lit up and they all turned to look at him. Feng Xing chuckled and suddenly turned to leave. He was no longer afraid of the primordial death aura, so he could move freely in the ruins. His figure moved back and forth like a bolt of lightning. Not long after, he flew back with a jade talisman in his hand. He gently raised it and threw it to Daoist Zi, the leader of the Fengtian tribe, who was in the abandoned garden. Then, he squatted outside the abandoned garden and smiled without saying a word. When Daoist Zi received the jade talisman, he looked down at it in astonishment, and his expression changed drastically. Feng Zhang's jade talisman, why is it in your hands? Of course I went out to get it. If I didn't say that I was in a hurry to save someone, that old man wouldn't have given it to me. Feng Xing answered honestly, looking harmless to both humans and animals. He even looked thoughtfully at the other tribes of cultivators and said, "You guys came in too quickly, so there's no ventilation inside. Do you want me to help you send a message outside? You can go in and out of the ruins freely?" The old cultivators ignored his teasing and cried out in surprise as if they had seen a ghost. It's better to go in and out freely. It's very tiring to make a trip. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Feng Xing sighed and slowly stood up. He pointed at the green rock outside the abandoned garden that was acting as the eye of the formation and said, "Now, I only need to break that green rock and I can take all of your little lives." He then pointed in the direction outside the ruins and said, "I can also take all of you out of the ruins. In other words, your life and death are in my hands." The more he spoke, the prouder he became. Feng Xing suddenly raised his voice and said with a smile, "Then let's not talk about other things. Hand over the Fengtian ancestors' magic sword, the Moon Reverence clan's Moon Rui, the Imperial Beast clan's White Bone flag, all of them." What do you want to do?" The old cultivators didn't look too good. One of the Moon Reverence clan's female clansmen shouted angrily. "Can't you tell?" Feng Xing rolled his eyes at her and shouted, "I'm robbing you." To Feng Xing's surprise, he had thought that he would have to expend a great deal of effort to obtain the treasure, but it turned out to be much smoother than he had imagined. After some hesitation, the cultivators of the Zhu clan from the ruins of returning chose to hand over the treasure. Feng Xing was touched by their cooperation. As a bandit, he loved these kinds of people who were reasonable, knew when to advance and retreat, did not resist, and did not cause any trouble, or, it could be said that Zhu Xiu was really convinced. In their opinion, this little bastard was even more difficult to deal with than the vermilion bird. Not only did he control the life and death of the cultivators, his strength was not to be underestimated. Not to mention the 7 Jindan servants and the red dragon, he even had the help of Daphne, who had possessed the vermilion bird. His strength was not inferior to the combined strength of the other clans. "Old heretic, I want to find the path to heaven. Only the two of us can move freely in the ruins. Will you come with us?" Feng Xing looked at the vermilion bird and said. Although he knew that the vermilion bird had become Daphne, he was still not used to it. Daphne concentrated and sensed the condition of his body. He said in a low voice, "I have just possessed a body and my soul is not stable yet. I have to go into seclusion for 99 days to completely merge with my soul. Now is not the time for me to act rashly. I am afraid that it will leave a hidden danger in my body and affect my future Tao fruit. It is impossible for me to accompany you on the ancient path to heaven. However, I can send you on your way. I have possessed this bastard's body and devoured his soul. I have obtained a part of his memory. Together with my knowledge, I can give you some pointers." With the plan settled, Feng Xing gave the formation map to Hen Tianing. Then, he asked the 7 Jindan servants and the red dragon to protect her. Only then did he take the secret treasure of the clans and fly to the depths of the ruins with the vermilion bird. All the cultivators were envious when they saw this. However, after being trapped in this abandoned garden by the Hongmeng Death Qi, it was already rare for them to survive. After flying a certain distance, he observed the terrain and flew in a certain direction. Feng Xing had obtained a jade scroll from one of the saintesses of the dragon clan, so he roughly knew where the ancient path to heaven was located in the ruins. Daphne, on the other hand, had devoured the vermilion bird's divine soul and obtained a portion of its memories. Therefore, although the ruins of the Dao Palace had collapsed and it was difficult to determine the path, it was not a big problem for the two of them. They evaded the restrictions of the ruins and flew for nearly 10,000 miles. "Is it here?" After traveling for most of the night, the man and the sparrow arrived near a precipitous cliff. Further ahead was a vast sea of clouds, filled with spatial cracks and black lightning. Wherever they looked, they could only see the pervading mist, and they couldn't see what was inside at all. The charred ground here was also broken in the air, as if it had been chopped off by someone. The direction should be correct, but why is the ground broken here? Could it be that the path to heaven is in the sea of clouds? Daphne and Fangxing looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Whether it was the jade scroll that Fangxing had obtained from the Dragon Clan Saintess, or the memories that Daphne had obtained after devouring the vermilion bird's divine soul, there was no detailed explanation of the ancient path to heaven, and they could only determine the general direction. Now that they had reached the end of the ground, they were faced with a vast sea of clouds, filled with spatial cracks and black lightning, and they couldn't even fly over. This place is strange. The ancient path to heaven might be hidden in the sea of clouds, but it can only be opened by a special mechanism. Let's search for it first, we can't afford to waste time. I learned from the vermilion bird's memories that the phenomenon of the 9 moons rising in the sky does indeed suppress the power of the remnant formation in the ruins. If not for that, our journey here would have been 10 times more difficult. Now, we still have to think about how to get out of here after you obtain the scriptures of the way. Time is of the essence, let's split up and search. Daphne's mind was clear, and he made a decisive suggestion. Hee, Fangxing glanced at Daphne and chuckled. Daphne's hair stood on end, and he scolded, "We're doing serious business, what the hell are you laughing at?" Fangxing laughed even louder, and he seemed to be extremely happy. "Old Xia, I won't hide it from you. When we were in my sea of consciousness, I could control you at any time, so I wasn't afraid of you playing tricks. But after you took over the vermilion bird's shell, I was really worried that you would be disloyal and plot against me, so I was very careful along the way. But now it seems that you, my old friend, are still very careful." Daphne's face was cold, and he spat on the ground. "You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your cautious heart." "I'm the Grand Daphne, how could I be such a fickle villain?" Hee, since you've already said it, I'll tell you the truth. At first, when I wanted to take over your shell, I suffered a lot at your hands. You could even say that I suffered more than I did in my entire life. But later on, you little rascal really did have some skill. You were actually able to refine the Samadhi true fire with your foundation establishment body, and the benefits I obtained were limitless. Plus, after all the things we did together, it would be a lie to say that I don't have any feelings for you. In fact, I already consider you as my grandson." Fangxing was immediately angered, and he scolded, "Go to hell, trying to take advantage of me? Why don't you consider me your grandson?" Daphne was speechless, and he said, "You change your attitude faster than a dog." "Luckily, I'm already used to it." The two of them chatted for a while longer, and then split up to look for the mechanism to open the ancient road to heaven. In truth, what they had just said was tantamount to undoing a knot in their hearts. After all, the previous Daphne had truly been like a prisoner to Fangxing. But now that he was free, Fangxing felt some fear. However, he actually had a way to counter it. Back when he and Daphne had been researching the myriad spirit flag, in order to prevent Daphne from having second thoughts, they had signed a 10-year soul contract. That was the ultimate method Fangxing had used to restrain Daphne. But just as Daphne had said, the two of them had worked together a lot, and Daphne had also watched Fangxing grow up. This kind of relationship was no longer suitable for a soul contract, and it was better to laugh and scold each other to untie this knot in their hearts. After searching for a while, there was no clue. The main reason was that this cliff was too long, and it seemed to stretch for thousands of miles. If he wanted to search bit by bit, he didn't know how long it would take. Fortunately, at this time, Fangxing suddenly thought of the 5 elements treasure mirror, and with a thought, he took it out. Once again, it shined brilliantly, and floated in the air like a guiding light. After floating in the air for a while, the 5 elements treasure mirror seemed to be trying to discern something. Then with a slight movement, it flew forward on its own. Fangxing hurriedly followed behind it. When Daphne saw this, he also spread his wings and flew over, following behind the mirror with Fangxing. The mirror flew slowly for a while, and as if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it unexpectedly arrived next to a black boulder at the edge of the cliff. Suspended 3 feet above the black boulder, the copper mirror suddenly flipped slightly. The mirror faced the boundless sea of clouds below the boulder, and then all the brilliance converged into the mirror. After 3 breaths of time, it suddenly poured out again. The brilliance was dazzling, and contained an indescribable spirituality. Like a treasured sword, it pierced straight into the boundless sea of clouds below the cliff, and disappeared without a trace. This mirror really is strange. When I saw it, I also remembered that in the Vermilion Bird's memories, this 5 elements treasure mirror is very important. It seems to be recorded in the dragon-seeking clan's secret scroll. If one wants to pass through the ancient road to heaven, they must obtain a strange treasure. Its function is even greater than ancestor Feng Tian's magic sword, the bone god banner, the moon scepter, and other strange treasures, but he didn't know its specific function. Daphne was constantly digesting the Vermilion Bird's memories, and he understood more and more about the ruins. Whenever he thought of something, he would immediately tell Feng Xing. In truth, at this time, the safest method was to wait until he completely digested the Vermilion Bird's memories, and then discuss it with Feng Xing before stepping onto the ancient road to heaven. Unfortunately, with 9 moons in the sky, time was of the essence, and they could only take it one step at a time. The brilliance of the mirror shone into the sea of clouds, and it seemed as if the monkey sun's golden cudgel was stirring the sea. After a while, the sea of clouds began to churn, and there was a faint rumbling of thunder coming from deep within the sea of clouds. Even the earth trembled. This change, which contained the power of heaven and earth, caused Feng Xing and Daphne's expressions to change. They retreated a few steps and secretly circulated their spiritual energy to protect themselves. Rumble, 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 the muffled sound of thunder became more and more intense, and the sea of clouds below continued to surge. It was like the sea water was flowing to the sides. Feng Xing immediately understood that there was something huge slowly rising from below, and he couldn't help but hold his breath. Sure enough, after 9 breaths of time, suddenly, from within the sea of clouds, a strange black stone bridge, shaped like a dragon, flew out. It was so huge that it was suffocating. That stone bridge was more than 30 feet wide, and it was unknown how long it was. It stretched into an unknown part of the sea of clouds, and it was supported by an invisible immortal force. It rose from the sea of clouds, and one end actually rested next to the black boulder beside Feng Xing, right in front of Feng Xing. The other end was hidden in the clouds, and it was unknown where it led to. It seemed to be a stone bridge that led people to an unknown place in the netherworld. Immortal Bridge of Guidance. At this time, on the black boulder, a few golden ancient characters suddenly appeared. It was the name of the bridge. And behind the name, there were 2 lines. The first line was, "The 10 underworlds hide immortal secrets, the 3 great fortunes bestow disciples." The next line was, "The 9 gates of Tongxian asks all living beings, who are the highest 11 immortals?" It's here. Feng Xing and Daphne looked at each other, and at the same time, they concluded that this bridge led to the path of Tongtian mentioned by the dragon-seeking clan. "Kid, are you sure you want to go?" Daphne's eyes flashed, and he asked Feng Xing very seriously. Feng Xing did not answer, and he looked at the stone bridge, and nodded lightly. Daphne sighed, and said, "The highest Dao palace has been destroyed for too long, and many secrets have long been lost. No one knows how many dangers there are on this road, and how many mysteries there are. If you just barge in like this, it's hard to tell whether it'll be a blessing or a disaster." Feng Xing stared at the bridge for a while, and suddenly chuckled, and pointed to the end of the stone bridge, and said, "Do you think there are treasures there?" Daphne was slightly stunned, and smiled bitterly, "There must be." Feng Xing clapped his hands, and said, "Then it's settled, I'm going. Just wait for my good news, haha." As he laughed, he no longer hesitated, and jumped onto the stone bridge. The 5 elements treasured mirror also flew up. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly moved his feet, and a green cloud rose from the bridge, carrying Feng Xing, and instantly flew forward. "You've saved me a lot of energy." Feng Xing was extremely daring, and he simply sat down, took out the giant black sword, and laid it flat on his knees, quietly waiting for the result. A supreme Taoist orthodoxy of the 10 immortals, a supreme Taoist sect that had once violated an unknown taboo. It had originally been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, and even its former sect had been reduced to ruins. It was shrouded in an aura of death, and there was no sign of life. But no one would have thought that in this land of death, there was a trace of immortal opportunity. As for Feng Xing, he was currently on the stone bridge in the void, heading towards the unknown ancient road to heaven, in search of that trace of immortal opportunity. On the bridge, Qing Yunfei was flying very quickly. In the void, other than the stone bridge under his feet, there was only the endless sea of clouds and void lightning. There was nothing to use as a reference to determine the distance he had traveled. He could only feel the scenery flying past him, and on the bridge, he saw a large number of restrictions. If it wasn't for the protection of Qing Yunfei, who knew what would have happened to him if he had tried to force his way through. Luckily, the mirror unexpectedly helped me open the ancient road to heaven. Otherwise, without this bridge, I wouldn't have been able to cross even if I was beaten to death. Fang Xing was speechless, and couldn't help but look at the mirror. At this time, the mirror was still shining, quietly floating next to Fang Xing, not moving at all. Fang Xing found it more and more strange, but when he used the Yin-Yang God-Demon mirror to examine it, he found that it was a magic casting mirror. The strange phenomenon it was showing now was no longer its own function, which made Fang Xing feel even more strange. After flying on the immortal bridge for more than an hour, he finally arrived at an area. When he saw this place from afar, Fang Xing was completely stunned. At the end of the stone bridge was a continent. It was a piece of land floating in the void, as if someone had used great magic to move it here. It wasn't connected to the sky, nor was it connected to the earth. There was no light from the sun or the moon, and only the crack in the sky shone faintly, illuminating the area. It hung alone in the void, as if it was isolated from the world. It was eternally quiet, and also eternally surrounded by death. When Fang Xing slowly set foot on this piece of land, there was a loud rumble. The stone bridge under his feet had already sunk into the void, as if its only mission was to send Fang Xing here. When Fang Xing set foot on the ruins, it once again returned to the endless sea of clouds and void lightning. This also meant that there was no way out for Fang Xing. Damn it, so mysterious. Are they trying to scare me? Fang Xing spat on the ground. At the same time, he thought to himself, this Taishengdao palace is too annoying. They don't leave any way out. I have to be careful. If I can't pass, I'll take out all the explosive talismans and blow up this broken place. Hee, if the old monsters of the Taishengdao palace are still alive, they'd better take me in. Otherwise, they won't have a successor in the future. After making up his mind, he moved his arms and legs, preparing to pass the stage. He took large strides forward, and very quickly, he saw a flat area in front of him that was covered with dense green fog. Within the fog, there were hundreds and thousands of graves scattered around. In front of every grave, there was a black stone tablet erected, which made it look extremely terrifying. Even Fang Xing was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he would encounter it the moment he arrived. A graveyard? What the hell? Is this the first stage of the ancient path to heaven? Fang Xing muttered to himself. He took out the huge black sword and slowly walked forward. There won't be people burrowing out of the graves, will there? As he neared the nearest grave, Fang Xing was careful. He purposely didn't pass through the graves, but turned to the side, wanting to go around it. But it was obvious that his little trick didn't have any effect. Just as he stepped 10 feet into the grave, a green stone tablet suddenly rose from the ground to the left of the grave. Slay the dead, pass the stage of death. There were only a few tens of ancient characters on the green stone tablet, but they clearly explained the rules of this test. Shockingly, one had to destroy one's spirit in order to pass this test. This spirit was a unique existence that guarded this test, and it created a dead spirit that guarded this test according to the cultivator's strength. In other words, the higher the cultivator's cultivation, the stronger the dead spirit would be. No matter what, the dead spirit would be similar to the cultivator's strength. As the green stone tablet rose, green smoke rose from the graves. It became thicker and thicker, forming a black cloud. The black cloud was so thick that it seemed solid, and it floated heavily above the graves. Hoot, 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 amidst the black clouds, there was a faint sound of horse hooves. Amidst the black clouds, a rider riding on a tall horse came out. The horse was shockingly more than 6 meters tall, and the rider was even 3 meters tall. Compared to Fang Xing, he was like a small mountain. His entire body was shrouded in billowing black smoke, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. One could only feel the strong death chi from his body. Eh? The first stage is a fight? Fang Xing poked his head out to take a look, but he laughed. He rested the huge black sword on his shoulder and said with a smile, although it's a dead object and I can't see its cultivation, the murderous aura on its body is only equivalent to the early stage of gold core. It seems that my foundation is really good, comparable to gold core. But you underestimate me too much. Do you think I only know how to use spiritual power to fight? Did I learn all my martial arts and techniques for nothing? Hee, I only need to use 70% of my strength to kill this kind of trash. It's too easy. Come on, I'm afraid of my grandson. Before the laughter faded, it suddenly froze. After the rider came out of the black cloud, he did not rush up directly, but quietly stopped in front of the black cloud. However, even though it had stopped, the clattering of hooves did not stop. 2 or 3 breaths later, from within the black cloud, another black knight that looked exactly the same as him appeared, standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the black cloud. After that, the clattering of hooves continued. A third, a fourth, a fifth. In the end, 9 soldiers walked out from the black cloud. The aura of death was like a tide, terrifying and awe-inspiring. My God, how do I fight? Feng Xing was dumbfounded and quietly hid the huge black sword behind him. He was not willing to challenge a gold core cultivator. He felt that he was at a disadvantage. Foundation establishment, he should find some foundation establishment kids to fight. Why did he have to fight with a gold core cultivator? Wasn't that obviously looking for trouble? He did not want to fight with others from the bottom of his heart. Now that there were 9 gold core level riders blocking his way, his heart was already filled with bitterness. Hey, is this the first stage? Is there a way to pass without fighting? Feng Xing poked his head out and carefully asked the other party. However, it was obviously impossible not to fight, because after the 9 riders appeared, they saw that Feng Xing did not rush up. They suddenly pulled the reins, and the 9 of them rushed toward Feng Xing together. For a moment, the void rumbled, and the hooves of the mount stepped in the void, shaking up waves. The riders on the horses held spears that were surrounded by black lightning, and like 9 black smoke, they swept toward Feng Xing F***ck. Without hesitation, Feng Xing turned around and ran. The 108,000 swords appeared behind him, and his body was as nimble as smoke. As he ran, he had already taken out a storage bag. His divine sense entered it, and he frowned in thought. This must be it. Feng Xing escaped quickly, and the 9 black cloud riders came very quickly as well. In a few breaths, they had actually surrounded Feng Xing. However, at this moment, Feng Xing stuck the giant black sword into the back of his back, and then a stream of spiritual energy entered the storage bag. Whoosh, bay. 3-foot-long green sword jumped out of the storage bag and flew into his hand. This sword looked extremely ordinary, but the body of the sword was surrounded by indescribable righteousness. Black clouds covered the area, and the black smoke that the 9 black cloud riders had turned into interweaved into a large net, surrounding Feng Xing. However, as soon as this sword appeared, it seemed to transform into a cloud of spiritual energy, shooting straight into the 9 heavens, and piercing a hole in the large net. Ancestor Hate Heaven's sword, it was originally just an ordinary weapon, but because it was in the hands of a righteous person, it gave birth to a magical sword. This sword had even exceeded the scope of a magic treasure. This was because its power did not rely on the formations or runes inside, nor did it rely on any special materials. It contained magical power, and it relied on a breath that was nourished by the person who killed the heavens. Its magical power was indescribable. Not only could it repel the evil spirits in the Yellow Spring Sea, but it could even cut the primordial death aura in the primordial ruins half a step back. This was impressively something that no magic treasure could do. As for Feng Xing, he had already learned from Magu that the ancestor worship Heaven's sword, the Moon Rui of the Reverence Moon clan, the White Bone God banner of the Imperial Beast clan, and the 5 elemental treasure mirror of the Heaven Hatred clan were all secret treasures that were extremely useful on the path to heaven. For someone like him who liked to take advantage of others, it would be strange if he didn't use them. Thus, when he saw the 9 black cloud riders, he immediately thought about which magic treasure to use to fight against them. It didn't take much effort for him to figure out that the sword of worship of heaven could restrain almost all evil, and these 9 black cloud knights were formed from the resentment of the people in the tomb. It was the most appropriate to use them at this time. After trying it out, it was as expected. When the 9 black cloud riders saw the righteous aura on the ancestor worship heaven's sword, they seemed to be stung by the light, and the momentum of their encirclement actually slowed down. Immediately, Fangxing seized the opportunity. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the encirclement like a ghost. Then, he pulled out the sword and slashed at the black cloud with all his might. Boom, the effect of this sword was far more powerful than he had imagined. The sword chi was monstrous, and it actually cut a crack in the black cloud. Like a tide, it split from the middle, revealing a path that could lead to the other side of the grave. Fangxing did not even have time to think. He held the ancestor worship heaven's sword formation in reverse, and the 108,000 swords behind him shot out like an arrow with a streak of golden light. When the black cloud closed up again, Fangxing was long gone. The 9 black cloud riders lost their target, and their movements also stopped. After a slight pause, their figures dissipated, turning into black smoke that returned to the black cloud, and then scattered among the various graves. He had successfully passed the first test. However, what Fangxing did not notice was that when he slashed out with the ancestor worship heaven's sword, the light on the bronze mirror suddenly flickered, and the distance between it and him was slightly a foot or two away. These rare treasures are indeed very useful. After rushing past the graveyard, Fangxing continued on his way. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. He had discovered that the dragon-seeking clan had spent thousands of years researching and studying, and every conclusion they had come up with was very useful. For example, the method of using these rare treasures to fight against the mortal latch of the ancient road to heaven was indeed correct. If he had relied on himself to force his way through the first level guarded by 9 early-stage Golden Core Realm Black Cloud Knights, it was not impossible to pass, but even if he did, it would not have been easy. However, relying on the power of Ancestor Feng Tian's magic sword, he was unharmed and had already passed the first level. Because of this, he paid more attention to the other rare treasures. If the Ancestor Feng Tian magic sword could help him pass the first level, what about the others? Along the way, he had already used the Yin Yang Fiend God Mirror to repeatedly investigate the uses of the other rare treasures. Not long after, Fangxing stopped. After passing through the graveyard, he continued on for nearly 1,000 miles. Finally, he found another strange phenomenon in front of him. About 2 or 3 miles away from him, strange stone pillars rose into the sky. From afar, it looked like a forest. At first glance, the arrangement of the stone pillars looked disorderly, but there was a certain order hidden within. The first level was a test of combat strength. Could it be that the second level is a test of divination? When he arrived in front of the stone forest, there was indeed a green stone tablet that explained the rules of breaking the formation. The second level was a grand formation. Its profoundness was almost comparable to the grand formation in the abyss outside of the primeval ruins. However, unlike the grand formation, the base of the formation in the stone forest was made of stone pillars. This also meant that the 8 gates of the grand formation would not be activated. Moreover, there was no need to identify it. It was clearly erected in front of one's eyes, and one only needed to deduce the principle of the grand formation to pass. When Fangxing saw this, he could not help but mutter to himself. This was his biggest shortcoming. It would have been better if the great golden crow had tested the art of divination, but if he had to do it himself, it would be like driving a duck into a carriage. From the looks of it, this moonruri scepter is a unique treasure used here. Fangxing put away the Reverence Heaven magic sword and took the Yurui in his hand. The Yurui was the Reverence Moon clan's secret treasure. Initially, Yao Yao did not want to hand it over, but under Fangxing's coercion, she had no choice but to hand it over. However, that old hag was not a good person. She purposely told him the wrong way to control the Yurui. Fangxing did not expose her, but he used the Yin Yang Fiend God Mirror to see through it. This moonruri scepter was neither an offensive nor a defensive magic treasure, but it was a rare perceptual magic treasure. After it floated in the air, it was like a crescent moon flying 300 feet above his head, emitting a faint moonlight. Everywhere the moonlight enveloped, everything would be sensed by Fangxing, down to the finest detail. Through it, Fangxing didn't even need to probe with his divine sense to be able to clearly understand the layout of the stone forest. With this treasure, passing the second trial was even more ridiculous than smuggling. Fangxing almost laughed out loud. He tossed the moonrui into the air, and it shone brightly above his head. Then, he strode into the stone forest. Originally, once he entered the stone forest, his divine sense would be suppressed, and he could only rely on his own divination ability to deduce the correct path. However, under the probing of the moon Rui, he directly understood all the structure of the stone forest, so it was nothing. He just strode in. Of course, this was also due to the special characteristics of Rui. If it was any other enchanted treasure, Lin would have released its malevolent aura long ago and crushed Rui to pieces. In fact, even Feng Xing, who was inside Lin's body, would have been killed. However, Rui Jade was a rare enchanted treasure. It did not give off the aura of an enchanted treasure, and what it gave off was only faint moonlight. As a result, it was able to fool Lin's senses. After passing the second trial without any surprises or danger, Feng Xing was beside himself with joy. He dashed towards the third trial like a wisp of smoke. This time, he almost suffered a loss. When he arrived at the third stage, he was surprised to see a valley. At the entrance of the valley, there was a skeleton wearing a square scarf and holding a golden scroll in his hand. The skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His left arm was missing a piece of bone. In front of him, there was a sand table, and around it was a purple bamboo pole that seemed to be used as a writing brush. As soon as Feng Xing got closer, he saw the words on the green stone tablet. It told Feng Xing that this trial was about calligraphy. It was very simple. It was to use the purple bamboo pole to write the word edict on the sand. Edict was the word most commonly used by those who cultivated talismans. Every talisman had to end with the word edict. After understanding the content of this trial, Feng Xing became excited. He had cheated to pass 2 trials in a row, so he was a little uncertain. Now that he finally encountered a trial that he knew, wasn't it the time to show off Master Feng's skills? He immediately laughed and said to himself, although this book of mine was read by someone holding a knife to my neck, at least I know how to write these 2 lousy words. He grabbed the bamboo pole and wrote the 2 crooked words on the sand table. These 2 words were missing a stroke. Luckily, he remembered in the end and added it. After he finished writing, he was very happy. He casually put the purple bamboo pole into his storage bag and waited for the trial to pass with a smile. What he didn't expect was that after he finished writing these 2 words, the skeleton scholar's neck actually made a series of cracking sounds. He lowered his head and looked at the sand table with his empty eye sockets. Then, even the skeleton seemed to be stunned for a moment. It took a lot of effort to recognize the handwriting that looked like a crab crawling out. A wave of resentment suddenly sprang up from the top of his skull and filled the world. This appearance was exactly like that of a scholar in the secular world who had been humiliated, and one could even faintly hear the angry rebuke of "How dare you, brat," coming from the void. Then, this resentment had already transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man who was floating in the air like an immortal. He held a ruler in his hand and smashed it down towards Feng Xing's face. "I'll beat you to death, you ignorant and incompetent little bastard, my mother." Feng Xing was scared out of his wits. He was very sure that the 2 words he wrote were not wrong. Why was this scholar's remnant consciousness so angry? For a moment, he didn't think that for talisman masters, the test was the basic skill of calligraphy. The more quintessence one's calligraphy was, the stronger one's talisman skills would be. Therefore, talisman masters were often also calligraphy masters and liked to dress up as scholars. This was the reason why Feng Xing's handwriting looked like a crab crawling out. Although the scholar was only left with a skeleton, he still felt deeply insulted. "How dare you write such lousy words? If I don't beat you to death, I'm not a scholar anymore." To some extent, Feng Xing could be considered to have made the dead come back to life. Although Feng Xing didn't know what was going on, he knew that the skeletal scholar was angry. He was so scared that he ran away. As he ran, he took out Ancestor Feng Tian's magic sword and slashed at the skeletal scholar without even looking at it. Boom! The Feng Tian sword slashed out with a vigorous righteous aura that almost tore the sky apart. Logically speaking, this slash should be able to destroy almost all evil aura. However, something unexpected happened to Feng Xing. Although the green-robed scholar had turned into a skeleton and was only left with a wisp of resentment, he still had a body full of righteous aura. Ancestor Feng Tian's magic sword slashed over and collided with the ruler that he had created. The 2 actually destroyed each other. Although the scholar's illusion was slightly pushed back, it was not destroyed. Fortunately, it bought some time for Feng Xing. As he ran, he hurriedly took out the white bone banner and tried to think of a use for it. Previously, the Fengtian sword and the Moonrui scepter had played a big role in the first 2 tests. He believed that the white bone banner would be useful in the 3rd test. However, he had already investigated it on the way here, but he could not figure it out. This white bone god banner was an imperial beast god banner. It could exert a certain amount of influence on beasts below the 5th rank. It could not be considered a good treasure, so Xianxia did not have much of a headache and handed it over. After Fengxing held it in his hands, he felt a little troubled. This was because in the 3rd stage, there was not even a single hair of a beast, let alone a beast. There was only a skeleton. Could it be, amidst the urgency, Fengxing suddenly saw that the main body of the white bone banner was actually a piece of sparkling jade bone. He suddenly remembered that the skeletal scholar's left arm was also missing a piece of bone. He vaguely connected the 2 points. Could it be that the white bone banner was not like the previous 2 tests where it directly borrowed the power of magical treasures? Could it be that this white bone banner was not like the previous 2 tests where it directly borrowed the power of magical treasures? At this moment, the resentful aura of the skeletal scholar was fiercely charging over with the ruler in his hand. Without any time to think, Fengxing quickly took out the white bone banner. Whoosh, the white bone banner flew into the air. The banner fluttered and a green light shone brightly, enveloping the area. Something unexpected suddenly happened. The illusionary scholar that even the Fengtian sword couldn't block actually stopped and looked at the white bone banner with bright eyes. More accurately, he looked at the sparkling white bone on the white bone banner. Even the ruler in his hand was involuntarily put down. After a while, he suddenly pulled the white bone banner over with resentment. Pass. After the white bone banner was wrapped around the white bone banner, the scholar suddenly turned around and silently said these 2 words to Fengxing. Then he turned around and flew back to the side of the valley. All the phenomena disappeared. When Fengxing carefully approached the valley, he was surprised to find that the white bone scholar guarding the entrance had moved to the side, revealing a path that led straight to the valley. The white bone on the white bone banner was also quietly embedded in the white bone banner's left arm. Damn, so the first 2 days were deceptive, and the 3rd trial was a bribe, Fengxing muttered to himself as he walked forward. According to Magu and the young master, the ancient path to heaven had 9 trials. Unfortunately, the treasures he stole from the Fengtian tribe, Imperial Beast tribe, and Moon Praying tribe could only pass 1 trial. Now that he had used 3 of the treasures, he still had 6 trials to pass. What should he do? His heart stirred and his gaze fell on the copper mirror behind him. Could it be that he would have to rely on it for the last 6 trials? After passing the first 3 tests, Fengxing was sure of one thing. The father of the dragon-seeking hemp maiden had been right about one thing. The ancient road to heaven was not meant for humans. After just the first 3 tests, he realized that if he relied on his own strength, other than the first test, he wouldn't be able to pass either of the following 2 tests. Not only did one need to be proficient in battle, but they also needed to be proficient in spell formations and talismans. Furthermore, they needed to have a very high level of skill in each. How many people like that were there in the entire Nanzhan or Heaven's Origin, let alone himself? Even more frightening was that there were 6 such tests. If Fengxing were to encounter the person who set up such a perverted obstacle, he would have the urge to slash him with his sword twice. But since he had already set foot on this path, there was no turning back. Fengxing could only continue forward. Very quickly, they arrived in front of a large bronze door. This door was actually 100 zhang tall. Fengxing stood in front of the door like an ant. At this moment, the bronze door was tightly shut, not even a crack could be seen. There was a beast head embedded on the door. It had a triangular forehead and scales on its face. At this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, but its mouth was wide open, as if it was waiting for someone to feed it. In front of the door was a pill cauldron and a jade table. Upon closer inspection, Fengxing realized that the pill cauldron and the jade table, as well as the spiritual medicines on the table, were all illusory. Next, he looked to the left of the door, and indeed, there was a green stone tablet. The words on it clearly stated that one had to use the illusory medicinal ingredients on the jade table to concoct an illusory pill, which would then be thrown into the mouth of the gatekeeper. If the gatekeeper was satisfied with the pill, then the bronze door would open. If the gatekeeper was not satisfied, then it would pounce out and devour the challenger. The fourth test was a test of the challenger's pill concoction. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Making me concoct pills? I know how to eat pills. Fangxing was so vexed that he was scratching his head. He had come to the realization that the ancient road to heaven really wasn't suited for him. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should randomly refine one to lure out the gatekeeper beast and kill it, he suddenly saw the 5 elements treasure mirror behind him emit light. Fangxing was overjoyed. He knew he was going to cheat again. He hastily dodged to the side to see how the mirror could help him. However, he didn't expect the mirror to be so direct. A ray of light shot out and hit the gatekeeper beast's head. The motionless beast head that was embedded in the bronze door seemed to have been awakened by the pain. It opened its eyes and let out a formless roar of anger. However, within the light, there was an indescribable pressure that came crashing down. Under this light, the beast head showed signs of melting. After struggling for a few breaths of time, it let out a low roar, as if it had submitted. Crack crack, the bronze door suddenly opened a gap, just enough for one person to pass through. Fangxing was shocked. He didn't know if he should go in or not. The bronze mirror seemed to think that the door was too narrow. Another ray of light shot out. Roar, the gatekeeper beast was really afraid of it. It helplessly activated the bronze door and opened it halfway. F*CK, I've struck gold. Fangxing was speechless. Even he felt that the bronze mirror was too much. The first 2 tests were deceptive. The third test was bribery. This fourth test was simply coercion. However, Fangxing didn't care too much about it. He hesitated for half a breath's time, then rushed behind the bronze door. At the same time, he turned his head and saw that the bronze mirror had indeed followed him out. Fangxing's heart calmed down. At the same time, he was filled with endless doubts. Although he knew that the bronze mirror would have a strange phenomenon, he didn't expect it to be so mysterious. The magic of the bronze mirror continued, which made Fangxing feel incredulous. He finally understood why Grandmaster Heaven Abhorrence's copper mirror was the one with the least knowledge among the Heaven Abhorrence, Heaven Reverence, Moon Reverence, and beast-taming treasures that Magu and Young Master were fighting over. It was because this treasure was too unique. Along the way, it was like a hot knife through butter. The 5th stage was an area that was similar to the area outside the primordial ruins. There were mountains and vegetation everywhere, and all kinds of powerful ferocious beasts lived there. Most of them were Class 5 ferocious beasts, and the most powerful ferocious beasts had reached Class 7. The requirements for this stage were almost insane. It required the person to tame all the ferocious beasts and extract their blood essence from their foreheads. Under normal circumstances, this test was impossible to pass. However, the miraculous power of the bronze mirror was vividly displayed at this moment. Just as Fangxing entered this area, the bronze mirror suddenly rose into the sky and shone brilliantly. At the same time, an unimaginably powerful aura enveloped the entire area. In the dire beast domain, the 2 dire beasts that were charging at Fangxing with surging momentum were so scared that their legs turned limp. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and lowered their heads, not daring to move. After being stunned for a while, Fangxing stepped forward in a daze and extracted the blood essence from the foreheads of the 2 dire beasts. After extracting the blood essence, the 2 dire beasts turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Only then did Fangxing realize that they were also illusions. However, even if they were illusions refined by powerful dire beasts using the dire beast's blood essence. The strength of the dire beasts was exactly the same as the real thing. If Fangxing had to fight this group of dire beasts alone, he would have no chance of winning. However, under the threat of the bronze mirror, he did not waste any energy. Along the way, all the dire beasts were shocked by the light of the bronze mirror. They allowed Fangxing to extract the blood essence from their foreheads and turn them into smoke. Within tens of thousands of miles, there were all kinds of dire beasts. Along the way, Fangxing extracted a total of 100 drops of dire beast's blood essence. When he reached the end of this test, he extracted the blood essence of a one-horned Kuei ox. The entire dire beast domain turned into smoke and Fangxing passed the 6th test. Standing on a vast black land, he stood there in a daze for a full 10 minutes before continuing his journey. The sixth test was a dire beast domain. Black lightning enveloped this part of the world. It constantly cracked the void and then reformed. At the entrance of this test, there was also a green stone. On it, there was a spell called the Universal Thunder Manipulation Technique. According to the record on the green stone, once the challenger learned this spell, he would be able to control the dire beast thunder. However, the time limit was only 3 days. In other words, the challenger had to understand this spell within 3 days. Even if he could not control the dire beast thunder, he had to be able to protect himself from the dire beast domain and safely pass the test. It was obvious that this was a test of the challenger's comprehension. Originally, Feng Xing had some confidence in his own comprehension ability. However, he didn't have the chance to test it out. The bronze mirror directly rose into the air and propped up a domain that was enough to protect him safely through this domain. Feng Xing steeled his heart and used the bronze mirror's protection to pass through. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to put away the stone tablet that recorded the technique. He would keep it for later. And slowly cultivate it. The seventh test was just a passageway. On both sides of the wall, there were stone carvings with ancient artistic conception. Feng Xing walked between the 2 high walls, and when he looked over, he saw many vivid and lifelike images. Those images were the images of the stone carvings on the walls, but they were projected into Feng Xing's mind. In those images, Feng Xing saw an extremely powerful orthodoxy. It had once been extremely bright, ruling over the world, and tens of thousands of cultivators worshipped it. Even the divine prefecture, where the Tao was born, was illuminated by its light, making it appear dim. It was an orthodoxy that sat in the world, but its light dimmed the entire world. In the light, Feng Xing saw several scenes of immortals smiling as they ascended to the heavens. He also saw hundreds of thousands of disciples gathering in the sect to cultivate, refine pills, read books, fight spells, and other peaceful scenes. Spirit birds and strange beasts, true dragons and divine phoenixes, flew through the air as they quarreled. The black tortoise lay lazily on the peak of a mountain and basked in the sun. The white tiger fought in all directions. Feng Xing had never seen the celestial realm before, but he felt that this was the celestial realm. This was a supreme celestial scene that only the imagination of cultivators could imagine. It was a holy land for cultivators. But all of this turned into smoke at a certain moment. The Taisheng orthodoxy defies the heavenly Tao. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Destroy the orthodoxy, slay the sect, use your blood to intimidate the tribes of the 33 heavens. The heavens cannot be disobeyed. A heavenly book flew over from the sky and descended above the sect. What followed was endless purple lightning. Endless purple lightning crashed down, turning the entire Taisheng orthodoxy into a dead zone. Some great divine arts practitioners roared in anger and went against the heavens to resist the purple lightning. They even wanted to destroy the heavenly book. But under the purple lightning, no matter how strong the divine arts practitioners were, they could only nurse a grievance. Their souls dissipated, and their corpses fell like rain. Feng Xing's soul trembled. Even though it was an illusion, he still saw the might of heaven in it. The true might of heaven could annihilate everything. It could not tolerate anything. Other than death, nothing was left. In the final scene, Feng Xing could only see 9 elders dressed in different attire soaring into the sky at the same time. However, this time, they did not charge toward the heavenly tomes. Instead, they had solemn expressions as they joined hands to set up a great formation in the sky, sealing the Taisheng orthodoxy that had already collapsed. However, even their great formation was protecting something, because when the great formation was completed, there was nothing left to protect within the orthodoxy. After the 9 elders finished setting up the formation, their souls dissipated. Only their roars echoed in the void. So what if the 10 immortals are defeated? So what if the orthodoxy is destroyed? My Tao is not lonely, my Tao is not withered, my Tao is not severed. Sharpening the sword for 100,000 years, burying my undying fate, blocking you from crossing the paths of heaven. In the future, those who wield the sword to bury the heavens will be my 11 disciples. Buzz, Feng Xing, who was immersed in the illusion, was suddenly shrouded by a ray of light. He couldn't help but return to reality. It was the 5 elements treasure mirror. It was afraid that he couldn't withstand the pressure in the illusion, so it woke him up. But even so, Fang Xing's face was already covered in tears. He rubbed his eyes and sighed. Oh my god, this is too touching. He didn't know if the person who left the remnant thoughts of the Taishang orthodoxy would cry or laugh after knowing Fang Xing's reaction, or even directly strangle him to death. In short, Fang Xing was a natural ghoul, but the person who left the picture miscalculated. This was a picture that recorded the past of the Taishang orthodoxy, but it also contained great magical power. It would make everyone who saw this picture plant a seed in their heart, waiting for it to take root and sprout in the future. However, firstly, because the treasured mirror had awakened him in advance, and secondly, because he was born with this kind of personality, he actually treated the past events of the Taishang orthodoxy as a play. He was extremely touched, but unfortunately, he did not manage to successfully plant the seed. As for not planting the seed, whether it would be a blessing or a curse in the future, no one could tell now. In fact, the requirement for this level was also very simple. As long as the soul was strong enough to bear the power of the remnant thoughts left by the Taishang orthodoxy, it would be fine. If the soul was not strong enough, after coming into contact with the past, the soul would be damaged and turned into a puppet that was willing to guard the ruins of the Taishang orthodoxy. If the soul was not damaged, it would go to the next level. After muttering a few words, Fang Xing carried the black giant sword on his back and strode forward. Behind him, the bronze mirror flickered and floated silently behind him like a ghost. The 8th stage was a dilapidated hall. It was damaged everywhere, and there were holes in all 4 sides. Only 2 huge stone pillars covered in dust were supporting the hall from collapsing. Fang Xing slowly walked up the stairs and saw a large green stone still standing on the left side of the hall. The contents of the stone made Fang Xing feel depressed. He was stunned for a long time before he helplessly lifted his leg and walked into the hall, with the mentality that he would definitely lose. Because this level was extremely simple, it was playing chess, Fang Xing was about to cry. Although Uncle 11 who taught him for 3 years was a master of chess, he was not. The white-haired man had the idea of teaching him to be a master of chess for 12 times in 3 years, but he was cruelly rejected. This was because he really didn't know what was the point of playing black and white chess pieces. It was quite fun to flip the chessboard. After entering the dilapidated hall, they found that there was nothing else in the hall except for a gray-robed old cultivator sitting cross-legged at the end of the hall. He didn't seem to have any aura and his gray robe was rotten. His head was lowered and he didn't make a sound. In front of him was a black iron chessboard covered in a thick layer of dust. There were almost no chess pieces on it, only a few bumps and dents. Arriving in front of the chessboard, Fang Xing blew away the dust on the chessboard, revealing the chess pieces underneath. He lowered his head and looked at the chessboard for a long time, as if he was studying the moves. When he lowered his head to look at the chessboard, the bronze mirror quietly flew to his head. A bright light appeared and floated to the center of his forehead. At first glance, it seemed that the bronze mirror was helping him break the formation and telling him the way to solve the chess game. However, just as the bright light was about to reach Fang Xing's forehead, Fang Xing suddenly turned his eyes and flipped the chessboard away. At the same time, he jumped up and grabbed the huge black sword with both hands. With a whoosh, he stirred up a hurricane that swept through the entire hall. The huge black sword drew a half circle and struck the bronze mirror in the air with a clang. Then it struck the old cultivator's neck, clang. The huge black sword heavily struck the old cultivator's neck, which seemed to have been dead for many years, and a crisp sound rang out. The seemingly invincible huge black sword that seemed to be able to cut through everything was actually bounced back. Fang Xing was also pushed back 4 or 5 steps by the recoil. His hands that were holding the sword were trembling. At such a close distance, with such a sharp black sword and such a violent attack, even godly iron would be cut through. However, the old cultivator did not change at all. Even on his shriveled neck, there was only a faint white mark left, and no flesh was broken at all. "You're finally here." The old cultivator's aura did not change, but his voice slowly rang out. It was not a remnant of the divine sense, nor was it a telepathic message. Shockingly, he actually opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was weak and weak. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as weak as a gossamer. If one was not a cultivator, they would not be able to hear such a weak voice. Greetings, old senior. Hee hee, were you waiting for me?" I guess you've waited for the wrong person, Fang Xing was panic-stricken. Such a violent sword strike didn't even injure a single hair on the other party's body. This unfathomable old man was really too terrifying. His mouth made random replies, but his figure was already slowly retreating, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. In fact, he had already guessed that he would encounter some kind of accident. However, he did not expect that the person he encountered would be so difficult to deal with. Along the way, he had already started to have doubts. He felt that it was too easy for him to pass through the levels. The closer he got to the 9 levels, the stronger the feeling became. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. He was a suspicious person to begin with, and did not believe in free meals. It would have been fine if the level of difficulty was slightly higher, but the fact that it had been so smooth made him feel uneasy. However, there was no turning back once he had taken the path. Since he was planning to obtain the Taoist scriptures of the Taisheng orthodoxy, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, he had no choice but to continue. There was no reason for him to give up halfway. Therefore, he could only be cautious and slowly make his way forward. However, he was also secretly observing his surroundings, ready to deal with any unexpected changes. Because of this, when he saw the old man in the 8th stage, he was a bit suspicious. It was because the old man's Taoist robe had already decayed, but his skin and flesh were still intact. It was a little strange. More importantly, Fang Xing could vaguely sense a trace of life force from the old man's body. How could there be someone alive in the 9 tests of the Taisheng orthodoxy? The discovery sent chills down Fang Xing's spine. He purposely pretended that he did not notice anything and approached the old man quietly, hoping to give the old man a surprise. When he sensed that the copper mirror was about to enter his divine sense, he could not wait any longer and made his move. I don't care what it is, I'll just chop it into pieces first. However, everything was going according to plan, yet he did not expect to fail to kill the old man. Fang Xing immediately realized that the old man's cultivation was unimaginable. He was trying to escape with a grin on his face. Wrong? How could I be wrong? Anyone that makes it here is the person I'm waiting for. Besides. The old cultivator slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with flickering flames. You brought my copper mirror here? Your copper mirror? Even though Fang Xing was trying to escape, he was shocked after hearing the words. He raised his head and glanced at the old cultivator. He looked like a skeleton, but he was not a skeleton. On top of his bones, there was a layer of dark and shriveled skin. His beard and hair had all fallen off, leaving only a few strands. His entire person was like a dried corpse that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for a few years. He was even more dead than a dead person. Although his appearance had already shed his human form, and his skin and flesh were wrapped around his bones, he still looked vaguely familiar. Fang Xing's mind spun slightly, and he immediately thought of a possibility. His heart couldn't help but thump loudly. He had seen the old cultivator before, but it was only a portrait. You're the heaven abhorrer. The old cultivator let out a sigh when he recognized him. He was about to answer, that's right, I'm the heaven abhorrer ancestor. However, before he could speak, Fang Xing blurted out the second half of the sentence, heaven abhorrer old asshole? The old cultivator was left speechless. He remained silent for a long time without answering. Fang Xing did not speak either as his eyes darted around. What's happening outside? Is the heaven abhorrer lineage that I left behind still around? The old cultivator suddenly opened his mouth again, seemingly sighing in a daze. Sigh, if it's still around, the first thing I'll do after I escape is to destroy this bunch of unfilial descendants. Damn it. I clearly told them to use the copper mirror that my avatar brought out to choose a suitable body to help me escape. But thousands of years have passed. Why haven't I seen even a shadow? Do these unfilial descendants really want me to die of old age here? Sigh, it won't be long. Maybe in another 2 years, oh really? F***ck, it's really that old asshole. Fang Xing was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He was not afraid of ghosts, but he was afraid of people. Especially when this person turned out to be the legendary old monster in the sinkhole who had passed away in meditation for an unknown number of years. Heaven abhorrer ancestor. Hee hee, senior, so it's you. It looks like it was thanks to you that I was able to successfully pass the previous 7 rounds. Feng Xing was terrified in his heart, but on the surface, he laughed. As he laughed, he took a step forward. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to get closer and say something. But suddenly, his figure flashed forward, and he rushed backward like lightning. Whoosh, almost at the same time, 108,000 swords appeared behind Feng Xing as he transformed into a golden light and fled into the distance. Heh, you're still a little fox. But no matter how slippery you are, how will you escape from this trap that I've set up for thousands of years? The patriarch of heaven abhorrence, who seemed to be on his last breath, laughed in a low voice. He raised his skinny claw with great effort and gently made a hook at the void. In an instant, the world changed. All the palaces and the black soil disappeared. The entire world turned into a boundless chessboard. Countless small black and white hills sat there like stars in the sky, and a profound and complicated chessboard was laid out. One must be honest, at this moment, Feng Xing honestly admitted that he had indeed fallen into someone's trap. Although he had sensed that there was something strange about the bronze mirror and he had passed through the previous levels with ease, he had been vigilant and prepared for any accidents. However, he did not expect that there would be an old monster who had lived for thousands of years at the 8th level of the ancient path to heaven. It was the heaven abhorrer. This old man, who had become a legendary antique in the sinkhole, was actually waiting for him at the 8th level. Although he was full of doubts, he did not want to find out the reason for it. The most important thing was to run for his life. He used all his strength to run for his life and his speed was at its peak, but before he knew it, the scenery around him had changed. The vast black land had disappeared, and countless white and black hills appeared silently around him. Although they were hills, they were like peaks that reached the sky, blocking his way. He was trapped in an isolated world and became a chess piece. On the other side of the chessboard sat the skeleton-like patriarch heaven abhorrer. He had already picked up the bronze mirror. The mirror had been slashed by Feng Xing with all his strength, and the surface had cracked. The spiritual light inside was almost gone, but Patriarch Heaven Abhorrer didn't seem to care. He casually picked up a wisp of spiritual light and guided it into his sea of consciousness. Through it, he learned many things. I see, it's that busybody again, the Heaven Abhorrer sighed softly. He was not angry. He did not even have the strength to be angry. Back then, when I was trapped in the 8th formation, I could only summon a doppelganger and leave with the bronze mirror. I wanted to lure the challengers but I didn't expect that LV Feng Tian would treat me as the last demon he would kill before he passed away. LV Feng Tian wanted to refine his Feng Tian sword and injured my doppelganger. In order to prevent the bronze mirror from falling into LV Feng Tian's hands, my doppelganger had to seal itself with the last of its energy. How pitiful. A good plan, but a single variable caused this old man to guard this place for thousands of years. All those years ago, I was determined to obtain the secret vault of the Supreme Taoist sects, and I didn't hesitate to send my true body into the 8th test to escape with only a clone. I set up this seemingly perfect trap, yet I never expected that I would almost die. Isn't this a trap of my own making? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer muttered to himself, seemingly crying and laughing at the same time. Only after a long while did he raise his head and look at Feng Xing, who was still frantically escaping despite being trapped in the chessboard. He muttered to himself, thankfully, after thousands of years of painstaking defense, I've finally found a chance of survival. However, such a situation only attracted a Foundation establishment brat. I never expected it. Could it be that the people of the sinkhole are all so disappointing? Forget it. In any case, this kid's foundation is pretty good. I'll just make do with him. After saying this, he gently exhaled a weak breath, activating the mystery of the chess game. Boom. Just as Feng Xing was escaping, a huge chess piece suddenly fell from the sky. The violent force immediately sent him flying backward, his body sliding dozens of feet across the chessboard. When he looked around, he was surprised to see the bony forefather Heaven Abhorrer only 2 or 3 feet away from him. The forefather Heaven Abhorrer was sizing him up with interest and nodding in satisfaction. Brat, you can't escape, forefather Heaven Abhorrer chuckled. This is the 8th array set up by the Supreme Taoist Palace. It refers to the chaos of the 33 heavens and evolves into a perilous situation, setting up the 10 ultimate chess game. It can't be broken, it can't be defended, and there are no pieces that can be placed. Even with my cultivation, I've been trapped in this array for thousands of years. I've even given up hope of escaping. How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you escape? Feng Xing was expressionless as he flipped over and sat on the ground. His sharp gaze swept across his surroundings a few times. Hey, old B****, what's going on? Tell me. All of a sudden, he seemed to be completely fearless, like a greenhorn on the street, and asked casually. You're not afraid of me? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer seemed a little surprised and asked hesitantly. Feng Xing took out a gourd and drank some wine. If you're willing to let me go, I'll even call you my ancestor, let alone fear you. But are you willing? Interesting, Forefather Heaven Abhorrer chuckled. Just based on what you said, I'll let you go if there's a chance of survival in this place. Feng Xing's ears pricked up. A chance of survival? What do you mean? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer immediately understood that Feng Xing was trying to get information out of him. This brat's brain was probably still in a mess. He could not have said anything, but firstly, he had not seen anyone for thousands of years. Secondly, what he wanted to do required Feng Xing to be as desperate as possible. Thus, he coughed softly and said slowly, in other words, only one person can leave this place alive. Back then, I used my invincible cultivation to force my way into the highest Dao palace and broke through 7 levels in a row. I was like a hot knife through butter, but I never imagined that I would be trapped in the chess game of the 8th level. I schemed for 81 days, but I couldn't break out of this game. I wanted to escape, but I was already trapped by this game of chess. I had no choice but to create a clone, take the bronze mirror, and leave to find a successor to play this game in my place. You want me to play for you? I don't know how to do that. I only know how to flip the chessboard. Feng Xing was stunned. Although what he said was a little shameless, it was the truth. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer chuckled. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly coughed softly and his aura dropped rapidly. Eh? Is this old man going to die? Feng Xing's eyes lit up. At that moment, Forefather Heaven Abhorrer looked like an old man at the end of his rope. However, he was clearly not that lucky. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer's life force was rapidly withering. He seemed to have long gotten used to this. He used the last of his strength to take a deep breath. This breath was like a giant whale taking in water. It actually attracted a wisp of lightning from the void far behind him, and like a thin snake, it surged into his body. Phew, with this wisp of lightning, Forefather Heaven Abhorrer suddenly became a little more spirited, and his life force also strengthened a little. Eh? What kind of treasure is this? Old man, can you give me a wisp of it? Feng Xing's eyes lit up. He could see that the wisp of lightning was magical. Haha, little brat, you have a good eye. This is a wisp of chi from the Creation Thunderbolt pool. If it wasn't for the Supreme Breath Void Wanderer technique that I cultivated, which helped me draw the chi from the 9th test to maintain my life force, I would have died here 2,000 years ago. Sigh, am I tempted? I am tempted too. That's the Creation Thunderbolt pool. If I can take a sip of it, I might even be able to transcend the mortal world. Sigh, I've been trapped here for thousands of years. I know it's close at hand, but I don't have the chance to get close. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer's eyes flickered with a dark fire. He looked both vexed and envious. Creation Thunderbolt pool? Even Feng Xing's eyes lit up when he heard that. He really did not know what the Creation Thunderbolt pool was, but he knew it was something good just from the name. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer seemed to have guessed that Feng Xing did not know about the Creation Thunderbolt pool. He smiled and explained, the Creation Thunderbolt pool is one of the 3 great fortunes of the Taisheng Dao Palace. Back then, the Taisheng Dao orthodoxy was destroyed by the Heavenly Thunder. However, after the Heavenly Thunder destroyed all the vitality in the Taisheng Dao orthodoxy, it left behind a thunderbolt pool that contained vitality. How do I get it? Feng Xing blurted out. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer seemed to find it interesting that this little brat was still concerned about the method of obtaining the fortunes of the Taisheng Dao orthodoxy even though he was about to die. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer said patiently, it's actually very simple. This fortune was originally left for the Taisheng remnant disciples. As long as you can escape from this chess game and break through the 9th test, you'll be Able to see the creation thunderbolt pool and the other two great fortunes, chess game again, Fangxing seemed to be a little disappointed. He pondered for a moment and said, I don't know how to play chess. It's useless even if you catch me, hee. I don't need you to know how to play chess. Forefather Heaven Abhorrer was getting more and more interested. He chuckled and said softly, I spent 81 days trying to figure out a way to break the game. Instead, I thought of another way to escape. The 9 tests of heaven are indeed mysterious, but the Taisheng Dao orthodoxy was on the verge of destruction when the tests were set up. The tests weren't strict. To put it simply, every test has loopholes that can be exploited. It's the same for the 8th test. I don't need to break the game. I only need to find someone to replace me in the game and I'll be able to escape or head for the 9th test, or leave this damned place and live freely. Fangxing was stunned and said angrily, aren't you cheating? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer said, you've cheated in every test since the first test. Fangxing was speechless. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. He said softly, if there's only one person left in the game, doesn't that mean I can also? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer smiled and said, that's right. If you're capable of escaping from me, you can also make me stay here. Fangxing's eyes lit up and he stood up with his black greatsword. However, the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence seemed to have seen the funniest joke in the world as he laughed soundlessly. When I entered the ultimate, I had already transcended 3 tribulations. You're just a brat who hasn't even reached the Golden Core realm. Do you still want to fight me? Fangxing did not laugh. He tilted his head and looked at Forefather Heaven Abhorrer. You've been here for thousands of years? Forefather Heaven Abhorrer did not answer and looked at him curiously. Fangxing lowered his head and thought. He said softly, for thousands of years, I've had nothing to eat or drink. I don't even have spirit chi. Only the occasional wisp of creation lightning pool aura that maintains my vitality. Let me tell you something. When I first entered the bottomless chasm, I met your great-granddaughter from an unknown generation. She wasn't my match at first. If it were any other time, I could crush her with a single pinch. However, I had just starved for 2 years and my limbs were sore. I couldn't use my abilities and was easily taken down by her. As he spoke, he looked up at Forefather Heaven Abhorrer and said with a ghastly smile, and you've been starving for thousands of years. How many Foundation Establishment cultivators dared to fight against Jindan? How many Foundation Establishment cultivators dared to challenge Yuanying? How many Foundation Establishment cultivators would dare to fight against Tribulation Transcendence? Fangxing was not a person who would even fight a Gold Core Realm cultivator head-on unless he had no other choice. But at this time, he picked up the black giant sword and wanted to wrestle with Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer. Indeed, when ordinary people heard that Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer was in the tribulation stage, they would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly and they would not even dare to kneel down and beg for mercy. But Fangxing thought that Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer had been starved for thousands of years. How much strength did he have? He had the aura of the creation lightning pool to sustain his vitality, but how much strength could this sustain give him? He still remembered how weak his body was when he came out of seclusion after starving for 2 years. Moreover, after he came out of seclusion, he drank a large amount of spiritual chi in one go, but it was useless. Even though he had spiritual chi in his body, his legs were still sore and weak. It seemed that people couldn't go without food. Similarly, he didn't believe that the Heaven Abhorrer ancestor, who had been sitting for thousands of years, had much strength left. Even if this old monster had reached the realm of eating wind and drinking dew, it was useless, because in this broken place, there was neither wind nor dew. It could be said that there was not even a trace of spiritual chi in the area where the 9 passes of heaven were located. His courage surprised Patriarch Heaven Abhorrer a little. After a long time, the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "This is the first time in my life that I've met a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator who dares to fight me." Bullshit. When you were in Spirit Formation and Foundation Establishment, was there no Foundation Establishment that dared to fight you? Fangxing cursed. His figure quickly flipped backward again. A bow and 7 arrows appeared in his hand. It was just an ordinary profound level weapon and could not be considered mystical. However, Fangxing was very serious about loading the arrow and releasing the bowstring. Swoosh swoosh, the arrow turned into a streak of light and flew toward the Heaven Resentment ancestor. Boom, the arrow hit Patriarch Heaven Resentment squarely in the middle of his brows. However, the arrow shattered and the stars fell to the ground. The physical body of a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator was not something that a profound artifact could harm. There's no need to try again. The Heaven Abhorrer spoke slowly as if he wanted to stop Fangxing's nonsense. However, Fangxing clenched his teeth and did not listen to him at all. He shot out 7 arrows in a row, each aimed at the ancestor of Heaven Grudge's glabella. After the 7 arrows were shot, 2 more flywheels appeared. After the flywheels, a dozen flying swords appeared. After the flying swords came poison, talismans, thorns, halberds, formation flags, bone blades, and even sealed evil spirits. For a time, the area where the Heaven Abhorrer resided simply seemed to have become a battlefield. It was enveloped by all sorts of grand, strange, righteous, and strange energies, and they drowned the Heaven Abhorrer like a candle flickering in the wind. Who could compare to Fangxing in terms of the number of Dharma treasures he carried on him? The name Mobile Treasure Vault was not for nothing. Poor Patriarch Heaven Abhorrer. Even though he was at the tribulation stage, his body was still stiff and it was extremely difficult for him to move. At first, he still maintained the demeanor of an expert. He was as calm as a giant watching an ant trying to topple him. He probably thought that if he let Fangxing do as he pleased, he would naturally despair when he ran out of Dharma treasures. However, he did not expect that Fangxing would have so many Dharma treasures on him. There was no end to them. Little bastard, do you really think these little things can do anything to me? For the first time, there was anger in the Heaven Abhorrer's voice. His voice was as sinister as a steel knife, cutting bones and hurting souls. What happened before was just a side dish. Now is the real deal. As Fangxing waved his hand and shot out dozens of explosive talismans, he used the breath concealment skill to conceal his presence. With a puff of green smoke, he disappeared into the air. However, with the Heaven Abhorrer's cultivation, although the breath concealment skill was mysterious, at such a close distance, he only needed to use his divine thoughts to look up at the sky. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. Do you really think you can escape from me? Who said I'm going to escape? Fangxing's figure appeared with a fake mountain in his hand. He was chanting a difficult incantation in a low voice. That's the mountain treasure. The Heaven Abhorrer was stunned, and a trace of surprise finally appeared on his face. Hee, I can't hurt you. Then I'll crush you to death. Fangxing looked down at the ancestor of Heaven Abhorrence and chuckled. He suddenly sped up the chanting of the incantation and poured his spiritual power into it. The fake mountain flickered with a faint light, as if an astonishing seal was being unlocked bit by bit. A thick and powerful aura came down from the fake mountain and enveloped the ancestor of Heaven Abhorrence. His expression finally changed completely. Little bastard, are you trying to suppress my body? The Heaven Abhorrer was furious, and his voice rolled like thunder. I'm suppressing you, you old bastard. At this moment, Fangxing had already unlocked the seal on the mountain treasure. He shouted and let go of the mountain treasure in his hand. The artificial mountain suddenly grew in size, and a monstrous aura appeared. In an instant, it had already grown to a height of several hundred feet, crushing the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch. At the same time, the entire mountain continued to grow in size. Several hundred feet, several thousand feet, close to 10,000 feet. The artificial mountain had suddenly grown to such an enormous size that even Fangxing was sent flying into the air by the impact. When Fangxing fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth, he was already standing on a towering mountain that was tens of thousands of miles wide. Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're going through a heavenly tribulation? Fangxing panted heavily, his eyes shining as he looked around. He naturally knew that those ordinary celestial artifacts and Xian artifacts were of no use against the Heaven Abhorrer. From the very beginning, his trump card was this mountain treasure. Even if you're going through a heavenly tribulation, even if you're endlessly powerful, I don't believe that a mountain can't suppress you. If it were any other heavenly tribulation, the mountain treasure would be of no use. In the time it took for Fangxing to recite the incantation, the mountain treasure would be enough to kill him a few thousand times. However, the Heaven Abhorrer's body was extremely weak. It was difficult for him to even move a finger, let alone move his body to avoid the falling mountain. He was simply sitting there waiting for Fangxing to crush him with the mountain. You want me to guard you while you escape by yourself? I'll press you under the mountain and see how you're going to escape. After taking a few breaths, Fangxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Heaven Abhorrer did not shatter the mountain and escape. Even though the Heaven Abhorrer had been sitting there for thousands of years, his body had decayed, his divine sense was weak, and he only had 10% of his strength left. Fangxing did not dare to be careless. Compared to this old man, he was indeed as weak as an ant. Of course, it was also impressive that an ant like him could move a mountain to press the Heaven Abhorrer under it. Little bastard, I'm a little surprised that you dare to attack me. I'm also a little surprised that you're able to see that my body is rotten. I'm even more surprised that you're able to think of such a method to suppress my body. Before Fangxing could even exhale, a deafening voice suddenly rang out, and a purple light appeared above his head. In that instant, Fangxing's heart almost stopped beating. He widened his eyes and looked into the sky. At that moment, there was a fist-sized Heaven Abhorrer flying in the air. It was lifelike and it was looking at him furiously. Yuanning out of its shell? Yuanning heavenly tribulation? Fangxing seemed to have suddenly been greatly shocked, and he cried out loudly as he leaped up and swung his sword towards the nascent soul. You're quite capable to force me to take over your body, the Yuanning roared. His voice was mixed with rolling thunder, causing Fangxing to feel dizzy. He no longer had the strength to swing his sword. The Yuanning turned into a purple light and entered Fangxing's forehead. When the Heaven Abhorrer's voice sounded again, it was in Fangxing's sea of consciousness. With the creation thunder pool here, I didn't want to give up my body. Even if it has decayed, I can use the power of the creation thunder pool to extend my life. However, you little bastard surprised me. You actually suppressed my body. I have no choice but to use your body to leave this place. You can guard the chess game here. I'll guard the chess game with my body, and I'll use your body to return to the world. The Heaven Abhorrer invaded Fangxing's sea of consciousness. He roared like thunder and pounced on Fangxing's Tao Pagoda. Realms were the most difficult to cross, even though the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrer's soul power was extremely weak. Tribulation Transcendence was still Tribulation Transcendence. For him, it was a piece of cake for him to possess the body of a Foundation Establishment cultivator like Fangxing with his nascent soul that had gone through 3 thunder tribulations. However, even he didn't expect that Fangxing, who discovered that the nascent soul had invaded his sea of consciousness, would burst out laughing instead. Old bastard, if you had said earlier that you wanted to possess me, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. In this world, you can possess anyone you want, but if you want to possess me, you've kicked an iron plate. True Samadhi fire, come out and burn this old bastard to death. Boom, in Fangxing's sea of consciousness, endless monstrous flames suddenly burned and almost instantly filled the void. Even the Heaven Abhorrer's Yuanning was shocked when it came into contact with the flames. It quickly put up a purple light to defend itself. True Samadhi fire? You're clearly just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. How could you have true Samadhi fire in your body? There was a flash of surprise in the vivid Yuanning's eyes, but then he laughed even more wildly. Good, 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 this shows that your body is better than I imagined. I was worried that if I took over your body, thousands of years of cultivation would disappear and I would have to start from the beginning. But since your body is so magical, I can restore my peak cultivation in less than 100 years. Ha 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 ha, although this true Samadhi fire is powerful, it's a pity that you didn't refine it yourself. I've also experienced 3 heavenly tribulations. You're dreaming if you want to burn me to death. I'm going to take this body. Give it to me. With a roar, the Heaven Abhorrer laughed. The Yuanning turned into a purple sword chi and slashed straight at Fangxing's Tao Pagoda. The Samadhi true fire could be called an immortal flame, but it was unable to refine the Yuanning of the Heaven Grudge Ancestor. The purple sword chi transformed from the Yuanning of the Heaven Grudge Ancestor released an astonishing power in an instant. It slashed towards Fangxing's Tao Pagoda as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This sword was formed from the Yuanning divine sense of the Heaven Grudge Ancestor. It was hard to describe its power. Just this sword alone seemed to be able to shatter Fangxing's Tao Pagoda, destroy his true spirit, and then devour all of his true spirit and take away his body, Kacha. Within his sea of consciousness, the 9-story Tao Pagoda that represented Fangxing's own cultivation, or rather, the first barrier that protected Fangxing's true spirit under normal circumstances, actually cracked under the Yuanning purple sword's slash. After a few moments, the 9-story Dao pagoda suddenly split apart, leaving only Fangxing's true spirit sitting alone on the lotus throne, quietly floating in the air. The sword of tribulation had destroyed Fangxing's cultivation. The aftermath of the sword would have destroyed his true spirit, but on the lotus Dao platform where his true spirit sat, a misty white light appeared. It rippled like water, but it blocked all the sword intent. Fangxing's true spirit was originally as defenseless as a newborn baby, but this lotus treasure seal had impressively put an iron armor on the baby. Purple Dao Foundation. Demon Shell True Spirit. Lotus Dao Platform. Little bastard, your potential is greater than this old man imagined. When the Yuanying of the Heaven Grudge ancestor saw this, she was slightly startled, but became even more excited. Thousands of years of guarding have not been in vain. This old man has finally opened his eyes. Although I was forced to give up my own body, with a body like yours as compensation, this old man is barely satisfied. Haha, amidst the laughter of the Heaven Grudge ancestor, Yuanying transformed into a purple light and crashed into Fangxing's true spirit. Boom! 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 The indescribably powerful force continued to bombard Fangxing's true spirit, as if it wanted to shatter the lotus seal protecting Fangxing's true spirit and devour it. However, the lotus seal also displayed its wonders at this moment. It allowed the indescribably powerful Yuanying tribulation to bombard it with all its might, and from beginning to end, Fangxing's true spirit was not harmed. When Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer's attack reached a certain intensity, the lotus seal even produced a strange phenomenon. An illusory Buddha figure appeared in Fangxing's sea of consciousness, sitting upright in the void as if it would never change. This Buddha figure protected the lotus seal, which in turn protected Fangxing's real spirit devil shell, which in turn protected Fangxing's real spirit. Buddhist will? Is this a Buddhist treasure? Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer's tribulation Yuanying tribulation saw the illusory Buddha figure and was slightly stunned. He then sneered, even a real Buddha has been killed. What use is this broken treasure of yours? How dare you block my way, I'll shatter you. Amidst the roar, Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer's tribulation Yuanying tribulation turned into a monster sword intent that slashed at the illusory Buddha figure. In the sea of consciousness, Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer's tribulation Yuanying tribulation displayed a violent force that was almost unstoppable. Fangxing's true spirit could only bitterly hold on under the protection of the lotus seal, unable to do anything. The suppression of one's cultivation level was so overwhelming and unreasonable. In Fangxing's sea of consciousness, there was a faint fluctuation in a foggy space, as if a spirit was awakening. Should I make a move? The spirit hesitated, considering whether to make a move. However, another spirit quickly dispelled the thought. This is the Brat's Dao tribulation. Because he wants to embark on the Dao of the Supreme Golden Core, the Heavenly Dao has sensed it and sent a Dao tribulation to cut off his path. If we make a move, not only will we not be able to help him resolve the tribulation, but we might also attract an even more powerful Dao tribulation. Go to sleep, don't destroy that chance of survival just because of an extra move. Boom, boom. The Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer was extremely violent. He swung his purple sword intent and even the illusory Buddha figure was shattered. The lotus seal had already dimmed, as if it was rapidly losing its spirit. Seeing this, Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer was extremely excited. Under the protection of the lotus seal, Fangxing's real spirit demon shell opened all three eyes and stared at the Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer angrily as if it wanted to devour him. What are you looking at? After destroying the illusory Buddha figure, the Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer paused slightly. He was going to destroy the lotus seal in one go. Looking at the furious Fangxing in the lotus seal, the Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer sneered and shouted, I'm looking at you. Motherf * king old bastard, how dare you steal my body? I'll make you regret it for 10 lifetimes. Fangxing's real demon shell suddenly jumped up and made insulting gestures at Patriarch Heaven Abhorrer with all 6 of his arms. At the same time, obscenities poured out of his mouth like a tide. Don't you see how shameless you are to call yourself Heaven Abhorrer? If you have the ability, call yourself Heaven Abhorrer. Let me tell you, I have already killed one of your descendants outside, and I will definitely kill another one when I get out. I thought you were going to retaliate. I'm surprised, but it's just cursing. The Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer was so angry that he laughed and shouted, little bastard, do you have any other moves? Haha, hand over the body. The nascent soul spun, and a monstrous purple sword energy was released, slashing toward Lianbao. Crack crack, a crack had already appeared on the lotus seal. I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Feng Xing was also stunned, and his expression was one of astonishment. Is yours truly going to be finished? What a waste, I didn't even get a wife. Feng Xing was on the verge of tears. He could not help but hate the heavens. Meanwhile, the ancestor heaven abhorrer burst into laughter and unleashed his final attack with all his might. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope. He initially planned to gather all his spiritual force into the Yuanying tribulation so that he would have enough energy to devour the little bastard. However, he did not expect the little bastard to be so difficult to deal with. The little bastard had seen through his weakness and used a mountain treasure to suppress him. Left with no choice, the ancestor heaven abhorrer could only summon the Yuanying tribulation, but he did not have enough energy left. Right now, he could only forcefully hold on and destroy the lotus treasure that was protecting Feng Xing's true spirit. If the lotus treasure broke first, he would devour Feng Xing's true spirit and successfully seize the shell. If Yuanying's strength was exhausted, then his Yuanying would be destroyed, and he would fail to seize the shell. To him, this was the only chance of survival he had been waiting for thousands of years. Either you die, or I die. What no one could have imagined was that while Feng Xing was being possessed by Yuanying at the 8th test of the Path of Ingress, outside of the Path of Ingress, the primordial death chi had just receded from the primordial death chi in the very high ruins. The leader of the Zhu clan was preparing to use this short period of time to leave the very high ruins with the help of the formation-breaking diagram that Feng Xing had left in Han Tianing's hands. After that, he would make his preparations and wait for Feng Xing to return after successfully passing through the Path of Ingress. As the leaders of the various clans, they naturally wouldn't give up on their ambitions so easily. They were willing to obediently hand over their clan's treasures to Feng Xing in exchange for an opportunity to come out and make their preparations earlier. At this moment, they were even hesitating about whether or not they should wait for an opportunity to take down the Crimson Dragon that didn't possess any intelligence. However, even they didn't expect that the Crimson Dragon that they were most afraid of wouldn't need their help. Just as the cultivators were preparing to take advantage of the time when the primordial death chi receded to leave this damned place, the Crimson Dragon suddenly seemed to sense something. It let out a low roar and turned its head towards the interior of the Path of Ingress. It seemed to be in a daze, and a deep sense of unease could be seen in its large eyes. Crimson Dragon, what's wrong? Han Tianing was a little puzzled. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the Crimson Dragon's scales. However, with a loud bang, the Crimson Dragon seemed to have confirmed something. It suddenly flew up without any regard for its own life, roaring continuously as it turned into a red bolt of lightning and charged into the Path of Ingress. It flew so urgently and so violently that it didn't even know how to avoid the restrictions on its way. It allowed the restrictions to be triggered and explode on its body. The Crimson Dragon's body was drenched in blood as it charged forward. In its simple mind, it didn't care about the dangers in front of it at all. It only wanted to get to that person's side. This was because it sensed that that person was in great danger. Hey, Long Worm, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? On the way, it met Daphne, who was about to return to the edge of the Path of Ingress. Seeing the Crimson Dragon charging forward without any regard for its own life, it knew the relationship between the Crimson Dragon and Feng Xing, so it blocked its way and asked. However, it didn't expect the Crimson Dragon to directly hit it with its head. Startled, it turned around in the air and landed on the Crimson Dragon's back, shouting, "What happened?" Daphne's spirit had been sleeping in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness for a long time, but it was also contaminated with Feng Xing's aura. The Crimson Dragon didn't regard it as an enemy, so it allowed it to stay on its back. However, it didn't know how to answer and continued to rush forward. Daphne was also a smart one. Seeing the Crimson Dragon's behavior, it immediately guessed some possibilities. Its bird face suddenly showed a hint of seriousness. Could it be that the little devil is in danger and this crazy dragon is going to save him? But, how are you going to get through it? While he was in a daze, he saw the Crimson Dragon charging straight towards a restriction in front of him, and he hurriedly roared, telling it to dodge. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon was somewhat obedient to his words, and it moved out of the way in time. However, this still caused the great rock evil king to break out in a cold sweat. Witnessing the crazed state of this dragon, he was even more horrified in his heart. He thought, the dragon race is also the race with the most intelligence in the world, so why is this dragon so crazy? Soul-breaking technique? He inadvertently looked down and found the 2 flowers on the head of the crimson dragon. He was slightly startled. Roar! The crimson dragon used its extreme speed. It didn't take long for it to come to the end of the earth. There was a sea of clouds and the looming void lightning in the sea of clouds in front of it. It was not afraid at all. It regarded the void lightning in the sky as nothing and directly plunged into it. However, Daphne was so scared that he screamed and turned over to jump down, his eyes almost popping out. "Come back, you can't go through," Daphne shouted, but the crimson dragon turned a deaf ear and directly plunged into the sea of clouds. "Forget it, the karma between this king and that little demon is not shallow. I'll help you." In the blink of an eye, Evil Rock King made a decision. Taking advantage of the fact that the crimson dragon wasn't very far away from him, he suddenly unleashed the 108,000 swords technique of the Great Ping race. At the same time, he unleashed the protective true flame of the vermilion bird race. With a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of fiery light and rushed forward. When he was only 100 feet away from the crimson dragon, he clawed at the air and released an invisible gravitational force. Chi! Chi! The 2 flowers were plucked from the air by Daphne and 2 drops of dragon blood were sucked into his claw. At the same time, Daphne made up his mind and plucked one of the crimson feather from his head. He quickly chanted an incantation and refined it. Then, with a whoosh, the crimson feather flew out. The crimson feather was inserted into the crimson dragon's forehead and emitted waves of divine sense. F***ck, there's a void crack in front. You should fly down, there's lightning in front. Don't crash into it. Soul-breaking spell, who cast such a vicious and evil spell on you? It looks like you've lived for a long time and your entire spirit has been severed, causing your spirituality to dim and your spirit to suffer the pain of being burned forever. If you don't pull out the soul-breaking nails, you'll have to endure the pain of your soul burning forever. Only a bloody battle can slightly alleviate this pain. How tragic, how tragic. This is an incurable disease. Not to mention that time is tight, even if I had enough time, I wouldn't be able to cure you. Since you insist on breaking into the void to save that little brat, I can only help you pull out these 2 soul-breaking nails and sever a part of my soul to protect your spirituality. Not only will I help you, but I'll also do my part for that little brat. He turned around and flew to the edge of the land. Daphne's aura was a little weak, and even his eyes seemed to be a little dim. At this juncture, even he did not dare to cross the void to save Feng Xing, because to any normal person, it would be a suicidal thing to do. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it would not be able to reach the other side and would perish in the void. However, the red dragon did not hesitate at all and plunged headfirst into the void. Seeing that he could not stop it, Daphne could only help it one last time. However, it was knowledgeable, and it knew many of the demon clan's secret weapons. It recognized that the 2 pearl flowers pierced into the crimson dragon's head were the secret weapons of the demon clan's great saint, the 9-headed saint clan. Therefore, it boldly plucked out the 2 pearl flowers. This way, although it could not restore the crimson dragon's consciousness, it could greatly increase its spirituality. At least with spirituality, it would know how to dodge the terrifying void lightning and not crash head-on into it. Moreover, it was ruthless and severed a part of its spirit to wrap around the red feather. This was equivalent to cutting its own flesh to serve the dragon. First, it could turn into a spirit thought and guide the red dragon. Second, it could protect the red dragon's spirit so that it would not dissipate so quickly. Of course, this was also a huge blow to him, who had just taken over a body. He had really put in a lot of effort. As for the crimson dragon, when it dove into the sea of clouds, its large eyes, which would only show a bit of clarity when it got close to Feng Xing, actually had its spirituality gradually increase. This result made it no longer rush forward blindly. Instead, its figure became much more agile, truly displaying the graceful posture of the true dragon race. It flew through the endless void of lightning, its figure magnificent. However, although its spirituality had increased, its consciousness had yet to recover, or perhaps it would never recover. In its mind, it only had one goal, and that was to save Feng Xing. Boom. Boom. Boom, even though it possessed intelligence and was able to dodge some of the void lightning's damage, it was still unable to completely dodge it. The crimson dragon was grazed by some of the void lightning. Its scales split open, and it was drenched in blood as it let out a muffled roar. No one knew if it was protected by the gods, but the crimson dragon didn't get cut in half when it crossed the sea of clouds. After paying the price of being covered in cuts and bruises, and one of its claws was broken, it rushed through the sea of clouds. Then, it didn't stop and rushed forward. It didn't need the bronze mirror to lead the way, because it knew exactly where Fangxing was. Roar. When it passed through the first formation, which was filled with graves, black clouds emerged, and 9 ink-colored giant dragons flew out and fought fiercely with it. When it passed through the stone forest, it directly rushed in and knocked down the stone pillars. When it passed through the third formation guarded by the withered scholar, it roared incessantly, forcing the scholar who was incomparably powerful to give way. Many years after the incident, Fangxing still had no idea how the Crimson Dragon managed to reach his side through such a difficult journey. When the Crimson Dragon was rushing toward him, he was competing with the progenitor of heaven abhorrence and was at the brink of death. When 3 cracks appeared on the lotus treasure, Fangxing was infuriated. He wasn't the type to sit and wait for death. When he realized that the lotus treasure couldn't protect him, he no longer took a passive stance. He clenched his teeth and drove the lotus treasure toward the progenitor of heaven abhorrence. Who asked you to possess me? Who asked you to cut my lotus treasure? Who asked you to give birth to a bunch of disgusting offspring? Who asked you to look so disgusting? While cursing viciously, Fangxing drove the imperial lotus treasure toward the progenitor of heaven abhorrence. Even if the opponent was a tribulation transcendence cultivator, he wouldn't give up his life for nothing. Even if he couldn't kill you, he would at least hurt you. It had to be said that his desperate ruffian had indeed caused a certain amount of trouble for the progenitor of heaven abhorrence. The progenitor of heaven abhorrence had been guarding for thousands of years. His spiritual power had dried up, and his body had also decayed. He only relied on the occasional trace of aura from the thunder pool of creation to maintain his vitality. Even a starving tiger would want to kill the little mouse Fangxing to satisfy its hunger. But he didn't expect that the mouse was quite fierce and actually bit people. It was a funny thing in normal times, but in the eyes of the tiger at this time, it was really a headache. It should have been a matter of a slap, but the mouse had a tortoise shell, which couldn't be smashed with 1 or 2 slaps. Of course, the more important reason was that when an ordinary mouse met a tiger, it would only be afraid, no matter how weak the tiger was. After all, it couldn't even defeat the weakened version of the tiger, let alone the tiger. But this mouse was really fierce and daring. It anxiously roared and charged at the tiger, its momentum almost more ferocious than that of the tiger. It was really prickly. Under such circumstances, with the help of the lotus treasure, Fangxing forcibly fought to a draw with the progenitor of heaven abhorrence. Both of them were at the end of their ropes. The progenitor of heaven abhorrence's tribulation yuanying power was almost exhausted, and the purple sword chi was almost unable to be used. Even the tribulation yuanying power was a little translucent, and it seemed like it was about to dissipate. Fangxing's lotus treasure seal was also broken into a bead net, as if it would completely collapse with a light knock, exposing his real spirit completely. Ha 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 ha. The realm is a natural chasm, how can it be easily crossed? This time, it's still me who wins. The progenitor of heaven abhorrence's tribulation yuanying let out an arrogant laugh, and once again gathered the remaining strength. He rushed at Fangxing. At the end of the day, he still won. As long as he destroyed Fangxing's lotus treasure seal, Fangxing's real spirit would become the best nourishment for him. After taking over Fangxing's body, he would split a strand of his soul into his original body, and he would be able to guard the chessboard, and then use Fangxing's body to escape the 8th formation. By then, he would be free to choose whether he wanted to challenge the 9th formation, or turn back and find a way to leave this place. Of course, Daphne did not plan to continue. The Taisheng Taoism orthodoxy was too evil, and he did not want to be trapped again. He could only watch helplessly as the last attack would be able to destroy the lotus treasure seal and devour Fangxing's real spirit. But it was also at this moment that a dragon's roar suddenly sounded in the surroundings. It was a dragon roar that was filled with endless anger and anxiety, but it was also filled with deep concern. Daphne was slightly stunned, while Fangxing was startled, as if he had thought of something. Is it doggy? In the outside world, the red dragon had already arrived at the location of the 8th formation. The chessboard had already begun, and the red dragon charged over, breaking through the outer restriction of the chessboard, and directly barged into the chessboard. Then, it charged towards Feng Xing, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, and its huge eyes stared in horror at him, whose aura was extremely chaotic. Its mind was in a mess, and it only knew that Feng Xing was in danger, but it did not know where Feng Xing's enemy was. However, after all, it had recovered its spirituality, and it keenly sensed something. The dragon suddenly stretched its head forward, and its forehead touched Feng Xing's forehead. This was what Feng Xing would occasionally do when he played with it. However, this time it was forehead to forehead, and it was not like the usual wrestling. With this touch, the red dragon did not hesitate to send its spirit into Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Feng Xing and the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch, who were fighting to the death, looked up in horror. They saw a majestic golden dragon appear in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. This golden dragon's body was ablaze with black flames, which meant that its spirit was incessantly burning. Feng Xing's body and physical body had suppressed the speed of the burning, but now that it was in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, it was as if the golden dragon's spirit had abandoned the protection of its physical body, causing the speed of the spirit's burning to suddenly increase. However, when it saw Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch Xianxia, there was a hint of excitement and ferocity in the golden dragon's eyes, because it finally saw where Feng Xing's enemy was. Its body swayed, and it rushed towards Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch Xianxia at lightning speed. Its spirit was like lightning, and with the burning black flames, it looked like a divine arrow. "What's that?" Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch was shocked by this sudden scene, and he roared. At the same time, he flew at top speed, trying to avoid the arrow, but he was exhausted after all, and his speed was slow. The golden dragon collided with his body, and the translucent Yuanying suddenly exploded, and endless cracks appeared on it, and the terrified expression on his face instantly froze. The Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch Xianxia tribulation was originally because his physical body had decayed, and he had guarded it for thousands of years without nourishment. He had barely managed to break out of his shell, and came to Feng Xing's sea of consciousness to possess him. After entering Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, he had to resist the true Samadhi fire in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, and at the same time, he used his great magical power to cut down the lotus seal. At this point, he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. The golden dragon's spirit was the last straw that broke the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch's back, and it suddenly exploded. Boom! The shattering of the Yuanying turned into an indescribably powerful spirit power, and it spread out in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness. The golden dragon's spirit was the first to bear the brunt, and it was almost instantly affected by the violent spirit power. Almost in the blink of an eye, its spirit began to show signs of breaking, and even its broken body became translucent. Deguzi, Feng Xing wanted to open his mouth to shout, but he suddenly found that even his voice seemed to be blocked by the shock on his face, and he could not shout. Yuanying was Yuanying, not to mention that the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence was a Yuanying that had undergone 3 lightning tribulations. No matter how much he had calculated, he had missed out on Feng Xing. He did not expect that this brat would have so many trump cards and forcefully exhaust his nascent soul to death. He also did not expect that there would be a tyrannical existence from the dragon clan that completely disregarded the fate of his soul dissipating and charged into Feng Xing's sea of consciousness to perish together with him. However, before he died, his nascent soul exploded, and the chaotic soul power that was produced was still incomparably terrifying. Almost in an instant, the golden dragon's divine soul that was closest to it almost dissipated into thin air, and it continued to rush outwards. If this continued, even Feng Xing's sea of consciousness might collapse. At this moment, Feng Xing's divine soul was also trembling in fear. Seeing the crimson dragon's divine soul crumbling made his heart throb violently. Without thinking, he let out a roar and sent out the lotus seal that was protecting his true spirit. It turned into a crystal-clear light and flew into the forehead of the golden dragon's divine soul that was about to dissipate. The lotus seal was extremely magical. Even though it was about to shatter, it still had the ability to protect the divine soul from being destroyed. In an instant, it fixed the golden dragon's divine soul that was about to dissipate. After that, Feng Xing's 3-headed and 6-armed demon spirit that was in the form of a demon spirit roared at the sky without any protection. Immediately, monstrous flames began to burn in all directions. The Samadhi true fire that had already been completed seemed to have a spiritual flame. It burned from the bottom of the sea of consciousness, wrapping around the patriarch of heaven abhorrence's violent spirit power and refining it. Hate, hate. I've guarded for thousands of years, and this is what I get in return? Damned heavens, I lost not because of my combat strength, but because of my fate. Even though the Yuanying had been destroyed, forefather heaven abhorrers' remaining fragments of spirituality were still being refined by the Samadhi true fire. They roared with all their might, their anger and resentment surging back and forth, attacking the sea of consciousness. However, what he hated the most was not Fangxing, but the heavens. He was originally a person with amazing talent. He had stepped into the tribulation stage before he was 1,000 years old. Even in the divine prefecture, he was an outstanding talent. However, he had fallen into someone's trap. There was no place for him in the world, and he was forced to escape into the bottomless ruins of the South Sea. That was not all. Forefather heaven abhorrence refused to admit defeat. He used his talents to continue the ancient road to heaven and passed the 7 tests of heaven. However, he was trapped in the 10 ultimate chess game, but he did not give up. He sent an avatar out of the ruins with the mirror and set up a trap to escape. However, he did not expect that the avatar would be hunted down by Lu Fengtian, the ancestor of the Fengtian clan, who wanted to use him as the last demon to refine the Fengtian magic sword. In the end, the avatar and Lu Fengtian fought and both were injured. In a hurry, the avatar could only seal himself in the portrait to protect the mirror. He left a message to the servants of forefather heaven abhorrence that the bronze mirror was their only hope of leaving the bottomless ruins. If there was someone with extraordinary talent in the bloodline of forefather heaven abhorrence, they were to burn the portrait, take out the mirror, and head to the Taishengdao palace to welcome the forefather back. When the mirror appeared again, the arrangements that forefather heaven abhorrence had left in the Taishengdao palace would naturally sense it. The 9 moons would rise to the sky, and the array would be closed. In addition, the mirror contained a wisp of forefather heaven abhorrence's remnant consciousness, so it would be able to successfully head to the 8th test of heaven. However, no one expected that the chaos in the bottomless ruins would be triggered by the 9 coffins falling from the sky. The various tribes fought for the chance to leave the bottomless ruins, and the servants of forefather heaven abhorrence were seriously injured in that battle. The information left behind was incomplete. With all these reasons, forefather heaven abhorrence's trap had been set up for thousands of years. It was so long that it drove him crazy. It wasn't easy for a fortuitous encounter to happen, but someone really did come. There was hope of escaping. However, how could he have imagined that he, a cultivator who had passed the tribulation, would fail on the verge of success when he tried to possess a junior in the Foundation establishment realm? Forefather heaven abhorrence really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He could only hate the heavens. Heavens! Who would believe you if you said you weren't King messing with me? Fangxing naturally could not care less about a cultivator who could be said to be the most tragic in history. He was bidding farewell to the world and refining forefather heaven abhorrence's violent soul power. The red dragon's nearly shattered soul had already returned to its original body. Fangxing also hurriedly left the sea of consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of large eyes that were inches away from him, looking at him quietly. The red dragon maintained its position of having its forehead pressed against his, not moving at all. Deguzi, are you King done for? Fangxing cried out with a trembling voice as he held the red dragon's head with both hands. The spirituality in the red dragon's large eyes had almost dissipated, and only a trace of intimacy remained on Fangxing. Its injuries are too severe. Not to mention the external injuries, its soul is also on the verge of collapse. Although you used that treasure to protect the last bit of its soul, it only delayed the speed at which it dissipated. There's nothing you can do to save it. A red feather was stuck in the back of the red dragon's neck. It was where part of Daphne's soul resided. At this moment, it emitted a wave of divine sense and sent a voice transmission to Fangxing. Fangxing did not answer. He took a deep breath and looked at the red dragon's body. The dragon's body was full of wounds. The injuries were so severe that one could not bear to look at them directly. 3 of its 4 dragon claws were broken, and almost half of the dragon scales on its body had been torn off, revealing bloody wounds that could almost see the bones. In fact, there was even a wound on its body that almost broke it into two. It seemed to have been caused by a bolt of lightning. It could be said that there were at least 4 wounds on its body, and some of them were fatal. Feng Xing could not understand how the red dragon rushed from the primordial ruins to the ancient road to heaven and rushed to his side. However, its body was heavily injured, and its soul was about to dissipate. The red dragon's eyes were very calm, and there was even a hint of excitement. It slowly opened its mouth as if it wanted to stick out its tongue and lick Feng Xing normally. When it licked Feng Xing would feel disgusted and slap him. Thus, it could only sneak up on Feng Xing. With a whoosh, it licked him, then quickly retracted its tongue and closed its eyes, waiting for Feng Xing to slap its head. This time, it also wanted to sneak up on him, but its injuries were too severe. Its movements were incomparably slow, and it did not extend its tongue for a long time. Lick, lick, lick your grandpa. Feng Xing slapped its head. His eyes were red as he scolded, after licking this young master's last time, you want to die? That's what the stories say, but this young master doesn't allow you to die, so you can't die. Come with me. He gritted his teeth, took 2 deep breaths, and spat on the ground. Then, he lifted the red dragon's head with both hands, and with a muffled roar, he placed the red dragon's head on his shoulders. Then, he soared into the clouds. When he was more than 300 feet above the ground, the red dragon's tail left the ground. Just like that, Feng Xing carried the red dragon, swayed, and soared forward. Even the wisp of Daphne's divine soul did not know what to say when it saw the scene. The surrounding chessboard was turning into smoke and disappearing one after another. Even Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer did not expect that the 8th test of the 10 ultimate chessboards was a dead game. In a situation where there was no chance of survival, a chance of survival would be broken, and the chessboard would be solved by itself. In this chessboard, Feng Xing survived the game that Ancestor Heaven Abhorrer had set up for thousands of years, so he should have understood the logic of the chessboard and unintentionally solved it. The chess game dissipated, and the space before Feng Xing and the Crimson Dragon returned to the wasteland. Moving forward, they couldn't see anything, and there was only a green stone tablet with indistinct writing on it. Behind the stone tablet was surprisingly the space that separated them, and there was nothing else. Feng Xing swept his gaze over it, and to his surprise, he saw 2 rows of words recorded on the stone tablet. The path to heaven is broken, and a strand of immortal fortune is given to the fated, Crimson Feather, who had split his divine sense, scanned the words on the stone tablet, and he was instantly shocked. His divine sense rippled as he said, looking at the meaning of this stone tablet, could it be that the path to heaven is broken at the 8th level? Who on earth has such great magical power to cut off the way to heaven from the 8th test? Didn't the previous tests go to waste? The stone tablet says that there is a strand of immortal chance left, but what is it? Feng Xing did not answer. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully, and suddenly flew to the left. What are you looking for? Crimson Feather emitted a fluctuation, yet Feng Xing paid no attention to it, and he continued flying forward. In next to no time, Evil Rock King knew what he was looking for. A crater that flickered with the glow of lightning had already appeared ahead, and it was around 30 m in radius and flickered with a faint glow. In the sky above the pool, there were actually lightning serpents that frequently appeared, and it seemed to be extremely divine. Moreover, Evil Rock King could sense abundant vitality from a distance of 300 m. This pool. Daphne's divine soul, which was lodged in Red Feather, suddenly trembled in surprise, and his divine soul could not help but fluctuate. This is the Creation Thunder Pool. That old monster was able to survive in the chessboard for thousands of years because of the aura of this thunder pool. Feng Xing carried the red dragon, and walked step by step towards the end of the thunder pool, and explained to Daphne in a low voice. Creation Thunder Pool, I can't believe it's the Creation Thunder Pool. So that's what the strand of immortal fortune on the steel was talking about. Good fortune. This is really good fortune. Daphne's divine soul was so excited that even his divine will was in chaos. Not only that, but Daphne, who was on the other side of the ancient road of heaven and was separated by a boundless sea of clouds, felt a sudden rush of blood. Without being in contact with the discarnate soul, he wouldn't be able to tell what it was seeing. However, he could sense that he had missed out on a huge opportunity. Get in there, you little demon. Little brat, hurry up and go in. With this fortune lightning pool, the previous 8 stages weren't wasted. It was all worth it, all worth it. You were just injured by the monster who possessed you, and your cultivation base has been destroyed. Who knows how many years it would take for you to recover. But with this fortune lightning pool, nothing will be a problem. You don't need to do anything else, just enter the lightning pool and sleep. It could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Who cares? The longer the better. When you wake up, you might even become an immortal. The crimson feather of the great Ping Evil King had already flown up in excitement and was fluttering in the air. There's a saying in the Vermilion Bird's memories that the 10 Absolutes underworld soil contains immortal fortune. Turns out it's true. The path of heaven might have been severed, but this strand of immortal fortune is worth it. The feather fluttered excitedly in the air, looking a bit strange. Get in there, this is immortal fortune. It's like a loophole in heaven and earth. If you sleep in the creation thunder pool, you won't need to cultivate or contemplate enlightenment. All you need to do is sleep in there, and when you wake up, you'll be blessed with great fortune. You might even become an immortal. If you don't sleep, I'll burn myself to ash and find a way to contact my true body. Of course I have to sleep in there, but I'm not the one who has to sleep in there. Fangxing sighed, then gently put the scarlet dragon down and patted its head. The scarlet feather suddenly grew excited. What are you doing? Are you going to give the only immortal fortune to this dragon? The lightning pool of creation, the pool that gathered the fortune of heaven and earth, even without Daphne's explanation, Fangxing himself could see the fortune of the pool through the yin-yang godly demon mirror. He also saw the records on the stone tablet. Originally, he planned to bring the red dragon through the 9th stage and find the lightning pool to heal it. He didn't expect that the path to heaven would be cut off. However, there was still a strand of celestial opportunity left behind for the person who passed the 8th stage. The only strand of celestial opportunity was the lightning pool. This pool stole the fortune of heaven and earth. If one slept in it, not only could it nourish the celestial body, but it could also refine the soul. It could even allow one to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. When one woke up, there was a chance that one could become a celestial. The reason why the Heaven Grudge ancestor could survive for thousands of years in an environment without food, water, or spiritual energy was because of the aura of this pool. Just the strands of aura alone were so magical. If one slept in this pool, how great would the fortune be? Calling it a celestial opportunity was not wrong at all. From Daphne's point of view, Fangxing was extremely lucky. It was definitely worth it to risk his life for this pool. However, he didn't expect that Fangxing would look at the lightning pool of creation and not be tempted at all. Instead, he wanted to put the red dragon into the pool. Little brat, listen to me. The stone tablet has clearly stated that the path to heaven has been severed. This pool is the only opportunity in the Taisheng orthodoxy. Moreover, the fortune of this pool is far beyond your imagination. Don't be fooling around. This creation thunder pool can only allow one person to slumber. If you let this dragon in, it's hard to say whether or not it can be saved. Most importantly, even if it fails, the pool's liquid will be tainted and its spirituality will be completely destroyed. Are you going to hand over such a great fortune to someone else just for a little hope? The red feather yelled in the air, think carefully, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Let me put it bluntly. The red dragon is close to you, but it doesn't really have any feelings for you. It's because its soul is injured and its mind is in a mess, so it's naturally close to the dragon aura on your body. In fact, it doesn't even know you. Even if you give it such a great fortune, it might not even know who you are after its spirituality recovers. Why do you have to do this, you old bastard? You're still so long-winded after your resurrection, Fangxing sighed. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the scarlet feather, turning it into powder. Little bastard, you're wasting God's gift recklessly. Even when the remnant of the soul dissipated, Daphne's angry thoughts did not stop. I'm not stupid. How could I not know that the one doggy is close to isn't me, but the dragon ball? Fangxing gave a wry smile and turned to look at the red dragon. The red dragon also turned its head slightly and looked at him cautiously. It seemed to feel that Fangxing was different from his usual laughing and scolding appearance. He was a little afraid of him. This kind of fear was very similar to how a junior behaved towards an elder. In other words, it regarded Fang Xing as the old dragon king who once possessed the Dragon Ball, who used to be its closest elder. But, even so, I can't bear to see it die. After all, this bastard is too stupid. It can risk its life for me. It doesn't recognize anyone but me. It treats me as its only relative in this world. No matter how much of a bastard I am, how can I watch it die? Isn't it just a fortune? Since you need it, I'll give it to you. Listening to Fang Xing's long sighs, the red dragon tilted its head weakly and looked at him quietly. Hee, you son of a b***** are in luck. Fang Xing gave a wry smile, slapped the red dragon, stared into its eyes and said, don't look at how good you are to me now. After you regain your consciousness, you may treat me as a stranger. However, I can't always let you follow me like a dog. You are a dragon, not a loach, not a dog. You will eventually fly to the 9th heaven. As he spoke, he fell silent for a long time. The red dragon raised its head slightly and looked at him with its big eyes. It inexplicably felt a little sad. Go. Wait, I'll leave some for myself first. Fang Xing suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to push the red dragon into the thunder pool, he seemed to have thought of something. He squatted beside the thunder pool and took out a storage bag, wanting to store some thunder liquid. However, he didn't expect that the storage bag or the heavenly abode ring would shatter the moment it touched the thunder liquid. It couldn't store the thunder liquid that contained the fortune of heaven and earth. Fang Xing was a little disappointed, but he couldn't drink it first. This thunder pool of fortune already had spirituality. Living beings couldn't stain it. Once touched, the spirituality inside would change. After trying a few containers, he found that the other magic tools didn't work. The gourd that Uncle 11 gave him to store spiritual wine was fine. He filled the gourd and looked at the red dragon. He knew that it was time to send it down. However, he pondered for a while and took out a flying sword. He carved the word Fang on the red dragon's 2 horns and Xing on the left and Xing on the right. After that, he laughed and said, it'll be hard for you bastard not to recognize me in the future. Get lost, no matter if it's a few hundred years or a few thousand years later. If you don't recognize me when we meet again, I'll pull out your dragon tendon. After saying that, he lifted his leg and kicked the red dragon into the thunder pool of fortune. The red dragon was startled. Using its last bit of strength, it wanted to jump out again. Fang Xing hurriedly shouted, go back. In the end, the red dragon was still afraid of him. It curled up in the thunder pool that was 30 meters wide and let the thunder chi of fortune submerge its body. This thunder liquid was naturally boundless, but it didn't feel good. The red dragon's body started to tremble. Just because Fang Xing didn't let it come out, it could only curl up in the pool. If Fang Xing wanted it to die, it would die without hesitation. Gradually, the thunder liquid in the thunder pool submerged its body. The red dragon also gradually fell asleep. The last seen in his eyes was Fang Xing scratching his head in annoyance. He cursed, I suddenly feel a little regretful. When it woke up, the red dragon was no longer Deguzi. It was the 3rd Prince Aolai who moved unhindered across the 4 seas. Fang Xing personally sent it into the thunder pool. He didn't know if this was the last time he saw Deguzi. After sitting beside the pool for a while, Fang Xing sighed and stood up. He took out a few restrictions and placed them in the air above the thunder pool. Actually, after the red dragon fell asleep, the thunder pool had its own spiritual defense. Outsiders couldn't touch it. However, Fang Xing had to set it up himself before he could be at ease. After dealing with these matters, he stood up and let out a long sigh. He was prepared to leave this place. The road to heaven was cut off. This was something that no one expected. But since there was no other way, he could only leave. However, just as Fang Xing had the thought of leaving, a stone tablet appeared on his left without a sound. Those who abandon the thunder pool, pass the 9 trials. There was a row of big words on it. It was extremely eye-catching. Fang Xing's eyes instantly widened. He stared blankly at the words on the stone tablet. It took him a long time to react. Other than the row of words, there were also some smaller characters. They were explanations. After reading it, Fang Xing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never imagined that the ancient road to heaven would not be cut off. He had just passed the 9th trial. Simply put, the 9th trial had something to do with the fortune of the Thunder Pool. The content was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. Those who chose to sleep in the Thunder Pool would naturally be able to acquire the fortune of the Thunder Pool. However, those who chose to pass the 9th trial would be considered to have failed. Only those who gave up on the Thunder Pool would be considered to have passed the 9th trial, because the 9th trial was a test of one's Tao heart. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the 9th trial was a trap. Normally, when people saw that the road to heaven was cut off, and that they had acquired the fortune of the Thunder Pool, the only immortal opportunity left on the road, they would undoubtedly choose to sleep in the Thunder Pool. After all, sleeping for hundreds or even thousands of years would save them the time to cultivate. When they awoke, they would be able to achieve immortal ascension. Where else could they find such a good thing? Furthermore, they had worked so hard to get here. If they didn't choose the fortune of the Thunder Pool, would they be going home empty-handed? However, if they chose the fortune of the Thunder Pool, it would be equivalent to failing the 9th trial. This was because the Taisheng Taoism believed that choosing to sleep in the Thunder Pool was equivalent to giving up on one's path to immortality. Such people did not have a strong Tao heart. Perhaps they could borrow the fortune of the Thunder Pool to become immortals, but they would not be the kind of immortals the Taisheng Taoism was looking for. Only those who planned to walk their own path to immortality step by step would be considered to have passed the 9 trials and fulfilled the requirements. After understanding this, even Feng Xing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Taisheng Taoism's selection of disciples was too harsh. The first trial tested battle prowess, the second on formations, the third on talisman techniques, the fourth on alchemy techniques, the fifth on adaptability, the sixth on comprehension, the seventh on consciousness, and the eighth on. The chess game ended on its own after I killed Patriarch Heaven Abhorrer. Was it a test of courage, or luck? Who cares, it's not as crazy as the 9th trial. Feng Xing could not help but curse. Using such a method to test one's Tao heart? Are you choosing a disciple or a son-in-law? Is there such a person? Serves you Taisheng Taoism right for not being able to find a disciple for tens of thousands of years. Is there anyone in this world who fits your requirements? If there is such a person, I'll be the first to chop him up. If such a person exists, will others still be able to live? Of course, they scolded him fiercely now, but later on, when everyone heard about the test of the ancient heavenly road of the primeval Taoist orthodoxy, they would curse that the test was too insane, and that only those who were omnipotent and talented, who might only appear once in tens of thousands of years could pass the test. Feng Xing would always answer in an enigmatic and serious manner, "This young master is such a person." As he cursed, Feng Xing spat on the ground a few times to express his disdain for the Taisheng Taoism. However, just as he was feeling indignant, an extra piece of land suddenly appeared in the void in the distance. On that piece of land, there was a black altar that was 999 feet tall. Although it was black, it looked extremely sacred. A stone path that led to the top of the altar slowly extended all the way to Feng Xing's feet. Is this the true fortune of the Taisheng Taoism? Feng Xing suddenly shut his mouth and looked at the altar with goosebumps in his eyes. Feng Xing had unintentionally placed the red dragon into the thunderous pool of creation, which coincided with the Taisheng orthodoxy's request. In the distance, a 99 feet tall black altar appeared at the end of the world. There was a small path that led to the top of the altar. On both sides of the altar, there were 99 feet tall black statues that overlooked the people on the path. There were a total of 9 statues, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. The 9th statue was at the top of the altar, beside the stone platform. Although it was just a statue and had been there for countless years, the statue still exuded a terrifying aura. Its expressionless stone eyes stared coldly at Feng Xing, who was walking on the path. Why does this feel like I'm choosing a son-in-law? Feng Xing felt goosebumps as he was stared at by the statues. He could not help but look at them, wanting to see if he could climb up the altar. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before it was dispelled. The Taisheng orthodoxy was too strange and he no longer had anything to rely on. Moreover, he had already reached the end of the 9th stage. Therefore, it was better for him to be more obedient and follow their rules. In any case, this was the Taisheng orthodoxy and there were many tests. He couldn't possibly kill the disciple that was chosen in the end, right? Fortunately, nothing strange happened all the way to the top of the altar. Pass on my scripture, inherit my fate, receive my dermic sword. When Fangxing stepped on the last step, a faint voice rang in Fangxing's ears. On the stone platform in the middle of the altar, there was a painting, a scroll, and a book. As the voice rang out, the golden scroll in the middle of the stone platform slowly flew up. As if it was being held by an invisible hand, it floated in the air and slowly arrived in front of Fangxing. Air. Then I won't hold back? Fangxing felt a little strange, as if countless eyes were staring at him. However, the treasure was right in front of him, he had no choice but to accept it. He was on tenterhooks as he slowly extended his hand towards the scroll. Boom! Just as Fangxing's finger came into contact with the scripture, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The land beneath his feet, which seemed to be independent of the heavens and the earth, suddenly began to crumble and crack. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. It was as if time was flowing in reverse and the surrounding scenery faded away. This danger star underworld suddenly became rich with life, filled with dense immortal energy. And above the altar, the 9 statues seemed to come to life at this moment, turning into vivid and lifelike figures. Each of them had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they looked at Fangxing with praise. Their lips and teeth moved slightly, as if they were recounting some long past events. It felt like an instant, but also like thousands of years. Fangxing's mind rumbled and fell into a dead silence. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. When he looked again, the altar was still the altar, and the statue was still the statue. It was like a dream. It was as if many things had appeared in his mind in an instant. It seemed to be a memory, yet it also seemed to be some comprehension. It carried an indescribable sadness and even a trace of despair. Fangxing was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his thoughts. His body did not have the seed that the Taishang orthodoxy planted in him at the 7th level. Therefore, he did not have any sense of belonging to the Taishang orthodoxy. From his point of view, those complicated and sad memories were useless. He did not want his soul to be affected by these things. From these complicated memories, he had to pick out the things that were useful to him. That was the right thing to do, Taishang Dao scripture. So it is the Taishang Dao scripture. After a long time, Fangxing slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his head and seemed to see a scroll in his dantian. This scroll was the scroll that was placed on the stone platform. Now, it had fused with his body. The scroll was named Taishang Dao scripture. It was the cornerstone of the Taishang orthodoxy. To put it simply, this was what Lady Lotus wanted him to search for in the ultimate ruins. It was also his first great fortune. The scripture was simple and simple. There were only a few hundred words, but they explained the great Tao. However, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Fangxing only skimmed through the content once and temporarily put it aside. He then looked around. On the stone platform in the middle of the altar, the golden scripture had disappeared. However, there was still a painting and a jade book quietly placed there, waiting for him to reach out and pick them up. He reached for them. Fangxing flipped through them and muttered to himself, 3 great fortunes, so it was referring to these 3 great fortunes. After a long time, he jumped up and stuffed the painting and jade book into his storage bag. Then, he cupped his hands at the statues. 2 golden wings appeared on his back. Fangxing flew far away in an instant. Could it be that all of this is part of that last Lian's plan? The moment before he left, Fangxing thought to himself. He felt a sense of dread out of nowhere. Only when the golden wings on Fangxing's back flapped and flew away did a wisp of black smoke slowly appear on the altar. This wisp of black smoke lingered in the air for a long time before it slowly turned into a middle-aged man in a black robe. He did not look old, but his eyes were filled with the traces of vicissitudes left behind by time. His figure was also illusory, hovering between reality and illusion as he gently sat on the altar. He is actually not the person we are looking for. He is too far from it. He is not the person inside or out. The man spoke softly and said with some disappointment. Behind him, the statue standing at the top of the altar laughed and said, "But he is indeed here." The man in black smiled helplessly and said, "That is why I did not agree to leave those flaws on the path to heaven from the beginning." The statue behind him said, "Even if we find a disciple who can really pass the 9 trials, do you think he can do that?" The man in black was slightly stunned. After a while, he gently shook his head. In the statue, a certain soul laughed and said, "If that is the case, why not let him go?" His figure was like lightning as he flew in the direction of the Taishan ruins. The stone bridge had already been built. Fangxing did not spend much effort to step on the stone bridge and return to the ground of the Taishan ruins. At this time, Daphne was still waiting for news on this shore. He knew that Fangxing had encountered danger. Seeing that he had returned safely, he was naturally a little happy. They rushed out of the Taishan ruins together. On the way, he asked about the gains. Fangxing only chuckled and said, "Very good." After being stunned for a moment, Daphne also laughed. He knew that the little bastard did not disappoint him and succeeded. Fangxing only gave a simple explanation about the Crimson Dragon, and he omitted the entire process. He simply said that the Crimson Dragon had its own fortune, and it was already in a deep slumber within the lightning pool of creation. When it woke up, it was very likely that a dragon that had become an immortal would appear in the world. Evil Rock King was regretful to the point of almost somersaulting down from the sky. Why didn't I save him with my true body earlier? That was the thunder pool of creation. Not to mention letting him sleep in it, just smelling it would be beneficial. After beating his chest and stamping his feet, he knew that it was useless to regret. He could only go out with Fangxing for the time being. At this time, outside the Taishan ruins, the leaders of several tribes were sitting alone, looking at the ruins coldly. Everyone, that red dragon suddenly rushed into the ultimate as if it had gone crazy. Could it be that the little demon is in danger? Luo Muzang, the leader of the alliance of small clans, said with a frown. Only someone with the red dragon's crazy personality would dare to wander around in the ultimate. I think even if the little demon is in danger, it might not be able to return successfully. It might even die in there. What we need to be careful of is the person who has possessed the vermilion bird. When the vermilion bird was alive, it was only a mid-stage golden core cultivator. But after that guy possessed the vermilion bird, his aura actually made me feel a little apprehensive. I don't think he will be easy to deal with. I'm afraid that even I can't take him down by myself. Luo Muzang, the leader of the alliance of small clans, said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. Granny Yao said coldly, "There's nothing we can do. That person has just possessed the vermilion bird, and his soul is not stable yet. Yet, he has such incredible abilities. It's already impressive that he can unleash 50% of his power." The 4 of us, Fangxing, Linglong, and fellow Daoist fish dragon of the Imperial Beast clan make up a total of 7 golden core cultivators. 2 of us will deal with the demon that has possessed the vermilion bird, and 4 of us will guard against the red dragon. I alone will be enough to deal with the little demon. Sigh, just be careful. Luo Muzang sighed softly and said, "Our mantis stalking the cicada is straightforward. With how clever that little demon is, he must have already guessed our plan. Furthermore, the Heaven Abhorrer clan and the one who has possessed the vermilion bird have clearly raised their guard against us. It's impossible for us to launch a sneak attack. I'm afraid we'll have to face him head-on later. I hope you're all mentally prepared." Granny Yao laughed coldly and said, "So what if we're on guard? Fellow Taoists, we should have worked together to take down that little demon a long time ago. It's just that we're all wary of the red dragon, which is why we've delayed things to this point. Now is our last chance. If you don't want to return empty-handed, then let's capture that little demon. No matter what he gets, we'll split it evenly among us." At this moment, the phenomenon of the 9 moons rising into the sky had already disappeared along with the Heaven Abhorrer clan's soul. The layers of restrictive spells in the primordial ruins had also reappeared. However, with Fangxing's Yin-Yang Fiend Mirror and Daphne's experience, they managed to reach the edge of the abyss without any danger. Just as they were about to pass through the formation and leave, Daphne seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He paused and said, "Little demon, are we going to leave just like that? Although you and the people of the dragon-seeking clan had the leaders of those clans running around in circles, it's mainly because they know too little about the primordial ruins. That's why you guys managed to seize the initiative step by step. But then again, how many of those who are able to cultivate to the golden core mastery realm are simple? Those old fogies must be waiting for you in the outside world right now, preparing to seize your fortune. When Fangxing heard that, he didn't even raise his head as he said, I know. Daphne choked and said, if you know, then why aren't you making some preparations? Fangxing said, I've already obtained the 3 great fortunes, and I'm thinking about how to form my gold core. Why would I have the time to fight with them? Besides, don't we have you? You're also an old monster who's been in this world for almost 1,000 years. I've also found such a good body for you. If you can't even defeat those old fogies, how can you still call yourself Daphne? Daphne was a little speechless. After a while, he said, at least let me know what trump card we have to deal with them, right? Fangxing said with a smile, that's simple. As he spoke, he told Great Rock Evil King about the fortune he had obtained at the end of the altar on the ancient road to heaven. Great Rock Evil King was taken aback by his words, and then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Good, good, good. Since you have such a trump card, leave it to this old man. Now that I have such a lifeline in my hands, if I can't take this opportunity to unify these clans, then I will have lived all these years in vain. On the other side, the clans were having a secret meeting to steal Fangxing's good fortune. On the other side, a crimson cloud mixed with wisps of golden light flashed within the grand formation in the abyss. A man and a ferocious bird flew out from the abyss and hovered in the air. The man had the appearance of a skinny young man, and the ferocious bird exuded an evil aura. Without a doubt, it was Fangxing and Daphne. Xing. Clan leader, you've come out. The Heaven Abhorrer and the 8 golden core servants' eyes lit up when they saw Fangxing. They called out to him, but they seemed to want to say something but stopped themselves. When they saw her like this, and saw that the clans were guarding in different directions while the Heaven Abhorrer clan was guarded in the center, they immediately understood what the clan leaders were thinking. They sneered inwardly. Daphne's guess was right. Clan leader Xing, congratulations on returning in one piece. Did you manage to obtain the good fortune of the Supreme Tao Palace? Not far away, the moment Fangxing appeared, the Moon Reverence clan's Granny Yao, the Beast Taming clan's Xianxia, the Sky Reverence clan's Daoist Zi, the leader of the small Clans Alliance, Luo Muzang, the Sky Reverence clan's Fangxing, the Moon Reverence clan's Ling Long, the Beast Taming clan Zhu Long, the Beast Taming clan Zhu Long, and the Beast Taming clan Zhu Long, they all slowly walked towards Fangxing. Although their expressions were gentle, their auras were rather solemn. Also, why did you come back alone? That crimson dragon suddenly went berserk and fled into the depths of the ruins. Didn't it look for you? Moon Reverence clan's Granny Yao narrowed her eyes and asked softly. What she asked was a question that all the cultivators were very concerned about. Without the protection of the Crimson Dragon, Fangxing would have lost a great backer, and the cultivators would have lost their greatest fear of attacking. It could be said that the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. Fangxing faced the crowd of cultivators and said with a grin, thanks to the blessings of the few elders, I'm considered lucky. We managed to pass through the path to heaven and obtained the 3 great fortunes of the Taishang Dao Palace. It's a pity that my Crimson Dragon was so loyal to its master and risked its life to charge into the ancient path to heaven. In the end, it helped me resolve a huge crisis, but its injuries were too severe to be treated. The clan leaders' faces lit up when they heard this, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. The leader of the small clan alliance, Luo Musang, chuckled and said, there are always losses when there are gains. Fellow Daoist Xing, you don't have to be so sad. I've heard about the Supreme Tao Palace's creation for many years, but I've never had the chance to see it. I wonder if little friend Xing can let me experience it. The leader of the Beast Taming clan Xianxia also stepped forward and asked in a low voice, have you found the way out of the bottomless ruins? Facing the overbearing cultivators, Fangxing sneered and didn't say a word. On the other hand, the Great Rock Evil Monarch suddenly dashed forward. A torrential fire will burst forth from his body and crushed forward. The fire will was the protective true flame of the Vermilion Bird clan, and it possessed astonishing might. Even if the cultivators weren't afraid of it, they weren't willing to face the Great Rock Evil Monarch head-on at this moment. Thus, they were forced to take a step back. The Dragon Taming clan's clan leader has just obtained the fortunes, and he must be tired. Let me discuss the rest with you. Daphne's eyes were cold and sinister. When he blocked the path, Fang Xing didn't stop and continued forward. The clan leader's eyes flickered, especially Granny Yao of the Moon Reverence clan and the leader of the beast-taming clan's Luo Muzang. They gave each other a look and almost shouted, "Attack!" But Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan and Xianxia of the beast-taming clan shook their heads. They didn't want to attack, but they wanted to listen to what Daphne had to say. Moreover, Fang Xing hadn't left after all, and after arriving at the Yellow Springs coast, he was even further away from the Supreme Ruins. The cultivators weren't afraid that he would hide in the ruins again, so they ordered their people to keep an eye on Fang Xing, and if he did anything strange, they would capture him first. Then, they sat down cross-legged. Including Daphne, there were a total of 5 experts sitting opposite each other, and they looked like they were about to discuss something, but the atmosphere was a little tense. "Fellow Daoist, I haven't asked." Luo Muzang, the leader of the beast-taming clan's alliance, was the first to ask about Daphne's background. "My main body has been dead for many years. Even in the outside world, there aren't many who still remember my name, let alone in the ruins of End. Moreover, I've taken over a body and been reborn, so there's no need to ask about my previous name. Just call me Evil King." At this moment, he'd already taken human form, and his appearance was similar to the young Exalted One. However, his soul had changed, and his bearing had changed greatly as well. The young Exalted One's handsome face had a trace of shrewdness and evil, and he seemed to be over 30 years of age. A golden robe had appeared behind him, and the aura he emanated was monstrous, and his tone faintly showed that he didn't respect anyone. Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but Daphne had already waved his hand lightly, stopping her from continuing. He said calmly, "Since I'm talking to you, I can represent the opinion of the leader of the Heaven Abhorrence clan. And to be honest, I'm very close to him." He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Actually, he's my grandson." The leaders of the clans were immediately at a loss for words. They thought to themselves, "Who are you trying to fool? Who can't see the demonic aura around you?" Cough. "Fellow Daoist Evil King, I won't say anything unnecessary. The fact that the brat was able to obtain the Taisheng Orthodoxy's fortuitous encounter has something to do with the secret treasures we've brought out. In other words, no matter what, the fortuitous encounter that the brat obtained belongs to us. I'll say the ugly words first. Fellow Daoist Evil King, the Heaven Abhorrence clan isn't a match for us." Granny Yao was the first to speak, and she said to Daphne in a cold voice. That one sentence had already revealed the intentions of the clans. Daphne could hear the underlying threat in Granny Yao's words, but he only smiled lightly, as if he did not mind it at all. He asked softly, "This old senior is right. Since I'm here to talk to you, I naturally want to solve the problem. Why don't I ask first, how do you want to split the spoils?" The leaders of the clans looked at each other, and they could all see the cold sneers in each other's eyes. Without that dragon, they've lost their greatest support, and they no longer dare to challenge us. Now that they've sent this old monster here, I'm sure they're trying to negotiate. The leader of the Shao clan, Luo Muzang, was the first to smile and say, "How we split the spoils will depend on what fortuitous encounters our young friend Xing has obtained." Daphne glanced over and saw that Fang Xing had already strolled leisurely to the rumbling Yellow Spring Sea. With a smile, he said, "The fortuitous encounters he has obtained are indeed extraordinary. The greatest fortuitous encounter is the Taisheng Daoist scripture. This is the general outline of the Taisheng Daoist Palace's 100,000 Daoist techniques, and it can be considered as the cornerstone treasure of the Taisheng Daoist Palace. However, this scripture has already fused with his consciousness, and it's restricted by some unknown restrictions. It can't be taught orally or through calligraphy to others. Perhaps we'll have to wait until he's more accomplished in his Daoist techniques before teaching it to you all." Boom, even though they had already expected the scripture to be among the fortuitous encounters left behind by the Taisheng Daoist orthodoxy, the eyes of the cultivators still lit up. The greed in their eyes was undisguised. Fused with his consciousness? Looks like I'll have to search his soul then. Granny Yao muttered softly. It sounded like she was talking to herself, but it also seemed like she was intentionally letting Daphne hear her. What about the second fortuitous encounter? Luo Muzang of the small clan alliance asked Daphne with a trembling voice, suppressing the urge to search his soul right then and there. The Diablo smiled eerily and said, ever since the wrath of the Taisheng Daoist, the entire ultimate has been filled with destructive lightning that has yet to dissipate. However, where there's yin, there's yang, and where there's destruction, there's also life. The entire ultimate is filled with deathly lightning, but within the ruins, there's a small pool of creation lightning liquid. He's taken out such a small gourd, but it's priceless. As he spoke, he hooked a rope with his finger, and a red gourd slid out, swaying in the air. The gourd was an artifact given to him by Feng Xing. It was originally used to store spiritual wine. Not only did it have a certain storage capacity, it could also isolate the world from the outside world, preventing the spiritual qi within the gourd from leaking out. However, the gourd stopper was tightly stuffed, and the gourd's skin was covered with a layer of faint white light. It was brimming with vitality, and it flowed like water. Creation lightning liquid. Among the clan leaders, 4 of them blurted out at the same time. Their eyes shone brightly. They were all knowledgeable people, and they knew all kinds of natural treasures in the world like the back of their hands. The creation lightning liquid could be considered a top-notch treasure filled with divinity. How could they not have heard of it? Or rather, even if they hadn't heard of the creation lightning liquid before, they could still sense the rich vitality on the gourd's skin. Without a second thought, they were certain that the lightning liquid was a rare treasure. I'm taking this treasure, Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan suddenly roared. She reached out to take the gourd, but a misty green barrier suddenly rose in front of Daphne, blocking Granny Yao's attack. The one who cast the spell was the leader of the small clan alliance, Luo Muzang. He was still smiling as he said, "Don't be hasty, Granny Yao. It's not good for you to take the gourd of creation lightning liquid for yourself, is it?" Granny Yao narrowed her eyes. Her cold gaze fell on Luo Muzang. "You dare to compete with me?" Luo Muzang's eyes flickered. He smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare. I'm just giving you a piece of advice." Granny Yao sneered and shouted, "It's good that you don't dare. Then get out of my way." With a furious bellow, Granny Yao knocked Luo Muzang back with a palm strike before reaching out to grab the gourd. However, the great Pung Diabolic King let out a sinister smile as he unleashed a torrential fire will from his body. Granny Yao's heart skipped a beat. She quickly retracted her hand, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent when she looked at the great Pung Diabolic King. She said coldly, "Fellow Daoist, you're indeed extraordinary, but do you really think that you'll be able to keep your fortune in our hands?" Daphne smiled coldly and said, "I've just taken over your body, so my soul isn't stable. If I cast my spells, I'll lose at least 50% of my strength. Naturally, I don't have the confidence to keep the fortune from you. However, even if you want to share the fortune with us, you can't just snatch it from us, can you? Let's discuss how we're going to split the fortune after hearing what I have to say. What do you think?" Granny Yao's eyes flickered. She clearly didn't like Daphne's calm expression. However, at that moment, Daoist Zi of the Feng Tian clan spoke softly, "Fellow Daoist is right. Let's hear what he has to say about the third fortune." "Fellow Daoist is indeed reasonable." Daphne chuckled and cupped his fists at Daoist Zi. He said, "The third fortune is the ultimate." Zhu Xiu was slightly taken aback when he heard that. He looked at Daphne with a surprised gaze. Daphne explained with a smile, "The entire ultimate, all the people, beasts, plants, including you, belong to him." "The entire ultimate? What do you mean?" Even though Daphne had already repeated it, the cultivators of the various clans did not quite understand what he meant, especially when he mentioned humans, beasts, scriptures, and grass. Did he mean that everything in the ultimate was created by the little devil? This was rather unbelievable. After the cultivators looked at each other, Daoist Zi said in a deep voice, "I don't quite understand what you mean." The great rock evil king smiled when he heard this, and he said, "Actually, it's very simple. This young friend of mine has passed through the ancient path to heaven, and has become the Supreme Orthodoxy's disciple. In other words, he's the only successor of the Supreme Orthodoxy now, and the ruins of End is the territory that the Supreme Orthodoxy used to govern in the past. So, this young friend of mine is the only legitimate owner of this territory." After hearing his words, the leaders of the various clans looked at him with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Luo Musang smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xia Wang, are you joking? Come to think of it, some of us were born and grew up here. Even I entered the ultimate 600 years ago. But you, have you been here for 3 years? If you say that this territory is your territory, do you want us to be driven out, or do you want us to continue living here and pay taxes to you? Daphne did not seem to hear this teasing remark. He smiled and said, if we are talking about earlier, who could have entered earlier than the Taishang orthodoxy? So, no matter what, all of you are just guests of this place. The gazes of all the cultivators turned cold, and the gazes they shot at Dark Rock were slightly hostile. The great Ping diabolic monarch felt uncomfortable being stared at by all the cultivators. He sighed and said, all right, I also know that the more I talk about it, the messier it gets, so I won't talk about it. To be honest, that little friend of mine. Ahem, actually my grandson, he is the master of the sinkhole because other than his title, he also grasps the only way to leave the sinkhole. Swoosh, all of a sudden, the eyes of the cultivators lit up, and a bright light burst out, landing on the great Ping Evil King. The way to leave the ultimate, it could be said that other than the fortune of the Taishang orthodoxy, this was the only thing that concerned people the most. There were even many cultivators who came to the depths of the sinkhole not to search for opportunities, but to leave the sinkhole. Even if they were forced to come in and were used to the sinkhole's prison life, no one did not want to leave. It was especially so for some people, such as the leader of the Imperial Beast tribe, Xianxia. He was an amazing talent. He had cultivated to the Golden Core Mahayana realm before the age of 600. Perhaps in the outside world, or even in the Divine Continent, he could be considered a genius. However, in the ultimate, it was useless even if he cultivated to the Golden Core Mahayana realm because he could not leave. He could only die of old age there. There were many cultivators like this. All those who were born here wanted to go out and experience the mortal world outside the ruins. Even Daoist Zi and the others of the Feng Tian clan were tempted. In the sinkhole ending, the Golden Core Mahayana realm was the limit of their cultivation. Now, with the depletion of their lifespans, they had truly reached the point where they were at the end of their rope. However, if they were outside the sinkhole, where there were no rules restricting them, it was possible for them to advance further. After transforming into Yuanying, they would gain 2,000 years of lifespan out of thin air. It was equivalent to living 2 lives. It was also because of this that when they heard Daphne mention the world outside the sinkhole, who wouldn't be tempted? I'm sure everyone has guessed that there might be a passageway to leave the ruins of End within the primordial ruins, and the truth is indeed correct. This passageway does exist, and it's currently in the hands of this young friend of mine. To put it simply, no matter if you want to obtain some resources from outside the ruins or leave this damned place, it's all up to him. Can this be considered as your lifeline? Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators, Daphne spoke slowly with a smile. Haha, of course. I have been in the sinkhole ending for 600 years, and there has never been a time when I have not thought of returning to the northern Three Moons Island. The leader of the small clan, Luo Muzang, suddenly laughed out loud, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He looked at Daphne with a smile and said, fellow Daoist Xia Wang, are you still thinking of using this matter to threaten us? Daphne chuckled and said, I just want to talk about the distribution method I have in mind. To show my sincerity, I am willing to share this gourd of creation liquid with everyone. You can split it into 4 portions. You don't have to include me and that little bastard. As for the only passageway out of the sinkhole, it will also be in the hands of the 5 clans. As for the Taishang Dao scripture, everyone should understand that since it has fused with one's soul, it will not be easy to take it out again. Just leave it with that little bastard. Daphne spoke with great sincerity. It was as if he was handing over everything except for the Taishang Dao scripture, which was related to Feng Xing's life. However, when Granny Yao and Luo Muzang heard this, they looked at each other. Then, Granny Yao looked at Daoist Zi of the Feng Tian clan and Xianxia of the Yusho clan. She said softly, I have another method of distribution. This thunder liquid of creation is extremely precious, and it is even related to the important matter of us breaking through to the Yuanying realm. Let's split it into 3 portions. Baiyue, Feng Tian, and Yusho will each get 1 portion. As for fellow Daoist Luo, forgive me for being blunt, but before that little bastard obtained the opportunity, you did not offer any rare treasures, so let's just forget about it. Luo Muzang's expression immediately darkened. However, when he looked at the people from the other clans, he understood that in terms of strength, he, as the leader of a small clan, was no match for the large clans. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Granny Yao smiled and said, "You don't need to feel dissatisfied. You won't get a share of the thunder liquid of creation, but I can still give you a share of the other things. I know that you cultivate a magic core, and you have a unique art of soul extraction. You also have many talismans that possess strange powers. Together with the secret arts of our Baiyue clan, we should be able to extract the complete Taishang Dao scripture from that little bastard's divine soul. If you are willing to help, we will give you a share of the Taishang Dao scripture and the authority to control the passageway to the returning ruins. What do you think?" Luo Muzang stammered and hesitated, but Daphne's expression changed. He said in a cold voice, "What do you mean, fellow Daoist? You are discussing the distribution method in front of me. Are you treating me as if I am not here? Aren't you afraid that we will fight to the death?" "Fight to the death?" Granny Yao suddenly burst into laughter. Her eyes were filled with confidence as she said coldly, "When you sat down to discuss with us, the formation around you had already been set up. Now that the formation has been activated, it will be difficult for you to even move. Do you think it'll be easy for you to fight to the death?" Without batting an eyelid, the great rock evil king struggled lightly, but he immediately discovered that his body was actually entangled by strands of moonlight. The moonlight descended from the sky, and it was ethereal. It was the 16th moon of the year, and it was especially round, and the moonlight was especially bright. Silently, the moonlight descended, and he actually laid down a great formation, a binding formation, on himself. "Do you think we really wanted to waste our breath talking to you for so long?" Granny Yao laughed coldly. She slowly rose to her feet and said, "We just wanted to restrain you first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everything is simple now. We have this brat under control, and we can either search his soul or turn him into a puppet. Everything is as we wish. Isn't that simple?" As she laughed coldly, she and Luo Muzang turned around and looked at Feng Xing, who was sitting on the shore of the Yellow Springs. At this moment, their hearts were filled with confidence. Before them was the Yellow Springs, and touching it would mean death. Daphne had also been restrained by them. Feng Xing was only a foundation establishment cultivator. There was truly no way out for him. As long as they could capture him, wouldn't all the fortuitous encounters be within their grasp? "Sigh, you bunch of old bastards." It's exactly as old Heretic guessed. It was at this moment that Feng Xing, who had been sitting on the shore of the Yellow Springs, suddenly sighed. "Brat, there's no point in saying all this. You should have known that with your cultivation, seeking such fortuitous encounters is a great crime." Before Granny Yao could make a move, Luo Muzang of the Small Clans Alliance suddenly shouted coldly. He pressed his palm forward, and a ray of pale light materialized, turning into a giant palm that reached out to grab Feng Xing. He was thinking that he was too weak, and if he were to split the fortuitous encounters equally with the other clans, he would definitely not be able to get much. Thus, he decided to capture Feng Xing first so that he could negotiate with him later. As for the other Zhu clan's cultivators, when they saw this scene, their gazes also turned cold as they watched on. At this moment, all they were thinking about was how to get more benefits from the distribution of the fortuitous encounters. They did not care about Feng Xing at all. They were initially wary of Feng Xing because of his Crimson Dragon. Now that the Crimson Dragon was dead, and Daphne was trapped, what else was there to worry about, especially when Luo Muzang, the leader of the Small Clans Alliance, made a move. A foundation-building cultivator like Feng Xing had no chance of resisting. It was no different from capturing a few insects, especially when they were at the edge of the Yellow Springs. It was a piece of cake. However, what they didn't expect was that Feng Xing suddenly chuckled, lowered his head, and fell into the Netherworld Sea. It was the Yellow Springs, a place filled with Yin spirits and overwhelming Yin aura. Even a goose feather would not be able to float, and one would die upon touching it. When Luo Muzang made his move, or rather, before Luo Muzang even made his move, Feng Xing had already fallen into the sea. Old Heretic said that the entire bottomless sinkhole is my fortuitous encounter, yet all you care about is the fact that I'm in control of the passageway to the bottomless sinkhole? In truth, the other piece of information he revealed was even more important, and that is, I am now the 11th disciple of the Taishang Orthodoxy. In other words, before all the taboos and forces related to the Taisheng orthodoxy, I can be considered a master. Including the Yellow Spring Sea. He fell headfirst into the underworld sea, but before the cultivators could recover from their shock, Fangxing had already risen again. However, this time, he did not use his own strength to rise into the air. Instead, he was supporting the seawater of the underworld sea under his feet like a gushing spring, allowing him to stand proudly in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You want to take advantage of this time to plot against old evil. That old thing. Isn't that what he's doing? Fangxing had a mocking look on his face. While Daphne was negotiating with the cultivators, he also took the opportunity to complete his preparations. He spoke slowly and suddenly clenched his fist, with a rumble. The water of the underworld sea surged into a wave that was dozens of feet high and rushed to the back of Fangxing. At that moment, Fangxing was facing the underworld sea while the cultivators were facing him. Suddenly, it became a situation where the cultivators were facing the underworld sea. The underworld sea contained a monstrous aura of death. Even the leaders of the tribes, who were golden core cultivators, took a step back in fear. Gusts of chilly wind blew from afar. Within the chilly wind, there were thousands of ferocious dead spirits. This phenomenon caused the expressions of all the cultivators on the cliff to change. Behind them was the Taisheng ruins, and in the middle was an abyss filled with strange arrays. In front of them was the underworld sea. It was indescribably dangerous and extremely terrifying. With a pincer attack, there was no way for the cultivators to escape. What made them even more terrified was that Fangxing was standing on the underworld sea as if he was standing on flat ground. He was not afraid of the corrosive power of the underworld sea at all. It could even be said that the Yin spirits in the sea, which were even more terrifying than the underworld sea, came to a sudden stop when they were 10 feet away from him. Then, starting from the first row of Yin spirits, they all knelt down. Countless Yin spirits knelt down on one knee in front of Fangxing. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea could no longer be seen. There were only kneeling dead spirits. Actually, the greatest fortune of the Taisheng orthodoxy, or at least, the most useful fortune in the sinkhole, is one's identity. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Fangxing continued to brag, "Now that I've passed the ancient road to heaven, I'm a legacy disciple of the prime Taoist orthodoxy. The sinkhole is my territory. Here, I can let you live or die. I can take you away or lock you up here until you pass away. To put it simply, I control your life and death. What other choice do you have in front of me? From today onwards, whether you're willing or not, all of you can only be my subordinates. Otherwise, just wait to be exterminated." The leaders of the various clans were stunned. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked at Fangxing, who was in mid-air. In horror and awe, they thought that Fangxing had obtained a fortune, but they did not think that Fangxing's power would suddenly increase to the point where it would be out of their control. After all, no matter how strong a fortune was, it was impossible to reach the sky in a single bound. This was also the reason why they dared to plot against Fangxing. Even after obtaining a fortune, one needed time to digest it and grow. However, they did not expect that Fangxing would have the power to control the Yin spirits in the Yellow Spring Sea. Now, the thousands of dead spirits in the Yellow Spring Sea had made Fangxing's identity even more prominent. These countless dead spirits were formed from the remnant souls of the Taisheng orthodoxy's disciples who had died in the heavenly tribulation. Now, they were all bowing to him, not to Fangxing himself, but to his identity. The Taisheng orthodoxy's disciple, or rather, the 11th disciple, the Taisheng orthodoxy had a deep foundation and countless disciples. It was divided into 4 categories: outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, legacy disciples, and legacy disciples. Among them, the legacy disciples were undoubtedly the ones with the highest status, second only to the 9 great elders. This was because the legacy disciples represented the orthodoxy's inheritance. In other words, every single one of the 10 Taisheng immortals was a legacy disciple. Now, Fangxing had become the 11th legacy disciple of the Taisheng orthodoxy. As a result, in the eyes of the thousands of dead spirits in the Yellow Spring Sea, he was no longer an outsider, but one of their own. Not only was he one of their own, but he was also a legacy disciple whose status was higher than theirs. Therefore, in front of Fangxing, they did not have the slightest hostility. but instead, they were bowing to him. This doesn't make sense, Granny Yao of the Reverence Moon clan was the first to yell. She did not believe it, nor was she willing to see such a scene unfold. In truth, after Fang Xing entered the depths of the Taisheng ruins, she and Luo Muzang were the ones who were most worried that Fang Xing would obtain some sort of unique inheritance. This was because the two of them had already formed a deep grudge with Fang Xing on their way here. Deep down, they were worried that Fang Xing would seek revenge. It was also because they were afraid that Fang Xing would seek revenge that they decided to plunder Fang Xing's good fortune. Together with the Feng Tian clan and the Yushou clan, they would rob Fang Xing's good fortune, and then kill him to prevent any undue delays. The original plan was going smoothly. Fang Xing's crimson dragon died, and the brat did not hide in the Taisheng ruins like they had feared. At this point, they believed that their plan was mostly successful. All schemes and plots would vanish in the face of strength. What waves could a brat in the foundational realm do after being targeted by them? Therefore, they, who already thought that Fang Xing's good fortune was already in the bag, saw the waves Fang Xing stirred. The waves of the Yellow Springs, from today onwards, yours truly shall be the boss here. Are you guys convinced? Fang Xing squatted down on the waves of the Yellow Spring Sea and said to the leaders below with a smile. Brat, do you really think we are afraid of you? Granny Yao from the Reverence Moon clan froze. Her face was twisted, as if she could no longer hold back her anger and was about to attack. Next to her, the leader of the small clan's alliance, Luo Mu, was shocked. He hastily reached out to stop her and shouted, Granny Yao, you can't. However, before he could finish, Granny Yao struggled with all her might and ejected Luo Mu-sang from her grasp. With a loud rumble, Luo Mu-sang suddenly turned around and pressed his hands against the air. With a loud bang, a towering beam of pill light flashed toward Fang Xing. The strength of the pill light was a unique power that could only be born in the Gold Core realm. It was incredibly fast, and its power was unimaginably strong. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Fang Xing. Judging from its power, it seemed like the upper half of his body would be destroyed. They had originally come for the good fortune, but by now, the good fortune Fang Xing had obtained had already surpassed their imagination. To prevent Fang Xing from seeking revenge, Luo Mu-sang and Granny Yao instantly made a decision. They would kill Fang Xing to prevent any future troubles. It seemed like Granny Yao was going to kill him, and Luo Mu-sang was stopping her. However, in reality, it was Luo Mu-sang who was going to attack. The pill light appeared and arrived in an instant. However, it was useless. Fang Xing's spirit had absorbed the progenitor of Heaven Abhorror's Yuanying destructive power. Although the progenitor of Heaven Abhorror's destructive power was so great that he could only absorb a very small part of it, it was still enough for his spirit to grow to an unprecedented level. As the power of his spirit grew, his consciousness grew as well, becoming abnormally sensitive. He was already on guard when he saw the subtle exchange between Granny Yao and Luo Mu-sang. As Luo Mu-sang made his move, Fang Xing had already retreated nearly 100 feet with a single thought. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and sat down cross-legged. He said softly, the grand supreme fruit of the way, the illusion of yin and yang. Today, I, Fang Xing, am the 11th disciple of the Grand Supreme's legacy. I, senior and junior brothers, will temporarily borrow the strength of my senior and junior brothers to help me destroy my powerful enemy. With the might of the Grand Supreme, a clear voice resounded faintly over the Yellow Spring Sea. The countless dead spirits of the Yellow Spring Sea kneeling in front of Fang Xing suddenly raised their heads. Their gloomy eyes fell on the faces of the clan leaders. As the cultivators panicked, the endless dead spirits of the Yellow Spring Sea rushed toward them like a tidal wave with a rumble. Their bodies were shrouded in an aura of death, and they risked their souls to vanish, trying to drown the clan leaders. Even when they first crossed the Yellow Spring Sea, the clan leaders had to use the righteous aura of the heaven-worshipping sword to destroy the dead spirits of the Yellow Spring Sea. Now, the dead spirits of the Yellow Spring Sea seemed to have found their backbone. Although their ferocious aura had faded, their soul power had actually skyrocketed. In front of the dead spirits, the clan leaders were simply too weak. Clan leader of the Xing clan, spare me. I want to be that person's pawn. Surrounded by the dead spirits, the leader of the small clan alliance, Luo Mu-sang, desperately summoned his down light to defend himself. At the same time, he shouted. At this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't care less about his face. He opened his mouth and said he wanted to be a slave. You old bastard. You're smiling on the surface, but you're more ruthless than anyone else. I don't want a pawn like you. At this time, Fang Xing was sitting on the sea, maintaining a distance of 100 feet from the cultivators. When he saw that the cultivators were surrounded by the dead spirits, he relaxed and coldly rejected Luo Musang's proposal. Then, he looked at Granny Yao, who was still staring at him coldly. He said, You old bastard, you've always been at odds with me. You've schemed against me many times. You must die. Finally, he looked at the pale-faced leaders of the Fengtian clan, Daoist Zi, and the Yusho clan, Xianxia. All the Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivators were trapped. Even Fengtian clan's Fangjing, Moon Reverence clan's Linglong, and Yusho clan's Yulong were trapped. At this time, they had also summoned their Dan Light to defend against the attack of the dead spirits. Unfortunately, it wasn't of much use. Under the crazy attack of the dead spirits, it was only a matter of time before their Dan Light was broken and their souls were tainted. Right now, it could be said that they were struggling on their deathbed. As for you, your life or death depends on a single thought. While Granny Yao and the others were trapped by the Yin spirits, Daphne was freed from the shackles around him. He stood up abruptly and threw a jade scroll on the ground, saying, Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. This is the list of disciples of the Taishang Orthodoxy. If you are willing to put your souls into the jade scroll and become an outer disciple, these Yin spirits will naturally not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, he didn't say what the outcome would be, but all the cultivators knew in their hearts that every one of them was surrounded by countless Yin spirits. These demonic spirits were formed from the resentment left behind by the Taishang Orthodoxy after the death of the heavenly tribulation. They had long lost their sentience and only had the most basic obsession left, which was to protect the Taishang Dao Palace and kill all living beings who came near. Moreover, their nature as Yin spirits made them indescribably sensitive to qi. Once they sensed qi, they would act like moths and extinguish it without a care for themselves. Now that Fang Xing had the identity of the Taishang Dao Orthodoxy's disciple, he naturally wouldn't be attacked by the Yin spirits. On the other hand, Daphne had possessed the body of the vermilion bird, which had the aura of the Taishang Dao Palace. Moreover, when Fang Xing was controlling the Yin spirits, he had intentionally separated a strand of his divine sense to protect him. Although his control over the Yin spirits wasn't as strong, it was enough to protect him. However, the other cultivators weren't so lucky. Under the attacks of the countless ferocious Yin spirits, they were completely surrounded. They immediately summoned their core light to protect their bodies. After all, they were all Golden Core Mahayana realm cultivators. Their core light did have a suppressive effect on the Yin spirits. If there were only a few or even a few dozen Yin spirits, they would have bounced to the side and waited for an opportunity to escape. However, what they were facing now was nearly 100 Yin spirits tearing at them and surrounding them with no regard for their lives. It was like a flood. Under such circumstances, Daoist Zi of the Reverend Sky clan, who was more powerful than the others, still had a space of 30 feet around him. However, Ling Long of the Reverence Moon clan and Yu Long of the Royal Beast clan, who were less powerful than the others, had already started to lose their luster. What was more terrifying was that there were still countless Yin spirits swimming up from the Yellow Spring Sea, surging toward them like tigers preying on their prey. This situation caused every cultivator who was trapped by the Yin spirits to feel an emotion called despair. Not only were they struggling to hold on, even their subordinates didn't dare to step forward even though they weren't surrounded. The Taishang Orthodoxy is such a transcendent existence. It's not a humiliation for you to be an outer disciple. Moreover, the title of outer disciple is only a title. If you make contributions, it's not impossible for you to be promoted. Daphne's gaze swept across the faces of each and every cultivator, and he coldly spoke in an enticing tone. His goal was to force the cultivators to leave their spiritual will on the Supreme Tao Orthodoxy's Jade Booklet. The current Fang Xing was the revered disciple of the Supreme Elder, and also the owner of the Jade Booklet. Simply put, as long as the cultivators sent their souls into the Jade Booklet, it would be equivalent to signing a master-servant contract with Fang Xing. Of course, it would be easier for the cultivators to break through their psychological barriers. However, Zhu Xiu gritted his teeth and held on. For a moment, no one answered him. Even Ling Long and Yu Long, who were on the verge of collapsing, remained silent. As for Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan, who was the strongest among them, his expression was gloomy. No one knew if he was thinking of a way to escape. Fellow Taoists, how much longer can you hold on under the siege of the Yin spirits? Daphne waited for a moment. When no one spoke, his voice became cold and stern. I'm not a patient person. In fact, it's more in line with my intentions to kill all of you and take care of the rest of you. However, I've spared your lives because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being merciless. Little brat, at the end of his words, he glanced at Feng Xing and secretly signaled him with his eyes. Feng Xing chuckled and suddenly made a hand seal. With a loud bang, the waves of the Yellow Springs rose even higher. More Yin spirits than before surged out of the Yellow Springs. The layers of death chi were enough to drown the cultivators. Daoist Master Ling Long of the Fengtian clan let out a shrill scream. Her hand that was making a hand seal trembled slightly. I admit defeat. Ling Long let out a scream and sent her divine soul into the Jade Book. Strangely enough, when her divine soul entered the Jade Book, a small rune appeared on the Jade Book. Her body was surrounded by a faint white aura. All the nether spirits that approached her were like a tide that flowed to the two sides. She let out a long breath and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. I also agree. Another person spoke with great difficulty. It was the Fengtian clan's Grand Elder Feng Xing. With a low growl, he sent his divine soul into the Jade Book. Almost at the same time, the Yusho clan's Elder Ichthyosaur wailed and sent his divine soul into the Jade Book. A cold glint flashed in Daphne's eyes. He looked at the Fengtian clan's Daoist Zi and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, are you still hesitating? Your cultivation is profound. You're halfway to the Yuanying realm. If it weren't for the chaotic laws of the ultimate, you would have been halfway there, right? Don't you want to leave the ultimate and go to the outside world to fight for a chance to reach the Yuanying realm? But in the ultimate, you'll end up being devoured by the Yin spirits clones? Hee, if that happens, you won't even have your divine soul left." The core light in the Fengtian clan's Daoist Zi had shrunk to a few feet. His brows were twitching rapidly. Then, Daphne ignored him and looked at the Yusho clan's Xianxia. He chuckled and said, "Young friend, you're quite talented. You're not even 600 years old, right? You've actually cultivated to the Golden Core Mahayana realm. Even in the outside world, it's not bad. Unfortunately, in the ultimate, no matter how talented you are, you can only go around in this realm." Xianxia also gritted his teeth, but he didn't say a word. Neither he nor Daoist Zi were fools. They could naturally tell that the Jade Book wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was most likely something like a soul contract. Thinking about how he was a Golden Core Mahayana realm cultivator and the leader of a clan, how could he be willing to serve someone else as his master? Cultivators were afraid of death, but they were also proud. Especially outstanding people like them, it wasn't easy to overcome this mentality. Old monster, you're dreaming if you want to mislead us with your lies. Fellow Daoist Zi, clan leader sure. Let's fight the Yin spirits together. Even if we die, let's fight to the death. Let's drag this old monster and that little brat along with us. Despair filled Granny Yao's heart, and she shouted with a sinister voice. Ha 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 ha. She hadn't finished speaking when Daphne suddenly roared with laughter and interrupted her. How laughable. Do all of you want to fight to the death? I've been standing here all this time because I wanted to give all of you a chance. Let me ask you, while all of you resist the Yin spirits, who else can withstand an attack from me? Now, the situation is clear. Surrender, send your soul into the Jade Book, and you'll be able to live. Moreover, you'll have endless resources and profound techniques to comprehend. Moreover, you'll be able to leave this damned place and experience the outside world. If you don't surrender, then your souls will perish. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice surged and created a deafening sound. He's right. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly sighed lightly. He waved his hand and sent a strand of his soul into the Jade Book. After that, he withdrew the pill light and lightly wiped away the layer of cold sweat on his forehead. His expression carried slight bitterness and helplessness. Forget it. Forget it. Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan's pill light had been squeezed by the Yin spirits, and there was less than 10 feet of space left. At this moment, he finally let out a long sigh and waved his hand to send a strand of his soul into the jade book. His gaze swept across Daphne and Feng Xing with a complicated expression. He said softly, "I'm willing to be a disciple of the Supreme Taoism, but I don't want to be a servant and be ordered around by others." Hearing that, Daphne hurriedly laughed and said, "Who dares to look down on you, fellow Taoist? Of course, I'll treat you with respect. Are all of you so afraid of death?" Granny Yao gritted her teeth and shouted. The Yin spirits around her had almost formed a small hill. Luo Musing kept complaining bitterly, "I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender, please give me a chance, senior." However, even though he called out, he didn't dare to directly send his soul into the jade book. Although he was panicking, he still understood that if he didn't get Feng Xing's approval, it would be useless for him to send his soul into Feng Xing's body. Not only would he not be able to live, but he would also be treated for nothing. Perhaps he would even suffer more humiliation and pain before he died. The two of them had no choice but to hold on until the end. However, they did not expect that just when they felt that they could not hold on any longer, Feng Xing, who had been standing on the yellow spring pretending to be an otherworldly master, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, I can't hold on any longer." As he said that, he let out a howl and jumped down from the yellow spring. At the same time, he released the Taoist seal in his hands and shook his hands continuously. His small face was extremely pale. At the same time he released the seal, the tens of thousands of nether spirits in the surroundings suddenly retreated. Daphne looked at him speechlessly and said, "Didn't I say that I have to hold on for at least 30 minutes? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you give it a try? In any case, I can't hold on any longer." He's actually holding on by force? Granny Yao and Luo Musang had barely escaped death. They still hadn't recovered from the shock. On the other hand, Daphne had already reached out and grabbed the jade book on the ground. He quickly stuffed it into Feng Xing's hand and shielded him with his body. His eyes swept across the faces of Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan, Grand Elder Feng Xing, Xianxia of the Beast Tamer clan, Elder Fish Dragon, and Perfected Ling Long of the Reverence Moon clan. With a strange smile, he said, "Fellow Taoists, you are indeed wise to make the right choice. Now, it's time for you to prove your usefulness. How about I invite you to kill these two who refuse to submit?" All these changes were neither fast nor slow. In fact, from the moment the Netherworld Sea spirits were summoned to the moment they retreated, only 10 minutes had passed. Among the cultivators, they didn't really reach the point where their lives were in danger. Most of them were shocked by the scene and knew that it was useless to hold on. That was why they had no choice but to sign the soul contract. However, none of them expected that at the last moment, they realized that Feng Xing's control over the Netherworld Sea wasn't that strong. While they were holding on, the little brat was also putting on an act. Strictly speaking, if they were to compete in endurance, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, when they realized this, their soul light had already entered the jade book and they were under the control of others. It was too late for them to regret, therefore, before Granny Yao and Luo Musang could celebrate their escape from death, they realized that they were already surrounded by Daoist Zi, Xianxia, Ling Long, and Feng Xing with bitter expressions, while Daphne was glaring at them from the side. That detestable little brat was hiding behind Daphne and looking at them with a smile. He was even waving his hand at them with the jade book in his hand. This was simply getting something for nothing. This strategy was really too despicable. Of course, they didn't expect that this strategy was really not thought of by Feng Xing, but by Daphne. In fact, the 3 great opportunities that Feng Xing obtained were slightly different from what Daphne and the tribes of the ruins of En said. One of the 3 great opportunities of the Taishang orthodoxy was naturally the Taishang Dao scripture. Although it was only a short scripture, it was extremely profound. It was the foundation of the Taishang orthodoxy. As for the second great good fortune, it wasn't the creation tribulation lightning elixir. It was just that Feng Xing had a mischievous heart, and used it to look at the ugly behavior of the various clan leaders. The uglier the way they ate, the more he disliked them, because his table manners were already very ugly, so others couldn't do the same. Using this gourd of creation thunder tribulation fluid, he decided who he wanted to kill and who he wanted to keep alive. The thing he used was the Taisheng Orthodoxy's Jade Book. That was actually the Taisheng Orthodoxy's fate. It was his second great opportunity. The third great creation was the ruins of End. In fact, the power that Feng Xing had displayed was definitely not as strong as he had imagined. Just because he had become a disciple of the Supreme Orthodoxy did not mean that he was omnipotent in the sinkhole. There were many powers left in the sinkhole that he could make use of, but he needed to subdue them one by one. After communicating with Daphne, it immediately pointed out that Feng Xing had the greatest advantage now. In fact, the cultivators did not know what kind of opportunity he had obtained, so he had to make good use of it. Because of this, Daphne decided to make a risky move. He decided to make use of the Underworld Sea. As Feng Xing had the identity of the Taisheng Orthodoxy's 11th disciple, the Yin spirits in the Underworld Sea did not dare to hurt him. They would kneel and worship him when they saw him. That was the suppression in their nature. The reverence in the depths of their souls made them still afraid of Feng Xing even though they had lost their memories. Feng Xing's identity as a disciple did not mean that Feng Xing could command them to kill people on his behalf. After he fell out with the cultivators, he made the first move by commanding the Yin spirits to trap the cultivators and forced them to send their souls into the Taisheng Orthodoxy's Jade Book. In fact, he had sacrificed part of the soul power that Patriarch Heaven Grudge had left in his sea of consciousness. After all, Patriarch Heaven Grudge had gone through the Yuanying tribulation. Yuanying had the power of destruction, so the soul power left behind was extremely huge. Even Feng Xing could not absorb all of it. There was still a large portion left that exceeded the limit that Feng Xing could store. Even if he kept such a large portion, it would only be wasted. Therefore, Daphne came up with the idea of sacrificing him to the Underworld Sea. Therefore, when he approached the Underworld Sea, he first made the Yin spirits kneel and worship him. His goal was to show off his extraordinary identity in front of the cultivators. Then, he secretly sacrificed part of Patriarch Heaven Grudge's soul power to make the Yin spirits attack on his behalf. This scene scared all the cultivators out of their wits. What they did not know was that Feng Xing was only bluffing. As long as they persisted for a while longer, the tide of Yin spirits would naturally retreat back into the Yellow Spring Sea. However, after persisting for a few breaths, they all chose to insert their divine senses into the Jade Booklet. Of course, Luo Muzang and Granny Yao were exceptions. The great enmity between them and Feng Xing could no longer be resolved. In order to avoid being humiliated, the two of them decided to hold on until their deaths. However, they'd never imagined that they would be able to hold on until the Yin spirits dispersed, and in their pleasant surprise, they realized that Feng Xing was only putting on a show of strength. They were just about to attack and annihilate Feng Xing when they noticed to their shock that the Reverence Clan's Daoist Zi, Grand Elder Feng Xing, the Beast Control Clan's Xianxia, Grand Elder Fish Dragon, and the Moon Reverence Clan's Grand Elder Ling Long had surrounded them. The two of them held on until the end, but the others had already sent their souls into the Taisheng Orthodoxy's Jade Book. With their souls under control, they could not resist. They were no longer on the same side. In fact, Granny Yao and Luo Muzang were also part of the Diablo's plan. These two were equivalent to the proof of his allegiance. The cultivators had just pledged their allegiance to him. If he did not let them put in some effort and shed some blood, they would not be at ease. The great Rock Evil King's schemes were interlinked with each other, and he was truly extremely shrewd and ruthless. The result was already decided. How could Luo Muzang and Granny Yao be a match for the other four Golden Core Great Realization cultivators? The fierce battle was just loud thunder, but small raindrops. In less than 10 rounds, Daoist Zi drew his sword and killed Luo Muzang. Granny Yao was also killed by Xianxia. At this moment, Daphne appeared again. With the Jade Book in his hand, he issued a few orders on behalf of Daoist Zi. The first was to promote Daoist Ling Long to the position of Reverence Moon Clan's Patriarch. The second was to organize the alliance of small clans that Luo Muzang previously represented into a separate group. He would make them his subordinates. As for Daoist Zi and Xianxia, they would be promoted to the Taisheng Path's inner sect disciples due to their meritorious deeds in slaying the rebels. The series of orders caused the cultivators to feel complicated and uncertain. But after hesitating for a moment, they still bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude. Daphne sneered. He knew that by expressing his gratitude, he had already established the authority of his faction. Fangxing watched from the side. The more he watched, the happier he became. He was very satisfied. It was not that he could not do all these things, but he was sure that he would not be as experienced as Daphne. To him, it was possible to think of a way to kill this group of people, but it was definitely not that easy to make them work for him. After all, Daphne was once a demon king. He was very experienced in leading his troops. Realizing this, Fangxing patted Daphne's shoulder and said, "Old heretic, I'll give you the bottomless ruins." Daphne glanced at him and said, "There's no need to say these useless things. I understand what you mean. From today onwards, the bottomless ruins will be the last nest of us Taoists. There must be no trouble. Since you trust me, I'll help you take care of it. But let me make this clear. I have my ways of doing things. Kill and reward. Don't try to pick a fight with me." Fangxing laughed and promised, "I won't be picky. A little rascal and an old monster." They clapped their hands 3 times, and the handover was clear. The group set up camp and rested. A day later, they set off for the return journey. On the way back, with the Grand Supreme's remnant disciple, Fangxing, the sinkhole's ferocious beasts naturally had a sense of reverence for him, so it was a lot easier. It only took about a month to return to the sinkhole's periphery. On the way, Evil Pun King discussed with the leaders of the various tribes. Firstly, he revealed a portion of the true opportunity that Fangxing had obtained to them, hooking their hearts. Secondly, he also roughly regulated the various factions in the sinkhole. He established the Heaven Resentment, Heaven Reverence, Moon Reverence, and Beast-Taming tribes as the 4 major tribes. As for the scattered factions, he unified them under his command and made them an independent tribe outside of the 4 great tribes. Nominally, Fangxing was the owner of the bottomless ruins, and he was in charge on his behalf. He made this point very clear, as if to avoid arousing suspicion. Of course, Fangxing didn't care about all this in his heart. He wasn't very interested in such schemes. He was more than happy for Old Heretic to be in charge. It could even be said that if Old Heretic did not care, he might leave the mess behind and slip away on his own. A few days later, after returning to the Heaven Resentment tribe, Daphne began to tidy things up in a hurry. This matter could not be delayed. He even temporarily gave up on the matter of nourishing his soul in seclusion. Although he had subdued a few tribe leaders, it was hard to say if the other tribes would surrender so easily. Daphne had also planned for this change. According to him, with the many innate advantages brought by Fangxing, if he could not even control a tiny bottomless ruins, then he could forget about his title as Daphne. This also made Fangxing feel relieved. With Old Heretic around, he did not need to worry about the matters in the bottomless ruins. His main focus was on comprehending the Taisheng Dao scripture. There were not many scriptures in the Taisheng Dao scripture, but it contained the Great Dao. The more Fangxing comprehended it, the more shocked he became. His intuition told him that the Taisheng Dao scripture had guided him to a cultivation method that he had never imagined before. The scripture's mysteriousness was so profound and bizarre that he even began to suspect that the scripture was fake. The person who created this scripture must be an old pervert, right? Fangxing had lost count of how many times he had muttered to himself. From time to time, he would look up at the sky with an extremely strange look in his eyes. Should I cultivate this alchemy method? I won't become a pervert after I cultivate it, will I? The Taisheng Dao scripture was not easy to comprehend. If he could not figure it out, he would drink. Fangxing had almost turned the huge palace into a wine cellar. Fortunately, just as he was at a loss, Daphne, who had been in seclusion for 3 months to nourish his soul, came out. The old man had settled some of the chores in the sinkhole and firmly grasped the few divisions of the sinkhole in his hands before going into seclusion to nourish his soul. Now that his seclusion was over, he still had many things to discuss with Fangxing, so he came to see him. However, it happened to be when Fangxing was most confused. After the seclusion, Daphne's human form was surprisingly different from before. Daphne's human form originally had the appearance of a man in his 30s, but now he had turned into a man in his 50s. He was somewhat similar to the old man that Daphne had manifested in Fangxing's consciousness, but his aura was extremely shocking. His blood and qi were so strong that they were more vigorous than a young man in his 20s. Eh? Old Xia, why have you aged again? Weren't you quite handsome in the past? Fangxing was lying in the main hall of the palace, surrounded by piles and piles of wine jars. When he saw the great Pung Diablo, he laughed. In the past, the vermilion bird young master was extremely handsome. He truly belonged to the type that could capture a girl's heart with just a glance. Otherwise, Han Tianqing and Magu wouldn't have been so mesmerized by him. After the great Ping evil monarch took over the body of the vermilion bird young master, he could have inherited the vermilion bird young master's appearance. However, he became somewhat similar to the vermilion bird young master. And these changes seemed to have been caused by a secret technique. Fangxing was a little puzzled. Rock King grunted coldly and said, "Isn't it too unsteady to maintain such an appearance with my identity? Coupled with the fact that I've used 106 days to merge my soul and this body into one, and they're living together, since my soul has changed owners, it'll affect my bloodline as well. No matter if it's my true appearance or human appearance, it'll naturally change along with it. Kid, you don't have to worry about me." Fangxing chuckled and said, "How's the situation in the sinkhole now?" Daphne smiled and said, "You still don't believe in this old man's methods? Everything is already in our hands. However, suppressing them is not a solution. If we really want to win their hearts, we still need to give them some benefits. The greatest benefit is the passage to enter and exit the sinkhole freely. As long as this passage is in our hands, they will never have any thoughts of betrayal. Furthermore, you previously mentioned a mystic technique to control the sinkhole's beasts. You have to grasp it as soon as possible. To be honest, those beasts are the sinkhole's strongest force." Fangxing's eyes lit up when he heard that. He slapped his thigh and said, "Of course. I've long thought about it. If I can bring all the beasts out of the sinkhole in the future, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want outside and rob whoever I want? Such a powerful force, and you're only thinking of robbing it?" Daphne was rather speechless. After a while, he said, "Can you refine the portrait of 100 evils?" Fangxing was a little dismayed when he heard that. He casually pulled out a portrait from under his buttocks and threw it in front of Daphne. Daphne's heart ached so much that his eyes twitched. He had had enough of this little bastard who did not think much of a treasure. He carefully wiped away the wine and dust on the portrait with his sleeve and gently unfolded it. A lifelike portrait of a fierce beast appeared in front of him. Fangxing said, "I've taken a few glances at it recently. This portrait of 100 evils is actually a soul Dao contract. Many years ago, the Grand Supreme Orthodoxy gathered the souls of the beast's ancestors and refined them into an imprint. To put it simply, if you refine this portrait, you can control all the beasts. You can even use this portrait to teleport beasts to your side to protect you from thousands of miles away." Daphne's eyes lit up as his hands trembled. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, "It's indeed a rare treasure." Fangxing rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do I need you to tell me that?" The three great treasures left behind by the Grand Supreme Orthodoxy, the Taishang Dao scripture, the portrait of 100 evils, and the Taishang Jade Book, are indeed good things, but almost none of them can be used directly. Let's not talk about the Taishang Dao scripture. I've been studying it for so long, but the more I understand it, the more I can't understand it. As for the Taishang Jade Book, it can only be used by entering one's soul into it. This portrait of 100 evils is even more troublesome. I actually need to refine the soul Dao contract in the portrait one by one. Based on the strength of the soul Dao contract, I can't even refine the soul Dao contract of a rank 4 beast, let alone the others. Even if it's a rare treasure, it can't help one reach the sky in a single bound. This is already very good. Rock King was experienced and prudent after all, and after the initial excitement, he quickly calmed down, and then he persuaded Fangxi instead. "So long as the ruins of End are in our hands, would we be afraid that these ferocious beasts will be able to escape? Let's postpone the matter of refining this portrait until your cultivation base increases. What about the passage to leave the ultimate? Are you sure it's under your control?" Fangxing picked up a wine jar and shook it. Seeing that there was still some wine, he poured it into his mouth and sighed, "There's no problem. Actually, at the end of the ancient road to heaven, there's an altar. I've already seen it. There are 4 teleportation marks. I don't know where it leads to, but leaving the ultimate is not a problem. It's just that it's a little difficult to bring people out. It requires a large amount of spirit essence to activate the altar. To put it simply, it requires a lot of money. The higher the cultivation of the person you want to bring out, the more spirit essence you need. If I want to bring you out, I'll need at least 1,000 pieces of spirit essence to activate the altar. And in the entire ultimate, including what I have on me, the amount of spirit essence I can find is less than 2,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces? Daphne was slightly taken aback as his expression turned odd. Spirit essence was a cultivation resource refined from supreme-grade spirit stones by cultivators. 1 piece was half a kilogram, and the spirit chi in it was extremely rich. 1,000 kilograms of spirit essence was an astronomical figure. He did not expect the price to be so high to leave the ultimate. After pondering for a moment, he calmed down and said softly, "My current cultivation base is actually only at the mid-stage of golden core. In other words, if I want to bring those golden core Mahayana stage cultivators out of the ultimate, the price will be even higher. But that's a good thing. The most important thing in the ultimate is the way to leave. With this way in our hands, no one can turn the tables. As for the spirit essence we need, we can think of a way after we leave. With hope, there's no need to worry. Spirit essence can always be earned. Although the ultimate is poor, that's only in terms of spirit stones and divine ores. In fact, this place is rich in spirit chi. It's a good place to cultivate spirit herbs." "Spirit herbs?" Feng Xing was stunned for a moment before he rummaged through a few storage bags. After opening them, spirit chi assailed his nostrils. "I almost forgot about it," Feng Xing fell to the ground and said with a frown. These spirit herbs were all gathered from the profound region. There was quite a lot of them, and a large portion of them were spirit herbs that were extinct on the Tianyuan continent. However, he had no time to take care of them because he was always on the move. He did not know how to refine pills either, so he just piled them up in his storage bag. He would only occasionally pick 1 or 2 to eat as snacks. Many of the spirit herbs had already lost their spirituality. Daphne immediately felt his heart ache when he saw this. He said, "How can you waste things like this?" As he said that, he extended his hand and picked them up. "Leave these spirit herbs to me in the future. Whatever you want. I'm just taking up space by keeping them." Feng Xing's words angered Daphne half to death. There were still a lot of things to deal with. Coupled with the fact that he saw so many spirit herbs in Feng Xing's storage bag, his heart ached. Daphne prepared to leave. He was in a hurry to find a place to cultivate the spiritual fields and arrange for people to cultivate these spirit herbs. However, it was also at this moment that Feng Xing suddenly asked, "Old heretic, if I cultivate an immortal core, will it work if I cultivate an immortal core?" Daphne was slightly stunned. He said disdainfully, "Are you trying to dispel my anger? There is a Tao between the ruler and his subjects, and all things are orderly. The golden core is the manifestation of the great Tao. If there is no difference between strong and weak, and there is the order of yin and yang, then how can the various powers be balanced and stable? Whether it is humans, demons, or demons, the principles of the Tao of alchemy are shockingly similar. That is, Dan is like the universe, and core formation is like ruling the world. Many cultivators will go to the mortal world to understand the principles before they form their core to understand the principles of Dan is like the universe. To put it bluntly, it's like this old man helping you manage the ultimate. If we don't teach them who is superior and who is inferior, wouldn't it be a mess when they start fighting?" Feng Xing naturally understood that what he said made sense. However, he still did not give up. He asked again, "Is there no way to combine all the powers into one?" Daphne sighed and asked Feng Xing, "I know you don't like to cultivate Tao, but I also want to ask you a simple question. Do you know what is the most important thing in the great Tao of heaven and earth? It is balance. In fact, whether it is the single law pill or the legendary great sage pill, the most important thing is balance. The single law pill only cultivates one power and suppresses all others, so it is the most balanced and the simplest. The great sage pill not only needs these 9 powers to suppress the other powers, it also needs to maintain a balance between these 9 powers. Therefore, it is the most complicated and the easiest to collapse. As for the lawless pill that you mentioned, first, it needs to create something out of nothing, only using the spirit to form the pill. Secondly, it needs all the powers to flow freely, without any Tao laws. Let me ask you, how can you maintain a balance? Feng Xing was in a daze for a while. He said, there is no way to maintain a balance between all the powers? Daphne smiled bitterly. In theory, it can be done, but how is it possible in reality? In theory, when Feng Xing heard this, he seemed to be deep in thought and fell silent. Seeing this, Daphne waved his sleeves and went back to the meeting hall. He was very busy. Moreover, the Tao of Pill Enlightenment was a process that every cultivator had to go through, so he wanted Feng Xing to use his brain. On the other hand, Feng Xing remained silent because of something that Great Ping Diablo had said. Yes, the lawless pill only exists in theory, and it's impossible to achieve in reality. But isn't that the nature of the Grand Supreme Orthodoxy? When they choose a disciple, they want to choose a perfect one, let alone their Taoist scriptures. Perhaps, the Tao of alchemy that only exists in theory is the Taisheng Taoism. If that is the case, then I will form the lawless pill. Feng Xing secretly made up his mind. He did not tell Daphne directly because he was afraid of scaring him. Core formation was, in fact, to link all the powers in one's body and fuse them with one's soul to forge a great Tao seed. As a result, if one wanted to form a core, one had to form a stable balance between the powers in one's body. Usually, the simplest method was to use the Tao of monarch and minister. No matter how many powers there were in one's body, one had to nurture one of them and suppress the rest. Using the Tao of monarch and minister to refine a golden core, the result was that the cultivator could only focus on one power as his main cultivation direction. This pill was called the single Dharma pill, also known as the single emperor pill. A more advanced pill refinement technique was to cultivate the yin-yang dharma through secret techniques that were not passed down. It nurtured two powers and used these two powers to suppress the rest of the powers. Similarly, there was a need to form a balance. However, in this way, the cultivator would need to expend more energy to maintain the balance between the two powers. The difficulty of cultivation would also be doubled because he needed to enhance the two powers. This pill was called the yin-yang pill, derived from the balance of yin and yang. And above the yin-yang pill, there were the three supreme pills. They used three powers as equal power to suppress the rest of the powers, achieving a balance. Above the three supreme pills, there were the four symbols pill, the five elements pill, the highest was the legendary great sage pill. Within that pill, there were 9 powers that could be said to be more wondrous than creation. However, in short, with every additional power, the difficulty of forming a core and the difficulty of cultivation would be doubled. Naturally, its power was also the strongest. There were more than 10 core formation mantras placed in front of Feng Xing. They were all written by the golden core cultivators in the sinkhole. From these people's mantras, one could find clues. Among them, the strongest was the alchemy technique of Daoist Zi of the Feng Tian clan. He was originally the sect master of a cultivation sect in the Dongxing Divine Continent. As he had offended a disciple of one of the 8 ancient families, he was forced to escape into the sinkhole. However, after entering the sinkhole, he joined the Feng Tian clan and worked hard for 700 years. Eventually, he became an important figure in the Feng Tian clan. His alchemy technique combined the secret mental cultivation techniques of the original sect master and the Feng Tian clan. Its quality was extremely high. Not only did it nurture a wisp of connate purple qi, but it also formed a balance between the 3 forces. In other words, it was rare in the sinkhole to form 3 alchemy techniques. The weakest was a golden core consecrator of the Heaven Abhorrer clan. He had been pursued outside the sinkhole and had nowhere to run. He entered the sinkhole and joined the Heaven Abhorrer clan. After proving his loyalty, he was taught the Heaven Abhorrer clan's secret cultivation technique. He was considered lucky and after a few tries, he succeeded in forming his core. Of course, the quality of his core was extremely low. He only managed to form 1 core. This was also the problem that troubled Feng Xing. He suddenly realized that if he were to form his golden core according to the core formation technique in the Supreme Tao scripture, the golden core that he nurtured would not even have a single main nourishing force. In other words, he would form an unbreakable Dan. Using his soul to create something out of nothing, forging a pure lawless pill. Such a core formation method was completely unheard of. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to form such a core. This was because refining the soul to create something out of nothing and forming a core was just too difficult. 100 out of 100 people would fail because the soul could not withstand such calcination. However, Fangxing had a chance because he had the supreme sensing scripture. After cultivating the supreme sensing scripture, the strength of Fangxing's soul had far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Only such a powerful soul could have the chance to cultivate the unbreakable pill. However, after Fangxing made his decision, he realized that his soul was strong enough, but it was not enough. If he wanted to form the unbreakable pill, he had to make his soul stronger. After some consideration, Fangxing went into seclusion once again. Others thought that he was quietly guarding the palace, but in fact, he entered the depths of the sinkhole alone. Although there were many dangers along the way, Fangxing was not afraid of the attacks of the ferocious beasts with his identity as the Supreme Remnant's disciple. Moreover, he traveled alone, so his speed was much faster. In 1.5 months, he arrived in front of the Netherworld Sea. After arriving, Fangxing concealed his aura and directly entered the Netherworld Sea. With his identity as the Supreme Remnant's disciple, he would not be disturbed by the Een spirits of the Netherworld Sea. However, now that he had concealed his aura, he was naturally targeted by the endless Een spirits in the Netherworld Sea. As for Fangxing, his soul burned brightly as he secretly circulated the supreme sensing scripture and began the process of using the Een spirits to temper his soul. The pain was like 100 ghosts devouring his soul, as though his soul was being dismembered. The supreme sensing scripture was originally a profound technique that specialized in refining the soul. When Fangxing first comprehended the scripture in the Great Snow Mountain, he had once attracted the wandering souls of the Een spirits in the world to sense the despair and obsession within them. He used these various obsessions as firewood to temper his own soul. It was also because of this painful tempering that his divine sense was several times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Now, Fangxing had gained something from comprehending the Supreme Tao Scripture. From it, he discovered that the Supreme Tao Scripture, the Supreme Sensing Scripture, and even the Supreme Spirit Transforming Scripture were not just similar in name. There were many Taos that could be comprehended by analogy. After comprehending the Supreme Tao Scripture, he vaguely gained a deeper understanding of the Supreme Sensing Scripture. This was also the reason why he dared to enter the Netherworld Sea to cultivate. The endless Een spirits were once disciples of the Supreme Taoist orthodoxy, but they later died in the heavenly tribulation. Among their Een spirits, there were remnants of the great horror of the heavenly tribulation, so they were ferocious and violent. Even Golden Core Mahayana cultivators could not withstand their invasion. But now, Fangxing wanted to understand their great horror and use it to cultivate his divine soul. His divine soul was torn apart, but it recovered under the effect of the Supreme Sensing Scripture. In the process, his divine soul became stronger. The power left behind by the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence's Yuanying was also completely absorbed by Fangxing's divine soul during this process. It could be said that without the Patriarch of Heaven Abhorrence's Yuanying power, Fangxing would not have been able to persist in this cultivation process. At the bottom of the Netherworld Sea, Fangxing sat cross-legged for 49 days. After 49 days, he walked across the sea and walked to the other side. Fangxing increasingly felt that the Supreme Taoist orthodoxy was scheming. It seemed that they had calculated every detail to the extreme. Even though the Netherworld Sea seemed to have appeared unexpectedly because of the heavenly tribulation, it was actually a great tool for cultivation. With the Supreme Sensing Scripture, if he wanted to quickly improve the power of his divine soul, he could only use the power of the Een spirits to train himself, and the Netherworld Sea was just right for him. The 49 days of suffering was like a painful metamorphosis, causing the power of his soul to soar. Currently, the strength of his soul had already reached an indescribable level. In terms of the strength of his divine soul, it could be said that he was about 100 times stronger than cultivators of the same level, and now, the strength of his divine soul had finally met the requirements of the core formation. Fangxing crossed the Yellow Spring Sea and arrived in front of the Taishan ruins step by step. Then, he spent 3 days recuperating his body's condition and preparing resources. After that, he entered the Taishan ruins. Taking advantage of the fact that the Hongmeng Death Qi had yet to appear, he ascended to the Taishan ruins at the fastest speed possible. He sat cross-legged on the roof of a great hall that had yet to completely collapse. With the bright moon on his back, he began to wait. He was waiting for the Hongmeng death aura. At this moment, even he was a little anxious, because the core formation method he was using was too dangerous and too ruthless. Although the Supreme Taoist scripture had clearly explained the feasibility of this core formation method, not many people would dare to do it. Fortunately, although Feng Xing had all kinds of problems, he never lacked courage. After meditating for half an hour, Feng Xing sensed the faint presence of a gust of wind in the distance with his divine sense. Even his hair stood on end because of the gust of wind. He knew that it was his subconscious reaction to the presence of danger. It meant that the Hongmeng death aura that he had been waiting for, the opportunity for him to form the unstoppable core, had finally arrived. Should this young master write a will or something? A thought suddenly crossed Feng Xing's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was too lazy to write. Haha, little Lotus, and the old geezers of the Supreme Taoism Orthodoxy, I really believe in you. Don't disappoint me. In the distance, the gust of wind grew stronger and swept over like a wave. The overwhelming death aura was like purgatory. Meanwhile, Feng Xing spread his arms and welcomed the wind with a smile. Rumble. Just as the monstrous death aura was about to completely drown Feng Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He suddenly raised his voice and yelled, Supreme Taoist fate, protect my soul, body, and spirit as one, never leave my side. Stop, 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 stop. Damn it, as he roared hoarsely, the surrounding sky, the dead ruins, the yellow spring sea, and even the immortal ascension stage in the middle section of the bottomless ruins all surged over. The aura was invisible to the naked eye and difficult to sense with divine sense, but it clearly existed. It was like an invisible force that bound Feng Xing's body. The moment the aura approached him, the monstrous Hongmeng death aura surged over. Feng Xing, who no longer had the protection of the lotus treasure to protect his soul, was directly exposed to the monstrous death aura. Almost at the moment when the deathly aura approached his body, Feng Xing's spirit was about to be washed out of his body. His spirit was like a straw that was about to be swept away by an unparalleled wave. Even though his spirit was already extremely powerful, in the face of the Hongmeng deathly aura, it still had no power to resist. The difference was like a strong bull trying to resist a tornado in the desert. However, Feng Xing's physical body and divine soul were bound together due to the providence that descended upon him in advance. At this moment, Feng Xing's spirit had already been washed out of his body by the Hongmeng deathly aura. It was a foot away from his body and looked like a blurry shadow that overlapped with Feng Xing's body. However, under the binding of the destiny, it was forcibly fixed in place. However, in this situation, Feng Xing's spirit was suffering great pain. Fate could bind his divine soul, but it couldn't protect it like how Lian Bao could. It only forcefully bound his divine soul to his physical body. It was just like how Feng Xing fixed his body with an iron chain in a raging river filled with sand and gravel, and then jumped into the river. Although he wouldn't be washed away by the river, he would be able to withstand the force of the impact. That feeling was 100 times more painful than cultivating the supreme sensing scripture in the Yellow Spring Sea. Haha, Feng Xing laughed silently. I'm really bold. In the future, no one will believe me even if I go out and brag to others. However, once this method of core formation starts, it can't be stopped. So come on. Feng Xing gritted his teeth and secretly operated the mysterious technique, sinking into his sea of consciousness. Samadhi true fire, rise. At this time, because the 9-story pagoda had been destroyed by ancestor heaven resentment, his sea of consciousness was a void. The power was chaotic, and only his spirit was sitting cross-legged in the void. At this time, the outside world was suffering the impact of the Hongmeng deathly aura, but it also manifested in his sea of consciousness. It was chaos, like the chaos at the beginning of the world. Violent forces raged in his sea of consciousness, tearing everything apart. According to the ordinary core formation method, Feng Xing only needed to follow the secret alchemy technique and use 1 or 2 kinds of power as the main body. Then, he would break the pagoda and condense all the power and spirit together. According to a certain principle that he had comprehended, he would forge a place and break through the barrier between the mysterious and the real so that it could become a Tao seed. This Tao seed was Feng Xing's golden core. But now, Feng Xing didn't do this. He didn't even try to touch the broken pagoda and the cultivation power that was locked by his tyrannical body. Instead, his spirit flew toward the sea of consciousness, where the power was the most chaotic. He forcibly endured the impact of the Hongmeng deathly aura and constantly felt the pain of his spirit being broken and reborn. It was like refining fine steel. Ordinary iron could be refined into fine iron 100 times, fine iron could be refined into black iron 100 times. Legend had it that black iron could be refined 10,000 times with a secret technique and then absorb the power of the world, then it could become divine iron. Now, Fangxing was using the method of forging iron to forge his spirit, and he even summoned the Samadhi true fire. Boom, the Samadhi true fire turned into a cluster of flames and flew toward him at high speed. Then, he swallowed it. In just an instant, flames overflowed within his spirit. Inside, there was the Samadhi true fire. Outside, there was the Hongmeng deathly aura. Just like the simplest method of refining pills with water and fire, he refined his spirit. However, the fire he used was the Samadhi true fire. And what was used as water was the Hongmeng deathly aura formed from the Hongmeng Dao Qi, using this unprecedented pill refining method to refine a pill that was created from nothing, the purest divine pill. Every step of this pill refining method was like walking on a tightrope. The slightest mistake would result in a disaster. From the outside world, the current Fangxing was like a huge fireball amidst the violent aura of death. He sat cross-legged on the roof of the hall that was in ruins, and he was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. The light he emitted seemed to want to compete with the bright moon in the sky, and in all directions of the primordial ruins, 9 faint shadows had appeared at some point. They looked at Fangxing, who was on the roof of the hall, from afar. It was hard to tell whether they were happy or angry. They seemed to be excited, but they also seemed to be sighing. I thought he would consider it for 3 years, but I didn't expect him to consider it for less than 3 months. Now, there's finally something I like about him, and that's his courage. Speaking of which, we can be considered his seniors, but we can't help him much. Let's give him a prayer. The 9 shadows spoke softly, using their divine thoughts to transmit their beliefs to each other. No one could detect it. After making their decision, they silently came to Fangxing's side, sat cross-legged in the void, and silently chanted ancient scriptures. Their voices couldn't be heard, nor could they be felt, but they seemed to be changing something, protecting something. After 81 days, the 9 shadows stopped chanting and quietly left, as if they had never been there. At this time, Fangxing had already experienced countless times of the primordial death aura, and his core formation was about to be completed. In his sea of consciousness, his true spirit was like a sun. It had completely merged with the Samadhi true fire, and it was shining brightly. This kind of light illuminated his chaotic sea of consciousness, as if everything that was in chaos had been settled. Out of nothing, the God core was formed. However, Fangxing's core formation path was not over. In these 81 days, he opened his eyes for the first time and took out a bottle gourd. Inside the bottle gourd was the thunder liquid of creation he took from the thunder pool of creation. The primordial Taoist orthodoxy did not allow their disciples to enter the thunder pool of creation to obtain fortunes. This was because even if they became immortals, they would be using tricks. However, when stepping onto their own path, it was still possible to make use of all kinds of opportunities. This was also the reason why Fangxing could take out a bottle gourd of thunder liquid of creation. At this time, Fangxing put it to use. He raised his head and gulped it all down. The thunder liquid of creation, which was emitting endless vitality, was completely gulped down by him. At the same time, the second scripture that Fangxing had mastered, the Supreme Spirit Dissolving Scripture, was quickly activated. The thunder liquid of creation was slowly refined and integrated into his body. In his sea of consciousness, there was only a blazing sun. In the chaotic world, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. Bolts of purple lightning seemed to split the sky and earth into pieces, or like a spider web that covered the sky and earth, or like the first sound of the world that had been asleep for a long time. This sound awakened the entire world, and also awakened the vitality in the unseen world. Rumble, the Supreme Spirit Dissolving Scripture refined all things and manifested a kind of power in the unseen world. Under the effect of this power, the power of Fangxing's cultivation began to slowly sink and condense in his body. In the manifestation of the sea of consciousness, there was slowly a thick ground in the sea of consciousness. Originally, the Sea of Consciousness was a sea. Later, when the Tao Pagoda was formed, the spiritual power solidified, and a barren desert appeared in the Sea of Consciousness. Now, the sea had returned to the earth, and under the power of the Supreme Spirit dissolving scripture, it had turned into a real thick ground. Unlike the barren and dry land of the past, this land was now filled with vitality. In the sky, the true spirit burned with samadhi true fire, becoming more and more like a blazing sun. The true spirit was a golden core, the sun of this world. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it sat cross-legged in the void overlooking the earth. This golden core of his did not have any power, only the purest power of the true spirit, or the power of the spirit. Below, the earth was thick and full of vitality, and it had the possibility of carrying any power. Rumble, a dried-up river appeared from the earth, snaking into the distance. It was the 9th meridian. The 9th meridian hidden in Fangxing's body had now manifested in Fangxing's Sea of Consciousness. Then, a misty mist rose from the east, and a black pearl rose into the air, emitting a shocking amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into a pool, and then the pool turned into a huge lake. The black pearl fell into the lake, and the lake water was still slowly rising. It was the dragon pearl. This dragon pearl had been refined into Fangxing's Sea of Consciousness. Everything happened naturally, and Fangxing did not deliberately control the changes. As the blazing sun of this world, he looked down on the earth and observed the various changes that were taking place. He had successfully formed his core, the body had become the earth, and the true spirit had become a core. Fangxing's core was called the Supreme Core. It did not contain any divinity, nor did it contain any reason. It was a pill of no kind. But it was also because of this that the pill of no kind could control all magic. The space manifested in his Sea of Consciousness only had the blazing sun, the earth, and no sky. The sky was the sky, and the sky was the manifestation of natural laws. In Fangxing's Sea of Consciousness, there was only the earth and no sky, and there were no natural laws. Simply put, it was Taoless. But it was also because it was Taoless that it could absorb all things, and then use the intergrowth of all things to give birth to thousands of Taos. The pill of no kind, and the Tao of no kind. It was a pill of no kind. All of this was like a seed, planted by the sovereign Taoist orthodoxy, and no one knew what it would grow into. Fangxing felt that the pill refinement process was incomparably mysterious. Using the exalted Tao scripture as the foundation, and combining the essence of the exalted sensing scripture and the exalted spirit transformation scripture, the core formation lawless pill allowed him to enter a mysterious realm. After completing the pill refinement process, he was in no hurry to leave his Sea of Consciousness. Instead, he carefully sensed the samadhi true fire within his Sea of Consciousness, as well as the majestic water power from the dragon pearl. My core can't move, but I can summon fire and water will at any time. It's like I've been nurturing 2 types of power. Fangxing's mind reverberated with a hint of excitement. Moreover, in my Sea of Consciousness, there seems to be a thunder will of creation hidden somewhere. It should be left behind by the thunder liquid of creation. I drank the thunder liquid of creation and borrowed its power to open up a world in my Sea of Consciousness. On the surface, it seems to have disappeared, but the thunder will remains in this world. In other words, I can also control the thunder method. These are the 3 powers. These powers originally needed to be nurtured within the core in order to be retained. They also needed to be supported by principles, so that they could be easily understood and used in Taoist magic. However, the exalted Tao scripture is a sword that goes against the flow and goes straight to the source. Simply put, if my fleshly body is strong enough, I can forcibly keep them within my Sea of Consciousness. And because my soul is strong enough, I can use them at any time. A faint smile appeared on Fangxing's face. His understanding of the exalted Tao scripture's lawless pill was becoming deeper and more direct. But that's not the most important thing. He opened his eyes and took out a fake mountain from his bag of holding. It was the mountain treasure he had stolen from the Dragon Lady's treasury. It was a magical treasure refined from a real mountain. Originally, he had suppressed the fleshly body of the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch during the 10 consummate chess game on the 8th stage of the ancient road to heaven. However, after becoming the exalted remnant disciple and being able to move about freely, he had taken it back and kept it by his side. As he examined the mountain treasure, his eyes flashed with a strange light. Most importantly, the number of magic I can control is not constant. It can continue to increase. I already have the fire, lightning, and water Taoist arts. I'll use this treasure to obtain the fourth Taoist art, Feng Xing muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he firmly pressed his palm on the mountain treasure and began to absorb the earth chi from the mountain. After comprehending the Supreme Tao Scripture and forming this limitless pellet, his cultivation of the Supreme Sensing Scripture, the Supreme Spirit Transformation Scripture, and other secret techniques had also improved greatly. The use of the Supreme Sensing Scripture had already been revealed, which was to cultivate the soul. Without the increase in the power of the soul, it would have been almost impossible for Feng Xing to form this pill technique, and the use of the Supreme Spirit Transformation Scripture was to seize it. Magical treasures like the mountain treasure were refined from a large mountain and contained a powerful earth energy. But now, Feng Xing could use this earth energy to transform it into his own cultivation and even his own technique. Of course, this was only a guess. Now, Feng Xing wanted to verify it. As the earth energy was absorbed, the land to the west of Feng Xing's Sea of Knowledge suddenly cracked. A small hill rose up and grew larger. It grew larger and was rooted to the ground. It was the manifestation of the mountain treasure, and it was growing larger and more solid. It was as if it was a brand that had frozen the ground. As I expected, it's just as I guessed. Feng Xing's heart was filled with joy, and the speed at which he absorbed the earth energy increased. However, at that moment, a few cracking sounds suddenly appeared in his Sea of Knowledge, causing his expression to change dramatically. In his sea of consciousness, the land suddenly cracked, and a few huge cracks appeared. In the outside world, his body suddenly split open, and a few terrifying wounds appeared on his body. Damn it, my flesh is not strong enough. After being stunned for a moment, Feng Xing quickly stopped absorbing the earth energy. He smiled bitterly and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. After the absurd incident with the dragon lady, his flesh had obtained a great fortune. In addition, Bai Qianzhong had used the Samadhi True Fire to create a body-strengthening technique for him, making his flesh unimaginably strong. Up until now, the strength of his flesh had always been a great weapon for him to use against his enemies. But now, as his gold core was formed, he realized that his flesh was not enough. The Supreme Tao Scripture, the immortal elixir, imitated the heaven and earth, and stole the good fortune. Although it was mysterious, it was also extremely difficult. In the realm of alchemy, Feng Xing's soul was the sun, and his flesh was the earth. The Supreme Spirit Form Scripture had given him the method to absorb the energy of everything in the world to cultivate. However, the energy that he absorbed had to be withstood by his physical body. The current situation was that his physical body was actually unable to bear the energy contained within the mountain treasure. After he forcefully absorbed the energy of the mountain treasure, his physical body collapsed and he was heavily injured. To put it simply, he was holding on. If my body can't even bear it, who else can cultivate the supreme alchemy art? Feng Xing was a little confused. Could it be that the supreme alchemy art also had a flaw? However, after thinking for a while, he quickly thought of a problem. It's not that there's a problem with the alchemy art, but my scripture is incomplete. Looking at it now, it's very obvious that the Supreme Spiritualization Scripture and the Supreme Sensing Scripture are all closely related to the Supreme Tao Scripture. Perhaps they come from the same source. The Supreme Tao Scripture is the general outline, while the Supreme Spiritualization Scripture and the Supreme Sensing Scripture are branches that extend from the general outline. It's because of this that I can improve my understanding of the other scriptures by studying the Supreme Tao Scripture. And now, the reason why I'm in this situation is very simple. My scripture is incomplete, and the missing scripture should be the Supreme Immortal Scripture. At this point, Feng Xing's mind was suddenly enlightened. He felt more and more that everything was under the Lotus Girl's control. His Supreme Sensing Scripture was obtained in the Immortal Palace where she was in a deep slumber. After she woke up and found him, she spent a lot of time with him and the Great Golden Crow. She should know about the Great Golden Crow's Supreme Immortal Scripture and his Supreme Spiritualization Scripture. Therefore, there must be a reason why she guided him to the Supreme Taoist Scripture. Unfortunately, what was supposed to be a good thing was that the Great Golden Crow refused to enter the bottomless ruins in the end. This also made it so that when he cultivated the Supreme Taoist Scripture, his alchemy arts were in the beginning stages, but he had yet to reach great success. he lacked a scripture. What he lacked was the supreme undying scripture that the great golden crow had obtained in the Xian domain, which specialized in cultivating the physical body. Feng Xing's body was already extremely strong. If there was anyone who could surpass him, it would be the great golden crow who cultivated the undying scripture. After understanding this, he couldn't help but curse, "Great golden crow, you bastard. If you had followed me in earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. When I get out, I must do it. And that stupid Lotus girl, why didn't she say it clearly? Why did she have to be so mysterious? If I had told you that the great golden crow's undying scripture was so important, I would have brought it in even if I had to tie it up." After cursing for a while, he angrily retracted his cultivation and opened his eyes to look at the world. Now that his golden elixir was formed, he looked around and felt that the world had changed. The world in his eyes looked completely different. With a slight thought, everything within a radius of 1,000 feet could be seen clearly. In fact, if he pushed his divine sense to the extreme, he would be able to discover the cracks in space. Then, with a thought, his physical body would be able to enter the cracks. When he came out again, he would have passed through space and arrived at another place. This was a technique unique to the golden elixir realm. It was called teleportation. Feeling it carefully, he felt that other than his physical body being injured and not being able to unleash powerful strength, everything else felt great. Although the aura of his golden elixir was very weak, and at first glance, he could only feel a vague fiery will, like it was a Dharma elixir. But in reality, he already had 4 Dharma elixirs: water, fire, mountain, and thunder. Of course, because his physical body was injured, the Dharma elixir he could unleash was slightly weaker. Now that I have to fight with someone, how much strength can I unleash? Feng Xing thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He couldn't help but chuckle. Although it wasn't easy to make a judgment, the result of the prediction made Feng Xing quite satisfied. This was a really speechless thought. From his point of view, the meaning that the supreme alchemy Tao represented, and even the supreme door that had been opened was not as important as the strength he could unleash in a fight. Turning around to look at the supreme ruins, Feng Xing chuckled and flew into the air. Then, a cloud gathered under his feet. With a slight pause, he pulled out a golden light. In an instant, he was more than 5 kilometers away. Then, he paused again and disappeared into the horizon. In the misty sky, only a voice that sounded like a broken gong could be heard. "There's a widow in the village called Xiaohua. Since the alchemy Tao was done, he would return and inform Daphne. Then, he would leave the ruins of End and go to the outside world." The world spun around him as if he had gone through thousands of years of reincarnation. His physical body dissipated and then reformed, repeating this process several times. When Feng Xing woke up again, he felt dizzy. Even though his physical body was strong and his cultivation was profound, he had to sit down cross-legged and meditate. It took him a long time to recover. He knew that this was the side effect of using the altar to teleport. The longer the distance, the stronger the effect on the physical body. He did not know how far he had teleported to cause such a strong sense of dizziness. After he had formed his Jindan, he was in a hurry to find the great golden crow to complete his Jindan technique. Secondly, the ultimate had been tidied up by Daphne. Everyone who saw him, the Lord of the Ultimate, was as obedient as a duck. Even Jindan Mahayana cultivators did not dare to look him in the eye. It was really boring. Therefore, he did not stay long before he came out. Because the sinkhole had just stabilized, the great Pung Diabolic King still needed him to hold the fort inside, so he did not come out with them. However, he also knew that Feng Xing had always been bold and liked to stir up trouble. He was afraid that if he ran out, he would be killed outside and trapped in the ultimate. Therefore, he had a good discussion with Feng Xing and made some arrangements. The altar on the ancient road to heaven could be used by Feng Xing, but others could not. Therefore, Feng Xing used a drop of his blood essence and a ray of Jindan light to refine a jade talisman for Daphne. If the ultimate showed any abnormalities, Daphne could use the talisman to activate the altar and then use 1,000 pieces of spiritual essence to escape from the ultimate. It was a backup plan. On the other hand, before Feng Xing left, Rock King had repeated the same trick. It utilized the method it had used to insert a crimson feather into the crimson dragon's head to refine a clone of itself. Even though it didn't possess any combat strength, it could be used to send a message during an emergency. After that, it entrusted Fangxing to inquire about the current situation of its clansmen, and so on. Moreover, it nagged and instructed Fangxing about various things, causing Fangxing to be extremely annoyed. Don't forget to work hard to earn money when you're out. Under Daphne's earnest warning, Fangxing pressed his palm on a certain seal excitedly, activating the altar. There were 8 inscriptions on the altar, which meant that the cultivators on the altar could be transported to 8 different places. However, 4 of the 8 inscriptions had dimmed, which meant that 4 of the altars corresponding to the ultimate altar had been destroyed. This altar was one of the 4 remaining, but the location was not specified, so Fangxing was not sure. Of course, to Fangxing and the others in the sinkhole, it was fine as long as they could come out. It didn't matter where they went. After sitting cross-legged with rapt attention for a long while, Fangxing opened his eyes and looked around. To his surprise, he discovered that he was actually in a valley that was surrounded by black rocks and shattered rocks. The time just happened to be dusk, and the light of the setting sun that was like blood sprinkled in from between 2 mountain peaks in the distance and shone on his face. Currently, he was sitting cross-legged on an altar made of crimson-red rocks, and it was located right in the middle of the valley. Where am I? Fangxing furrowed his brows and flew up into the air to survey his surroundings. He flew up to a height of 10,000 feet, activated his Dharma eye, and looked around, but the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The surroundings of the valley he was in were all scorched red soil, and there was not a trace of life in the barren mountains. What the hell is this place? I'll find someone to ask first. Fangxing made up his mind, turned into a stream of light, and randomly chose a direction and flew away. As he flew, the more shocked he became. This rundown place was really barren for thousands of miles. Not to mention people, it was hard to even see a bird or a beast. Fangxing flew for a few days, and had already flown tens of thousands of miles. Everywhere he passed, it was still barren mountains and wilderness. Not to mention asking for directions, he couldn't even find a wild fruit or spring to fill his stomach. The barren mountains were worse than the sinkhole. Until the evening of the 3rd day, he finally found a black shadow at the foot of a barren mountain. Fangxing was overjoyed, and immediately swooped down. He reached out and pulled out a mouse spirit that was as thin as a bamboo pole from the ground. It had a cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment. After being caught by Fangxing, it was so scared that its bones turned soft. It knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, calling out Grandpa. How the F***ck could I have given birth to a grandson as ugly as you? Tell me what the hell is this place? Fangxing asked repeatedly, and only then did he get some clues from the rat spirit's mouth. He was shocked in his heart. Now, he was in the northern continent, which was also the location of the northern demon land that the cultivators mentioned. The northern demon land was to the north of the Nanzhan, and the sinkhole was to the south of the Nanzhan. Fangxing didn't expect that he would be teleported from the South Sea sinkhole to the entire Nanzhan state and arrive at the northern continent. How many tens of thousands of miles would it take? However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. He was quite lucky. When the bastard Great Golden Crow sent him into the sinkhole, he had said that if he could come out, he would come to the northern continent to find it. Now that he had directly teleported to the northern demon land, it would save him a lot of effort. With this thought in mind, he calmly asked the mouse spirit what state this was and how to get to the demon court. Previously, when he was hanging out with the Great Golden Crow, he had heard it mentioned that their territory was located in the Fusang mountain range, not far from the demon court, the holy land of the demon clan. Now that he had come to the demon land, as long as he found the demon court, it would not be difficult to find the Great Golden Crow. Seeing that Fangxing really wanted to ask for directions, the mouse spirit was relieved and hurriedly replied, "Senior, don't be anxious. I will tell you everything I know. Are you going to the demon court? That's the Ting state in the west of the northern continent, but we are now in the Wing state in the extreme south of the northern continent. There is the entire Sunset Desert between us. If we want to go there, we have to prepare sufficient resources. However, it is chaotic now. The cultivators of the Demon Chasing Alliance just took down the Wing state a year ago. They have fortified the walls and cleared the wilderness within a radius of 100,000 miles. It is almost impossible to cross the sunset desert. The mouse spirit was able to survive in a chaotic place. Although he was as hungry as a thin bamboo pole, he was smart and eloquent. Not long after, he told Fangxing about the situation around him. It turned out that there were 13 states in the northern continent, and they had been the holy land of the demon clan since ancient times. Ever since Nanzhan had chased the demons away, this place had become the only habitat of the demon clan. It had been thousands of years since then. Although after Nanzhan had chased the demons away, the powerful figures of the demon clan and the human clan had reached an agreement to stop the war and form a truce agreement between the two sides. However, small-scale attacks had never stopped. Not all of the 13 states in the demon territory belonged to the demon clan. The 3 southernmost states had long been occupied by the cultivators of the human clan, and they had become the human clan's stronghold in the northern continent. Originally, the battlefront between the human clan and the demon clan had always been around these 3 states. The human clan had never thought of continuing to advance and devouring the only 10 states of the demon clan. The demon clan did not have enough power, and they were even more afraid of attracting the powerful figures of the Divine Prefecture and the powerful figures of Nanzhan's Huangfu family. Therefore, they had never sent troops on a large scale to take back the 3 states. Therefore, the periphery of this battlefront had been stable and had not gone out of control. However, just a year ago, the cultivators of the Monster Chase League suddenly tore up the 3,000-year truce agreement and brazenly sent troops to attack Wing Prefecture, which was the closest to the battlefront. This also caused the situation to become tense again. The Demon Clan and the Monster Chase League repeatedly sent troops to take back Wing Prefecture, and they fought incessantly. In the end, Wing Prefecture was still in the hands of the Monster Chase League, but the area within a radius of 100,000 kilometers had become a scorched land. The demon court that Fangxing wanted to go to was the holy land of the Demon Clan in the western part of the Sunset Desert. If he wanted to go there, he had to cross the Sunset Desert, which was a land of death. It was said that there were originally 3 large states of the Demon Clan in the desert, but later on, a demon immortal had fallen in the center of the desert, causing the 3 large states to become a land of death where not even a blade of grass could grow. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it extremely difficult to cross. However, if he wanted to go to the Ting Prefecture, he could only go through the desert. It would only take him 3 months to reach the Ting Prefecture. If he took a detour, the journey would be 10 times longer than going through the desert. It would take him 2 to 3 years to get there. After asking a few more times to make sure that the rat spirit was telling the truth, Fangxing sent it flying with a kick and pondered as he walked. To cross the Sunset Desert, apart from all kinds of hidden dangers, the most important thing is that there are millions of kilometers of barren land. There's no food, water, or resources. Under the situation where I have to use my spiritual power to hurry on my journey every day, even I can't withstand it now. At the very least, I have to store a large amount of food and water, as well as spiritual essence minerals to replenish my spiritual power, or else I'll suffer in the desert. However, he was also somewhat helpless. He had left a large amount of spiritual essence to Daphne, and he did not have much with him. If I want to go to Frost Earth City controlled by the Demon Expelling League to buy materials, I really don't have enough money now. Moreover, it's said that there's a Yuanian great cultivator in that city, so it's not good for me to rob him. Forget it, I'll just go back to my old profession. I heard from the rat spirit that there are still some demons that haven't escaped in time in the Black Flame Ridge 3,000 kilometers ahead. I'll go there and rob them. Having made up his mind, he flew forward on the cloud and at the same time, spread out his divine sense to search. Before flying for 2,000 miles, he noticed that there was a valley hidden in a bald and hairless barren mountain below. There were a few Dharma arrays hidden in the valley. These Dharma arrays were arranged very cleverly. Ordinary Jindan stage cultivators would not be able to find them easily. However, Fangxing had cultivated the invincible pill. His divine soul was unimaginably powerful. Coupled with the Yin-Yang Fiend Mirror, he found them effortlessly. Got it. Fangxing was overjoyed. He retracted his cloud and rushed down towards the valley below. When he was still several dozen feet away from the valley, he could clearly feel an invisible force field bouncing towards him. Fangxing let out a loud shout. He didn't even take out his weapon and just punched out. His current physical body was extremely strong. Even though he was injured and could only use less than 70% of his strength, it was still not something a small formation like this could defend against. With a bang, the faint white light outside the valley swayed a few times and disappeared. And Fang Xing, like a god, descended from the sky to the earth. With both feet on the ground, he shook the ground and created a huge deep pit with a radius of 10 feet. Robbery. Food, spirit stones, treasures. Hand them all over to me. After landing, Fang Xing kept shouting. He took out the black giant sword and pointed it around. This had always been the scene of robbery in his dream. When he shouted this sentence, he felt very happy in his heart. But as soon as he shouted this sentence, he choked and couldn't shout anymore. The situation was not right. The valley was not big, only 1,000 feet in circumference. In the corners, there were several straw sheds built with rocks and grass. There were also several large caves that had been destroyed and piled up in a pile of rubble. And in the pile of rubble, there were more than a dozen furry little foxes scattered around. Some had turned into half a human shape, and some were still in the shape of a snowball, looking straight at him with their round eyes. The evil man is here. More than a dozen little foxes and Fang Xing stared at each other blankly. After a long while, suddenly a little fox in human form cried out. The group of little foxes seemed to have just woken up from a dream. With a cry, they rushed into the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, in the thatched hut, a dirty old woman walked out with a walking stick. The little foxes all hid behind her. Only the slightly fat little fox at Fang Xing's feet did not hide. Its 2 front paws held half a sweet potato and stared blankly at Fang Xing. This one was scared stiff. Taoist master, we really don't have anything valuable. The children have been hungry for several days. The old woman coughed a few times. Her weak body tightly protected a group of little foxes who were hiding behind her. With great difficulty, she bowed to Fang and said, "If there's anything you like, please take it. I only beg you to spare our lives. Damn it, I don't have anything good to rob in this broken place." Fang Xing scratched his head speechlessly. He looked around and knew that he had come empty-handed. Immediately, he felt very unlucky. However, he was a little unwilling to leave just like that. He thought to himself, a thief does not leave empty-handed. I can't just leave like that after making a move. He reached out and grabbed the half-sweet potato in the claws of the little fox at his feet, and fiercely shouted, "This sweet potato is mine." Ing. The little fox's mouth twitched when the sweet potato in its claws was taken away, and its green eyes began to fill with tears. Alas, the first time I made a move after I reached the Jindan stage, I only managed to grab half a sweet potato, so shameful. Fang Xing was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in, take the sweet potato, and fly away. The old woman was also a demon, but her cultivation was only at the early stage of the Jindan stage, and her breath was weak. She seemed to have been injured. She saw that Fang Xing had grabbed half a sweet potato and left, but she did not attack him. Instead, she bowed gratefully and watched him leave. However, the group of little foxes below was crying, which made Fang Xing a little upset. After flying for dozens of miles, the pitiful eyes of more than a dozen little foxes were still in his mind, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that his plan of plundering was not easy to realize. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was the battlefield between the Demon Chasing League and the Demon Clan. It could be said that the flames of war were flying everywhere, and the land was boundless. The demons gathered in this area were probably those who did not have the ability to escape before the flames of war spread. It was good enough that they could survive. How could there be any extra resources for him to plunder? Thinking of the rat spirit just now, who was as hungry as a bamboo pole, he probably understood the situation here. Don't tell me that half a sweet potato is their only remaining food? Fang Xing sat on the cloud, holding the half of the sweet potato in his hand, and thought distractedly. He was flying aimlessly, but there were 2 abruptly rising mountains in front of him, like long swords pointing straight to the sky. The mountains were hundreds of feet wide, enough for people to pass through on a cloud. Just as he was about to fly over, he suddenly heard a loud shout from below, "Who is riding on the cloud in front of you? Don't you know that it is forbidden to ride on the cloud here? Quickly descend the cloud and report to me." Fangxing was slightly stunned. He looked down and saw that there was a team of cultivators stationed between the two mountains. The leader was a tall and strong man in the Jingdan stage, riding a fire rhinoceros. His face was full of black beard, and he looked more like a butcher in the world than a cultivator. Beside him, there were 7 or 8 cultivators in the foundation building realm on both sides, each holding a magic weapon. It seemed that they were ordered to guard the two mountains. "You're talking to me?" Fangxing pulled the cloud away and revealed his head, looking at the cultivators below. The black-bearded cultivator was not a good-natured person. He pressed a green magic bow and shouted, "If I'm not talking to you, who am I?" The Monster Chasing League has already issued an edict that no one is allowed to ride on the cloud within a radius of 10,000 miles. No matter who it is, they must be interrogated to prevent spies from the monster race from sneaking in. "Are you still pretending to be ignorant to me? Quickly come down, or else I'll shoot you down with a magic arrow." As he spoke, the fire rhinoceros he was riding also spewed fire from its nostrils, as if it was cheering for him. "Alright, I'll come down now." When Fangxing saw the fire rhinoceros, his eyes lit up. He laughed loudly and pressed down the cloud, but the momentum of his descent became faster and faster. He was like a meteor, a bolt of lightning falling from a height of several hundred feet. The black-bearded cultivator immediately realized that Fangxing had ill intentions. He roared and pulled the magic bow in his hand. A magic arrow turned into lightning and shot towards Fangxing Dong. Facing this magical arrow, Fangxing did not pay any attention to it at all. He waved his fist and smashed it. On the tip of his fist, there seemed to be black smoke lingering around it, and it actually directly smashed the bolt of lightning back to its original form. It was an arrow made of black iron, and now, it had already been smashed into a mess by him. The runes on it had already exploded, and it had already shattered. However, the power of Fangxing's fist had not dissipated, and it directly fell down. Boom! It was as if a meteor that was dozens of feet in size had fallen from the guard position below. The violent power instantly swept over a radius of 100 feet. The Jingdan cultivator guarding the pass and the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators beside him were all sent flying in all directions. Under this power, they were completely helpless. They even felt that if the person who punched out wanted to, just the aftermath was enough to tear them to pieces. Impossible. Impossible. What is this person's cultivation level? Spare me. Taoist master, spare me. For a moment, there were all kinds of shouts, and it became a mess. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, the cultivators immediately looked at each other in dismay. They discovered that there were no casualties. Even the leader of the cultivators who had faced the power of the punch head-on was unharmed, except for the dust all over his body. What was even more shocking was that the cultivator who was riding the cloud in the sky had already disappeared, as if he had never appeared. "Eh? What's going on? Who is that person?" Trembling voices sounded in the field. They thought they had seen a legendary immortal ghost in broad daylight. After a long while, someone suddenly discovered something and cried out in shock, "Elder, where is your fire rhinoceros?" The cultivators present were unharmed, but the fire rhinoceros of the leading cultivator had disappeared into thin air. Who is that person? He actually stole my fire rhinoceros? The leading cultivator was also stunned for a long time before he shouted angrily. Now, Fangxing had already skinned the fire rhinoceros in a relatively clear river. He originally wanted to find a place to roast it and have a good meal, but his mind could not forget the frightened and hungry eyes of the group of little foxes. It felt as if he had seen the Xiaoman for the first time. After a long time, he still let out a long sigh, carried the fire rhinoceros on his shoulder, and rode the cloud. "I stole half of your sweet potato and returned half of your fire rhinoceros. That's good enough, right?" Fangxing thought to himself as he flew back the way he came. However, when he was several tens of kilometers away from the valley, he suddenly saw black smoke billowing in that direction. There were also faint flashes of spiritual light from a battle. He couldn't help but be startled and he sped up in that direction. At this moment, the valley was already a mess. Auspicious clouds surrounded the valley. At the center of the valley was the old demon fox. Beside her was a group of little foxes. They were all looking at the sky with pitiful expressions. Above the clouds surrounding them was a group of cultivators wearing blue armor. The lowest cultivation level was at the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment. The person in the lead was a young late Foundation Establishment cultivator. He wore a fox fur coat and held a folding sword in his hand. "Young Master Cui, feel free to take my fox core. I only ask that you let these juniors go." The old demon fox was already seriously injured and coughed up blood. However, she still endured her injuries and pleaded with the young cultivator. The young cultivator smiled and said, "I will naturally accept your fox core. However, I didn't come here for this. I advise you to be sensible and hand over those little foxes. I'll bring them there, give them resources, and train them. When they've turned into bewitching little beauties, I'll send them to China. They'll be very popular. Who knows, maybe one of them will be lucky enough to be taken in as a concubine. Isn't that better than suffering in this damn place?" A hint of anger flashed in the old demon fox's eyes, but she suppressed it and still begged, "Young master, please spare us." To be honest, this old demon fox is not an ordinary demon fox. We have a very close relationship with the fox ancestor of the demon court. If you are magnanimous and are willing to let us go, when the fox ancestor finds out, he will definitely reward you 10 times. Isn't that worth more than these girls? Please reconsider. Fox ancestor? When the young cultivator heard this, he sneered and said, "Are you using the fox ancestor to scare me? I won't fall for that. Take him down." As if unwilling to say anything more, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to attack. When the subordinates who had already surrounded the old demon fox saw this, they shouted in unison and each took out a handkerchief-sized golden net. The net was full of barbs. After they were taken out, they immediately expanded and formed a giant net that covered a radius of 1,000 feet. It covered the cloud where the old demon fox was. The old demon fox's expression changed and she immediately formed a seal. A ray of white light shot out from her mouth, and with a whoosh, it cut a hole in the golden net. "Run for your lives." The old fox sighed and tears of blood fell from his eyes. He clasped his hands together and used his remaining magic power to pick up the group of young fox demons and push them out of the net. Then, he let out a fierce roar and his figure flashed as he used a teleportation technique. His claws were sharp and he charged at the young cultivator. He wanted to put his life on the line to help the young fox demons survive. Fox core sword? As expected, it has something to do with the Fox King clan. When the young cultivator saw this, his eyes lit up and he said, "This is even more valuable. Uncle Yu." Beside him, an old man stepped out from the crowd. His aura was not obvious, and he followed behind the young man like a shadow. However, now that he had revealed himself and released his aura, everyone realized that his cultivation level was at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core realm. He was even stronger than the old fox demon. After stepping out, he pressed his palms together and a ray of core light shot towards the old fox demon like lightning. The old demon fox could not withstand the light and spat out a string of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, she fell down. As for the young cultivator, he seemed to be extremely confident in Uncle Yu's strength. He didn't pay any attention to the old demon fox and instead turned around to give an order. A group of subordinates immediately took action and captured the little demon fox that was wailing as it fled in all directions. They tied their hind legs and lifted them up. Although these little demon foxes had unusual bloodlines and were born with some cultivation, how could they escape from a late Foundation Establishment cultivator? Not long after, they were all caught by the cultivator. Only a fat one was left. It seemed to be scared silly and squatted on the ground, motionless. However, it was not afraid of the sinister young cultivator. Instead, it was staring blankly at the group of cultivators in front of it. In front of it, an indistinct figure slowly appeared, stuffing half a sweet potato into its front paw. "Who are you?" The young cultivator noticed the mysterious figure and asked with a frown. "Sweet potato." The person sighed softly and replied helplessly. The person who had mysteriously appeared in front of the little fox demons was naturally Fengxing originally. He couldn't stand the gazes of the little fox demons and wanted to share some food with them, but he didn't expect to encounter such a scene. He was no stranger to the behavior of these cultivators. It was none other than the cultivators who captured demon concubines. They captured small demons from the demon lands, trained them, and even taught them. Then, they sold them to cultivators as concubines or human cauldrons. Usually, the price was very high. The most popular ones to train these concubines or human cauldrons were pure-blooded fox demons or snake demons. The group of cultivators in front of him was undoubtedly in this line of business. The fox demons before might have been hiding from them. The young cultivator sensed the golden core aura on Fangxing's body and saw that he didn't look like a demon, so he gently cupped his hands towards Fangxing and smiled. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am a disciple of the Wind Province's Chui family. May I know where you are from? How should I address you?" Fangxing squatted down and grabbed the chubby little fox by the ear. The fox grimaced in pain and its mouth twitched, but it didn't dare to cry. Fangxing was happy to see this. He broke off a piece of sweet potato and stuffed it into the fox's mouth. He smiled and said, "I don't belong to any sect, and I don't know what your Chui family is. However, I want this group of foxes." "A rogue cultivator?" The young cultivator's expression relaxed. He sneered in disdain and said, "Fellow Taoist, you sure talk big. I was the one who saw these little demon foxes first. Even if you want them, there should be a first come, first serve rule, right?" Fangxing smiled and picked up the little fox's head and placed it on his shoulder. This little fox was very obedient. It was probably very hungry. Now that there was food in its mouth, it obediently squatted on Fangxing's shoulder. Fangxing stood up and looked at the young cultivator with an unfriendly gaze. "Stop talking nonsense. Put down the fox and scram, or I will get angry." The young cultivator couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, "Seeing that you are a golden core cultivator, I give you some leeway, but you don't know when to stop. It seems that I need to let you know who has the final say in the Wind Province." As he spoke, he looked to the side at Uncle Yu. The old man had already walked forward silently. He looked at Fangxing coldly and shouted, "Scram." Fangxing had no intention of scram. Instead, he slowly walked forward. Uncle Yu smiled coldly and said, "A mere initial golden core cultivator dares to be arrogant in front of this old man?" As he laughed coldly, he had already stretched out his hand to grab. Although his words were contemptuous, in reality, he had used all his strength. To be able to cultivate to the golden core realm, no one was a fool. Although Fangxing only seemed to be at the initial golden core realm and his golden core aura was extremely weak, since he dared to provoke the Chui family, if he was not a fool, then he must have something he could rely on. As soon as he made his move, there was a faint green aura circulating between his palms, locking down the space within 100 feet. Even the soil and rocks within 100 feet seemed to be reacting to it. As long as he willed it, the soil and rocks would listen to him at any time and lock down his opponent. This was the chi of heaven and earth that he had nurtured. It was also the chi of the emperor within his dan. It was the strongest power that he could control. However, in the face of his most powerful attack, Fangxing merely grinned and did not dodge it at all. The little fox on his shoulder had already covered its eyes in fright, but Fangxing continued to walk towards it. When he was enveloped by the power, he gently stomped his foot and a great, majestic force was released from his foot with a loud bang. The power of the earth and rocks in the surroundings that were ready to move were all suppressed by his foot. Then, a core light appeared on his body. An invisible force trembled and shot back at Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu's sneering expression suddenly changed. He staggered back a few steps. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were filled with fear. "You. What is your cultivation level?" Fangxing did not answer at all. Instead, he looked at the young cultivator and said, "These foxes are mine." The young cultivator was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His heart was filled with fear, but he was not willing to retreat just like that. He looked at Fangxing and said coldly, "Fellow cultivator, you better think carefully before you do anything. The Wind Province's Chui clan is not someone you can provoke." Fangxing smiled and said, "Then you'd better call a few more people over." The young cultivator's eyes turned cold. He knew that Fangxing did not care about his clan's name. He was also a smart person. He gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates to put down the fox in their hands. Then, he supported Uncle Yu and quickly flew away. However, before he left, he looked at Fangxing sinisterly. It was obvious that he was jealous and would soon return with reinforcements. The group of little foxes escaped and quickly ran to the side of the heavily injured old fox. They cried together. Fangxing also sighed and threw the old fox a medicine. Then, he threw the cleaned and skinned fire rhinoceros beside them and turned to leave. He still had his own things to do and did not want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. Say. Senior. Please. Please wait. Sure enough, before he could even soar into the clouds, the old fox demon had already spoken. Fangxing smiled bitterly and said, "You are so old, and you have the nerve to call me senior." I am also embarrassed to agree. The old fox's injuries were extremely serious. Her face was pale and she was already at the end of her life. When she saw the fire rhinoceros that Fangxing had thrown down, she had already guessed the purpose of Fangxing's visit. She took a deep breath and said, "Little benefactor, I see that you are also a kind-hearted person. Why don't you save them to the end? I know my own injuries, and I can't hold on any longer. If you leave, this group of little things will not escape death." Fangxing was speechless. He squatted down in front of her and smiled bitterly. "Don't call me benefactor, I'll just call you benefactor. Please spare me, I still have things to do. I can give you my money, but I don't have time to help you take care of your children." The old demon fox's face was ashen. She forced herself to say, "I don't dare to trouble benefactor to help me take care of this group of little things. I only hope that benefactor will be merciful and help me bring them to the demon court and hand them over to the Fox King clan. I will use my fox core as a token to benefactor. Although I don't have much on me, if benefactor brings them there, the Fox King will definitely reward benefactor greatly. Are these little things valuable?" Fangxing glanced at the group of little foxes. Only 2 of them had transformed into a half-human form. The others were still a group of pure white foxes. He could not see anything special about their bloodline. Coupled with the fact that he found it troublesome, he was a little unwilling. Thank you, benefactor. When we arrive at Xianxia Mountain, just say that Hu Jiugu asked you to bring them here." The old demon fox was already severely injured, but she was still worried, so she forced herself to say so many words. Now, she couldn't even take a breath, and her eyes were glazed over. With her last breath, she spat out a green fox core. It was crystal clear, like jade, and gently flew towards Fangxing. After that, she lost the last of her vitality. She took one last look at the little foxes before she breathed her last. "I haven't even agreed yet." The group of little foxes surrounded Hu Jiugu's corpse and cried bitterly, but Fangxing scratched his head helplessly. Hu Jiugu had been relieved to death, but she had left such a troublesome group to him. For a moment, Fangxing really thought of leaving, but when he saw the group of little foxes whose eyes were somewhat similar to Xiao Man's, he could not move. After all, he did know that in this war-torn land, such a group of little foxes would basically die if they stayed. Fortunately, this Xianxia Mountain seems to be one of the 8 branches of the Demon Court, like Mount Fusang, where the Golden Crow resides. It's not far from here, and I also have to cross the Sunset Desert. I'll just take it as bringing a few maidservants." Fangxing thought helplessly, then glanced at the fox core left behind by Hu Jiugu, and thought to himself, "If I really bring them over, I wonder if the Fox King will reward me well?" Seeing that the group of little foxes were very sad, Fangxing did not disturb them for the time being. He squatted to one side and started a fire to roast the meat, while at the same time waiting in secret. Sure enough, he had only roasted a few pieces of meat when he saw the distant sky filled with murderous dark clouds surging over. The group of little foxes were so frightened that their hair stood on end. They whimpered and rushed to Fangxing's side like a swarm of bees to hide. Fangxing laughed and stood up. Where did this madman come from, seeking his own death and stealing the prey of the Feng family? Before the dark clouds arrived, there was an angry roar, and the sound waves shook and resounded in all directions. The group of little foxes were so frightened that their hair stood on end. They whimpered and surrounded Fangxing, trembling like puppies. The dark clouds surged to the surroundings, and more than 30 cultivators revealed themselves. Among them, more than 10 were riding majestic fire rhinoceros beasts, led by a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and beside him was the young cultivator from the Chui family from before. He looked down at Fang Xing with malicious eyes and sneered, saying in a cold voice, "I told you that the Chui family is not something you can provoke." Fang Xing also laughed and said, "I also told you to call more people over. You've done a good job." Having said that, he lightly kicked a little fox that was shivering in fear and biting his trousers to the side. His body stretched out, and he rushed into the sky. She filled his dantian, and he roared like thunder, "All of you stand still for me, I want to rob." This shout was really satisfying, and it swept away all the depression from robbing a group of poor foxes not long ago. After less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Xing sat on a pile of fire rhinoceros beasts that he had killed, and in his hand, he tossed a piece of spirit essence. In front of him, there was a group of Chui family cultivators kneeling. The mid-stage golden core cultivator's hands were grabbing his ears, and his face was bruised and swollen. The young cultivator was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. A group of little foxes were biting his thigh. "Now you know why I told you to call more people over, right?" Robbing others was the best way to do it. Although Fang Xing was only at the early stage of gold core, he had, after all, cultivated the supreme immeasurable pill. His sea of consciousness could manifest the world and he could control the four laws. His strength could no longer be measured by cultivation. The venerated elder that the young master of the Chui family of Wind Province had invited for revenge, although his cultivation had reached the fourth transformation of gold core and had stepped into the middle stage, he had only formed one law. When he met Fang Xing, he was simply looking for trouble. However, Fang Xing did not intend to avenge the old fox demon. He had robbed him, so he did not care about his life. A group of little foxes wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak. A group of fluffy little snowballs surrounded the young master of the Chui family and bit him for a long time, but only left saliva on his body. Not even a few teeth marks were left. The young master of the Chui family was in extreme pain, mainly because of the severe itch, but he did not dare to grimace in front of Fang Xing. His face was so tense that it was almost going to break. After pulling the little foxes off the body of the young master of the Chui family one by one, Fang Xing held a stone the size of a millstone and smashed it on the heads of the group of cultivators. As a result, the group of cultivators, who had been beaten to the point that even their guts were cracked by him, fell down like half a piece of wood. With this, their divine soul was at least shaken, and it was estimated that they would not wake up for a day or two. As for Fang Xing, he carried the old fox demon to the depths of the valley and buried him. He then collapsed the valley and turned it into a tomb. Then, he took its fox core and set off. A group of little foxes cried and reluctantly followed behind Fang Xing. From time to time, they would look at the grave of the old fox demon. At the forefront was a little girl who had already turned into a human form. Except for the white fluffy fox ears and a snow-white tail behind her, she was almost like a human girl of 7 or 8 years old. She stretched out her white and tender little hand and grabbed the corner of Fang Xing's clothes. Behind her, there was a little girl who looked similar to her, but was only 5 or 6 years old, pulling her tail. Behind this little girl was a string of snow-white little foxes. They were pulling the tails of the foxes in front of them as if they were herding ducks. Follow closely. If you fall behind, I won't bother to turn back to look for you. If you get caught, I'll definitely skin you alive. Fang Xing clasped his hands behind his back and walked ahead without looking back. The little foxes behind him were so scared that their eyes turned red, and they trotted barefooted to keep up with him. Right, what are your names? As if he had just remembered something, Fang Xing turned around to take a look. The oldest little fox said in a low voice, "My name is Qiu Waner." The smaller fox girl behind her said, "My name is Qiu Zhener." The one behind her, who had not yet turned into a human form, squeaked twice. Fang Xing was a little speechless. He looked back at the group of little foxes and said, "There are so many names, I can't remember them all. Now I'll give you a name. You're the oldest and most human-like, so I'll call you Little One. Then you'll be called Little 2, Little 3, and Little 4. He counted them all the way, but when he reached the last one, he paused. The last one was the chubby one. She was the most gluttonous one, and she was already like a ball. Fang Xing looked at her very seriously for a long time and muttered, "You're called Little Fatty." Then, under the pitiful eyes of the little foxes, he became more and more proud, and continued to walk forward with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a string of fluffy little things, a total of 12. First, they came to a river. Fangxing pulled out the fire rhinoceros that he had just washed and skinned from his storage bag, picked up some dry firewood, and set up a fire to roast it. He did not roast it in the valley because it was too close to the old fox demon's grave. The group of little things did not have the mood to eat, and their crying annoyed him, so it was not easy to make a plan to cross the sunset desert. The group of little foxes were also hungry, and for such a long time with the old fox girl, they could only eat rotten sweet potatoes and grass roots to fill their stomachs. Even black cornbread was a luxury. At that time, the half-sweet potato that Fangxing had snatched was specially given to little Fatty because of its young age. The foxes themselves were carnivores, and at this time, they could not help but look over. Come, 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 line up, I'll cut some meat for you to eat. When the meat was about 70 to 80% cooked, the fragrance overflowed, and the fat seeped out and fell into the fire, sizzling. Fangxing took out the big black sword and waved it in the air, and the group of little foxes obediently squatted in front of the fire. Fangxing first cut a piece of fat near the neck, about the size of a fist. He picked it up with the big black sword and handed it to the smallest little Fatty. Little Fatty's eyes were shining with greed, and it held it with its two front paws. It squeaked because it was hot, and it could not wait to eat it. The 11 little foxes next to it watched it eat with narrowed eyes, and they all swallowed their saliva. Damn, a group of gluttons, from small to big. Fangxing laughed, pulled out the black sword, picked the cooked part, and cut the meat piece by piece, and distributed it to the little foxes. Not long after, there was the sound of meat being eaten next to the fire. The little foxes ate bitterly and contentedly. After all, they did not eat much, and the adult fire rhinoceros, which was like a yellow ox, only got less than a tenth of the meat. Fangxing suppressed the fire, cut off a foreleg, and then took out a gourd of wine, eating and drinking. Big brother, thank you. Unbeknownst to him, the oldest fox girl, who was now little one, had quietly come to Fangxing's side. The grease on her hands had already been carefully wiped clean with a handkerchief, and she carefully bowed in front of Fangxing. Fangxing glared at her and said discontentedly, "Call me uncle." The little fox girl was scared to tears, and could only whisper, "Big uncle, thank you." Fangxing handed the wine gourd in his hand to her. "Want a sip?" The little fox girl obviously did not know how to drink, but she did not dare to refuse. She steeled her heart, held the gourd with both hands, and took a big gulp. Her face immediately turned red. Seeing this, Fangxing laughed happily. He was just about to tease her again, but he did not expect that little Fatty, who was next to him, would see it and think that there was something good in the gourd. It ran over with the meat in its arms, chirping and wanting a sip. Fangxing was overjoyed and poured a mouthful into its mouth. Little Fatty's eyes immediately became blurred, and it stood on its hind legs, swaying. The little foxes next to him did not know fear when they saw this, but they were also a little greedy. They gathered around Fangxing and squatted like puppies, their eyes pitiful. One by one, they raised their necks and waited for Fangxing to feed them wine. Fangxing's eyes lit up with excitement, and he grinned and poured wine into their mouths one by one. Not long after, the group of little foxes began to fight drunkenly by the river. Fangxing was done playing. Only then did he wish to continue. He called little one over to interrogate him to see if there was any information he could find out. After asking, he learned that the Fox clan had originally cultivated in a barren tomb outside Wing Prefecture City, and they also had a family in the city. However, when the flames of war suddenly broke out, the seniors of their clan died and scattered, leaving only the old Hujiogu to take care of them. Originally, Hujiogu had also said that in such a chaotic situation, they should be sent to Qingqiu Mountain on the side of the demon court. However, Hujiogu had been seriously injured and her cultivation had been greatly damaged, so she could not take them across the sunset desert. After asking a few questions, he did not get much valuable information. After all, although this little one was a little bigger than the other little foxes and had also transformed into a human form, it had only been a few years since its spiritual wisdom was developed. It was like a 7- or 8-year-old human child, still too young. Alas, forget it. Anyway, with my cultivation, it won't consume too much spiritual power to take them on a cloud. In addition, I now have 8 adult fire rhinoceros beasts in my storage pouch, as well as dozens of pieces of spirit essence and hundreds of upper-grade spirit stones that I robbed from the Chui family. It's almost enough to cross the Sunset Desert. At that time, I'll put them in Xianxia Mountain, and I'll go directly to Fusang Mountain. Fangxing secretly made up his mind. In fact, he also knew that there were many dangers in the Sunset Desert, but after all, the skilled were bold. Although his cultivation was in the early Jindan realm, ordinary middle Jindan realm cultivators were no match for him. If he encountered ordinary danger, he would be able to deal with it. With this decision made, he rested by the river that night to recuperate. Early the next morning, he took the 12 little foxes and rode a cloud to the Sunset Desert. Passing through the setting sun desert, he didn't have to enter the battlefront where the flames of war were swirling. He could just fly in the northwest direction. 10,000 miles away, he would be in a barren and uninhabited desert for hundreds of thousands of miles. Of course, it was only after entering the Great Sunset Desert that Fangxing realized that he had been too naive. The Great Sunset Desert was indeed not much of a problem for him. With his powerful cultivation, even if he encountered some dangerous demons unique to the desert, he could easily deal with them. Moreover, with his powerful consciousness, he would be able to sense some of the forbidden existences in advance and avoid them long ago. However, these little foxes couldn't take it. In the desert, the weather was harsh. From morning to night, the temperature difference was huge. With Fang's cultivation base, it was naturally not a problem. However, this group of little foxes, although they seemed to be in dire straits, they were actually pampered since they were young. They were quite delicate and their cultivation base was also weak. They were somewhat unable to bear it. In about half a month's time, there were already a few little foxes who were dispirited and showed signs of serious illness. If only I had a bigger spiritual boat, this thought appeared in Fangxing's mind, and he began to pay attention to it. On the 3rd day, he was lucky enough to see purple clouds hovering in the east. Knowing that this was the spiritual light emitted by the large spiritual boat, Fangxing was relieved, knowing that these little foxes were in luck. He flew up on the cloud and rushed toward the direction of the purple clouds. After half an hour, he saw a huge spiritual boat flying toward him, surrounded by purple clouds. "Stop right there, hit." Riding on the cloud, Fangxing stopped in front of the boat and waved his hand, about to yell out his name. Boom, boom. Boom. Before he could yell out his name, several huge attack arrays on the spiritual boat were aimed at him. Spiritual light flashed inside the arrays, and violent energy was gathering, about to release power that was no less than that of a cultivator's elixir light. Several powerful auras rose from the spiritual boat at the same time, and 4 or 5 auras belonged to Golden Core Realm cultivators. Ouch! Thinking that the people on the spiritual boat were not to be trifled with, Fangxing said with a casual smile, "How do I get to the demon court?" It was a huge spiritual boat that had a radius of more than 1,000 meters. It had 2 sharp ends and a wide body. It was made of a kind of black-colored iron wood, and the joints were connected by mystic iron. There were several exquisite runes and big arrays on the sides of the boat, making it look quaint and dignified. There were layers of carved buildings and painted palaces on the body of the boat, making it look very elegant and not an ordinary cultivator's boat. Fangxing wanted to rob a hunting spiritual boat that went deep into the setting sun desert to hunt rare demonic beasts. However, now that the Wing province was in a state of war, the hunting cultivators that were often seen in the setting sun desert had disappeared. After waiting for 3 days, he finally found such a spiritual boat. Seeing the defensive spiritual boat and the gloomy reaction, he knew that this boat was not easy to rob, so he immediately changed his plan. He wasn't worried. Even if the people on this spiritual boat were not easy to deal with, they could always escape. Who was blocking the way? With a rumble, the spiritual boat slowed down, and a deep voice came from inside the boat, spreading out like muffled thunder. Fangxing cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm a traveler who wants to go to the demon court. Can you give me a ride, fellow Taoist?" At this moment, a few figures appeared on the spiritual boat. There were 4 to 5 ghost-like elders in linen clothes on the boat, staring at Fangxing silently. At the front of the spiritual boat, facing Fangxing, a middle-aged man with messy hair appeared. He was extremely burly like an iron tower, and he looked forward with an unfriendly expression. Beside him, there were 4 or 5 young cultivators, all of them dressed in bright clothes. At this moment, they were leaning against the railing of the ship, looking ahead with slight curiosity. They seemed to be bored to death and were speaking softly to each other. "We're not a merchant ship that carries people randomly. You've got the wrong person. Get out of the way, or you'll die," the middle-aged cultivator who looked like an iron tower said coldly with a chilly expression. As soon as he said that, the array formations on the spiritual boat that could release powerful spiritual energy shone brighter. F***CKME. He's even more arrogant than yours truly? Fang Xing cursed in his heart. He knew that this group of people really dared to attack him, so he could only smile and step aside. He had seen that the cultivation strength of the iron tower-like burly man had reached mid-tier golden core realm, and his physical body contained indescribably horrifying strength. The old men in linen who had appeared and then disappeared like ghosts seemed to be servants, but their cultivation strengths had also reached the golden core realm. It seemed that the people on the spiritual boat were not ordinary. Seeing that Fang Xing had given way, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. He snorted coldly and ordered them to continue on their journey. However, when the spiritual boat was about to set sail, a young woman who was wearing a pale yellow dress and a green jade ornament on her head suddenly smiled at the middle-aged male cultivator and said, "Elder Tong, it's fate that we met in this boundless desert. Why do you keep me at a distance of thousands of kilometers? There's no harm in giving them a ride. There's so much space on the boat, and we don't need a room for them." The cultivator who was driving the boat had a lower status than them. He frowned and said, "Little Ancestor Ling, if they offend the honored guests on the boat," Ms. Ling smiled and said, "Let them stay in the cabin and don't wander around. What else can happen?" The cultivator who was driving the boat stopped talking and waved his hand coldly, indicating that Fang Xing could board the spiritual boat. Fang Xing was overjoyed. He cupped his hands at Fairy Ling who had a jade ornament on her head and boarded the boat with the group of little foxes. Fairy Ling smiled faintly and went back to her room with the others. The cultivator who was driving the boat led Fang Xing to a cabin under the boat and interrogated him. As for his identity, Fang Xing casually made up a lie. He only said that he was a rogue cultivator wandering around. Because he was entrusted by the elders of this group of little foxes, he was going to send them back to their hometown. His words were half true and half false, so it was not easy to see through him. The cultivator who was driving the boat didn't ask more questions. He just reminded him, "You're lucky. The little ancestor of the Ling family is kind enough to let you stay here. You just need to follow them, and you'll have 3 meals a day. Just remember not to come out often, especially in the upper 2 levels. Don't wander around. If you offend anyone, they're not people that you, an independent cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, can afford to offend." Fang Xing agreed with a smile and stuffed a piece of spiritual essence into the pocket of the cultivator who was driving the boat. The servants on the boat cleaned up a guest room for Fang Xing. It was a room at the bottom of the boat, but it was spacious with a space of about 30 meters. Besides, there were a few big windows in the bottom of the boat, and the light was bright. The room was well decorated, and the floor was covered with expensive brocade carpets. Compared with their previous rough days, this place was like heaven. As soon as the little foxes entered the room, they rolled on the carpet and didn't want to move anymore. After a few days, it was quite peaceful. Fang Xing was satisfied, and so were the little foxes. After all, Fang Xing was at the Golden Core realm and didn't mind eating only 1 meal every few days. However, the little foxes had to eat every day. In the past, Fang Xing roasted a big piece of meat and cut it for them when they were hungry. The meat was cold, hard, and tasteless. Now, on the spiritual boat, they ate 3 meals a day with the servants at the bottom of the boat, and their bellies were round and round. In the past few days, Fang Xing had probed the spiritual boat with his spiritual senses several times and found that there were layers of restrictions on the 2nd level and above that prevented his spiritual senses from probing. With his powerful spiritual senses, it was easy for him to break through the restrictions. However, since he was staying here for the night, he was too embarrassed to do so. He could only pay careful attention and occasionally eavesdrop on the conversations of the servants at the bottom of the boat and heard a lot. It turned out that the young masters and young ladies on the second level were all members of the aristocratic families of the demon-chasing alliance in the 3 southern provinces of the northern continent. The demon-chasing alliance was powerful and had complex factions, and the Ling, Yu, Cui, and Mo families were the 4 most powerful families. On this trip, the Golden Core Realm small ancestors of the Ling, Cui, Mo, and Yu families were all here. What was even more surprising was that on the first level of the spiritual boat, there were a few distinguished guests whom the servants didn't dare to talk about. Their backgrounds were mysterious, but their status was much higher than that of the members of the 4 aristocratic families. Even the servants had to serve them carefully. In addition, Fangxing also felt strange. The demon-chasing alliance was a cultivation alliance formed by some branches of the major forces in the Godly Land and the Nanzhan state. As the name implied, it was created to deter the demon clan. It had been established in the northern continent for thousands of years, and they had fought and killed each other, staining each other with endless blood. Strictly speaking, they had a feud with the demon clan. These small ancestors were all geniuses that the aristocratic families had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. They had the hope of reaching the Yuanying realm, so they were very precious. Why did they go to the demon court? On this evening, Fangxing was dozing off on the couch when it was time for dinner. A group of little foxes were so hungry that they began to cry. The fox girl Xiaoyi washed her hands, carried the red lacquer wooden plate, and took Fangxing's wine gourd. She was going to go to the kitchen in the lower cabin to get food and bring back some wine for Fangxing. Fangxing was arrogant, and the other little foxes were young, so she was the only one who could do this. Fortunately, Fangxing was usually generous with his money. He gave out quite a lot of spirit stones. 9 out of 10 servants in the lower cabin had benefited from him. Therefore, although humans and demons were different, they only regarded her as Fangxing's little handmaiden. They would not make things difficult for her for no reason. Along the corridor to the spacious dining hall at the end, she saw that the servants were already eating and drinking here in 2s and 3s. When they saw the little fox girl, they even flirted with her. The fox girl Xiaoyi blushed, lowered her head, and walked to the front of the wooden table. She quietly stuffed a red spirit stone into the fat chef's hand, and then whispered, "I'm here to get food for Master Fang. The wine gourd needs to be filled." The fat chef had received a lot of benefits, and he happily put the spirit stone into his sleeve. He smiled and said, "That Gold Core Realm Senior is really polite. Go back and thank him for me. The food will be served soon, and there are also fresh melons. I'll take some more for you, so that those little foxes can satisfy their cravings. I'll give him a gourd of good wine first. Later, I'll tell him that this is my private stash." With the spirit stone in hand, he was very enthusiastic and kind. Soon, a pot of oily black dolphin meat, vegetables, fruits, and other food was served, and a gourd of good wine was filled. The fox girl Xiaoyi picked up the wooden plate with a red face. Because the fat chef was in a good mood today, he gave her more than usual, but it was a little heavy. The fox girl Xiaoyi struggled to carry the plate, and step by step, she shakily walked into the cabin. When the fat chef saw this, he was about to do a good deed and have someone send her back, but he suddenly raised his head and was startled. His expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly ran out from behind the wooden table and knelt down on one knee in front of the fox girl Xiaoyi. The other servants were eating and drinking in 2s and 3s, but when they followed the fat chef's gaze, their expressions also changed greatly, and they all knelt down to pay their respects. "This little one greets Little Master Cui and pays my respects to Little Master Cui." Behind the fox girl Xiaoyi, a white-faced young man with curly hair walked down from the wooden stairs that led to the second level of the spiritual boat. This young man was wearing a luxurious robe, and he had a sickly face. He was obviously the little master of the Cui family, an ancient family of the demon-chasing league, and he was one of the most prestigious people on this spiritual boat except for the few honored guests at the top. No one knew why he had lowered himself to come here. "Little Master, this is the little fox girl they were talking about." Beside young Master Cui was a maid in green, and she said softly when she saw the fox girl Xiaoyi. The gaze of the sickly-looking young man had already fallen on the fox girl little one, his faintly blue pupils faintly shining. After a long while, he gently nodded his head and smiled with satisfaction. "She's actually a good product. I'm really lucky. It's not convenient to bring those at home with me. I thought I'd have to endure the hardships along the way, but I didn't expect the heavens to send one to me. The maidservant in green was slightly worried and said in a low voice, "Little ancestor, before we came, the old ancestor warned you to restrain yourself on the road. He didn't let you bring the little girls in the family because he was worried that the people above wouldn't like them." The sickly young man chuckled and said, "I'm just having fun. Besides, I didn't bring her on the spiritual boat, so how would they know? This little fox was brought up by an independent cultivator who boarded the boat, right? Give him a few spirit stones and tell him that I bought this little fox. If he doesn't want to die, he'd better keep it to himself. I'll return it to him after we're done." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and hooked his finger toward the fox girl Xiaoyi's chin. The casual action of the sickly young master scared the fox girl, Xiaoyi, so much that the hair on her ears stood up. Although she was young, she had been hiding with Hu Jiugu for the past year, so her vigilance was high enough. When little ancestor and the green-clothed servant girl came downstairs to look at her, she had already carefully stood against the cabin wall. Now she even let out a soft scream, threw away the tray and wine gourd, got down on all fours, and like a white bolt of lightning, she fled towards the cabin where Feng Xing was. This reaction was so big that even the sickly young master didn't expect it, and he was a little stunned. "Haha, interesting, interesting," the sickly young master's eyes lit up. He laughed and took back his hand that was frozen in the air. With his golden core realm cultivation, it was really easy for him to capture Xiaoyi, and he didn't even need to use his spiritual power. However, in front of so many servants, he, as a golden core realm little ancestor, naturally couldn't attack a little fox who had just turned into a human. Therefore, he just stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the fox girl who was running toward the cabin with a smile on his face, looking very amused. The green-clothed maid subconsciously wanted to attack, but suddenly, she seemed to feel a gaze on her. That gaze was not a real direct gaze, but a reaction from the divine sense. To be precise, someone was paying attention to her from behind the bulkhead. Just by looking through the cabin wall, she suddenly felt a chill run through her body. Her face instantly turned incomparably pale, and her body stiffened. It was as if she had been placed naked in an ice cave filled with sharp blades, or as if she had fallen into an endless hell. Above her, in the billowing black smoke, a three-headed, six-armed, and vertical-eyed ferocious god was crouching down, glaring at her malevolently. This feeling was completely out of her control, as if her life and death were completely out of her control. Her movement stiffened, giving the fox girl Xiaoyi the opportunity to dash into the cabin with a whoosh sound. This momentary pause was very short. Even after the green-clothed maid reacted, she didn't know if the scene just now was an illusion. The little ancestor of the Chui family didn't notice this abnormality at all. He still said with a smile, "Let her escape. On this spiritual boat, I won't use force. Go find that itinerant cultivator, buy this little fox, and then send her to my room." The green-clothed maid broke out in a cold sweat and said hurriedly, "I understand." The little ancestor of the Chui family smiled and looked in the direction where the fox girl Xiaoyi escaped to, and his smile became even wider. The green-clothed maid looked around in confusion and couldn't help but wonder if it was an illusion. It should be an illusion. Otherwise, if someone really suppressed my divine soul, how could little ancestor not notice it? The green-cloaked maid thought about it and was slightly relieved. Although her cultivation was only in the Zhuji realm, she had been raised in the Chui clan since she was a child. She had been taught as a child, so she naturally had some knowledge. She once heard that if there was a cultivator whose spirit was much stronger than hers, with just a slight glance, his spirit would be able to completely stun her spirit and she would not be able to move at all. That was no longer within the scope of magic, but the most direct suppression. However, if someone was suppressing her divine soul and didn't let the little ancestor beside her detect it, how high was the cultivation level of the opponent? Her heart relaxed slightly, and she immediately thought to herself that the drawbacks of cultivating the evil art in order to raise her cultivation base had probably appeared. Perhaps this was a sign of chi deviation. When she got back, she would have to beg little ancestor to help her recuperate. Thinking of this, she focused and slowly walked toward the cabin that the little fox had escaped into. At that moment, a shout suddenly sounded from the cabin, "Who is it? Who dares to chase you?" The voice was extremely rude, and the back cabin door was suddenly pulled open. A man wearing a grey Taoist robe appeared in front of her. Behind him, a little girl looked at him with her head lowered. When the man in grey came to the corridor, he had already rolled up his sleeves like a street thug looking for someone to fight. He sized up the green-cloaked maid with his strange eyes. "Is it you who chased my little fox?" Seeing his rude behavior, the green-cloaked maid immediately frowned and scolded coldly, "Is this a place where you can make a racket?" The man in grey was naturally Feng Xing. He deliberately squinted at her and said, "And who the hell are you?" Although she was at the Foundation Establishment realm and the other party was an independent cultivator at the Golden Core realm, the green-cloaked maid didn't take Feng Xing seriously. She sneered and said lightly, "I'm here on behalf of my little ancestor to discuss a business deal with you." Feng Xing narrowed his eyes. "And who is your little ancestor?" The green-cloaked maid smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to know who my little ancestor is. You only need to know that he can chase you away with one word, and he can also make you unable to leave him forever. Can we talk now?" Feng Xing sneered in his heart, but he still looked rude and unreasonable on the surface. "What do you want to talk about?" The green-clothed little servant girl sneered. She glanced at Xiaoyi, who was hiding behind Feng Xing, and said, "Let's get straight to the point. My little ancestor lacks a little maidservant by his side. I think this little fox of yours isn't bad. I want to buy her. Name a price." Hearing this, the fox girl was shocked and looked at Feng Xing with panic in her eyes. "You'd better think carefully before you answer. My little ancestor is still waiting for someone to serve him, and he doesn't like to be rejected." The green-cloaked servant girl also looked at Feng Xing, and her voice contained a hint of pressure. "Speaking of which, what kind of status does our little ancestor have? For a little fox like her to be able to serve by our little ancestor's side, it can be considered a blessing that she has cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Even if it's you, if our little ancestor owes you a favor, it will definitely be worth it in the future." The fox girl Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Feng Xing with pleading eyes. Feng Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind raced. However, he already knew their plan. Ever since they boarded the spiritual boat, he had been vigilant. He even attached a trace of spiritual sense to Little One, the fox girl who often went out to get food, just to deal with some accidents. When this green-cloaked maid wanted to capture Little One, he glanced at her through the cabin wall and suppressed her divine soul, giving Little One the chance to escape back into the cabin. After discovering their intentions, he was a little depressed and even disgusted. If these people liked the fox girl as a concubine, it was nothing. After all, the fox girls were born with seductive looks. From mortals to cultivators, there were not many who could resist their charm. However, the little ancestor of the Chui family was interested in the fox girl, which was a bit too much. She had not grown up yet. Seeing the green-cloaked maid's domineering attitude, he was furious, but he didn't show any anger on his face. Instead, he laughed and said, "So, you have taken a fancy to this little fox. It's not a big deal. I thought you were going to kick us off the boat. To tell you the truth, I specialize in this business. If there is a business, of course, I will do it. How much are you willing to pay?" When the little fox girl heard this, she seemed to be scared stiff, and her two pointed ears trembled slightly. Seeing that Feng Xing directly asked for money, the green-cloaked maid smiled, knowing that this matter was easy to settle. Her expression became better, and she said with a smile, "It's good that you are willing to part with your treasure. Just tell me how much you want." Feng Xing smiled as he sized up the fox girl Xiaoyi. He chuckled and said, "This little sister, look at this little fox girl. Although she hasn't grown up yet, she is truly a beauty. Right now, she's already full of life. How beautiful will she be in the future? Besides, in order to catch such a string of little foxes, I had to expend a lot of effort. My injuries have not even healed yet." As he said this, he deliberately coughed a few times, and spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the brocade carpet. When he was forming his gold core, his physical body had collapsed, and no medicine could cure it. His injuries had not improved, and it could be seen at a glance. When the green-cloaked maid saw his rude behavior, she immediately frowned. She also heard that he wanted to bid a high price, and the contempt in her heart became even stronger. She was originally a servant, but this sense of superiority in front of a gold core cultivator made her a little forget herself. She impatiently said, "You don't have to be so mysterious. How many spirit stones can a little fox girl be worth? Just name a price." The little fox girl was already on the verge of crying. The other little foxes also noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and they looked over with sharp eyes. Fangxing laughed even more happily, and he rubbed his hands and said, "That's so embarrassing." The contempt in the green-clothed maid's heart became even stronger, and her sense of superiority also became stronger. She frowned and said lightly, "Our little ancestor doesn't care about this small amount of spirit stones. You name the price, I will not bargain. Miss is so generous." Fangxing gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite. Give me this price, and you can take the little fox away." As he said this, he stretched out a finger. The green-cloaked maid frowned slightly and said lightly, "You really dare to bid, do you think I don't know? This little fox girl, even if transported to the divine continent, is only worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. If she is completely transformed into a human, she can be worth 200 or 300. If her cultivation reached the foundation establishment realm, she would be worth a few thousand, but with her current cultivation. Forget it, I will give you 100 spirit stones." As she said this, she took out her storage bag. Unexpectedly, when Fangxing heard this, he immediately sneered and said, 100 spirit stones, are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" The green-clothed maid's face turned slightly cold, and she said unhappily, "Ridiculous, you want 1,000 spirit stones for such a little fox?" Fangxing nodded and said, "Of course it's 1,000, but it's not spirit stones, it's spiritual essence." Bang! The green-clothed maid suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed her palm on the table and shouted, "Presumptuous!" At this time, she was already furious. If Fangxing had really called a price of 1,000 spirit stones, it would just be an exorbitant price, and the two sides could still continue to negotiate. However, he actually called a price of 1,000 spirit stones, which was too outrageous. To put it bluntly, she herself was not worth 1,000 spirit stones, or even 100 spirit stones, so what was there to negotiate? Bullsh*T. Fangxing was even angrier than her, and he also slammed the table with a bang, but he used much more force than her, and the table was directly smashed into pieces by his palm. He shouted, "Just now we agreed on the price, and now you want to renege on your debt. Today, I will put my words here, give me 1,000 spirit stones, and I will take the fox away. I am also telling you, you have to buy it." The power of this slap frightened the group of little foxes, and they all shrank behind Fangxing. More than a dozen small heads poked out from behind him. The green-clothed maidservant's face was already pale. Seeing that her slap on the table wasn't as loud as Fangxing's slap, she stood up and retreated a few steps. After all, her cultivation level was only at the second tier of the foundation establishment realm. Facing a golden core cultivator, she was still somewhat timid, and her expression was slightly ugly. However, the commotion in the room had already alerted the surrounding guards. 4 or 5 cultivators wearing black robes rushed into the cabin. There was even a gray-robed old man who appeared like a ghost at the cabin door. The maidservant's courage was immediately boosted. She shouted, "Someone, throw this arrogant man out. Leave the little fox girl here. If she dares to resist, kill her." The guards didn't ask for the reason and just charged forward. On the other hand, the old man in linen looked on coldly and didn't move. In his opinion, although these guards were only at the top tier of the foundation establishment realm, he didn't believe that Fangxing would have the guts to fight back when there were grand cultivators on the spiritual boat. "If you don't want to die, then get off the boat." The guards charged forward, and one of them reached out to grab the little fox girl, "Little one," while the others pressed down on Fangxing's shoulders with chilly expressions. Meanwhile, the green-clothed maid threw out a red spirit stone, and it rolled to the side of Fangxing's feet. She still didn't want to owe Fangxing anything, so she took the spirit stone and wanted to send him off the spiritual boat. Fangxing suddenly laughed and said, "I said I wanted to talk business, so I'll do it. If I don't do it well." Before the second half of the sentence could be said, he had already made his move. His figure shot out like lightning, transforming into a faint shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the green-clothed servant girl. With a backhand slap, he sent her flying, smashing through the wooden door of the cabin. Behind him, Xianxia's figure flashed, but he had already returned. He was still sitting upright on the armchair. He continued. This young master will not leave. Courting death. The group of bodyguards was startled. At the same time, they took out their instruments and attacked Fangxing. Even the eyes of the old cultivator in the linen robe who was guarding the cabin turned cold, as if he was ready to attack. Fangxing laughed and suddenly shouted, "You want to force us to buy and sell? This is unreasonable." He clasped his hands together and an invisible force surged out from his body. With a loud bang, it blocked the celestial artifacts that the guards in front of him had thrown down. Then, this invisible force bounced and shook, instantly sending countless celestial artifacts and even the guards flying. Its momentum did not stop there and it actually crashed into the surroundings, smashing the furniture and the cabin walls in countless places. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it was as if a house was being demolished. "Madman, stop!" The old cultivator in linen robe shouted coldly, and his figure suddenly rushed over. Fangxing also suddenly raised his head and looked at him coldly. The sack-robed old cultivator's heart immediately turned cold and his attack slowed down. What's going on? At this moment, an angry young man suddenly appeared at the cabin door. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was sickly. Who else could it be but the little ancestor of the Chui family? He had been waiting for good news nearby, but he did not expect that there would be a fight inside. Afraid that the noise would be too big, he hurried over to stop it. His eyes were already filled with ruthless killing intent as he looked at the people in the cabin. "Blind trash, don't you know that there are distinguished guests up there? How dare you fight here?" The little ancestor of the Chui family, with a face full of cold sweat, shouted coldly and viciously. "Little ancestor, this bastard, the little servant girl in cyan stood up, covering her swollen face like a watermelon. She pointed at Fangxing and was about to complain. However, before she could finish, Fangxing had already yelled, "Damn it! Little bitch, how dare you scold me? I just took a ride on your spiritual boat, and you insisted on talking business with me. You said that your little ancestor of the Chui family liked my little fox and had to sell it to me. You even asked me to name a price. Now that I've named a price, you don't want to admit it?" As he shouted these words, he had already circulated his spiritual power. His voice was like the sound of thunder, rumbling and rumbling. The little ancestor of the Chui family was so anxious that his face turned pale. He shouted at Fangxing with murderous intent in his eyes, "Shut up! Little ancestor, don't listen to his nonsense." This person, Fangxing had casually splashed dirty water on the little maid in green clothes. She was also greatly shocked, and she hurriedly refuted. "I said shut up." The Chui family young master's eyes were practically spitting fire. Suddenly, he turned his hand and slapped the maidservant across the face, sending her flying. This time, the maidservant's cheeks met, and her body slammed heavily into the wall of the cabin with the formation. Her bones were about to crack, but under the Chui family young master's rage, she did not dare to make a sound, and quietly endured it. Her face was full of panic and fear, and tears flowed freely. Smack, throwing a storage bag on the ground, the little ancestor of the Chui family looked at Fangxing coldly. "If you don't want to die, take the money and leave the little fox. Then, get off the spiritual boat. If you say one more word, I'll kill you." Fangxing picked up the storage bag and looked inside. There were only about 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. His lips twitching in disdain, he put the storage bag into his pocket but didn't leave. Tilting his head, he looked at the little ancestor of the Chui family and said, "I don't have enough money." "Not enough?" The little ancestor of the Chui family froze for a moment and then became angry. There were at least 400 to 500 top-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, and this B***** said it wasn't enough. Fangxing said earnestly, "We agreed on 1,000 pieces of spiritual essence. You can only buy a fox fur with this little money, 1,000 pieces of spiritual essence?" The little ancestor of the Chui family was enraged, and his voice sounded gloomy. His eyes turned purple gold, and murderous spirit filled the air. "I'm talking to you nicely, and you dare to trick me? Who has the time to trick you when we're talking about business?" Fangxing suddenly raised his voice and shouted like thunder, this was personally said by your servant girl, and she said that it represented your intention. I say, you are the dignified Chui family's little ancestor, you are not a pauper. You won't go back on your promise of 1,000 pieces of spiritual essence, right? F***CK. Why are you gritting your teeth? You want to fight? Let's go up there and fight. Let's see if I can cut you. As he spoke, he casually rolled up his sleeves and was about to smash a hole in the cabin with his fist. You dare. The little ancestor of the Chui family was so scared that his hair stood on end. Although he was threatening, there was a clear sense of guilt in his words. Fang Xing said, why wouldn't I dare? You're the one who reneged on your debt. I'm fair and just in business, and I'm in the right. I'm not afraid of people listening to me. As he said that, he waved his fist around the cabin. Chui Xiaoting's hatred grew, but he was really afraid that things would get out of hand. In fact, he had some fate with Fang Xing. It was his cousin, Chui Xiaofeng, who had brought people to hunt the little fox and kill the old fox demon, Hu Jiugu. As the Chui family's little ancestor, he would not be involved in such a dirty business. However, his cousin liked to flatter him. Every time he had something good in his hands, he would send it to Chui Xiaofeng first to enjoy. As a result, Chui Xiaoting's taste became more and more picky, and he especially liked immature little fox girls. Therefore, he had many of them in his family. However, this time, he couldn't bring them with him since he had to accompany an important guest from the godly continent on a business trip. Besides, his hobby wasn't good for his reputation, so he couldn't bring them with him. After suffering for more than 10 days, he was tempted when he heard that there was a cute little fox girl on the spiritual boat. Therefore, he came down with the green-clothed maid to have a look. Then, he was so tempted that he couldn't control himself. Besides, he had thought that since Fang Xing was only an independent cultivator with low cultivation strength and was on his spiritual boat, Chui Xiaoting would send the good stuff to him with a wink. Moreover, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chui Xiaoting had sent his maid to buy it politely. This kind of effort could not be said to be careless in doing things. However, he didn't expect that he would run into such a maniac. Why didn't he rob someone for 1,000 spiritual essences? Chui Xiaoting had found that this bastard was looking for trouble on purpose. He was already worried that the situation would get out of hand, but it seemed that this bastard was going to make it worse. In terms of strength, he really did not put Fang Xing in his eyes, but he was afraid that if they fought, it would alarm the honored guest. This hobby of his, after all, was still not good to hear. If the words of this fellow just now were alarmed by the honored guest above, even if the other party was confident of his status and would not say anything to him, but the position of the Chui family that he represented in the other party's heart would definitely fall. Thus, for a moment, what he had felt to be an extremely simple matter had suddenly become extremely difficult. Chui Xiaoting, do the important guest like peace and quiet? What the hell are you doing? At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice, and several figures appeared at the entrance of the cabin. Seeing them, the surrounding guards immediately bowed and saluted. Among them were Elder Tong, who was driving the boat, the Ling family's little ancestor who gave Fang Xing special permission to bring the little foxes onto the boat, and a few young men who were wearing luxurious clothes. They were the little ancestors who lived on the second floor. Even with the soundproof array, the spiritual boat was not as soundproof as the outside world. Fang Xing's roar had alerted them. Even they are alarmed. I wonder if the important guests on the top floor heard the noise here. Seeing these two people, the little ancestor of the Chui family wanted to eat Fang Xing alive. Sister Ling, Elder Tong, please lend me a hand and take down this madman. Suddenly, he made up his mind and asked them for help without hesitation. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem to take down Fang Xing, but when a Golden Core Realm cultivator risked his life, the noise would be too big, and he didn't want to make too much noise. If the three of them worked together, they might be able to take down Fang Xing in an instant. Seeing this, the little ancestor of the Ling family and Elder Tong both looked toward Fang Xing. What are you doing? I'll shout. Fang Xing looked at them warily and quickly retreated while grabbing a handful of Dharma notes from his storage bag. Chui Xiaoting's eyes widened when he saw that they were all explosive Dharma notes. This kind of talisman battle might not be able to hurt him, but the key was that it would cause too much of a commotion. For a time, a strange stalemate actually appeared in the battlefield. Even though Cui Xiaoting's side had the absolute advantage, he didn't dare to attack Feng Xing. Hehe, brother Cui, many people in the Demon Chase Alliance know that you like little demons, but you can do whatever you want in private. Now that you have something important to do, you're ignoring the big picture by doing this. By the way, I invited this Taoist friend and these little foxes onto the spiritual boat, so they are my honored guests. If you do this, even I will lose face. Forget it. You caused this mess, and you'll deal with it yourself. The Ling family's little ancestor glanced at Feng Xing and the little foxes behind him. Then, he chuckled and turned to walk out. Younger sister Ling, you. Hearing this, Cui Xiaoting's expression changed drastically, and a trace of anger flashed across Feng Xing's face. Cui Xiaoting finally realized that although his Cui family and the Ling family were both members of the Demon Chase Alliance, they didn't get along with each other. They had secretly competed against each other many times in the Wind State. Now, they were on the same boat because they had a common goal. Now, this woman probably wanted him to make a big deal out of this to lower his impression in the hearts of the honored guests. Feng Xing, on the other hand, heard the hidden meaning in the Ling family's little ancestor's words. He couldn't help but think, did this woman invite me onto the spiritual boat because she knew about the Cui family's young master's problem? In this case, this seemingly kind-hearted woman is indeed a bit sinister. Most importantly, you can fight however you want, but if your Feng family's master gets involved, things will get serious. Elder Tong frowned tightly when he saw this scene. He said, little ancestor Cui, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. If our esteemed guests are disturbed and blame us, the blame will not be small. It is best to quickly send them away. Once he spoke, his gaze swept over Feng Xing's group with displeasure. With a heavy wave of his sleeve, he walked out. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water. Cui Xiaoting's face was distorted, and the killing intent on his body was undulating like the tide. Feng Xing burst out laughing and said seriously to the group of little foxes around him, if this bastard dares to make a move, I'll send you to the deck, and then you'll shout desperately, Cui Xiaoting, you're shameless. Let me sleep with him for a night. While shouting, go to the most luxuriously decorated rooms above and ask for help. Do you understand? At this time, Fox Girl Little One had already understood Feng Xing's thoughts. Although she was still young and didn't know that Feng Xing had so many tricks up his sleeves, she also realized that this Master Feng was not as bad as she had imagined him to be. Now, she wanted to fight the real bad guy to protect herself. Her eyes were red as she nodded her head vigorously and replied in a clear voice, I know. The group of little foxes next to him also answered yes in a childish voice, and the ones that couldn't speak even chirped twice. Cui Xiaoting gnashed his teeth in hatred. He simply couldn't imagine the consequences of such a group of little foxes running around on the deck. You can go. His face twisted for a long time, and he suddenly seemed to have made a decision. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, I, Cui Xiaoting, have misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. You can get off the ship. I don't want this little fox anymore. Just take those spirit stones as compensation from me. I only hope that you won't meet me again in the future. Oh? This dignified little ancestor of the Cui family was actually willing to swallow such a grievance, which surprised Feng Xing a little, but he didn't leave. Instead, he laughed and said, how can I not do the business that has already been negotiated? You can just renege on the debt. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Cui Xiaoting's face became even more ugly. What do you mean? Feng Xing sat on the edge of the bed and said with a smile, what I mean is that you have to buy it. You. Cui Xiaoting was furious. Was this bastard trying to blame him? You what? Give me 1,000 spirit essences, little fox, you can take it away. Feng Xing pointed to the fox girl, little E, and then stretched out his hand. Although the fox girl felt that Feng Xing didn't really want to sell her, she was still a little worried and tightly grabbed his belt. 1,000 spirit essences? Does this guy really think I'm a fool? Besides, where am I going to get so many spirit essences? There was no need to mention the hatred in Cui Xiaoting's heart. He had already discovered that Feng Xing was pestering him endlessly. His eyes were cold and he said casually, that's good, but 1,000 spirit essences is not a small amount. How can I bring so much money with me? How about this, I'll give you a token. You leave the little fox to me first, and then go to the Chui family in Wind Province to get it. Before he finished speaking, Fangxing had already shook his head and said, "Do you think I'm a fool?" "You think I'm a fool first." Chui Xiaoting muttered in his heart. He was a little confused about Fangxing's intentions. Fangxing waved his hand and said, "No credit. That's what we agreed on." Chui Xiaoting really didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he said in a deep voice, "You. What do you want?" When Fangxing saw that Chui Xiaoting was almost angered, he smiled and said, "This young master is such an honest person. Since you said that you want to buy my fox, then you have to buy my fox. 1,000 spirit essences is not a small amount. If you don't have enough money now, I can give you some time to raise the money, but I'll start paying the interest now. Besides, as a business partner, you have to provide us with good wine and food. If we're satisfied with the food and drinks, we'll wait patiently for you to raise the money. However, if you have any evil thoughts, I promise that I'll tell everyone on the spiritual boat that you don't have money and still want to buy my little fox. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Under Chui Xiaoting's murderous glare, he tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he smiled and added, "Oh right, if you have any good plans, you can use them. Forget about the so-called poisoning, sneak attacks, and the like. In this aspect, I can be your ancestor. Although I'm not afraid, I find it annoying. Moreover, when I'm annoyed, I can do anything." Finally, he lightly kicked the table that he had just smashed and said, "Get someone to change the table first." Chui Xiaoting's mood could no longer be described as angry, it was absurd. He felt that it was extremely absurd. Did he invite an ancestor for himself on a whim? However, after thinking for a while, he didn't do anything. Instead, he nodded lightly and sneered. "If you like it, then you can stay here." Then, he turned around and walked out of the cabin with a calm expression and even a trace of joy in his heart. "Humph. If you had left just now, you might have escaped with your life. However, since you're so reckless and want to keep an eye on me, you've given up this slim chance of survival." With this thought in mind, he passed by the maid whose face was swollen like a pig's head and ordered in a cold voice, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. Don't let them go out, but make sure that they have 3 meals a day, including wine and food. Also, send them a new table." Soon, a new table and a table of specially prepared wine and food were sent over, but the little foxes didn't dare to eat. "Master. Master Fang." Little one looked at Fangxing timidly and said in a low voice, "Shall we go?" Fangxing reached out and knocked her on the head, saying, "Go my ass. Let me teach you a lesson. If I really take you away, what if that bastard sends people after us?" As he said this, he stretched out his long legs and motioned for little one to hold them for him. He took his wine gourd and took a sip, saying, "Besides, where else can we find such a comfortable place?" Little one blinked her eyes and looked at Fangxing. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say anything. Now, they really needed such a place. Little 7, Little 9, and Little 11 were born with a weak foundation. Although they had Fangxing's care along the way, they were still faintly unable to bear it. If they had followed the previous method of crossing the desert, the 3 of them, or more of their sisters, might have met with an accident. However, it was different in this cabin. But it was reasonable to say that staying here should be more dangerous. Why did they feel safe looking at Master Feng's relaxed appearance, anyway, since they had followed this Master Feng on this journey? The principles of dealing with things that Granny Fox had taught them in the past had all been messed up. Under Fangxing's influence, the little foxes finally relaxed and began to eat happily. Meanwhile, Fangxing slowly drank half a gourd of wine and secretly made a decision in his heart. "Originally, I was injured and didn't want to cause trouble. I wanted to cross the Sunset Desert safely and not lower myself to your level. But since you want to play tricks on me, I can only do it." The spiritual boat moved forward steadily, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This spiritual boat had enough spirit stones, and it traveled day and night at a high speed. Basically, it would take about 2 months to cross the Sunset Desert, which meant that they had covered almost half of the distance. However, on the way, they would occasionally stop or change directions to search for mystic places nearby that were rumored to have rare treasures or spiritual herbs, which took some time. In the past half a month, the little ancestor of the Chui family didn't show up again after being humiliated once. It seemed that he had accepted his fate and let Feng Xing and the little foxes eat and drink on the spiritual boat. However, Feng Xing knew that the little bastard of the Chui family would rather come to make trouble every few days. The more low-key he was, the more sinister he was. Even if he didn't make a move, once he made a move, he would be ruthless. Although he understood this, he only raised his vigilance and refused to leave. Inexplicably, he was used by the little ancestor of the Ling family, and he was so angry that he couldn't sleep soundly if he didn't do something. Although the little ancestor of the Chui family didn't make a move, Feng Xing and the little foxes had a hard time on this spiritual boat. Although the servants on the spiritual boat silently allowed them to stay on the spiritual boat, their attitudes had changed drastically. Even if they gave them more money, it was hard to see the smiles on the servants' faces. They all looked at them gloomily as if they had deep grudges against them. Feng Xing also understood that these servants were lowly and didn't dare to make friends with him, who had a grudge against the little ancestor of the Chui family. The fact that they didn't act as vanguards to deal with him showed that he was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Feng Xing didn't say anything about it. When he went to the kitchen to get food, he didn't let the little fox girls do it for him. Instead, he went to the kitchen and robbed the food like a bandit every few days. Watching the little foxes eat until their bellies were full every day, he felt inexplicably sad. With his Golden Core Realm cultivation, he could be an ancestral master in an ordinary place, but he had to go to the kitchen every day to rob food from a group of servants. Since he had nothing to do, he began to think about his robbery plan. However, it was hard to find an opportunity. After all, he was only at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm, and his body was injured, so he couldn't unleash his full strength. If he fought with them head-on, he would be asking for trouble. Besides the gray-robed old servant and the little ancestors of the 4 families of the Demon Chase Alliance, the guests at the top of the spiritual boat were obviously not easy to deal with. Although he couldn't use his spiritual senses to scan every inch of the spiritual boat, he had cultivated the supreme sensing scroll to the initial realm, and he could vaguely sense some presences on the spiritual boat. These presences were probably the so-called honorable guests on the spiritual boat. While he was considering whether he should find a chance to escape when they were about to reach the edge of the setting sun desert, something strange happened to the spiritual boat in the last few days. In the depths of the northwest of the setting sun desert, a faint scorching sensation came. As the spiritual boat moved forward, this feeling grew stronger. The fire spirit was intense but not impure. It seemed to have divinity and was abnormally scorching, but it didn't have any evil essence. The people on the spiritual boat seemed to have sensed the extraordinary nature of the fire spirit and ordered the spiritual boat to turn around and move toward the source of the fire spirit. Feng Xing knew as well that according to legend, the Sunset Desert was formed when a demon immortal perished here all those years ago, causing his cultivation to collapse and destroy all the vitality in the 3 northern prefectures. Even though it was deathly silent and desolate, there were countless fortuitous encounters left behind. There were some unusual spirit herbs, some were veins of divinity, and demonized beasts. The explorers that usually went deep into the desert mostly came for the sake of searching for these fortuitous encounters. This spiritual boat would pay attention to the spiritual herbs and godly mineral veins along the way. Now that it sensed the uniqueness of the fire spirit, it would naturally go and investigate. After all, no one knew what kind of opportunities would appear in the place where a demonic immortal died. The spiritual boat moved forward with a rumbling sound, getting closer to the source of the fire spirit. The temperature inside the spiritual boat was getting higher and higher, and the little foxes couldn't stand it anymore. They lay on the ground lazily with their tongues out. Afraid that they would die from the heat, Feng Xing set up a yin qi array to help them resist the heat. He leaned against the edge of the spiritual boat and carefully sensed the nature of the fire spirit, frowning. The nature of this fire spirit is a bit similar to my Samadhi true fire. Is it really a fire spirit left behind by a demonic immortal? He was slightly surprised in his heart. If this flame seed was real, then it could only mean that the people on this boat were really lucky. Such a fortuitous encounter was elusive even in the setting sun desert. Otherwise, the experts of the Demon Court or Demon Chasing Alliance would have come in and taken it away a long time ago. The appearance of this fortuitous encounter was greatly related to the weather and terrain, and it could only be encountered by chance. Obviously, the people on the spiritual boat thought so as well. Fangxing hurried toward the source of the fire spirit. After moving forward for thousands of kilometers, they arrived in front of a huge valley with a crack in the ground. The valley looked like a huge crack formed by a sharp axe, and the soil and sand were all red. From a distance, it looked like a translucent flame was burning in the air above the valley, which was extremely strange. The spiritual boat couldn't move forward anymore since the people at the Foundation establishment realm couldn't resist it anymore. Swoosh! 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 Several lights flashed on the spiritual boat, and several figures dashed toward the depths of the valley. Ugh! Are these three the honorable guests that the young ancestors of the demon-chasing league mentioned? Through the big window on the side of the cabin, Fangxing saw these figures and was secretly alarmed. The streaks of light were formed by cultivators flying by, and their auras were extraordinary, causing him to feel a little fearful. After the lights flew away, he clearly felt that the dangerous presences on the spiritual boat had disappeared. He guessed that these three cultivators must be the ones who had been giving him pressure. These three people usually stayed in seclusion on the spiritual boat and were rarely seen. Now, they finally showed up to explore the valley for the fire spirit containing godly essence. The three of them have gone over. I'll go and have a look as well, someone on the spiritual boat said in a loud voice. Then, he turned into a light and dashed into the valley. It was the young ancestor of the Ling family. I'll go too. Since there is such an opportunity, I must go and have a look. A few deep shouts sounded, and three more lights followed them. They were the young ancestors of the demon-chasing league. They wanted to show off in front of the honorable guests. Now that the three honorable guests had been lured into the Red Valley by the mysterious fire spirit, they couldn't stay on the spiritual boat any longer. They had to follow them no matter if it was for the opportunity or for the credit. However, they were the only ones who were qualified to follow them. Although the gray-robed old servant and Elder Tong had high cultivation strengths, they couldn't leave the spiritual boat behind. They could only stay here and wait for the news from them. Fangxing was curious but couldn't follow them. However, he had a solution. From his storage bag, he took out an ancient jade in the shape of a crescent moon. It was the moon rui that he had snatched from the moon-worshipping family in the ultimate ruins. He chanted an incantation in a low voice and injected pure spiritual essence into it. The moon rui jade flew up and was quietly sent into the night sky by him. The moon rui jade was a rare treasure. It couldn't be used to attack or defend, but it was very useful for scouting. Not only could it cover a wide range, but its aura was like moonlight. Even if cultivators sensed it with their spiritual senses, they wouldn't be suspicious. It was midnight, and the full moon was hanging in the sky, which made this rare treasure even more useful. Its scouting range and control distance were both improved. Under the control of his spiritual senses, the moon rui jade flew into the night sky and traveled hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Then, it looked down on the land like an eye. In his field of vision, he saw 3 beams of light in front of him and 4 beams of light behind them. They were flying rapidly along the Red Valley. The 3 beams of light in front of them must be the esteemed guests on this spirit boat. From Yuryu's perspective, although she could sense their presence, she could only see blurry shadows. This was because Yurui was a special treasure used for scouting, which was equivalent to refracting Fangxing's divine sense toward the ground. Only when he sensed them with his divine sense could he see them. The closer he was, the clearer he could see them. The 3 distinguished guests all had profound cultivation levels, and their spiritual senses were unusually powerful. Fangxing was worried that he would be discovered if he got too close to them, but he didn't dare to forcibly scan their faces. Thus, he could only see blurry shadows. The 3 of them were surrounded by pale light to resist the shocking firepower below the Red Valley. They turned into beams of light and flew forward. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they stopped in front of a cave at the end of the Red Valley. They split into 3 groups and surrounded the entrance of the cave. Is this really a fire seed formed from the remaining divinity of the demon immortal after he died? Are we really that lucky? One of the shadows glanced at the cave and suddenly burst out laughing in a joyful manner. The second shadow said, "We're not lucky." The demon court's arrangement affected this place and awakened the remaining divinity of the demon immortal. The third shadow, who seemed to be a woman, smiled and said, "It seems that the demon court's action is really big. But in this way, doesn't it mean that the other treasures that the demon immortal scattered in this sunset desert will also awaken?" The second person who spoke snorted and said, "Stop dreaming. Those treasures have long been locked onto by a few old fellows in the Demon Alliance. Even if they are awakened, they will automatically fly to the demon court. Otherwise, do you think they are so calm? At such an important time, they won't send people into the setting sun desert? The flame transformed from the divinity fragment should be the only opportunity we can find." The woman said, "It's good to get these divinity flames. If we can integrate them into the gold core, it will greatly benefit our cultivation." The first person laughed and said to the second shadow, "Then, senior brother please draw out the divine fire." As the three of them conversed, they exchanged information with each other. At this time, the four little ancestors from the Monster Chase League had also arrived, but they had already shut their mouths and approached the cave on the Crimson Cliff. Senior brother flew forward and flipped his storage pouch. Unexpectedly, 512 small array flags flew out. He pointed at them, and in a few breaths' time, he had laid down a Dharma array at the entrance of the cave. Amazing, Feng Xing, who was observing this situation through Yurui, secretly clicked his tongue. He found that these three distinguished guests were indeed extraordinary. It was not difficult to lay down a Dharma array. Even he could casually lay down a First Revolution array with 8 array flags. However, the young man had casually laid down a Third Revolution array. In other words, he had only placed 512 array flags in place in a few breaths' time. He did not even have time to calculate it. This showed his astonishing attainments in Dharma arrays. After all, with every additional revolution of the Dharma array, the time needed to calculate would be 8 times more complicated. This person had casually laid down a Third Revolution array. Perhaps the Dharma array's profoundness was not too profound, but the key was the word instant. In the blink of an eye, he had calculated the positions and trajectories of the 512 array flags. What kind of profound skill was this? Simply put, this person's attainments in Dharma arrays were the strongest that Feng Xing had ever encountered. The Dharma array was laid at the entrance of the cave. The cultivator who laid the Dharma array sent a beam of spiritual light into it, and the 512 array flags moved in unison. As the array flags moved, a powerful gravitational force appeared above the Dharma array. Inside the cave, the sand and stones rustled, and the fire at the entrance of the cave became more and more intense. After a while, the entrance of the cave suddenly burst into flames. A flame the size of a longan was quickly drawn out, and it rippled in the air like a firefly. It floated endlessly, and its heat was like a small sun. Such a strong fire seed. My luck is not bad. Third Revolution array, seal. The shadow that was called senior brother saw the fire seed and was somewhat happy. He quickly made a hand seal. The 512 formation flags immediately fluttered in the air, releasing a bright light that wrapped around the fire seed. The fire seed was startled and actually dashed left and right in the spirit array, as if it wanted to escape. Although the 512 array flags trapped it inside and had enough spiritual power, an unexpected thing happened. The firepower of the fire seed was too strong. After the 512 array flags wrapped around it, there was a faint burning smell. Impressively, the array flags could no longer withstand the heat. Good, the quality of this fire seed is even higher than I expected. Senior brother Crane was not surprised, but happy instead. He released the power of his cultivation and tried his best to suppress the resistance of the fire seed. Senior brother let me help you. When the other man saw this, he shouted and took out a jade box. White water vapor gushed out of the box and turned into a white frost cloud above the fire seed. Under the cover of the cloud, the frost froze the void. Under the suppression of the frost, the fire essence on the fire seed seemed to weaken, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Even the edges of the Scarlet Valley that had been roasted to a glassy color showed signs of frost forming. However, just as the expressions of the 3 esteemed guests relaxed, the fire seed suddenly jumped and a trace of demonic aura was released from it. In an instant, the fire essence surged once more, boom, more than half of the 512 array flags that senior brother controlled were ignited in flames at this moment. The white cloud that was releasing endless frost in the air actually evaporated a large amount of white water vapor and shrank at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it, the remaining demonic nature of the demonic immortal has recovered. He would rather destroy himself than be subdued by us. Senior brother, he shouted angrily. Junior sister Hong, lend me your heaven luo brocade handkerchief. The woman nodded slightly and pinched a finger sign. Then, she gently touched the back of her head with her palm. This inadvertent action caused the divine sense around her to retract. Under the sweep of Fang Xingji Rui, he immediately saw her appearance. It was a woman wearing a bright red dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, but there was no bead hairpin behind her head. Instead, her hair was tied up with a brocade handkerchief. It was also this glance that made Fang Xing's heart slightly moved. He vaguely felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. Before he carefully thought about it, the woman had already finished pinching the handkerchief. Then, her slender white hand pulled the back of her head and tore off the brocade handkerchief. Her fine black hair was no longer bound and immediately scattered in the air. This absolutely beautiful scene made people fall in love with her. Then, the woman raised her hand and threw the handkerchief into the air. It grew bigger with the wind and became 100 feet in radius. It was covered with seals and wrapped around the fire seed. Boom, the handkerchief, together with the frost cloud, the remaining formation flags and the divine fire seed, was wrapped inside and turned into a big white ball. This bead was suspended in the air. The fire intent was completely restrained, but it could still be seen that there was a strong conflict reverberating inside. It seemed that the amazing power of the fire seed was still constantly being released, but it was forcibly restrained by the brocade handkerchief. Not a trace of fire intent leaked out. Just like the other cultivators, they all felt that the temperature of the Scarlet Abyss area was rapidly decreasing, and there was even a trace of cold air. However, at this time, the dense runes on the brocade handkerchief gradually flashed and became brighter and brighter. The woman said with a somewhat urgent voice, "The divinity of the fire seed is too strong. My brocade handkerchief can't hold on for long." Senior brother He's eyes were awe-inspiring. He took a few breaths and said coldly, "This fire seed is just a trace of the divinity of the demon immortal. It is not even 1/10,000th of his complete power. Don't tell me that the three of us can't subdue it? What a joke. Even if the demon immortal's divine soul awakens, I won't be able to refine it today. Junior sister Hong, junior brother Luo, let's suppress it together." The other two agreed in unison. They seemed to have become arrogant and brazenly attacked, wanting to suppress this divinity fire seed by force. Seeing this, the four little ancestors of the demon-chasing league also came forward after a slight hesitation. They wanted to use their spiritual energy to help suppress the fire seed. However, senior brother He saw this and shouted, "Get out of the way. You don't understand the divinity of the brocade handkerchief. Do you want to disturb the godly runes inside?" The three little ancestors of the Chui, Yu, and Mo families immediately withdrew their hands with embarrassed expressions and retreated to the side. Ling Xiaoxiao, the little ancestor of the Ling family, was a smart one. She didn't step forward and hit the nail on the head. Instead, her eyes were clear as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly had an idea and said, "Senior brothers and senior sisters, I have an idea. The power of this fire seed is too strong to suppress. Why don't we use the spiritual boat and use the power of the array source on the boat to seal it?" After hearing this, the three honored guests thought for a while, and senior brother He said, "This plan is feasible. However, if the array source on the spiritual boat is used to suppress the fire seed, the spiritual boat will be destroyed. Won't your Ling family's patriarch feel bad about it?" Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "Although the spiritual boat was made by our Ling family's master, it is not a big deal. It is good to use it properly." "If that is the case, thank you." Senior brother He said and didn't say anything else. "Senior brother, you are too polite." Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and smiled. She immediately took out the communication jade talisman and ordered Elder Tong to bring the boat over. There was a powerful spiritual source on the giant boat, and it was what the boat relied on to cross the setting sun desert. If that power was drawn out, it would be as powerful as a half-step nascent soul cultivator. It was unimaginable. "I have an ice dragon godly banner that can slightly suppress the fire seed," After the little ancestor of the Yu family retreated, he suddenly said. Then, he took out a godly banner with a lifelike white dragon embroidered on it. Before he activated it, a chilly intent was released from the banner. Seeing this, senior brother he nodded, and the little ancestor of the Yu family was overjoyed. He waved the godly banner, and the dragon appeared. It flew toward the fire seed and danced around the white ball. Seeing this, the little ancestor of the Mo family gritted his teeth and said, I have 3 9 darkness black ice talismans. I will use them to suppress the fire seed. Then, he took out 3 shiny talismans and waved his hand into the air. However, they didn't want the Ling family to be the only one benefiting, so they wanted to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with these 3 esteemed guests from the Divine Prefecture. However, they couldn't do the same. After all, although Elder Tong was the one driving the boat, it belonged to the Ling family. Only Ling Xiaoxiao could offer it to them. They had no other choice but to take out their most precious treasures. When the Cui family's little ancestor saw this, he also wanted to hand over one of his ice sparrow's monster cores, but he hesitated for a moment and thought of another way. He called out, Senior brothers, I have an idea. The reason why the divine fire seed is so difficult to subdue is because the remaining demonic nature in it is unwilling to be subdued by us. If we sacrifice the demonic bloodline, will it be restrained? Hearing this, the 3 distinguished guests were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and felt that this was a feasible idea. Senior brother, he said directly, if there is, go and capture it quickly. It doesn't matter what cultivation level it is. The purer the bloodline, the better. Cui Xiaoting was overjoyed and said, there is it on the spiritual boat. I bought it. I will go and capture it now. Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands and turned into a beam of light that dashed toward the spiritual boat that was coming from afar. We have even taken out our precious treasures. It's better for this bastard to do us a favor at little cost. The 3 little ancestors of the Yu, Mo, and Ling families looked at each other with reluctance in their eyes. They could all tell that these 3 esteemed guests from the divine continent valued this fire seed very much, and had already reached the point where they had to subdue it. Whoever could help greatly in this matter would undoubtedly have a closer relationship with these 3, and after arriving at the demon court, they might even be taken care of by these 3. At that time, it was simply unimaginable how many benefits they would receive. Judging from the reactions of the esteemed guests, Cui Xiaoting's suggestion was undoubtedly the most agreeable one to them. Especially the little ancestor of the Ling family, she was even more resentful. She thought that she had lured the itinerant cultivator with a bunch of little foxes onto the boat with the intention of tricking Cui Xiaoting. Later, the matter was indeed not too big nor too small, which made her very satisfied. However, who would have thought that the pit she had casually dug back then would be conveniently picked up by Cui Xiaoting? Cui Xiaoting, who was rushing toward the spiritual boat excitedly, the 3 honored guests who were trying their best to suppress the godly fire seed, and the 3 young masters who were protecting Feng Qi loyally didn't notice that an inconspicuous crescent moon-shaped ancient jade in the sky had dimmed its faint light and flown away silently like a wisp of smoke. Damn it! You still want to get the little fox at this moment? Today, this young master will make you suffer the consequences. At this moment, sitting in the cabin of the spiritual boat, Feng Xing opened his eyes coldly and smiled sinisterly. He exhaled deeply, and determination flashed in his eyes. It's a bit risky, but I'll do it. He got up and reminded the little foxes that no matter what happened, they were not to come out. Then, he directly opened the cabin door and came to the corridor. At this time, outside the cabin door, there were 2 gray-robed old servants standing with their hands behind their backs. It was Elder Tong, who was in charge of the ship. He was a meticulous person. After receiving the sound transmission, he was afraid that Feng Xing would take the opportunity to escape, so he asked the 2 old servants to keep an eye on him. Go back. Don't come out and run around. The 2 gray-robed old servants looked at Feng Xing with chilly eyes and yelled coldly. I'll just run around. What can you do about it? Feng Xing tilted his head and glanced at them. You're seeking death. After receiving the strict order, the 2 gray-robed old servants didn't show any mercy to him and immediately suppressed him. Boom, of the 2 gray-haired old servants, one was at the 2nd transformation of the Golden Core Realm, and the other was at the 3rd transformation of the Golden Core Realm. They did not take Fangxing seriously at all. With a roar of anger, they immediately attacked, intending to kill him. However, they did not expect that almost at the instant they formed a seal, a huge black sword had already appeared in Fangxing's hand. Then, his figure directly pressed forward, and like a wisp of smoke, he swept past them. Hiss, Fangxing dashed for more than 30 meters before standing up and continuing to walk forward with the huge sword on his shoulder. Behind him, the two gray-robed old servants stood there in a daze. After a long while, they fell to the ground with blood gushing out of their bodies. Their hands were still making stiff hand seals. Now, I must be fast, there are a total of 12 gray-robed old servants on this ship. Their cultivations range from Golden Core First Revolution to Golden Core Fifth Revolution. However, the quality of their core is ordinary. At most, they have only formed 2 core techniques. In addition, there is also Elder Tong who is driving the ship. He is at the Golden Core middle stage. His physical body is tyrannical. If I want to kill them, it will not be difficult. With this thought in mind, Fangxing fully activated his divine sense, and the powerful divine soul was fully displayed. He broke through the restriction placed on the spiritual boat to prevent the divine sense from probing. After a few breaths, the entire spiritual boat appeared in his divine sense, and Fangxing immediately understood all the arrangements and cultivators on the spiritual boat. As for himself, he activated the breaths-concealing technique imparted by the huge black sword to the extreme, and his body was wrapped in the clear smoke. In the divine senses of the cultivators, he was like a ghost that didn't exist. His figure moved like the wind, and almost every cultivator didn't notice his existence until he was 30 meters away from them. However, at this distance, Fangxing had already launched his attack, and who could dodge his assassination? In fact, it was not difficult for a Golden Core Realm Master to kill a cultivator with a higher realm. It was as easy as raising a hand for a cultivator with a higher realm to kill a cultivator with a lower realm. However, since both sides had great power, it was not easy for them to kill each other silently. After all, even if the opponent was weaker than them, with the power of the Golden Core Realm, even a little resistance before death would cause a big noise. Cui Xiaoting didn't dare to attack Fangxing because of this. He thought that he could kill Fangxing, but he wasn't sure that Fangxing wouldn't make a big scene before he killed him. Of course, what he couldn't do didn't mean that Fangxing couldn't do it. The nameless cultivation scroll was created for killing. It wasn't flashy or grand, but it would use every bit of power appropriately. It could kill people in an instant and control life and death in an instant. After locating the positions of the gray-robed old servants with his divine senses, he got close to them with the breaths-concealing technique in the nameless cultivation scroll. Then, he used his powerful physical body to activate the huge black sword and unleashed powerful and sharp killing moves. In front of all kinds of overwhelming advantages, the gray-robed old servants were as fragile as sheep in front of Fangxing. They didn't have a chance to use their spiritual spells, spiritual treasures, and even their elixir light. Along the way, Fangxing had killed many gray-robed old servants on the boat. Now, only Elder Tong, who was driving the boat, was left. Right now, he was on the leftmost side of the top floor of the boat. In front of him was a huge control array disc. As long as he injected his divine senses into it, he could control the movement of the boat and even the offensive and defensive arrays on the boat. At this moment, Elder Tong was driving the spirit boat to the location that the Ling family's little ancestor had told him. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across his mind, and he was instantly alerted. His nose smelled blood, startling him. He turned around abruptly and was shocked to see a figure with half of his body wrapped in green smoke charging toward him under the moonlight. "It's you!" Elder Tong roared angrily when he saw the figure's appearance. The figure was extremely fast. At this moment, the huge black sword was almost at his body. At this moment, Elder Tong was furious. He didn't dodge and let the huge black sword slash down. Clang! At this moment, Elder Tong secretly activated his elixir-making technique. As a brownish-yellow aura flashed by, his entire body actually changed. The color of his skin became dark and solid, almost like dirt and stone. At first glance, it seemed to give off an extremely heavy feeling. Around him, the spiritual energy affected the void, and even the illusions of mountains and ancient pine trees appeared, distant and ethereal. Fang Xing's full-force sword slashed right at the center of Elder Tong's forehead. Something strange happened. Elder Tong clearly didn't have any defense in front of his forehead, but when the sword slashed down, sparks flew everywhere. The huge black sword bounced back as if it had slashed an extremely hard and strange rock. When he looked back, he saw a faint cut on Elder Tong's forehead, but there was no blood at all. You have evil intentions. How dare you try to assassinate me? But, can you slash a mountain? Elder Tong shouted coldly after taking a blow from Fang Xing head-on. He stood up slowly like a mountain, giving people endless pressure. Hey! This old B***** is quite sturdy. Fang Xing picked up the huge black sword and looked at it. Then, he looked at Elder Tong, feeling a little surprised. Although his body was injured and he didn't have enough strength, he was surprised that he was able to take this sword head-on. He felt that it wasn't that the huge black sword wasn't sharp enough, but that the other party actually turned into a mountain at that moment. This person cultivates the mountain cultivation method? A trace of understanding flashed in Fang Xing's mind as he sized up Elder Tong sneakily. Old man, you're quite sturdy, Fang Xing laughed and put away the huge black sword. Elder Tong's expression was grim. After his angry roar, the guards and gray-clothed old servants on the spiritual boat should have heard it, but none of them came up to check. In addition, he smelled the faint smell of blood, and he immediately realized that those gray-clothed old servants sent by the 4 big families had probably died. His heart sank instantly. He's just an independent cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. How did he kill those gray-clothed old servants? Even I can't do it without anyone noticing. Could it be that he has hidden companions on this spiritual boat? No, this spiritual boat is completely under my control. Anyone can get on or off the spiritual boat without my permission, and it's impossible for him to sneak in. For a moment, Elder Tong's mind raced, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this independent cultivator was strange and powerful. Lie down for me. After thinking for a while, Elder Tong decided to take down Fang Xing first. After forming the Golden Core realm and spending most of his life on this Dao, he wasn't afraid of Fang Xing. Especially when Fang Xing was so close to him, Elder Tong thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to capture him. He had cultivated the mountain technique to a certain level, and when necessary, he could even turn into a mountain to suppress his opponent or defend himself. When he blocked Fang Xing's huge black sword, he used the mountain transformation technique and his cultivation technique to turn his body into an immovable mountain. Unless Fang Xing broke his technique or had the power to split a mountain, he couldn't be hurt at all. Boom, the power of this grab released a shocking thunderous sound, showing how powerful it was. Under Elder Tong's grab, a dark light flashed in Fang Xing's eyes, and he didn't move at all. Instead, he punched out as well. You're seeking death. Elder Tong sneered inwardly. In his opinion, this early-stage Golden Core realm cultivator was courting death by trying to compete with his physical strength. It must be known that, although he had the elixir formation method, he was an anomaly among cultivators. He had cultivated this method to the extreme. Within the Demon Chasing League, he was even said to be invincible in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. His strength was so strong that he could even shake an ordinary late-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. However, he didn't expect that when the two's claws and fingers collided, there was a loud boom, and the power spread everywhere. They were actually in a stalemate. Elder Tong's eyes widened, and his face was full of fear. Meanwhile, Fang Xing chuckled. Old man, do you think I don't have the mountain technique just because you have it? There's only a faint fire intent in his core. How can he also have the mountain technique that specializes in refining the physical body? At this moment, Elder Tong was full of surprise. His opponent was only at early-stage Golden Core realm, but he was able to resist the power of his mid-stage Golden Core realm. It could only mean that his opponent's mountain technique was even stronger than his. However, Elder Tong soon realized that although his opponent was strong, he didn't have enough power. Especially when there was a thick smell of blood coming from his opponent's body, Elder Tong's heart skipped a beat, and then he was overjoyed. He suppressed his opponent with a monstrous force and shouted, although your strength is not bad, your physical body is obviously damaged. How much strength can you exert? Now that we're so close, it's easy for me to suppress you. Let's see what else you have to say. As he spoke, the shadow of a mountain appeared behind him, and like a dark cloud, it pressed down on Fang Xing. Fang Xing forced a smile and resisted with all his strength. He smiled and said, "There's one more thing." Elder Tong's eyes turned cold. "What is it?" Fang Xing's face suddenly tensed up, and he said solemnly, "I now officially announce that this spiritual boat belongs to me." After Fang Xing said that sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his spirit charged with full force. Through Elder Tong's eyes, the power of his spirit rushed towards Elder Tong like a tidal wave. At this moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Although Elder Tong had the advantage in terms of physical strength, Fang Xing was not weak either. Elder Tong was unable to suppress Fang Xing in a short period of time. As a result, neither of them dared to move recklessly. With the distance between them being so close, Elder Tong took the hit head-on. Elder Tong felt his vision go black as if he had fallen into a dark space. There was nothing around him, and it was indescribably cold as if a blade was pressing against his body. Above his head, there was a three-headed, six-armed demonic spirit with a vertical eye on its forehead staring at him. "Oh no, he's suppressing my spirit." Elder Tong was shocked. He didn't expect that this itinerant cultivator in front of him not only had a strong physical strength, but his spirit was also so strong. Logically speaking, since his cultivation was higher than the other parties, his spirit and mountain dharma should be stronger than the other parties. If the other party's physical strength was strong, it could be explained by his talent, but how could his spirit directly suppress him? In a panic, Elder Tong manifested Dan Light and charged with full force, breaking the illusion. Boom! After all, he had a mid-stage golden core cultivation. Although his spirit power wasn't as strong as Fang Xing's, he still had some ability to resist. After being immersed in the illusion for only a breath's time, Elder Tong suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he just happened to see a large fist coming at him. With a pung sound, before he could react, the bridge of his nose was punched. In an instant, he actually saw stars and staggered back. Before he could retreat a few steps, he was kicked again. With a muffled roar, his entire person fell to the ground, his body trembling. When he was suppressed by Fang Xing's spirit, he had already dispelled his mountain dharma, so he took these two blows. Damn it, if I didn't want to cause too much of a commotion, do you think I would need to go through so much trouble to deal with you? Fang Xing cursed angrily. With a whoosh, he took out his huge black sword and placed it on Elder Tong's neck. Tell me the ancient spells and runes that control this spiritual boat. Elder Tong was completely suppressed by Fang Xing, and he no longer dared to underestimate Fang Xing. He seemed to be struggling to get up, but suddenly, he secretly made a hand seal, and his skin changed. He used the mountain transformation again, and the majestic and ancient mountain intent realm appeared around him again. He sat cross-legged and said in a chilly voice, "You want to take this spiritual boat from me? Dream on. Even if I'm not your match in a fight of magical powers, it won't be easy for you to hurt me." You can do that? Fang Xing was stunned. He did not expect that Elder Tong would play such a shameless trick. This person knew that he was no match for him, so he wanted to use his mountain dharma and turn himself into a turtle with a hard shell. His spirit had already retracted into his golden core to prevent Elder Tong from suppressing him. The result was that Elder Tong had sealed himself. However, if Elder Tong could not break his mountain dharma and had the power to split a mountain, Elder Tong would not be able to do anything to him. If it were during normal times, Elder Tong would have many ways to deal with him, such as refining, drowning, or using the wood dharma to break his mountain dharma. However, the spiritual boat was slowly moving toward the other side of the red abyss. If Elder Tong could not kill him before that, he would be the one in trouble. Trying to act shamelessly with yours truly? Don't you know that I'm the master of this aspect? Fang Xing thought angrily as he slashed wildly with his huge black sword. Clanging sounds and sparks flew everywhere. Elder Tong was already covered in wounds of varying lengths, but he still guarded his mind and did not understand the mountain dharma. Let's see who can outlast the other. Fang Xing put away his huge black sword and rushed forward to punch and kick him. You're very sturdy, right? You want to transform into a mountain? I can't cut you, right? Today, I'll beat you until the mountains collapse and the earth crack. Bam. 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 Elder Tong was beaten by Fang Xing like a rubber ball, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Little bastard. Stop dreaming. As long as the mountain dharma doesn't break, you won't be able to hurt me. When we meet the four little ancestors and the honored guests from the godly continent, it will be the day of your death. If I were you, I'd run away immediately. Maybe there's still a chance for me to survive. Elder Tong's chilly spiritual senses spread out. Obviously, he was enduring the great pain, but he still put on a fierce expression as if he wanted to compete with Fangxing to the end and even threatened him. He believed that when the spiritual boat reached the end of the red abyss and met the four little ancestors of the godly continent and the three honored guests from the godly continent, it would be the day of Fangxing's death. As for himself, he only needed to hold on for a little longer. Run away? Hee, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can run away from this setting sun desert? When Fangxing heard this, he chuckled and looked Elder Tong up and down. This is the ultimate move of this young master, you. I've studied the mountain dharma all my life and transformed into a mountain. What can you do to me? Elder Tong shouted coldly. His tone was filled with rage and disdain. Fangxing ignored him and opened his storage bag. After a while, he took out a long and slender water-splitting thorn, but he was very dissatisfied. He casually looked through it and took out a judge pen. He was still not satisfied, so he threw it to the side. In the end, he took out a dark golden long spear that was more than 10 feet long and as thick as a human fist. It was covered with barbs that looked like fish scales. Laughing evilly, Fangxing arrived behind Elder Tong with the spear in hand. With a suction force from his palm, he lifted Elder Tong into the air. Although Elder Tong used the mountain dharma, he still had a trace of divine sense, vigilantly observing the surroundings. This action of Fangxing's immediately made him think of something bad. His divine sense immediately fluctuated violently. What are you trying to do? Fangxing said, although I can't break your mountain dharma, I found your weak point. Elder Tong said angrily, what I cultivate is the mountain dharma, not some evil art. I don't have a weak point. Fangxing pointed the dark golden spear behind him and said, isn't this the case? Elder Tong said angrily, I'm a golden core ancestor at any rate. You can't humiliate me like this. Fangxing sized him up and said, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to say it or not? Scared out of his wits, Elder Tong made a difficult decision. I'll say it. After a while, Fangxing erased Elder Tong's mark on the spiritual boat's disc and replaced it with his own after confirming the ancient spell and the method to control runes. Then, he chuckled when he sensed the feeling of controlling the boat. Cui Xiaoting, on the other hand, was walking toward the spiritual boat with a cheerful expression. Thinking that he was tricked by that B***starred independent cultivator, he couldn't wait to kill that B***starred. That was why he thought of this problem so quickly. When he dashed forward like a lightning bolt, he had already come up with a plan in his mind. I must kill that B***starred to vent my anger. As for those little foxes, I'll use those that haven't transformed into human forms as a sacrifice to the godly fire seed. I can keep the biggest one. At the thought of that scene, excitement appeared in his sinister eyes. He hadn't dashed far when he suddenly saw purple clouds hovering in front of him, and a huge spiritual boat broke through the clouds and approached him. Cui Xiaoting's heart calmed down, and he hurriedly went forward and shouted, Elder Tong, quickly put me on the boat. I'm looking for. Before Cui Xiaoting could finish a sentence, he saw the arrays on the spiritual boats activating at the same time. A huge defense array engulfed the entire spiritual boat, and no one could enter it. Meanwhile, the three attacking spiritual boats turned their directions toward him. Startled, Cui Xiaoting paused in the air and hesitated. Elder Tong, what are you doing? Let me on the boat. With a frown, Cui Xiaoting yelled at the spiritual boat. But at this moment, a light suddenly condensed on top of the formation. Before he could react, there was a boom and a formation light that was as thick as a human's waist shot toward him like lightning. It brushed past Cui Xiaoting's left side and hit the crimson cliff behind him. The incomparably hard crimson cliff was actually smashed into the size of a small mountain. You! Elder Tong, are you crazy? Cui Xiaoting was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. While backing off, he created a defensive array. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, it's my first time using this thing, and I can't hit it accurately. Suddenly, a loud laughter sounded on the spiritual boat. A slightly apologetic face appeared on the deck of the spiritual boat, and a fat little fox lay on its head. It was none other than the independent cultivator that Xianxia wanted to kill. "How come it's you? Where's Elder Tong?" Xianxia's shock was not small, and his entire person was a little stunned. "You're looking for him?" Fangxing bent over, picked up a figure, and threw him down. Hurriedly, Xianxia caught the figure with a cloud of spiritual essence and stared at him. It was Elder Tong. At this moment, he was in a miserable state. His face was bruised and swollen, and he had fainted. Both of his arms had been twisted into pieces, and his mouth was so swollen that it was split open. One could clearly see that half of his teeth were missing. Seeing this scene, Xiaoting's first thought was disbelief. Elder Tong's injuries were obviously caused by a physical fight, but Elder Tong was famous for his strong physical body and was known to be invincible in close combat among those below the middle stage of the Gold Core realm in the Monster Chasing League. Who could injure him to such an extent? Haha. Sorry. I told this old man that this spiritual boat belongs to me, but he wouldn't let me. That's why I hit him too hard, on the railing of the boat, Fangxing laughed. Then, he controlled the offensive array with his spiritual will and adjusted the direction of the array slightly, aiming at Xiaoting again. Xiaoting was not an idiot. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't plan to fight the spiritual boat head-on. With a furious roar, he turned around and ran away with Elder Tong in his arms. He ran even faster than when he came. ****. Give me back 1,000 spiritual essences." Seeing this, Fangxing shot out 2 more horrifying array lights and chased after him on the spiritual boat. The 3 honorable guests were waiting for the spiritual boat to come. They were suppressing the godly fire seeds with the array source of the spiritual boat, and they were waiting for Xiaoting to capture a few little demon foxes and offer them as sacrifices. When they saw the spiritual boat charging toward them with rumbling sounds while the attack array on the boat shot out waist-thick array lights, and Xiaoting fled like a rabbit before the boat, they were shocked. What's going on? Everyone froze and didn't know what was going on. ****. I said that if you don't give me 1,000 spiritual essences, I'll beat you to death. Boom. A beam of light shot over. You still want to sacrifice my little fox demons at this moment? I'll beat you to death. Boom. Another array light appeared. How dare you arrange the worst cabin for me? I'll beat you to death. ****, little fatty, don't bite my ear. I'll beat you to death. On the spiritual boat, people kept cursing, and the booming array lights didn't stop either. Along the way, they destroyed half of the red abyss. However, even though his might was boundless, his accuracy was slightly lacking. Although Xiaoting was driven into an incomparably sorry state by him, to the point his hair band had fallen off and his hair was disheveled like a madman, he wasn't blasted to death, and he roared as he fled, That bastard stole our spiritual boat." An angry and sullen voice resounded in the void, stunning the 3 honored guests and the Monster Chasing League's little ancestors. Who stole the spiritual boat? Although they weren't on the spiritual boat, there were still 12 gray-clothed old servants at the Golden Core realm, 36 guards at the top tier of the Foundation Establishment realm, and 1 mid-tier Golden Core realm Elder Tong who had a powerful physique and extraordinary combat strength. Moreover, under Elder Tong's control, the spiritual boat's defensive array formation was activated, and even Yuanian cultivators couldn't break it easily. How could outsiders invade? However, they didn't have time to think about it since the spiritual boat was already crashing toward them. Fine. I admit that I can't play with this thing. If I can't kill you with this, then I'll do it myself. On the deck of the spiritual boat, Fangxing jumped out and took out a big bow. Then, he knocked an arrow and aimed at Xiaoting who was running away. As he injected his spiritual essence into the bow, countless runes on the bow lit up. Sensing the danger behind him, Xiaoting got goosebumps and turned around to block Elder Tong who had fainted. At the same time, he plummeted toward the red abyss. Swoosh, Fangxing released the bowstring, and a sharp beam of light shot out from the bow, instantly tearing open the peaceful void. Elder Tong, my life is more important. I have to sacrifice you. Xiaoting held Elder Tong in front of him and murmured in his mind. However, after a breath of time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The arrow light wasn't rushing towards him, but straight towards the three distinguished guests in front of him on the left. The three of them were originally suppressing the divine kindling drawn out from the grotto with all their strength. When they saw the sudden change in the situation, they resolutely made a decision and were slowly withdrawing their spiritual energy, intending to give up on the divine kindling in order to save their strength to protect themselves. They didn't dare to withdraw all their spiritual essence at once because they were afraid that the godly fire seed would self-destruct after being suppressed for so long. They watched helplessly as they were about to withdraw all of their spiritual power, but they never thought that, without any warning, an arrow would suddenly fly through the air. The three of them were not mentally prepared at all, because there was no killing intent at all. The person who shot the arrow was not aiming at the three of them, so naturally, they would not be able to sense it in their hearts. That arrow was simply aimed at the suppressed fire seed. Bam! The arrow energy flew toward the fire seed like a shooting star and accurately hit the fire seed that was wrapped in the heavenly silk handkerchief. Since the three distinguished guests were withdrawing their spiritual essence, the rebound force of the fire seed was getting stronger. Struck by this external attack, the handkerchief immediately exploded, and the chilly fire spirit rushed out like a tide and covered an area with a radius of hundreds of meters. Moreover, it was still expanding, and the three distinguished guests and the young masters of the demon-chasing alliance were all within this area. Even the spiritual boat that was 1.5 kilometers away was hit by the sudden explosion of fire, and it wobbled and almost fell. Damn it! It's so powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have shot the arrow from a distance. Facing the violent force of the explosion of the fire seed, Fang Xing clicked his tongue and steered the spiritual boat around. After he subdued Elder Tong, he had the chance to escape on the spiritual boat. However, he was worried that the three distinguished guests on the spiritual boat were too powerful and would be in trouble if they caught up with him. Therefore, after he snatched the spiritual boat, he came back and pretended to kill Cui Xiaoting. In fact, he just wanted to make the three distinguished guests suffer a little so that he wouldn't have to worry about any future troubles. He had used the moon rui to observe carefully and knew that the fire seed was formed by the remnant godhood of a fallen demonic immortal, so it was definitely not something easy to deal with. After seeing the three people suppressing this fire seed with almost all their strength, he decided to shoot it with an arrow. If he could break the balance between the three people and this fire seed, he didn't need to think about what would happen next. The result was smooth, and the fire seed was even more powerful than he had imagined. Haha! They won't be able to catch up with us this time. Run! Run! Glancing at the red abyss that had already turned into a sea of fire, Fang Xing laughed out loud and steered the magic boat, flying away into the distance. However, he didn't expect that a fire the size of a longan would chase after the spiritual boat in the sea of flames. What's going on? Who is that person? In the red abyss, the flames burned for a long time. After a long while, a few beams of light flew out of the sea of flames and hovered in the air, panting for a long time. The first to come out were the three distinguished guests on the spiritual boat. They looked shocked, angry, and confused. They didn't expect that such a scene would happen out of nowhere. ****. I'll tear you into pieces. After these three distinguished guests, the four little ancestors of the demon-chasing league also gradually escaped from the sea of fire. It seemed that the so-called little ancestors of a family were indeed quite powerful. Although the sea of fire was terrifying, none of them lost their lives in it. It was only certain that they were in a sorry state, especially Cui Xiaoting. He hid in the crimson abyss at first, but when the sea of fire dispersed, he was drowned in it. Although he had already escaped, he was almost crazy, coughing and roaring at the same time. What's going on? Who messed with him? With dark expressions on their faces, the three honored guests roared. In fact, even without the help of the array source on the spiritual boat, they had almost suppressed the fire seed and successfully sealed it. However, they didn't expect that they would encounter such a situation. This feeling of losing the opportunity that was right in front of their mouths made them so angry that they lost their composure. We don't know him." Seeing that the distinguished guests were angry, the three little ancestors of the Yu, Mo, and Ling families were frightened. Suddenly, they pointed at Cui Xiaoting and said, "It's him." That person was an independent cultivator who boarded the boat, but he had a grudge with him. Did you mess with him? Facing the accusations of the other three, Xiaoting was speechless, and he even wanted to cry. The woman in red suddenly approached him and asked in a cold voice, "Who is that person? Do you know him?" Terrified, Xiaoting stammered, I don't know him. I just want to buy his fox." The woman in red asked a few more questions and was sure that Xiaoting didn't know the background of that person. With a snort, she lowered her head and thought carefully. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. How come the person on the spiritual boat looked so familiar? His face and voice are similar. Is it really him? But isn't he said to have been dead for 3 years? How come he is here? While guessing, she couldn't help but look in the direction where the spiritual boat left, and her eyes lit up. At this moment, Fangxing was walking back and forth on the spiritual boat. He had visited the rooms of the honorable guests and the 4 young masters of the 4 families, but he didn't find many spiritual treasures and good items. After all, storage bags were popular in the cultivation world, and precious items were usually kept in storage bags. Only the heavy items would be stored in other places. Fortunately, he still managed to obtain a few treasures that could assist in cultivation. For example, a jade pillow that could condense spiritual qi, 100 breaths incense that could calm one's mind and help one comprehend the Tao. There were also a few exquisitely carved jade chips that could be used to activate magic formations. Speaking of which, they were actually quite valuable and not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. However, Fangxing's standards were quite high. After walking around the spiritual boat, Fangxing ran to a cabin on the 2nd floor of the spiritual boat, which was full of people. They were the servants and guards of the spiritual boat. Fangxing didn't kill them and killed those who could pose a threat to him. However, he just knocked out these guards and servants and stuffed them into the cabin. At this moment, the 2 little foxes, Little 3 and Little 4, carried an armchair over while panting. Then, they stood on their hind legs and stood beside Fangxing like loyal guards. Fangxing sat on the armchair casually and waved his hand, ordering Little 5 and Little 6 to drag out the people who were locked in the cabin and ask them about their uses one by one. Needless to say, Fangxing removed the restrictions on the guards and threw them off the spiritual boat. The green-clothed maidservant of the Chui family was kicked off the spiritual boat. As for those who were responsible for cleaning, cooking, and maintaining the spiritual boat, they stayed behind and put restrictions on them to keep them under strict control. This group of cultivators had a low status and low cultivation. Under the deterrence of Fangxing's Jingdan stage cultivation and the threat of a group of little foxes, how could they dare to say anything different? To save their lives, they obediently accepted the control and became the people who took care of the spiritual boat for Fangxing. From now on, the little foxes who were despised by others became little princesses who were served by others. The moment that Fangxing took care of these things, he heard a scream from below the spiritual boat. It was Little Fatty. Startled, Fangxing teleported to the kitchen on the 1st floor and saw Little Fatty covering his mouth with his 2 front paws while looking at a ball of green and white flame that was dancing in the air, looking very mystical. Fangxing pulled Little Fatty's paws down and found that his lips were burned. After hearing Little Fatty's explanation, Fangxing finally understood what had happened. It turned out that while Fangxing and the other little foxes were dealing with the aftermath, Little Fatty had come into the kitchen to look for food in ecstasy. It looked like a mouse that fell into a rice barn and accidentally found this fire seed. He didn't know what other people's reactions would be when they saw this fire seed, but the more Little Fatty looked at it, the more he felt that this fire seed was indescribably beautiful. It carried an incomparably attractive force. After enduring for a long time, he swallowed it in one gulp. The result was, his mouth was burnt. This is the remnant fire seed of the demonic immortal. How come it is on this spiritual boat? Sensing the aura on this fire seed, Fangxing stopped the other little foxes who wanted to take revenge for Little Fatty from rushing up and scratching the fire seed with their claws. Then, he poured some ointment on Little Fatty's mouth and kicked them out of the kitchen one by one. Then, he stood far away from them and studied this fire seed carefully with a frown on his face. He didn't have any improper thoughts about this fire seed. Although he knew that it was a good thing, it was too risky to take it from the 3 distinguished guests of the godly continent and the 4 little ancestors of the Demon Chase Alliance. That was why he had thought that this fire seed would cause trouble for the 3 distinguished guests of the godly continent. Then, he turned around and fled when he got into trouble. However, he didn't expect that it would come to the spiritual boat. Fortunately, it had released a lot of fire essence in the red abyss, and the fire seed had lost a lot of energy. Now, it was no different from an ordinary fire seed. Otherwise, the spiritual boat would have been burned by it. Could it be that it came back to seek revenge because I shot it with an arrow? Fangxing thought about it carefully. However, after sensing it for a while, he did not find any hostility from this fire seed. Let me appraise it. Fangxing's eyes focused as he stared at the fire seed. Faint runes appeared in his eyes. After a while, he rubbed his eyes and asked the little foxes to bring him an armchair. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed. Using the yin-yang godly demon mirror, he had identified some of the properties of this fire seed. Just as the three distinguished guests had discussed, this fire seed was a fragment of the demonic immortal's broken divinity after the death of the demonic immortal, and the flames burning on it were godly flames. This godly flame was somewhat similar to the samadhi true fire, but it was also different. This fire contained the divinity of the demonic immortal, and its properties had changed. To some extent, it represented the soul fragment of the demonic immortal. However, although it was a soul fragment, this fire seed had lost its consciousness and couldn't take revenge on him. Could it be that it was attracted by something? Fangxing's heart was slightly moved. He glanced at the little fox behind him who was curiously looking at the tinder. He casually grabbed one and waved it in front of the tinder. However, the tinder did not have any reaction and was still silently pulsating. Seeing this, Fangxing grabbed another one and continuously waved it in front of the tinder. He grabbed a few in a row, and when it was little Shower's turn, the little girl came over with a red face. It's so ugly to be shaken by Master Feng by the head, she thought. Everything about this Master Feng is good, but he's too rude. However, after little one tried, the fire seed didn't respond, which gave Fangxing a headache. What the hell is going on? He scratched his head and thought hard. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why the fire seed was attracted. In desperation, Fangxing didn't think about it anymore. No matter how it came, it was a good thing. He should seal it first. However, after trying a few times, he suddenly found that sealing this fire seed was not a simple matter. He had a few good sealing magic treasures in his hands, but after the fire seed was introduced into them, the magic treasures were directly destroyed and returned to the air. There was nothing Fangxing could do about it. He sat down on the ground and thought to himself, do I have to leave this thing on the ship? Beside him, a group of little foxes also sighed, imitating Fangxing. Feeling a little unwilling, Fangxing drove the little foxes away and then poured out all kinds of things in the storage bag. He decided to try them one by one. However, this kind of fire seed really had a kind of toughness that couldn't be smashed, pressed, sealed, or handled. No matter what kind of strange treasures he took out, they couldn't make the fire seed react at all. He almost wanted to give up. However, when he unintentionally opened his most precious grotto heaven ring, the fire seed suddenly flickered. Fangxing was immediately shocked. He looked at the heavenly abode ring in his hand. This heavenly abode ring was also a storage dharma artifact. Its grade was not considered high, and the space inside was much smaller than a storage bag. However, Fangxing had made this heavenly abode ring look like an ordinary iron ring. He usually used it to tie his hair, so it was very discreet. Thus, he usually placed some of his precious items in it. The 100 Villains' portrait, scriptures, and other things of the Taisheng orthodoxy were all in this heavenly cave ring. Now, he took out the things inside one by one and lit them in front of the fire seed. He was surprised to find the thing that had caused the fire seed to react, the green fox ghost mask. It was the mysterious mask that he had snatched in the Green Hill Tomb of Immortals. It turned out that this thing had caused the fire seed to react. This green fox ghost mask had always been the most mysterious magic treasure he had obtained. When he was traveling with Lotus Girl, he had asked her many times about this treasure. Lotus Girl seemed to know, but she refused to tell him. She only said that the successor of the green fox ghost mask was not supposed to be him, but since it had fallen into Fangxing's hands, it could be considered fate. She did not meddle and took back the treasure, but she would not help Fangxing refine it. Everything was up to fate. It was also the tone of the Lotus Maiden that made Feng Xing feel that it was unlikely that he would be able to refine the green fox ghastly mask. In addition, he didn't know what this treasure was used for, so he didn't have much hope for it. Thus, he kept it in his grotto heaven ring. Only now did the strange behavior of the fire seed make him notice the green fox ghost mask again. Could it be that the green fox ghost mask in the Immortal Palace has something to do with the legendary demon immortal that died here? Feng Xing's heart stirred. He took out the green fox ghost mask and slowly approached the fire seed. Just as the ghostly face approached the fire seed, a strange scene occurred. The fire seed seemed to be attracted by some strange force and gently flew toward the ghostly face. It embedded itself in the center of the ghostly face's forehead, shining like a jewel. Almost at the same time, the ghostly face's eyes began to light up with ghostly flames. At first glance, it looked like the ghostly face had suddenly awakened and opened its eyes. End of chapter 494. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.